Well, it
Okay,
says
here we
this one
go.
is live right now, so be careful what you say.
Yeah, my bad. My bad. Damn. Here we go.
About the same clothes, about the same house, level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't try the same whips, we don't fuck the same chicks, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't get the same paper, you a motherfucker hater, level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Yeah, oh Lord, about the same clothes, about the same house, level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't try the same whips, we don't fuck the same chicks, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't get the same paper, you a motherfucker hater, level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Yeah, oh Lord, level to the shit. Level to the shit, kid. Fuck that hoe, cause it's level to this bitch. And I be rockin' better like the double with this bitch. In the burger pan like a cold metal to this bitch. Level to the shit. Level to the shit, kid. Fuck that hoe, cause it's level to this bitch. And I be rockin' better like the double with this bitch. In the burger pan like a cold metal to this bitch.
And y'all hear my dog up here, man? No cap. Y'all hear my dog up here, man? And y'all hear my dog up here, man? No cap. Y'all hear my dog up here, man? Half of these corny ass niggas. Most of these corny ass niggas on YouTube. Half of these corny ass niggas. Most of these corny ass niggas on YouTube won't be able to do what you did.
About the same clothes, about the same house, level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't try the same whips, we don't fuck the same chicks, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, we don't get the same paper, you a motherfucker hater, level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Little nigga, cause it's level to the shit. Yeah, oh Lord, level to the shit. Level to the shit, kid. Fuck that hoe, cause it's level to this bitch. And I be rockin' better like the double with this bitch. In the burger pan like a cold metal to this bitch. Level to the shit. Level to the shit, kid. Fuck that hoe, cause it's level to this bitch. And I be rockin' better like the double with this bitch. In the burger pan like a cold metal to this bitch.
And y'all hear my dog up here, man? No cap. Y'all hear my dog up here, man? And y'all hear my dog up here, man? No cap. Y'all hear my dog up here, man?
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
You on mute, Freezy.
Check, mic check, mic check. Oh, here we go. Shout out to my dog in this level. This is segment he's gonna take over. Y'all already to do. I'm gonna still stay up here for a second though. I'm gonna still stay up here.
Just continue the conversation. Pick up where y'all where we was left off last
Okay.
segment.
Well, I just want to, because I'm going to drop down. Freezy, that's okay.
You finna drop down? Why you finna drop down?
Nah, I believe she wanted to say something before she dropped down or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So what did we leave off? Let me see. Venus, you heard what I said?
I can hear you now. What did you say?
Well, y'all were talking about statistics at the last
Can you hear me?
show.
Yeah, you said you was gonna drop down. What you just what? You said you was finna drop down?
Yeah, I just want to make my last point.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you notice, when I came up, I was attacking statistics, not people, right? Because this is kind of my point. Like, it just goes kind of circular, right? Anybody can manipulate any. We can all find data to support anything we want to say. That's just the truth, right? So for me, that's why like constantly using that as a scapegoat is, I think it's like, it's just, that's what it is, a scapegoat, because people are going to do what they want to do at the end of the day. And so instead of just being honest, I just find that a lot of men are blaming statistics, they're blaming the government, they're blaming child support they ain't never gonna have to pay, alimony they ain't gonna never have to pay, they ain't even got no kids. They're blaming everything and everyone but themselves. And that's really the root of it. People not wanting to take responsibility for the things, for the decisions that they're making, And instead of just being real about it, they want to scapegoat the world. No, y'all don't value marriage. You don't care about marriage, therefore you don't want it. Just say that. You don't have to turn black women into the devil for you to not want to get married. Just don't.
I think black women have turned black men into the devil, and without having things like hard data. And now that we have stuff like TikTok and all these platforms of video sharing technology like this, and women are essentially giving their testimonials, the data disproves the narrative of how black men have been the devils you accused us of being. All
Okay,
this,
you
just
see
an
the problem
example.
with data?
Wait a minute.
Data says
Can
y'all are
I
the most imprisoned, y'all are the most uneducated, and the most unemployed. You see what I could do with data? Let's not do data, okay?
But I can accept those numbers, though. You don't want to accept the numbers that you're uncomfortable with.
I'm not uncomfortable with any. My point is this: the numbers are what they are. I don't really care. I'm saying you guys using them are just a scapegoat. Is what
No,
I'm saying.
it's not a scapegoat
It
if it's
is.
real, because either one person is telling the truth or the other person is.
wait, hold
Because
on, soul sister,
people are telling things.
soul sister, show your face, soul sister.
Peace
Let me
and
see.
love, family. Peace and love, Soul Sister Jackie Brown, FBA in the house, Aboriginal American.
Oh, yeah.
That's me. We know our people. I'm you, you me. Peace and love.
No,
I thought I'd come and chime in on FBA love, black love. I have opinion about that. Can I ask you guys a question real fast?
hold on, soul sister. Wait, since people
Jackie
already
Brown.
talking. Wait, it's already people talking. But I nobody see you. Could you just cut your camera on 1 second so I can see your face so I can know you ain't a troll?
I just got out the bed. I'm not a troll. I'm known a little bit around these YouTube streets, and you can hear my voice. I like I can hear yours and know that you my people. We know our people.
Okay, sister soldier. All right. You can stay up here. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Peace and love, family.
Hold on, I'm gonna call
Okay.
on your
Okay.
sister
So what's
soldier.
the
Go
point though?
ahead, Venus
Well,
Like, what's
and
the
Chris.
Freezy? My thing is the men are supposed to be the logical ones, right? Which I also think is a lie. But the men are supposed to be the logical ones, the ones that focus on solutions. But they have been ruminating in the same, literally the same perspectives for at least the 3 years I've been around. I've been literally hearing the same exact, just complaining, right? So for men who are logical and solution based, at what point do you either do something about the complaints or stop complaining? Or is it just a perpetual state of repeating the same shit, talking about statistics and just like what is the overall point? I don't get it at
well,
this
let
point.
me address one other thing, and I'm gonna answer that question really quickly though. The whole issue of statistics, when you first brought it up, my entire argument against that is what else are we supposed to use to counter what are effectively lies against our good name, when you're not going to just believe a man over a woman anyway, right? You know how like when a woman just points her finger at a man and says he did something to me, random people will be willing to intervene. And so women actually hold this kind of privilege. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but this is a power that women get to have, and men have almost nothing to defend themselves with except the truth. And you have to go to great lengths to prove the truth when a woman accuses you of something as a man. And so we need something like statistics, because you cannot just lie. Well, let me not say lie. You cannot just hog the mic for 50, 40 years or whatever and say, these men are bad. I ain't never did nothing wrong. I'm strong and independent. I'm the backbone of the community. Like, it's only the woman's vision, only the woman's story, only the woman's truth. And then on top of that, you can't expect us to come together in some kind of community if all we care about is what you feel.
So this is my why I also find like a lot of you are dishonest as a people, because this whole hogging the mic for the last 50 or 60 years, let me address that. Black
Hold on, Venus.
women,
Hold on 1 second. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. Sister Soldier, I'm sorry. You gotta wait 20 minutes. Big Bad Bull dropped you for 20 minutes. If anybody wants to bring Sister Soldier back, it costs $20 for Sister Soldier to come back. Big Bad Bull said, "No, drop Sister Hyena. We don't need no new hyenas on the panel.
Not new.
Big Bad Bull's a hater.
We like the ones we got already.
Who are the old
If somebody wants Sister Soldier to come back, it costs $20 for her to come back. Otherwise, she'll be back at 10:44. 10:44.
Yeah, we got an eviction schedule here today.
What? How y'all got eviction?
What you mean, how?
Cause my hold on.
That clip is wicked. Oh my god.
Okay, so let's address
And Big Bad Bull is the new sponsor of today's show. Go ahead, Vina.
I'm sorry. Let me address the what did he say? The black women hog the mic for the past 50, 60 years, right? And so the whole thing is like the black women have been ruining the black man's image. But I'm about to really show you how weak the black men are, right? Because
Mic check.
Your mic went out, Venus. If you can hear me, Venus, your mic had went out.
That's what you get for speaking against your God.
Oh, come on, man. She'll be back. She'll come back up.
But you see what I mean when I first came up here, Freezy? Like there is a y'all are just seething against black men in a way that
can y'all hear me now?
men can't really deal with on a continuous basis. You know what I mean?
Wait, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, we got you, Venus.
All right, I just want to make this point because it's the lies. Like this is really demonic. These men lie so bad. It's like breathing to them. So let me address something. Black women have been hogging the mic for the past 50, 60 years. And black women are to blame for this so-called tarnishment of the black man's image, right? Black women have never been in charge of mass media, right? The people who truly tarnished your image for decades, who are in charge of the media, you won't press them. You won't really, your real issue, and the people who really did it to you, you won't dare say anything to them. So you punch down on your women. Okay, those are the people who are putting images of you on TV, being violent, painting a narrative that all you do is commit crime. Damn near my whole life. There wasn't black women doing that to you. Okay, if we want to talk about who really tarnished your image on a global and on a real level, which affects you in a real way in terms of employment, in terms of opportunity, in terms of how you get treated in the street, black women did not do that shit. Your real problem, you're too cowardly to address. So you want to punch down on black women, and it's bullshit. And I'm tired of y'all lying. The past 50 or 60 years, where there's been black exploitation movies about pimps, all the music has been about hoes, bitches ain't shit, degrading women, having women shaking their asses, all in the videos. So the art that you all have put out for the past 50, 60 years, most of it has been degrading to who? Women. Nobody said shit about it. So stop trying to blame women for the shit that y'all, you guys yourselves are responsible for, and white people are responsible for. So you won't address other men. You won't address other men who have made careers of creating art that make you look like pimps, drug dealers, robbers. Everybody likes BMF, power, all this other shit that's going on since I was a child that puts you guys in a negative light. Y'all subscribe to it. Y'all watched it. Y'all go see the shit in the movies. All the pimp stuff was glorified. All that shit was fine when other men were doing it, right? Yeah. All the shit that the media has done to you, I don't see any problem with it. But for some reason, now black women are to blame. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. Bullshit. I'm really tired of hearing it.
So even if Hollywood.
Let me respond to that real quick. Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
Wait, hold on. Let Hood Server respond, and then let Hood Server respond. We got a while. I got you. You next, Reese. Go ahead, Hood Server.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be quick. The thing is, even if Hollywood makes the movie, like the actual actors on film, Toni Morrison wrote those words with hatred in her heart. She lived her life with hatred in her heart for black men. And her hatred for black men became a touchstone of black culture. And even when it came out, there were people like this movie. Y'all making us.
Who are you talking about? Sorry, I'm just asking who are you talking about?
Toni Morrison, I think, was the writer of Color Purple. Am I correct in that? Am I getting that right? No,
so not the one movie you focused on. When I could name you,
Spielberg did the Color Purple. Please do your history.
He made the movie. Who wrote the book? Though? Who wrote the book?
Media, darling, media. That's what
Who wrote the
people
book?
remember.
Come
Like
on.
Venus
See,
said,
you see, you.
that's what you said it
I will
wrong.
own. No, the
So
media
you was
didn't
about to
write the
lie on
book,
black
babe.
women
No,
again?
no.
What's happening
The
right
Alice,
now?
media did not write the book. Alice Walker. Thank you.
Alice Walker. There you go.
Thank you. Alice Walker. Thank you. The media is not Alice Walker. And this is the thing, like bell hooks is not the media. Like you have
Yes,
people in black female culture who are significant, who are thought leaders, who actually push buttons, if you want to call it that, and they get to set the tone. And so what I'm saying is that the reputation of black men is not totally a media thing. You have people, we have the enemy is us, and you know we're sleeping with the enemy essentially.
So let me respond because this is the ignorant shit. I'm addressing a system and you're addressing a person, and that's you guys' problem. You're hyper focused.
Culture. It's a culture, babe. Not a system, not a person. It's a culture.
Your mic went out again, Venus.
Your mic has been kind of froggy since we switched over anyway.
It's borging a little bit.
But Reese, yeah, Reese was about to say something a minute ago.
Go ahead. She came back. Go ahead, Venus.
This is again the dishonesty with these men. I'm gonna just keep pointing it out. I addressed a whole system, and he's still hyper focused on one black woman. So if you guys pay attention, you will see them default to that strategy every single time. And like I said, it is a scapegoat. Because I spoke to you about movies, about pimp culture, about black men being painted as drug dealers, murderers, R word people, abusive parents, robbing, stealing, drug kings for my whole entire life. That has been a form of entertainment. And since I was old enough to understand rap, I've heard bitch, hoe, slut, all the most derogatory things I could ever hear about black women since I was like 13 years old from black men. So when you guys want to point to entertainment, A Color Purple, but you won't address any of the shit that the men have done, it's weak and it's pathetic. Stop punching down on women. You guys have done way worse. We're not gonna keep on focusing on The Color Purple when we got a whole
It's
lifetime.
not even
The last
simply The
three
Color
decades
Purple.
that I've been alive, I could point to you film, music, and everything else where black men are degrading women every which way. My whole life. And I don't see you talking about none of that. So don't mention that one ass Color Purple shit. And again, when it comes to how you are affected in society, and
No
excuse me,
romance without
and when
finance. You
you
know, it's
talking
not like
about
it's a one-way street,
you
babe.
talking about women held the mic, y'all said that lie so much. I went and looked at the Oprah show my damn self. I went through all her episodes. She spent very little time talking about black men, and I mean very little. So even that was a damn lie. All y'all do is lie on black women. But again, like I said, when it comes to what actually, like I thought men were about real problem solving, right? So what really, the way you're treated, the opportunities that you have access to, right? In terms of employment, in terms of education, the way you're treated by authorities, the people who actually affect those things in your real life are not black women. But you're too afraid to address your real problem and your real threat. So what you do is blame black women. Stop the bullshit already.
Go ahead, Reese.
Yo, so Venus is a little bit younger than me. Maybe hold on, let me turn this speaker down. Maybe she feels a certain way because she missed certain things because of her youth, right? She said something about the men always blaming the women for what the system did to us. So I've heard every single male content creator that I've ever listened to always mention about exactly what the system did to us without blaming the women for it. I've heard every single content creator do that. I'm not even going to run through the list.
I have not. So you're right. I don't know what you're listening to, but I see you the same places I'm at. And no, I have not. I hear what I heard today and what I heard yesterday and the day before.
I think the intellectuals
what about me though?
are the ones that can make
what about me though?
You know what I'm saying? But there are some men that
I wanted to say something
further to the female and the male, you know what I'm saying? Conversations, but there are people that are intellectual that really just do focus on what affected us as a whole, sometimes separate men, sometimes separate women, but for the sake of the gender war and trends, a lot of, you know, us, we talk about each other, but I have heard conversations without being referred to women. Yeah.
All right, I'll go now.
Go ahead, Reese.
When this whole bullshit, first of all, it's 2025 now, and the reason why people having dating issues in the world now is because content creators been talking about the shit for 15 years on every app in the world and lying around the clock. Now, this campaign against women on social media, when this started, I was there when it just began, right? And the men started this off by literally just showing videos that women were putting up and news clips from what women were doing. They weren't opinions or made up shit or lies or anything. They were literally video receipts. This is when the social media era started and everyone put all of their business, and shame went away. Shame left the earth, right? And you want to go back to the music and talk shows and all that. Well, before there was Oprah, there was Sally Jesse Raphael and Jenny Jones and Merv Griffin and others. And before the word bitch was spoken, there was boss bitch music. Before that, we can go back.
Name one. Okay, name the boss bitch music before the words were spoken by men, because this is a lie. So name the boss bitch music that came first. Who is it?
Hood Service was humming the lyrics to the Weather Girls a few minutes ago. They were long before Eazy-E and all of them. Decades.
The who?
He knows what I'm talking about. It's that boss bitch music ain't nothing new. I didn't just make that up. I'm 55. I heard what I heard. I ain't asking nobody shit. I'm telling y'all.
The Weather Girls. Who is that?
The one that's saying it's a raining man?
It might be another song. He was humming the lyrics.
No romance without finance. That was the name of the song. And that was from the 80s. Like, y'all been singing about how y'all bad and independent for a while.
Thank you. All right. So that right there kills all that shit, right? That's a mathematical receipt. Math is what counts. Fuck people's feelings. Now, we can talk for another 10 years about who threw the first stone and all of that. The bottom line is everybody was propagandized. When people didn't have televisions, they loved each other. That's a fucking fact. I was alive in the 70s, and I don't know.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying before, are you saying before, like, NWA and all that, women were making boss bitch music way before all that, Run DMC and all that?
So Run DMC and the early hip hop artists didn't go at women at all. Matter of fact,
no, I wasn't saying Run DMC.
So
I actually said
that's the NWA. I Need Love LL era, the begging era, where every nigga on the radio was begging. R&B, rap, soul, jazz, everything. Begging and adoring women.
No, listen, I'm just trying to, Reese, I'm just trying to get clarification. Are you saying before the NWA era, women predominantly was making music, like boss bitch music?
Where'd you get that word from? Predominantly. What's that shit all about? I didn't say that.
Okay, you're saying women were making boss bitch music before NWA?
They were making fuck niggas music every spring. It happened. I'm not going through. It happened, and that's the end of that.
No. Listen, Reese. I'm not confrontational.
Okay.
Because anybody that follow music knows that Too Short was even before NWA. Right?
Okay.
So you're saying even before Too Short, women was making boss bitch rap music?
What you're doing is a common tactic, right? You're adding words. I ain't say nothing about rap music, and I ain't say nothing about majority. None of that. Those are words that you added, right? So in soul music, before any of these songs that any of y'all talking about, there was actually attacks on both sides, men and women. I'll be fair since I brought it up. Men were doing it too. Not a lot, though. These songs are hard to find. 99% of the music you'll hear from 1980, mid-80s on back to the beginning of time is begging and adorning women. Niggas cried in real life in their concerts. Okay? Then came boss bitch music. Boys to Men, As Yet.
Jodeci,
Jodeci?
leather sweaters. I mean, in a
Jodeci?
leather sweatsuit.
But what the
dancing in
song
the
Pepper
desert.
them drop? If I want to bring a guy home with me tonight, it's none of your business. Whole music, nigga. What's the difference
Short
between
came out in '85.
What's the difference between those bars and what Nicki Minaj and Sexy Red is talking about right now?
This is what I'm saying. This is why I referenced Too Short. Right. A lot of the West Coast music, Oakland, California. It was, a lot of the pimp music.
Right.
Luke. Luther Campbell from Miami, 2 Live Crew.
Right.
It's like it's all of a sudden we got amnesia.
No, all of a sudden you need Q-tips.
No.
Because I
Listen.
just said, and I did it on purpose. I just said that both sides were doing it, but I said 99% of the music, hip hop, R&B, or otherwise, was begging and adorning women. Period. That is the end of this segment.
Let me point something else out to you. From a cultural perspective, you got to understand what's happening with female culture.
What rap music was begging women, though? That's what I want to know.
Rappers, LL. Oh, come on, stop. But listen. Women as a culture wanted to break away from the traditional responsibilities of women, which mean they can go have sex and make money and don't have to listen to no man. It starts showing up in the music, bro.
Wait. Who's conservative? I don't want to glide over that. Okay. LL had I Need Love, but as a norm, you're saying rappers was whining to women?
No one said that. You added another word. See what you're doing?
Okay, so stop. So if it's not a norm, why are you even mentioning specks of rappers that was whining to women?
Because I felt like it.
Okay, you don't want to have a conversation. Man.
Yes, I do, because I gave you facts, and now you want to dance around. You're dancing right now. You're trying things.
I'm really trying to get some information.
There is a straight up answer to that, Freezy. Damn near, even gangster rappers have 2 or 3 songs for the ladies. Literally, "For the Ladies" is a quote from black male music. We do it for the ladies. So I don't really want to bear the burden of like hating women through music. Niggas make the most dramatic love songs. Niggas be rehearsing dance steps to make y'all happy. That shit is retarded when I look back at that whole era.
Let me ask you this, Hood Conservative. When it comes to hip hop music, right? When it comes to even R&B music, who do you think objectified the opposite sex?
Wow.
More.
Men are always objects. We're not allowed to objectify.
Hold on, wait. So now we're getting somewhere. So you're saying when it comes to hip hop and R&B music, men have been objectified in hip hop and R&B more than women, even in the 80s and the 90s and so on and so forth. That what you're saying?
Well, sexual objectification. I'll own that for men. Men sexually objectify women.
Let's just have a real conversation.
The whole panel already knew that. So what's your point? Your real meat and potatoes. What's the punchline?
Right.
No,
I'm not gonna run from the whole.
What you going to?
Okay, stick your chest back in, Reese. Come on now, please. Can you?
I gotta know, dog, because you're doing a lot of little slick shit.
I'm not doing nothing slick. Listen.
I'm wondering where you leading up to though, Freezy.
Yeah.
No, because listen, I jumped in the conversation because I don't know who actually initiated this music thing. I want to say it was Reese, right?
No.
Well, who initiated the music thing?
Venus.
Okay, Venus initiated the music. She was saying, so actually Hood Conservative just actually agreed with Venus, right? Hood Conservatives admitted that when it comes to objectifying the opposite sex, men have objectified women way more in music sexually.
I agree also.
In hip hop. In hip hop, Freezy.
I agree also. I agree also.
Hip hop.
We're not talking about R&B. We're only talking about hip hop. Because when it comes to R&B,
you agree, right?
Yeah, it's only hip hop though. Because once it comes to R&B, niggas was in love, bro. Niggas was in love when it came to R&B.
Hang on a second. I agree too. Now, Freezy, what is the punchline you trying to get to? We all agree on that.
Yeah, hold on. Let me do this right quick.
Mm.
Andrea, are you there, Andrea? Wait, add to the stage. Wait, I can't add her. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Oh, she's in the back. Oh, don't worry about it. Okay. So my point is, and sister Jackie, your time is up, so I'll bring you up in a little bit. And Andrea is in the back. Hold on, Andrea. We're gonna make room for you. So my point is this is my point. In order to have a genuine conversation, right?
Oh God.
See, I can't even say that. See how you is it just you just want me to be wrong automatically or something? I ain't even said nothing.
Nah, it's the BS me to start pinging when you use certain words, bro. Go ahead, go ahead.
What
Genuine conversation.
What I'm saying, we can use the BS meter, but use it accurately after I get done saying what I'm saying, because your meter might be
when
wrong.
you wind up, I know what pitch is coming. I can tell by the wind.
No, you don't.
It's a strike. All right. You're not even hiding it in the glove.
This slinging its bat for a long time, bro.
I'm trying to.
I'm having fun.
I'm trying to hit the ball. I'm trying to hit the ball.
I'm just having a little fun. Go ahead.
No, you good. You good. So I'm just making one point. I'm not trying to really land anything, right? I'm just trying to make one point because Reese made a statement about some weather girls or whatever. Hood server said he had the wrong group or whatnot. Well, this is what I'm saying. Predominantly, if we're not going to admit that women have been the most objectified, whether it's been hip hop or R&B, right? And the reason why I add in R&B is because most of the women that we seen in the background, the video vixens and all that kind of stuff, and you have to have a certain look to actually be in these videos or whatnot, right? A lot of these R&B videos, if you look in the background or whatnot, it's really the same concept as rap videos, right? So this is what I mean by objectification. What am I saying? This is what I mean by objectification. This is what I mean by objectification, right? So if we just can't just tell the truth on that, how can we even move forward in a positive manner? That's all I'm saying.
I got an answer.
Right? Because thus far we've been talking about music, and you guys have been trying to paint this weird picture that women have been more irresponsible, making more music more irresponsibly pertaining to black culture than black men. And I disagree with that.
Hold on. First of all, neither one of us has said that. No one on the panel has said that at all.
So what was the point about the weather girls and boss chicks, and what was the point? That was what I'm saying.
We were talking about one thing. When boss bitch music started, no one said that women had a bigger contribution to the bullshit than men. We were just getting the timelines in order, and that is it. Nothing else. None of that, extra stuff. And so I don't know why you can't understand why we can't have a serious conversation if we don't acknowledge certain things first, when literally both of us agreed with you live. So if all three of us are in agreement.
Bro, I was just trying to get edification. I wasn't saying whether you agree with me or not. I didn't know. I was trying to catch up with the conversation. That's what I was saying. That's all.
No, when we were talking about as far as men objectifying women, all three of us were in agreement with that. So we all agree with that. Who gonna deny that? Come on. Now.
Well, hood conservative. Hold on.
That happened before. That happened long before
Reese.
White boy.
Reese, hood conservative was at the tipping point of saying men are the most objectified. He said he damn near said it out of his mouth.
I said men are always objects as far as women are.
Right. Hold on.
Men are always objects.
Call it out, Freeze.
No. I listen. You got it. I was on the edge of it, but when you nail it down, I'm gonna go. We all in agreement. When you nail it down, we all in agreement that yeah. But here was my caveat, and this is the point I want to add to it.
Yeah,
it started with hip hop specifically, because you mentioned like the Lukes and whatnot, the Too Short, the pimp rap, and all that. a certain brand of hip hop came along eventually, because you know it wasn't like that even in the beginning of hip hop. The beginning of hip hop was kind of love and happiness, but then you had a lot, you know, the streets started talking a lot louder, and so you had the anger and the attitude of these guys. And you know, as they say, my experience is that
Hollywood changed the agenda. That's all.
Well, hold on.
I got a question about Luke anyway. Was Luke objectifying women, or did he just like, hey, world, look what these hoes is doing down here?
Right. Nobody made y'all freak Nick,
Luke
bro.
was not the one twerking on stage with a thong on. He needed hoes for that.
Nobody.
And if you listen to what's going on, it's like he's basically telling you this is pop. He's telling you this is what they do down here. Nobody knew. I didn't know.
Hello,
Andrea. Can I get a mic check, Andrea?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is it okay if I can? Nobody can see you, only me. Can I just make sure you're a real person? Can you just cut your camera on 1 second, just 1 second, so I can just see you?
Yeah.
Let me. Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Andrea.
All right.
Go ahead, Reese. Go ahead.
People are acting like.
Hold on, Reese. Next level. You there?
Mm-hmm.
You there? Next level. Next level. You there? Okay, hold on. Let me bring you. Go ahead, Reese. I'm sorry.
The way this Luke thing worked is kind of how a stereotype works. Okay.
Bring it on around back to all the agendas, all the medias, not just Hollywood.
Start over. I didn't hear what you said in the beginning. What'd you say in the beginning? You cut in and you ain't gonna repeat yourself? Oh, come on, man. All right. Anyway, the shit.
No. I said that Hollywood is put out Luke. Hollywood is responsible for all the music that's put out. We cannot use no music to determine what happened to us. That's under agenda. And even when it was looking like it was good, when it was Frankie Beverly and Maze them singing all their beautiful music, they was wearing tight clothes, really open, long hair, things that looked like men's and women clothing, and dragging his drag strip kind of stuff. It's an agenda that's been set up. We can't use no music to determine what happened to us. But I tell you, Venus hit, Sister Venus hit every point. Y'all went to the music. What about the news? What about the movies that you watch?
Hold up a second. Venus had some good points, but her timing was off. Like, because they were trying to do the back and forth to try to figure out when this madness starts. Nobody has the real definitive answer to that. And you are correct. Hollywood pushed certain things. We had love music. We even had makeup music. If you look before the BS, even the songs that were about heartbreak and breakup, there was always some type of "we wish we could get it back" type of lines in the song. It wasn't "fuck these hoes forever" or "fuck these niggas forever," right? So I agree with you. It was propagandized by, you know, those folk, whoever they are, right? But the Luke shit, this happened the way a stereotype happens. See, stereotypes come from behavior. Women didn't shake their ass because of Luke. Luke is here because women were down there shaking their asses. The rest of the country didn't know. We didn't have internet. We put it out there.
No, but see, this is where you get disingenuous.
You just say what?
Yeah, I said it's kind of ironic to throw
Hold on one second. Shout out to Gail at Night for her $2 super cap. Gail said, "Happy Father's Day, guys." Shout out to Gail and shout out to all the fathers, man. Shout out to all the fathers.
Oh, Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to
Super Chat.
Shout out to Yvette. What's going on, Yvette? Shout out to Yvette for her $20 super cap. She said, "Freezer, what's going on?" We're still going strong. That's right. Yvette is she is a co-sponsor of today's show, matching Big Bad Bull with the $20. Shout out to Yvette Marie, our sister Jessica Rabbit. If you want your voice to be heard from the chat, it's very easy. All you got to do is leave a super cap, just like Yvette did, or you can leave a cash cap to $ Freezy No Cap. That's $ Freezy No Cap. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, I was just saying, I think it's ironic to justify using stereotypes against Black women, when Black people in general, we kind of all agree that we don't want to be stereotyped.
I
Like
justify it.
somebody can, well, you're saying that Black women's behavior, right, is the reason why there are stereotypes, which I agree. I do think there is
I
some
did not
truth in
say that.
every. Okay, so what was the point you were making when you were saying that
I was using how
those
Luke.
girls were? Mm-hmm.
I was trying to explain how Luke, us finding out about Luke, is the same way we find out about stereotypes. People think that stereotypes are shots at racial groups, and they're not. Stereotypes are all true. Stereotypes come from things that people do. That's
Okay,
where
so Black
Luke.
men are thieves and gangsters.
Hey, listen.
Do you think that's true?
That's a good interruption. Because now I got to agree with that shit, and you win, kind of. But I'm still going to finish my statement.
Okay.
So
you see how easy it is for us as men to do that, though. That's literally the problem we keep having.
Thank you. So I don't. I know the truth.
Stop, man.
Niggas
Stop
ain't
it,
shit.
man.
That's what you want to hear.
Stop
Essentially, if that's what you
But
want to hear,
that's what
niggas
you're
ain't
saying.
shit. What I'm trying to
but I'm
explain.
just saying.
What I'm trying to explain is how we found out about Luke, because everybody thinks Luke is the devil, and women are shaking their ass the world over because of Luke, and that's not true. Women were shaking their ass before Luke. That's why we know who Luke is. If women weren't shaking their asses like whores in Florida, there wouldn't have never been a Luke. He wouldn't have had nothing to rap about.
So
We've been sexy. Women are
There are
sexy.
different classes of women, though. Like all women don't twerk. Like
wait, hold on.
obviously,
Not in
like
front of
if you
people,
go,
man.
if you
Not in front of everybody. So we do with our men.
Everybody stop. Everybody
Can
stop.
See what the truth does?
So I'm from Florida, and I grew up definitely in that era, right? So we would be lying if we didn't actually admit that Luke pioneered twerk music, bass music. He pioneered it. Hold on, let me stop. Not only did Luke pioneer it in Florida, a lot of what you see today, right? If people have been paying attention to these TikTok videos, a lot of twerking going on, even across not across America, but across the globe. Everybody's twerking now. Everybody's popping they midsection or whatnot, right? Before Luke revolutionized this music, people in Philly, people in New York, people in California, people in the deep South, they was not twerking like that. They was not doing that.
Let me speak when I get a chance, please. Just give me 1 minute when y'all finish. I just want to say a little something about
Sister Soldier.
Yes. I just want to say one thing about
Sister Soldier.
Okay,
Hold on,
go
Sister
ahead.
Soldier. This my show, Sister Soldier. I got you. I'm gonna let you talk, Sister Soldier. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is, so now we're trying to say the women made Luke make that music. No, Luke, the reason why women are the reason why women and men are twerking in droves now, especially women are twerking everywhere now. And the inception of it was, I'm talking about as far as music wise, distributing this content was Luther Campbell, aka Luke Skywalker, who was a part of the also a part of the 2 Live Crew. So if we're going to be disingenuous and not actually admit that, why are we having this conversation? Nobody was twerking, nobody was gyrating, nobody was doing these type of dances, these shaking your ass and all that kind of stuff. Nobody was doing that. Like nobody was actually doing that, and it wasn't even popular before Luke actually started promoting this in the 80s. Right? Even Luke had to fight censorship, right? This is why he went down in history, because he fought the FBI.
Right.
So let's just be honest, man. Okay, let's just be honest.
No, please. I got my finger up. Please.
I'm just saying, because you're trying to make it seem like women all across the nation was already doing it, and they wasn't.
Can I say a woman can't make a man?
Please. I got my finger up.
A woman can't make a man do anything.
Please. You ended off your comment by saying, so let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Right? As if we were dishonest before, which we were not. We agreed with you, and I'm going to agree with you again. You can argue that Luke had the biggest impact on the twerk culture on earth right now. Yeah. What I am telling you, mathematical fact on earth, Luke is alive because whores were shaking their ass. That's why Luke exists. Luke, stop. Luke does not twerk. He didn't pioneer a motherfucking thing. The women who shook their asses pioneered twerking. That is a mathematical fact. I would love to hear somebody debunk that shit.
I'm not going to debunk it, but I will say that a woman can't make a man do anything. So even if he
can't make a woman do nothing, they shook their asses on their own.
I agree. I know, but I'm saying that doesn't mean what a woman shaking her ass individually isn't going to inspire a whole culture. But what he did actually inspired, like what Mr. Freezy was just saying, what he did actually revolutionized twerking. But what I'm saying is that a woman can't make him
women
make
are
music.
Inspired by shaking ass, though. You just literally owned up to women being inspired by shaking ass.
No, so, let me just make my point. I'm saying, please. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that a woman can never make a man do anything, because if we could, I don't think we would have the single mom rape problem that we're having right now. So I think if a woman could actually make a man do something, I think the first thing she would make him do is come home. Secondly, what a woman doing as an individual, right? Let's say women were shaking their asses and being whores in South Florida, right? That wasn't televised, okay? So Luke made a decision, right, to televise it and revolutionize it and spread it across the world. He made his own decision. It doesn't matter what you see. I see things all the day. I live in downtown. I see people doing drugs. That doesn't mean I'm going to say,
I agree.
Let me show young people how to do drugs. No. Just because you see something doesn't mean you have to make a conscious decision to televise it. I mean, okay, you see women
let me say this. Let me say this too. Hold on. Let me say this. Wait, stop. Because we gotta understand the history when it comes to Miami-based music. Right? Miami is a melting pot. And what made Miami today what it is today is immigrants, right? Cubans, Haitians, so on and so forth in Miami. Now, what happened was a lot of these people that came from these different places from outside of the United States of America, they ended up bringing their culture to Miami, which involved a lot of tribalism, dancing, and all that kind of stuff. What you need to get right, Reese, is the person that actually made bass music, right? The person that actually distributed bass music and who's famous for bass music, and the modernized way of dancing the bass music was Luke Skywalker and his Luke dancers. Right?
I agree.
Okay, so if you agree with that, you would also be responsible enough to say, hey, maybe if Luke didn't what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe if he didn't actually what am I looking for? If he didn't concentrate, if he didn't concentrate on marketing,
highlight it, right?
Marketing and branding that culture, it wouldn't be as big as it is now. As a matter of fact,
I don't believe that.
No, you have to believe it.
No, it would have just happened another way. That's horseshit.
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because if it wasn't for Luke going to war with the feds, fighting for censorship, right? A lot of that was unheard of.
They fought for that. They fought to do that.
Hold on, stop. That was unheard of.
For the right to
Nobody
do
had
that.
went to war with the feds before Luke did when it comes to music.
I agree.
I think maybe I don't want to say Luke is the only one in hip hop that has did it, but I don't know nobody else that did it. Right?
A few rock artists, but nobody in the hip hop.
Okay. So
this is some shit like
this is what made Luther Campbell legendary when it came to
we all agree on that. We all agree.
Right. So what I'm saying is it probably wouldn't have reached the pinnacle that it reached if Luther Campbell didn't actually take the initiative to take the feds to war in order to fight for his rights to actually push this degenerate music out there, which is what we see today in masses. What I'm telling you is it wasn't a woman that fought for this music and this this behavior.
I agree.
To spread across the nation, it was a man.
I agree.
And it was a man over these dancers that facilitated a lot of these concerts where he was getting booked and all of that, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I agree. You ain't trying to tell me shit. I agree with everything you said so far. You ready?
Yeah.
That's not the issue I'm addressing. I am addressing the culture itself. If Luke was never born, women shaking their asses like whores would have spread regardless, one way or another, just like every other fucking fad on earth. Now,
and what you're doing now, stop.
No, what I'm doing is what I say I'm doing.
What you're doing now is called speculating.
That's lies. Because I haven't finished.
Stop.
No evidence of that it
no, listen. What you're doing is speculating. What I just
You're
said
lying because I haven't finished.
Wait.
I haven't even given the context for you to say that I'm speculating. I'm not done.
You're absolutely right. Go ahead.
What I'm addressing is the culture itself, the actual act. Luke is nothing more than a conductor of an orchestra or a ringmaster at a circus. He don't even rap. All he does is say the same thing. Oh, shake it, ho, or whatever the fuck.
What's the point?
The whore herself on the stage shaking her ass is the one responsible for that culture.
No, she's not.
Well, she's not responsible for the whole culture. But can I say?
I'm not done.
Can I say something about the culture?
Fuck done.
Wait. Stop. Reese, stop.
You said Luke is the one that spread it around the world and made it this way.
Can I say one thing about the culture?
I agree with that. Luke put this shit out here and showed the world what the fuck was going on
about black culture, because black culture is more than just twerking. Black culture isn't just twerking. Black culture is more than just twerking.
Okay, I got you. Reese.
Nobody understood shit because everybody's all geared up for their response.
We're geared up.
Hold on.
We're geared up.
What the fuck I said is true.
We're geared up.
Black women have always been the salt of the world. We are the fashion. We are we stereotype because we are what they are, the standard that they want to live up to.
Can I say there's other parts of black culture though?
Wait. Can I finish my point? The point I was making is what you said was fraudulent, Reese. You said if Luther Campbell never went to war with the feds, black women, you said that black women would have, what's your exact words when it come to twerking? They still would have did what?
This is the point I was trying to make. Luther Campbell has still to this day has never shaken his ass. The concept came from women shaking their asses. Luke has never shook anything. He just spread it around the world.
Can I just say one thing?
Men didn't start twerking. That's my point. We didn't invent that shit, dog. And if Luke was never born, you're gonna tell me that the ass shaking in Florida would not have spread around the fucking world.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. Okay, I got what your point. What I'm telling you is that the reason why ass shaking and twerking spread it around the world is because Luther Campbell took the initiative to go to war against the feds when they was trying to censor him. Stop. Let me finish.
That's the second time I'm agreeing.
Just let me finish, bro. He took the initiative to go to war against the feds. You're absolutely right. Luther Campbell himself was not up on stage bending over, shaking his ass. But if you're saying in order to spread a certain culture, you have to actually be the one that actually do it. You don't know anything about branding.
I ain't say none of that.
Okay, well, you made a point to say that Luther Campbell was not the actual one on stage shaking his ass.
And that's where I left it. I didn't add all that other shit.
Stop. You made that point. What I'm telling you, you don't have to actually be the one on stage shaking your ass to be the one responsible for actually spreading that culture.
That was my point.
Okay, so if that's your point was what I'm telling you is if that's your point, you're agreeing with me. Because right, I don't agree with you. What I'm telling you is in order to actually make something widespread, it takes not only influence, it takes money, it takes power,
That's not true.
It takes networking ability.
Right.
Yeah. This is why certain cultures are way more popular than other cultures. Right?
Good question. In order for
stop. This is why certain cultures are more popular than other cultures. This is why.
And can I piggyback off that?
And so the point I'm trying to make is for you to speculate that if Luther Campbell wasn't as what is it called? If he wasn't responsible, and what is it called when you persevere?
Residual. Persistent.
Huh?
Persistent.
If he wasn't as persistent as he was, all you're doing is speculating that these women that nobody knew in Miami would have revolutionized twerking, and that's not true.
You're a liar.
How we know that's not
what
true?
What you saying not true too, brother? What you saying not true?
You're a liar.
How we know that's not true? There was no internet back then, right? And you needed power and networking ability to actually spread culture across the United States of America.
It was already happening, brother.
No, it was not already happening.
Fashion was already every.
Listen. We talking about twerking, bro. It was not already.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing about the culture?
Listen, hold on. Wait.
Can I say something about the culture?
Everybody can say something just when I finish. Trust me, I got you. What I'm saying is that it would not have happened, especially back then in the 80s.
That's a lie.
If it didn't have anybody to back it monetarily and marketing wise, it would not have happened. Otherwise, those women, whoever you said was twerking in Miami, the culture would have stayed in Miami. It would have stayed in Miami.
Then how did double Dutch and Jack spread around the country? Stop lying, nigga.
Stop. We know it would have stayed in Miami. You know why it would have stayed in Miami? Because Miami was never back then a mecca when it come to music. The mecca when it came to music was New York. It was New York. Miami was not a mecca when it came to music, bro. So guess what? It would have stayed in Miami.
That is a fucking lie. Don't nothing stay nowhere.
Don't worry about it, because you sound stupid now. Go ahead, Andrea.
You lying.
Okay, I just wanted to say the thing about what Mr. Luke's. I'm not really that familiar with him, but about spreading the culture. I just want to say that, like, as a community, I feel like we're the only ones who focus on, like, maybe the most I don't want to say the worst parts of our culture and then bring it to everyone's attention, but I do think that there's a such thing as Black excellence. Like, I'm from Atlanta, where there's a lot of different cultures, like twerking and stuff like that, that's not something you have to highlight. Like, you can highlight many other different parts of Black culture. He chose to focus on that. And then I also want to talk about how we look at the entertainment business, entertainment and sports as a number one thing. Like, there's many different things Black people do. They have landscaping businesses. They have all different type of things. Like, there's many ways to be successful. We don't have to put so much emphasis on our culture being just entertainment. Like, there's more to being Black than twerking. You know, he chose what he wanted to highlight. He could have highlighted a nice family structure. He could have highlighted anything out of the Black community. He chose to highlight that. That was a choice. Whether or not women are twerking or not, everyone has their own individual choices to make. You get what I'm saying? Well, maybe somebody pressured him, but he didn't. Just because somebody pressures you to do something, though, does not mean that you have to do it. Like, anybody can choose. Well, you don't have to be famous. No, you don't have to make that kind of a fortune. You don't. There's other people don't look at entertainment as the only way out. That's all I'm saying. There's other ways.
Luke did, and he introduced this culture.
I agree, but I'm saying he has to be held. He has to be held accountable for that.
Go ahead.
So that's all I'm saying.
Question real quick. So what is the real problem? Is it the twerking itself, or is it who's spreading it? Is it the action or the?
It's just not that important.
Can I say this?
It's not that important, but this happened to be the topic, and a lot of men feel like there's a lot of men out here that got
Hold on, Reese. Let Bolo get in there.
This is what's so crazy. I'm gonna pose this question to you, Freezy. So, you know, do when it comes to the drug epidemic in the 80s, do we blame the people or do we blame the government?
We blame the government.
What about the music today about the rappers who rap about unaliving each other? Did anybody have to go to court to do that?
Miss, you got to chill for a second. There's a point that I'm trying to make. We blame the government, right? But we don't blame anybody that was distributing the drugs. We blame the government. So the point of the matter is, to his example to Luke is off. You want to blame the women, but it was Luke that was distributing it.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one distributing the information. He was the one
that distributed it to him.
It doesn't matter who distributed it. It doesn't matter.
How the fuck it don't matter? It's here in the world.
First of all, brother, calm the hell down, man.
You know the fucking truth, nigga.
Take it easy.
May I please have a word whenever y'all get a chance? 2 minutes for Soul Sister Jackie Brown. Go ahead, though.
Soul Sister, you next after Bolo, okay? Go ahead, Bolo.
The point of the analogy is we blame the white man. We don't blame the drug dealer. We blame the white man. So here it is. You're blaming the woman. So the woman in this example would be considered the crack addict. That would be the example. So you're blaming the woman for dancing. You're not saying Luke is the one that took it from it being a central thing in Miami and making it a global thing. What is it that this guy's doing? He's fighting the FBI. Let's go look. This is the point, man. We arguing branches instead of dealing with roots.
You're a liar.
I'm a liar.
The action is the root, motherfucker. You keep trying to blame the messenger.
My brother, you have a blessed day. And you know what,
You're
man? Listen,
poet, man. I don't want the goodbyes or none of that shit. You don't got to say shit to me.
We need to start being men in conversations and stop acting like women and cursing at cats when they go against your
very emotional.
You act more like a woman than women do, dog.
I swear.
You're a liar. You're just talking poetry.
You act more like a woman than women. I haven't heard a woman curse or cuss or get out of order but you.
Slow the hell up. I'm a grown man and I talk the way I want to.
I know you do.
Grown men don't talk like
liars
that.
come up here.
Grown men don't
You're
act like that.
disingenuous.
You can't have it.
Stop it.
Yeah, I have
I can't even imagine my father acting like that.
All right, Bolo. Appreciate you, Bolo.
I'm gonna holler at you, Freezy.
For sure, salute.
This is what women have to look forward to in leadership.
Whatever, man. Go ahead.
I'm telling you.
Don't go nowhere, Bolo.
Mr.
Don't go nowhere, Bolo.
Can I go after Miss Soldier?
Okay, yeah, you can go after Sister Soldier.
I know I keep calling her Sister Soldier.
Soul Sister wife school. Go ahead, Soul Sister.
Thank you, peace and love, family. I'm not offended by it, you know. So that's where she inspired me to get my name. So Jackie Brown.
Shout out to Hink in the building too. Go ahead.
Peace and love. But give me 2 minutes. I just want to say this thing, y'all. We're looking at it with one eye open. You know what I'm saying? Black people have always been the salt and the fashion of the world. We still are. We are the level that they measure up to. They want to measure up to. So I say that to say that stereotyping, twerking had become a thing. That was just agenda. It's levels to this shit, and that was just one more level on it. You know, it was a log on the fire. And I want to say this, that it ain't something so wrong with twerking. Yeah, it might have been a little salty in there, cause that's what we do, you know, when we at home with our means. We the ones who create this sexual thing. Is lingerie bad? You know what I'm saying? We wear lingerie. Yeah, we do things at home. Yeah, it's a whore to go outside and do things out publicly for money, but that's what Luke was. That's what they used him for, a whore, a sex whore, to promote this thing. And us, the girls, phone and look at it like it's a horrible thing. It's not the twerking, it's the way that it was used. It was used for prostitution. There's nothing wrong with being sexy and knowing how to dance, okay? And being sexy for your man. Okay, but anything you do that's going out there to get money for a sexual act is prostitution. Luke worked for a company. Luke worked for Hollywood Elite. He was allowed all of this stuff about him going to court and having pushing rights. That's a fake news, like Donald Trump say. Baby, they do that shit. That's to pacify you to think that there's been some justice when there has absolutely been no change but an agenda to elite a certain people and eugenics us. That's what this is about. Okay, to have us looking like criminals, to have y'all looking at us like we whores, and discriminate. Y'all remember? Y'all talk about The Color Purple. Y'all don't remember that movie way back called Claudia? About James Earl Jones when he was in there with that suit, that model, and they put him. She had to put him out because food stamp, wherever. It's always been agenda. We need Sister Venus hit the nail on the head. We need to look at all mainstream media, even YouTube. At this point, it's becoming a new TV. Now it's getting to be the same thing. Indoctrination is what it's becoming. It used to be good, but what I'm just saying is we look at all medias, the TVs, the news they put out about you, the movies you're watching. I tell you what, you can't name a good movie. You can't tell me one good serious black movie. Why all the Hollywood black movies about us clowning, cooning, and performing? We don't know about love. We can't solve real problems.
Some of those movies are directed by black people, though. Tyler Perry, he's black.
Go ahead, y'all. I just want to say that. I want to throw that in there. That we looking at it with one eye open. It ain't the twerking. It's the Hollywood agenda. It's the mainstream agenda. Okay, it's against us. There's nothing wrong with being sexy. And we not the first strippers. First strippers I saw was Demi Moore. Okay, that was a white girl thing. That was not a black people thing. Okay, we didn't strip. Okay, and we didn't give blowjobs either. That we did that because y'all was going over there, come telling us about what they do. Oh, they freaky. Oh, they do this. Oh, they do that. We didn't do that. But guess what? Now we gotta say we might have to get down there because y'all freaky. Go ahead, peace and love,
right.
family.
So here's the deal, right?
Shout out to the snow bunnies.
Here's the deal. Some of what you said, there's some truth to it. I do believe in systemic, you know, like powers that be that actually, you know, have puppet strings. I do believe that there are puppet masters or whatever, right? But where we're at right now, especially as far as like urban communities or whatnot, we have to start taking accountability and taking responsibility for ourselves. The big white man is not going to come down from the clouds and say, hey, y'all need to stop twerking. Hey, y'all need to stop killing each other. Hey, y'all, the white man is not going to do that. Okay, he's not going to do that. So if we don't have enough within ourselves to say, man, listen, something got to give. We've been doing this too far. It's not been working. Black culture is not where it should be. Nobody's going to be responsible for your own communities but you, and that's just a fact. It's very easy to to just say, man, we waiting on Whitey to come fix our problems. It's never going to happen because one thing, they make money off of our dysfunction. They're going to continue to capitalize off of black people's degeneracy and dysfunction, right? So we gotta grab the bulls by the horns ourselves. That's just the way it's got to be. I understand I understand what you're saying, soul sister. But uh black pro black initiatives have been making that argument that you just made for decades, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And that's just the fact. It starts with family. That's where this conversation that's where it kind of came from. How can we mend families, black families, and whatnot? I don't even know how we kind of got stuck on the music or whatnot. I mean, I don't even know how it was complicated to admit that predominantly black men, when it came to making this music and this culture that we actually listen to, black men predominantly was the ones objectifying women and black women, and also propagating degeneracy as far as selling dope, highlighting selling dope, making that popular, selling dope, killing, all the gangster stuff. If we just can't simply say, yeah, black men actually, we spearheaded that movement. If we just can't say that, if I'm a simp for saying that, where we going with this? I'm saying, where these conversations be going? Like, I mean, where are we gonna go? I'm saying we can't just admit that. We can't admit that, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I will say this: when it comes to rap music, black women and Latino women have taken the steering wheel when it comes to leading in the charts and all that kind of stuff. It's black women time. It's Latino women time, when it comes to rap music or whatnot. But we can keep playing the blame game. But I want to take it off of music. When it comes to mending families, who should we look to? When it comes to leading a war, who should we look to? Should we look to the women?
Men, but
or should we look to the men? That's the question on the table. Who next?
Me.
Shout out to Wife School Podcast. Go ahead, Wife School.
This is a very good conversation. I'm gonna drop because I've kind of drained because I thought we were, going in a, upward trajectory. And so like some people, they just like you said, they just can't admit some things. So it has to be a finger pointing thing. But there's this lady that talks about how the Black culture deals with intersectionality. So not only do we have music against us, we have a system against us, and then we have weak leaders and people that scam us for everything. We sell ourselves out. So a lot of our symptoms are self-inflicted. As much knowledge that we claim we have, we still haven't gone back to the first algorithm that was put in us, the Willie Lynch letter. From that point, he said the Black woman will be good for business. We're just used in the system for business. And for us not to come out of that and know that, that there's something behind there that's attacking you, that's trying to just use you for a come up, we should know better by now from the women's point of view. And from the men's point of view, knowing that the woman is subject to that and that you're subject to it as well, we should be protecting each other more than we are. And we still let that letter divide us when it was all there. And they just keep using the same thing. They'll use a different tactic. They'll use the music. Okay, now they'll use a law. Okay, now they'll use the child support. Okay, now they'll use this or this and that. And it's crazy that we not, smart enough to know that. And it's just the same thing remix, and we always fall for it. So I'm hoping that by the end of this conversation, we will have more solutions than finger pointing at the end of it. Thank you, Freezy, for having me again, my love. And happy Father's Day, you beautiful men. I mean, keep doing a good job. Don't let it end. Ladies, please give the men their flowers, the guys that are actually doing the good work. Please give them their flowers. Okay, I love you guys.
Love you too, sis.
Super chat.
Shout out to Jobonaut. Thank you for your 5 gifted memberships. I'm trying to see whoever was gifted the memberships. Congratulations. Thanks to Jobonaut. If you were gifted a membership, please maintain your memberships. You are now able to tune in to VIP Wednesdays. The only way you can tune into VIP Wednesdays is if you have a VIP pass. Maintain your memberships every month. Thank you, Jobonaut, for the 5 memberships. You are the new sponsor of today's show. Shout out to our sister Jessica Rabbit, aka Yvette Marie, for a $5 super cap. She said, "Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the No Cap crew." Jessica, she has established herself right along with Jobonaut as co-sponsor of tonight's show. So the co-sponsors not tonight's show, of today's show right now is it belongs to Yvette Marie and Jobonaut with a total of $25 a piece. Also, shout out to Just a Regular Dude for your $10 super cap. Just a Regular Dude said it's only looked at differently in the US. We're more conservative. In other countries, nudity and sexual suggestive dancing isn't heavily criticized and considered normal. What they embrace, we shame. Shout out to you, Just a Regular Dude. All of the new watchers that's tuning in, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell, as we do go live almost every day. Who was next? I want go ahead, Dante, and then we'll go to Hink.
Yeah. Okay, we as men had full control over our image when it came to the media. We did not have to take them roles. We could have declined the roles. When it came later on down, when it came to music, we still had full control of our image. When it came to the image of women in music, we the ones had pioneered that, because from the beginning of time, God left us in charge of the culture. He did not only left us in charge of the culture, he left us in charge of the women. And with that, he wanted us to guide the women in the righteous path. He wanted us to guide the women righteously. Me saying something, by me saying that, it's gonna fall on us, because we the one that created the culture for them we the one exploited them. You know what I mean? Because if it ain't what you do, it's how you do it. Luke did not have to parade them women half naked in G-strings. He could have had them fully clothed and dancing around. You know, it ain't. I could kindly understand where Reese is trying to come from about the music emulating the culture, but still, it ain't what you do, it's how you do it. He didn't have to take the strip club and put it out there in the forefront and exploit black women like that. No, and only black women perpetuate the culture. They don't make it. They don't have to perpetuate the toxic culture. I will give you that, Reese. They do not have to follow behind men. They do not have to follow behind and indulge in the toxic culture, but they do perpetuate it because we create it. They only fall suit to what the man create, to what we give them. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, appreciate you, Dante. Who we going to next? Let me see. Go to Hink. What's going on, Hink? And then I'm gonna go to Smitty. Shout out to Smitty in the building. Go ahead, Hink.
So I don't know really what we're talking about now, but I see.
Hold on, Hink. Before you do that,
Super chat.
Shout out to Dante. Thank you for your $10 super cap, Dante. He said, "Good show, bro." Appreciate you, Dante. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what we're really talking about now because it sounds like the topic has
No,
changed
we
since
ain't talk. I don't want to talk about music no more. I want to talk about. Because we just went off on a beaten path when we went to talking about that, right? Because we talked about it too long because we couldn't admit the obvious. But I want to get it back on the back on track, right?
Okay, well, I like the title, and I definitely want to talk about it. So let
Go
me say
ahead.
this: Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I don't know why some people like to say active fathers, because I hear people say Happy Mother's Day. They don't say all the active mothers. So even if you're not an active father, shame on you. First things first, shame on you. But even if you're not, you're still a father. Hopefully, you find some soft spot in your heart where you decided to actually step up and be the man that you need to be for your kids. But I'm gonna still give you your props too. So let me say that it's Father's Day celebrated as much as Mother's Day. I think we all know the truth on that situation. It's not for whatever reason. It's not. But we always talk about how important the fathers are in the household. But for some reason, when it's our time to shine, y'all don't feel that way anymore. Y'all don't feel that way how important it is for us anymore when it comes to our day, such as
We
today.
have to actually do
You
it.
don't. Let me tell you what you'll do. You'll give that Negro a pair of socks and tell him to be happy. You'll give him that old same tie you found in his closet that you gave him 3 years ago and recycle the gift and tell him to be happy. You might call him, send him a text message, "Happy Father's Day," and that's it. You're not willing to come over and check on that man. You're not willing to spend some time. But guess where he'll be at? He'll be outside on that grill, firing it up, make sure everybody in the house eats on his day. You know why? Because we understand the sacrifices that it is to be a father. Now, let me tell you what most of them may do. They'll wait till you stand over that motherfucker's casket and then you'll lay the roses down on him. No, that's too late now. You should appreciate that man every day he's on this earth. Tomorrow's not promised to none of us. But the person that we deem the most important, the most influential, the leader of our society and our community, we show very little love to. I don't understand that, but that's just my
Why do you think
POV.
that is, Hank? Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? Please, that's a great question. I don't know. You know, there are some individuals that the women, mothers, wives, significant others, ladies that do it. They do show their significant others the proper respect that they deserve. But for the majority, it's not. Now, some people may say, well, the market that they don't buy a lot, they don't give a lot. Okay, who cares about what people spend on? It's not about that all the time. Sometimes it's just going to him and letting them know why he's appreciated, why are they grateful to have him, how important he is. A man doesn't need you to bless him with gifts, but how about giving him some time and talking to him, having a conversation with him, and sitting down and reminiscing about some of the things he did in your life to make your life better, to make your life easier, to provide that protection he's supposed to provide for you until your husband comes into the picture.
I'm
I would
just
argue that
curious,
the people
Hank.
who don't
Do you
get
know, Hank?
celebrated
I'm
are
curious.
the
Oh,
ones
sorry
who.
about that.
Hold on, Andre. I'm gonna let you can respond to him, then I'm gonna go to Smitty. Let me do this right quick.
Super chat.
Shout out to Antoine for your $5 super cap. Thank you, Antoine. Antoine said, ladies, if you have a man and no men in their lives that are handling their business, take the time to acknowledge them. Shout out to Antoine. Appreciate
No
you, bro.
captivity.
Okay, did you want to respond right quick to Andrea? Then I'm gonna go to Smitty.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I celebrate my dad. I would argue that the men who aren't being celebrated, maybe they aren't there because I don't believe that anyone would just ignore Father's Day if they have their father. Like, that would be just weird. I would argue that the reason why it's not being widespread celebrated maybe in our community because we have maybe a problem with absentee father. Like, can we agree with that? Or like maybe we disproportionately have a single parent structure problem. From what I it wasn't like that when I was growing up, but that's what it seems to be like. It seems to be very common to see single parent households now. So I would kind of argue that maybe when you remove yourself from the home, it's kind of harder to appreciate you.
But ma'am, sometimes they don't remove themselves from the home; they get removed. So that's not
Okay.
always the
So
case.
a man gets removed by who? God?
Who'd you say, ma'am?
I'm saying who removed him? I'm confused. Like if it's not death, who
Okay,
removed you?
go ahead, ma'am. Whatever you
No,
say
I'm
is right. Go
asking.
ahead.
No, I'm
No,
saying
no, ma'am.
like who did
No, ma'am. It's obvious you was being sarcastic when you said who removes them. God, come on, ma'am. We
okay, I'm
all have an
sorry.
idea who removes them. So if you going through divorce,
The white
you're going to
man
be
did
removed
it?
from. Okay.
I'm asking.
Shout out to you, Free. Go ahead, Dante. Go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, I want to
Hold
ask you
on,
a question,
Dante.
man.
Shout out to Reach from Philly for a $2 cash cap. Reese said peace. Shout out to you, Reese. Appreciate you, man. Go ahead.
Now, Hank, you know, it'll be kind of like projecting or what have you, for me to say that majority of women don't appreciate or acknowledge their baby daddy or they husband or what have you. Happy Father's Day or what have you. Or you know, it ain't you say they ain't got to show it through a gift or something like that. They can show it through this expression. But I want to know how you know majority of women don't acknowledge that. You know, I'm curious. Have you met the majority of women?
No, I mean, see, and that's what I'm saying. I can't take these questions serious, dog. We all know. Let me tell you
You
this:
said the
you go out to a
majority of women.
restaurant.
That's mean
I
you
got
know.
you.
That's mean you know everything about the
I got
majority
you.
of women.
I got you. No, nobody knows majority of anybody, do we? But we always use that. We all always go there. So why are we doing it now? I guess because it's Father's Day, and we're gonna find a way to knock us down a peg. So if that's what y'all want to do, so be it. So when we go out to restaurants, you go to a restaurant, it's wide open. You go out for your Mother's Day, you have to have a reservation 2 weeks in advance. We go to stores, you don't see a lot of advertisement out there, commercials to promoting and pushing Father's Day. Not
Like
hardly
50
any. And
emails.
if it is, it'll be a Home Depot or Lowe's commercial. That's what you're gonna get.
I have
That's what
like
you're going to get. So
60
it's not
Father's
like
Day
it's
emails.
not.
Okay.
Man, can I finish, man? So when we see that, we already know there's little to no appreciation. There's not a lot of commercials being ran for Father's Day. Our Father's Appreciation. I haven't seen not one time. And also, it's Men's Mental Health Month. Do y'all see people promoting that shit? No. But let a woman go through what she's going through. It's Women's Month. Shout out to the women. It's lesbianism, homosexualism month. Shout out to them. They give all these motherfuckers a credit, but the person who they consider and deem the leader of the community. But you don't want to give them no props, no acknowledgement, none of these things. But y'all go ahead. Y'all can have.
I'm curious who are they that they're not giving these
Hold
acknowledgement.
on, Dante. Let me let Smitty have the floor. He hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, Smitty. Appreciate you.
Respect to you, black man, and yeah, of course, happy Father's Day.
Same to you, bro.
So you know, all I'm gonna say is this: I'm, you know, if I'm to be honest, man, you know, Hank spoke to my heart right there. Don't really want for nothing, especially when you got all your stuff together. A little time spent, like don't text me. Like I had to tell my daughter that she's 16, don't text me and say happy birthday. No, you call me and say happy birthday, Dad. I want to hear your voice. You know, those little things are so powerful to us. More than anything, like all of that, yeah, like the best, whatever. I ain't tripping off of that because most of us as men, we got to this position in which we got to because we already knew the world ain't going to give you shit, and you need to make a way for it. And throughout making a way for yourself, man, so many bumps and bruises, so many heartaches, so many lost friendships, everything. We go through all kinds of stress and pains, right? And so I definitely do recognize that. Yeah, it's nothing. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, you know what's crazy? And I said it before. I recognize it was more women that knew it was mental health month. I learned it was my mental health month from women. I didn't know. I had no clue because it's not advertised nowhere. I saw nothing Nobody says anything. That is a real thing. And I'm saying that as one who walks in this body. I'm not picking no side or nothing. I'm only speaking on my personal anecdotal experience as a man. I don't see it either. I had no clue it was our month until I think I went up there with Sister Mortal and Momo. That's when I'm like, what is Men's Mental Health Month? I didn't even know we had one. I shit you not. I didn't even know we had one. And I'm not somebody that's under a rock. I had no clue it even exists. And I'm just saying, I mean, just at least to speak on that aspect of it. Now that's definitely a whole lot of truth there, but I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Go
ahead, Dante.
It's us as men to push that. We are the gatekeepers of what you say of our thing. It's up to us to push that, brother. To push that. Instead of us having panels all through YouTube talking about women all day. That should have been one of the subjects that we should have been focused on that one day, is that Men Mental Health Day. It's, you know what I mean? So, hey, I'm not here saying that I'm a victim because they ain't acknowledging Father's Day or Men Mental Health Day. It's up to us to push that, brother. And I'll take you out and I'll drop the mic.
And guess what? I'm trying to do it, and we can't even have a real conversation. The same thing you talking about, Dante. I'm trying to do it, and I get this sarcastic answers between you and Andrea. Am I saying your name right? I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm not.
It's okay.
So I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to push that. You said the men are leaders, but yet they won't celebrate the men.
But this isn't
They
even
are
your
fathers
platform.
on our
So
day.
how are you trying?
Oh, okay,
This
go
isn't your
ahead, man.
platform.
Go ahead, man. You're
I'm
right.
just saying,
It's
like,
not.
if you're
But
trying, then there's a way better way to try than to come on a simple discussion panel. Like, I wouldn't say that that's trying very hard, like, no offense, but if it is something that's very important to you. And then I also want to make the point about algorithms. Like, there's all different things in your own algorithm. Like, what you feed attention to is what they're going to sell to you. So it's like, it doesn't really make sense to put the blame on everyone else. Like, everyone has their own algorithm. I have like literally 100 different emails from different brands trying to sell Father's Day stuff to me. So I'm not seeing how it's not being marketed. Like Macy's, everyone is who's not marketing it. And I also want to make the point that men are the ones who are in charge of most marketing firms, and it's men who have that power in the first place. Women, I mean, I don't know how true it is now, but I'm pretty sure we get paid less in every industry, and most industries are male dominated. So it's like the power is there for the taking, but like what he said, it's about what you choose to focus on. Like, if you would rather put all your eggs in the entertainment business, or you would rather focus more on maybe podcasting, that's not going to have as much influence as if you started a marketing firm and pushed mental health awareness. So it's like, it's about your own decision. Like, coming here on the discussion panel and claiming to be trying to promote, that's kind of a little bit disingenuous. Like, we're just having a casual not casual, but we're just having a discussion. That's not really trying to bring awareness to mental. That's not even what the topic is about. So I don't see how you can seriously say that you're trying so hard to push. Come on now, that's a little bit disingenuous.
I'm motherfucking sick of it.
Freezy, what is this
Sick of it.
right here?
Just take it off the
What is your
motherfucking calendar altogether. Take it off the motherfucking calendar. Cause nobody care about it any motherfucking way. Yeah, motherfucking Father's Day. Ain't nobody care about no motherfucking Father's Day. I'm just checking into the motherfucking hotel. I actually laid at the motherfucking front desk when I'm checking in. Ma'am, are y'all fully committed this weekend? I'm just trying to motherfucking talk educated. I don't motherfucking be knowing. She's all, no, sir, this weekend it's like slow weekend. Nice. You'll be fine. It'll be peaceful. I said, slow. I said, I expected to be fully committed. Holiday weekend. She said, holiday. I said, yeah, holiday weekend. She said, what holiday? I said, ma'am, don't even fucking worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it. And I realized motherfucking Father's Day is on the same motherfucking level as Groundhog Day.
God,
Same motherfucking level, man. Ain't no motherfucking care about Groundhog Day, and they goddamn sure don't care about no motherfucking Father's Day. So just take it off the motherfucking calendar. All the motherfucking guys. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Motherfucking oh, it's a holiday. You goddamn right. It was supposed to be a motherfucking holiday, a fake motherfucking holiday at this motherfucking point. Let's take this shit off the calendar, man.
So Freezy, your thing says why is Father's Day celebrated as much as Mother's Day? That's the title what you have up there, and so she said to say, well, I don't even know why we talk. Man, y'all was talking about blaming rap music, hip hop, and twerking and shit, but we think that's a productive conversation. But we can't talk about men's mental health month. That's a problem. That lets me further know that I said on La Peeps, they don't give a goddamn about our black ass. They don't give a shit about us unless we could be some type of asset to these motherfuckers. They don't give a damn, Freezy. And if we can't cuss, I apologize. I'll send you a super chat shortly.
It is a problem. I was just saying that there's a more effective way to bring awareness. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but if you really want to solve a problem, it makes sense to pick the most effective solution. So I'm just saying.
And that's by talking
it's
about
not
it,
that.
ma'am.
First,
You got to
as
have the
men, we got to care
conversation.
about ourselves first.
It shouldn't matter what form on. If you if that's what you believe in, please believe that's what you
I'm a
believe in. I don't
solution-based
think Freezy
person. Like,
mind
pick the
us
best
talking about men's
solution.
mental health month. I don't think
No, I'm
Freezy
just
has a
saying
problem with us
it's
talking
not
about
gonna
black men
solve it.
trying to get better with their mental. We always talking about women. Always talking about
Absolutely.
you want us to express ourselves, talk about our feelings. So now we're talking about it.
Absolutely.
It's still a problem. What can
No,
we
I'm
do,
saying, but
ladies? Because y'all
organize
want to be in
something.
charge,
I'm saying
y'all
when
want
we
to be
do
leaders,
things,
and Dante wants to be your vice president of the bullshit club. He's right here with you.
I don't want to. I'm just saying that when you want to fix a problem, like you organize something. It's not my place to tell you. I'm just saying, like, a discussion is just the beginning. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's just the start. But like, if you really want to solve the
I can
problem,
agree with
then
that,
you have
man.
to come as a community and like organize an effective solution.
So
That's
you don't
all.
think
Like,
this
I don't want
YouTube,
to have to
what we're
tell.
doing right now, is like a small
I
community,
think
ma'am?
it's
You
the
don't think that's
start,
the case?
but then you have
So we got to
to
start
take
somewhere.
actions.
So yeah,
Okay.
Smitty, I'm gonna give Smitty the floor. I would say, so I would caution putting a lid on bringing awareness, even if it's in a simple conversation, right? I mean, right now there's 171 people watching. There might be somebody that's dealing with mental health, especially a man on Father's Day, and so I think it's negligent to say somebody can't be reached on this public forum right now, right? Yeah, I agree. Actionable steps are needed, especially in real life in the community. But conversation is powerful. When it comes to mental health, even when people seek therapy, what do they do when they go see a therapist? They have a what?
A conversation.
Yeah, they have a conversation. So I just think that it is kind of negligent to kind of I don't know, to kind of look at what we're doing as superficial, right? And I mean nothing against you,
I'm
Andrea.
not
I'm just
saying
saying,
this. Yeah, I respect that.
yeah.
Can I get in there for
But it's okay. Go on, baby.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
wanted to
Smitty.
say something real quick.
Go ahead, Smitty.
Nah, I just wanted to say, all right, so me personally, right, it being mental health month, I'm on my 3-year anniversary since, I mean, my whole accident. And I really have wanted to speak about that more. You know why I don't? Because I just recognize nobody cares. Don't nobody give a shit. I real deal am a father who my daughter was able to call my phone and tell me Happy Father's Day, and she bringing me some gifts and stuff. and had that train took me out on my father's birthday. And see, that's the irony of it. I got hit on my father's birthday. Here it is, it's Father's Day. My daughter's bringing me something. I could not be here. There's so much that y'all be surprised folks do want to speak about, but folks are so quick to troll. We have made it so clear that don't nobody feel safe saying nothing in these spaces for real. I'm very thankful that I have me a small but a very strong circle of those in the real world. I got people I can call and talk to, but I know that everybody doesn't. I actually have somebody that loves me and calls to make sure that I'm okay. You see what I'm saying? And that's something that's so like very, very important. Like a lot of men are stifled. You'd be surprised how many people then went on ahead and just simply because they just didn't have anybody to talk to. That's it, nothing else. If only they had somebody to call and talk to and maybe just hang out with for a little bit, just maybe they would still be here. And a lot of these things I recognize to be very, very important. So I just wanted to, at least say that part. I believe it's more so of the desensitization to land it. Like we the only ones that got a saying that go, niggas die every day. Nobody cares, yo. And like I recognize that. And so I just like I desensitize myself. Like it's a survival mechanism. I purposely desensitize myself because I really truly have come to the conclusion, bruh, you are your only line of defense. Don't nobody give two shits. You better make that shit happen. You better make sure you speak for yourself while you here, because when you gone, ain't nobody gonna speak for you. You need to do that. So I make sure anything that need to be done, I have to do it. And so that puts a lot of pressure on me that I just become numb to, that I don't even look at as pressure no more. It's just my lifestyle. I just carry that weight. It's my lifestyle. It's just, it is what it is. No bitching, no moaning, no complaining about it. I wake up and I smile. I smile that I'm able to be in my own beautiful struggle every day. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family. Thank you.
Welcome to the real world. Peace and love to you, brother. That was real conversation right there. And that's what it's about too. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, soul sister. MJ said they dragged women on Mother's Day and have selective memory, typical behavior. I spoke about men's mental health month on my platform more than men. Sick of gaslighting.
I just want to get something in real quick. Okay, This is a serious topic. Men's mental health is a very serious topic because don't you know the percentage of men depression amongst black men and suicides have risen over 20 years, bro. When I was growing up, I ain't never been hearing that any black man offered his family and offered himself. Now that's something serious. I ain't never been hearing black men offering their own self. I've been getting. If you only knew how much news clippings I've been getting in my algorithm about hearing about a black man offering his whole family. That was something relegated to a white man when I was coming up. That was something relegated to the white boys and white men that was doing that. But now I've been getting news clippings of black men being victims of depression, offering themselves, offering their whole family, offering their kids, and it's a very serious topic, brother. And that's something.
Name some of these people.
Hold on, mama. And that's something that we as men should be pushing thoroughly. We saying nobody care about us, but we should care about ourselves first before anybody have any respect or care about us. It should be us. Only thing I've been hearing on these panels 365 days a year is about relationship, women, men. I don't hardly hear nothing about men's mental health or issues that's hindering us. I don't never hear anything about our shortcomings, our flaws, or what have you. Our issues as men. Only thing I've been hearing is relationships, men, women. I do not hear. we like I do agree with you. We do need to push this, but we're not pushing it. We're not pushing it. Why? I don't know why. Maybe I don't know why, brother. I don't have an answer right now. But we as men should be pushing this more on these on this internet. I digress, like my brother up there say.
Soul Sister, go ahead, Soul Sister. Soul Sister, you came off mute, then you went back on mute. You don't want to talk now?
Oh, I do. I'm sorry about that. Peace and love to you men, and happy Father's Day to the real ones. The ones you know who you are, who was there for your mamas, who did serve and protect your sisters, who your kids could find all the time, who wasn't in jail, because that's not an excuse. Who wasn't dead, because that's not an excuse. You know what I'm saying? But those who fighting a good fight and doing the best they can. It come with trials and tribulations. Shouts out to the real ones. But the men's mental health thing is an issue in all this so-called mental health. But we got to be careful because this also is a new agenda that's being pushed. You know what I'm saying? To say that we all messed up and that we inferior to people, that we born like this. But you start something when you say about our community. We don't have a community. We don't have a place where it's just us thriving. It used to be when I grew up, but we don't see that no more. You know, we had that to stay close, then we could stay close and help one another like we used to. But men unaliving themselves. That's what I want to talk about. That's a new thing. I ain't heard, especially the annihilation of their whole family. I like to know some names and who those people was, because that is a thing, but that's another culture thing. And I can tell you 5 names right off the top of my head that you're familiar with: Alex Murdoch, Chris Watts, another Chris something. You know what I'm saying? These people just in the last 10 years done did that, but that's a new thing they pushing on us. But we got to be careful. Let me say this. You know, you can raise your kids to be perfect and they can have a perfect life. I've seen people have mama, daddies, and everything going, still grow up and be unproductive. Still grow up and act like they can't understand how to be civilized citizens. You can lead a horse to the water. You can't make them drink. Everybody got their own role. Everybody know right from wrong. And when we got to look at the past, a lot of these men, we'll find out they mental health because they ain't did shit right. I'm looking at these young people right now that be trying to claim mental health. You go and look at their past, they thieves. Okay, they been busted for sex stuff. You know what I'm saying? They are into sex degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? They liars. You know, they don't go to school. They ain't in no jobs. You know what I'm saying? They unproductive. Now I hate to look at people one by one because I think so sis can get to the bottom of a whole lot of stuff and get us to the bottom. And I tell you what, that is the solution to the problem. Is our men is the foundation to every house. Y'all want to be represented as a strength and the leaders and the followers, but we can't follow you because you ain't took us nowhere. We ain't led you ain't led us nowhere. You know, you ain't provided and protected for us. You don't pay these bills with us. You don't go to the doctors, grocery stores. Now I ain't saying you that do that because some of you do. My son do. My son did. You know, until he got hit by that car, he do what he can now. You know, he's still a good daddy to that one baby he got. Unfortunately, he didn't have a whole bunch of them. But you know, yeah, you know, shouts out all my granddaddies, all of my fathers to give homage and flowers to all. Shouts out to the ancestors. And shouts out to the ancestors. May they rise, activate power within to give y'all the foundation to be the men of the house again. Claim your men of the house again. Solve your problem. Come home. That's the problem. If you come home, we can solve some problems. Peace and love, family.
Freezy, can I say something?
Please.
Okay. I wanted to go back and touch on something that Smitty said, and I think it's very important. When we are having these conversations, I think it is important to point out the things that are really affecting people. And today's Father's Day We need to be discussing things that, affect the men, that affect things that are going on, and things that'll be a positive outcome and uplifting instead of just downing. I mean, let's not sit here and just dwell on deadbeats or men that aren't doing things right. We have to have some point of uplifting the men that are, instead of focusing on the negativity, focusing on the positivity. Now, Smitty said that a lot of people don't feel comfortable about talking about anything because there's so many trolls. There's so many people that don't care about anything that the men are going through, their mental health, or anything else. And that's true. We see it all across the board. It's not just a thing where, oh, it's just the women that don't care, but there's other men that troll that they don't care about the other man's plight either. But I feel like all across the board, men and women, we need to focus on the things that could actually help instead of the focusing on all the things wrong. I think if we move more and focus on the things that could actually uplift, could actually change somebody's negative way of thinking, we would be better off. I never agreed with the whole, because I'm not a person that's biased and it's like men, the men, the men, the men, or the women, the women. You know what I mean? I think it's a problem all across the board with a lot of these conversations. I kind of agree with Plies in his statement and what Hink said earlier. Men are not recognized. I think more people should be recognizing the men in their families, the men that they know, and the loved ones that they know that are doing a great job. Celebrate them as well. It shouldn't be a one-sided thing. The men deserve their just due as well. How do we encourage other men to lift up and step up to the plate if we're not even celebrating the men that are? And I think that's something that we definitely need to be doing. I always saw it as a negative thing. Can I finish? I always saw it as a negative thing as women that be like, oh, on Father's Day, oh, I'm going to celebrate Father's Day too because I'm the mother and the father. We cannot be the mother and the father. We can only be the mother. You know what I mean? So Father's Day needs to be celebrated. I saw very few platforms speaking about the Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I think that would have been important for more men and for women to, tap into that and try to figure out, let men have a chance to speak about their issues. We can't solve any problems if we're not tapping into the issues that plague different people. Somebody else's story or testimony could be helpful to the next man, to the next person. And I think that's the problem. We go in these conversations and we start talking about all the negative. Well, how about talking about people that overcame, people that have a story that could help other people, the men that actually have something to say that can lift up their brothers? And even I would like to say this, all the way around, happy Father's Day. And if there are men out there that they feel like they've dropped the ball, they're not in their kid's life, you still have a chance to turn it around. There's still an opportunity for you to get in there and turn it around. And I think that's what we need to be focusing on, the positive things that can lift up instead of all the negativity. And that's all I have to say.
Shout out to Phil No Morris.
Ma'am, I hear you about. I'm sorry, but
let me say this: have we have we gotten so lost to where I want to take this opportunity to see, have women developed this type of outlook on men to where they feel like men don't need uplifting or encouragement, or do women have women develop this type of mentality towards men? I think a lot of times when men talk on the, whether it's in real life or on panels, I think it gets forgotten that men really do want women to when men really do desire for women to encourage them, support them, uplift them, right? And I think a lot of the times when we witness a lot of these contentious conversations, I don't know, it gets lost about the connection gets lost when it comes to, you know, what men need from women. Am I kind of lost right there? Am I off? Am I too
No,
far off when I said that?
No, I
no,
don't
I
think
think
you're
women
off on that.
understand that
Go ahead.
men need encouragement. It's just that I would want to encourage somebody to do the right thing. Like I wouldn't want to encourage the wrong behaviors.
Mhm.
And so that's just where I stand. Like, of course, if you're doing the right thing, I'm going to encourage you. Like, I always celebrate my father. I always uplift my brothers. I tell them they're doing good. I'm proud of them. But that's because that's the truth. You get what I'm saying? So I can only speak about the men in my life. I am proud of them. I'm proud of what they go out and do in the world. I'm proud of the way they carry themselves. And I give them that pat on the back. So I do understand that men, obviously, you guys are human beings. We're all social creatures, and we do
Yeah.
need encouragement. And men, especially, I understand that. I can't speak for why a woman wouldn't be doing that with the men in her life. If she does feel mistreated, I can imagine that she's not gonna encourage that. I'm not trying to be shady. That I'm just saying, like, you know, like if you're not coming home to her, or if I don't know, like, but I do understand that men need encouragement, and I do believe in encouraging men and that they're human beings with feelings, with mental health, issues. I respect that. I would always want to hear, I listen, like, that's all I can maybe say. I don't want to downplay anyone's, life choices or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, to kind of play devil's advocate, maybe some people don't encourage certain behaviors because they're not content with them.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard everything you said. Yeah, I actually appreciate that. Go ahead, Smitty.
This is when I actually realized how much was like just held back, right? So it was like around, I think like maybe 2020. All right. So I remember I came home June 29th, 2018. Up like 7.5 years. So like I'm working now, man, and I remember I was just sitting at the lake and I was fishing. I was all by myself. I was like in a little crease cut. And I had such a violent weep. It was violent. It disturbed the dog out of my soul. I just wept. It just came out of nowhere. Wasn't nothing bad going on. Nothing was happening. And then what hit me, hindsight being 2020, man, you just had to just release some
It was good to cry.
It was so much that probably I've held, never spoke about. I get, a lot of us come up on panels, man, how you feel, man? I feel wonderful, feel great. I don't know what's really going on inside of a person some days. You don't know what really that person just got finished praying through, going through, right? But my point is to land it. It was such a violent weep. It really was, because I couldn't remember the last time I'm talking about like cried, like actually tears coming down, snotty nose, like it was violent. And it just bust out of nowhere. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful summer sunny day. I mean, I got my rod cast out there. I'm cooling it. I got a couple beers with me. I'm just chilling. Got my little Bluetooth speaker. Life is great. Bills paid. I'm back on track. I ain't on papers no more. I got everything in order. Thank you. And out of nowhere, I just bust out. And
Did you feel
but I'm gonna
relief?
shut up though, because I don't want to give you another documentary. But I want us to pay attention to something like right there. No bullshit. Like Brother Rooster. This is why nobody wants to share anything. So I'm gonna shut up, right? This is what we do. Like that shit be crazy. because like it's the immaturity, right? It's the immaturity of shit. But I mean, that right there is a prime, as small as it is, it's a prime perfect example why, you know what, we just say, man, just fuck sharing anything. Excuse my
Did
language.
you
Forget
feel
sharing.
relieved after?
I
No,
agree.
no. I actually now feel stupid doing it. No.
It's
No, I
okay.
mean
I just
relieved
want
after
to
you
say.
cried.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, man. What I unpacked right there
It feels
was
good.
absolutely, yeah. And again, it came out of nowhere. I needed that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I digress. My mic is muted. I don't want to hold the floor too long.
Okay. So he's basically gonna have a go afterwards, though, because I don't have a go now.
Yeah, I just was gonna say about the mental health. Yeah, enabling and y'all go and encourage.
Hold on, soul sister. Let me get my brother Riaz in there. Go ahead, Riaz.
Go ahead.
Speaking on yes, he's got a point though. For me, though, I've got like 14 times though where I've recovered though. 14 mental though. I've recovered like about 14 times though. And I actually had 2 times in my life where I nearly gave up. I was this close to giving on life twice. I think one time was in 2019 and the other time was in 2022. So I almost gave up on life twice. No, literally, I was this close though. Literally this close though. 2019. I didn't think I wanted to live anymore. So what I did was though, I actually, did stuff to me, and then afterwards, when I actually got help I got better from it though. But I was this close though. What made me stop though is remembering God though. Remember God won't be happy with me if I did that. Because I was this close to almost doing it.
Well, what was wrong? What was bothering
Oh, I'm
you?
glad you
I was
didn't.
depressed.
What was bothering you? What made you? You got to be really feeling real bad. To just say, I'm just tired of living. I don't even want to wake up. And I don't care about spring, fall no more. It's just. What was going on? How old were you? What was going
I
on?
was 17 in 2019. I'm 23 now
Wow,
in
you were so young.
2017. So basically, I was depressed in that time, though. Just basically felt like that, though. Just didn't feel like I wanted to live in that time. So I was just like, okay.
Yeah, you
So
are
I just,
so young. Like, please.
Did
You
you
have
lose a
so much ahead of
boyfriend?
you.
sorry, what was that?
What happened though? I mean, what happened? What made
He
you
said it was
feel so depressed? Did
depression.
somebody die?
Depression.
What was
No, it was
depressing? Did you
depression.
not have money?
No,
What was going on?
I had everything, but just basically, I had
Yeah.
everything. It's just that at some
Yeah.
point, I just basically just hit me. Though it was just something naturally that just came. Though I had known I should be
Yeah.
grateful for everything, but that kind of type of thing that just happened, though, for no reason.
No, see, that don't make sense. And see, that's what we
Do you
trying to
have a
do is trying
church?
to make sense of the stuff that don't make sense to us. You know what I mean? So we just,
No,
if
there's
you just, I'm not trying to get in your business, but normally it's a death, or we didn't have money, or I was
well, no,
abused.
some
You know what I'm
people
saying? But
Well, hold
some
on.
people,
Wait, hold on. Wait.
That's not his story.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
yeah,
So
no.
it's to Riaz's discretion on how much he wants to
What to
disclose,
share.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think just by him telling us what he came on the brink of doing a couple of times,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
had.
think why I don't think
Matters. Yeah.
why matters. You know what I'm saying? He came into he said that he was he felt like um ending whatever, I don't want to say whatever, he felt like he didn't want to live a few times. So I think we should
Yeah, only
concentrate on
twice.
that instead of I think we should concentrate on that instead of trying to pry into why he was, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
okay, I'm
Right.
sorry, family. I didn't
I
mean
think
to
it
be
was
like
twice.
that.
I think it was twice the way it
And
was though when I was growing up. I grew up confused about identity. Basically, I had a massive identity crisis throughout my whole life though. So it's like when I say I've recovered mentally 4 times though, it's probably for many different things though. So the first time though, I was depressed though, and other stuff though as well. So I was like, basically, I had one time I was insecure about my own skin tone. No, I was confused about who I was and everything. anything like that. So it was like a very, very long list of stuff that happened though.
Ding, 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 ding. And that's all I was gonna say. Is that it's a foundation to everything, and I can understand that because and that's not nothing new under the sun. That's not nothing new. I understand that being an issue, and I understand that being a big deal. You know what I'm saying? I hope
I
you
feel like young
understand
people these
today.
days have a harder time with identity.
They
So
do. They
you're
do. That's
definitely
not
not
wrong.
alone. Like I've heard that a
Yes.
lot. Like it's very
Yes.
common amongst, I think, your generation. Like you're not alone.
And it ought to be a
Yeah.
community. It ought to be a hotline sort of kind of thing. And I'm not even playing, but for people to talk about that. You know what I mean? Because that's that's one of the biggest connections to mental
Yeah, because
illness.
I always grew up, they always, because I'm from the South, so obviously we grow up believing that we're made in God's image, but I know a lot of people aren't religious anymore, so it's like, it's harder to find, like, I know it might seem more free to not be religious, but I do think it is harder to like find your identity without some structure. So I can see how, young people are really struggling with that right now. So I definitely would say you're not alone.
hold
So
on. Let me say
the
this.
crazy thing about it is that
I was gonna
somebody
say
said there should be more. There should be a hotline. Well, there is a hotline. Unfortunately, like Father's Day, it's not promoted enough. It's not pushed enough. It's not shared enough. That's just an unfortunate situation for us men. There are numbers that he can call if he's dealing with whatever he's dealing, or a hotline to deal with, like he said, dealing with identity crisis and being thinking about offing yourself. They're just not promoted enough. So this is the opportunity for us to do it. So when we do get them numbers, Freezy, would you be willing to post it?
That number is 988. You need your cell phone, landline, whatever. Just type or text 988 on your cell phone, and it'll link you to someone you can speak to if you have those type of issues. If you want to delete yourself, shout out to the panel. Freeze as always, you know me. To everyone in the panel, to all the dads out there, happy Father's Day. This is our day to celebrate, ladies. If you have someone in your life, your boyfriend, your husband, if your dad was there, your brother, or any man in your life, or anyone you know that's handling, give him that acknowledgement. Let him know that you appreciate what he's doing. All right. I get what Mr. Seth was talking about sharing your issues here, panels like this and everything else. Now, I've known Freeze for a couple of years and everything else. I found him accidentally when I was going through YouTube, and I shared my struggles with him. He knows about it. I've shared my struggles here on his show. I've shared on a couple other panels, and all I can say is don't pay them trolls any mind. Don't pay them trolls any mind because they got issues themselves that they're not brave enough to speak out about it. That's on them. Forget them. But this is a space. This is a safe space, and I've never had a problem sharing about some of my issues and my struggles. I have depression. I have ADHD. I have cognitive learning disabilities. I've dealt with a lot of stuff growing up, stuff that I didn't find out until I was sometime older that I was struggling with. And I remember going to therapy when I was younger, and it wasn't working because the therapist didn't know what to look for. And he honestly admitted that. So I can't hold that against him. But one of the things that I think probably triggered my depression was some setbacks and personal tragedies. Setbacks because I struggled in school a lot, and the personal tragedies I had to deal with, losing my uncle, who was like a second father to me right before I joined the army, and then losing my grandmother before I turned 21. And these are people that were very important to me in my life. And even though it's been almost 30 years, it's still sometimes a struggle because they were the people that I knew that I could always go to and lie to on things. So it got to the point where, and I know what Mr. Sarah was talking about, like something just happens to where unexpected, where you realize, like, okay, maybe something's going on. And I didn't realize the seriousness of my depression because I was working part time. I was on school part time and I was in the army part time. And there were times I would just get up, go to work, because I worked overnight, come home, and I was sleeping through the whole entire day. And it got to the point, it got so bad for me. I remember my employer had something called EAP, Employee Assistance Program, and I called that number, and that's what started the journey of me saying, I got to do something about this. I got to get out of this phone because I realized me doing what I was doing wasn't going to help. It wasn't going to make things better. So I had to do something. And I can honestly tell you, it's been a significant journey for these last, I'll say, 25 years. It's been a very serious journey because I realized the only way for me to get better, the only way for me to overcome it was to acknowledge it and to face it. And sometimes people don't want to acknowledge the fact there's something wrong, and people don't want to face the issue. That's why I tell people the word fear is a perfect motivator because you can do one or two things. You can forget everything around, or you can face everything around. And I was at the point I was ready to face everything around, and that's what I did. I went head in. I went in real. I went in head in. Didn't hesitate. And I can honestly, looking back at it now, made me a much better person because it helped me understand a lot of the things that were bothering me, understanding that there were things that are affecting me that I had no control over, that there are things that I have to learn to work around. That's not my fault. It's just one of those things that happen. And I just learn every day to try to become a better version of who I am. And I think me going through those struggles helped me realize and understand that I can't keep making excuses. I can't keep saying it's this person's fault, that person's fault. I can't. I had to just realize that there was something that beyond my control, and that's what I started to do. So once I started facing everything, once I started acknowledging it, I was just, yeah, I got to do something, and I started doing it. And I did the one thing that I never did before, and that was take charge of things that were pertaining to me. Once I started doing that, it was went from there. So I get why Mr. Seven don't want to say anything on these panels, but like I said, bro, the hell with them trolls. All right, they just miserable individuals who wish they had someone to talk to or have the courage to say something. Because the only way you're gonna start realizing the seriousness of what it is and realizing that I don't want to be in this place anymore. I know I can be in a better situation. I know I can do better and I want better is when you don't have the problem to sit down and talk to someone about it. And you'd be surprised how talking to someone about these issues and seeing someone about this makes things a whole lot easier and a whole lot better. Not only that, you'd be surprised how when you get a chance to talk to a therapist that can totally understand what you're going through, because you sometimes the best therapists are the ones who also went through those struggles as well. So I shared my stories here, and Frizzy got the receipts, and you can ask them. And the one thing I've always said is I'm not looking to change the lives of a million people. I'm not looking to change the lives of 100,000 people or 10,000 people. If I can change the life of one person, then I'm done. And that's all I got to say for right now.
So how did you come up from the depression though? Like, was it like a lifestyle change, or like was it just therapy was enough, or?
It was a combination of things. It was therapy. Um, I take medication for my depression. Also take medication for my ADHD. Now, some people aren't fans of medication, and that's okay. But I know medication works for me. So the best thing I always tell people when you go through your challenges and your struggles with mental health, find what works for you to help you keep things in order. Whether it's through meditation, through prayer, whether you take medication or more holistic approach, whatever works for you, go with it and be consistent. One thing that I do also, I journal. I write things down.
Journal.
Yeah, I journal and I write things down. I think about some of the things that I've dealt with, some things that I'm currently dealing with, and things that I have gone through. But at the same time, it's a reflection on me to say, listen, despite what you have gone through, look what you have overcame. Now, I could have had an issue with drugs. I could have ran into issues with alcohol, gambling. I could have dropped out of school. I could have been in and out of jail. I could have X number of kids with X number of money. But I knew that was something I was not going to put myself in. And I knew I just had to do something different. And sitting down, talking to a therapist, journaling. I actually did a lot of research on a lot of these things before I started therapy as well. So I read up and educated and informed myself on these things as well. And once I started doing that, things started to make a lot of sense. And I realized also things happen for a reason. I don't know why, but things happen for a reason. And it's not about what it is that I'm dealing with or where I've gone through. It's where do I go from here? And I remember when I talked to my brother about this, and he was like, "Damn, I can't imagine what that was like. I can't imagine what you had to go through, what you had to endure for things you had no say in." And the next thing he told me is, "What are you going to do next with all this?" Because he was letting me know, you are the master of your own destiny. And people need to realize that there are a lot of things you have no control over. But there are things that you have control over. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just sit back and go ho hum, or are you going to take charge and say, "This is a part of me, but this does not say this is me." And these issues I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life, but I'm going to learn to work around it to where it's not going to hold me back ever. So that's my approach on it. And never be ashamed to talk about your mental health. Never be ashamed or embarrassed or scared to talk about certain things that are bothering you or things that happened in your past and you're trying to understand why. Never be embarrassed because sometimes those reflections will help you understand what you're going through. And you have to say, where do I go from here? And I mean, that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, I really
Hey,
admire
shit,
that
Have
shout
you
out
because
to
found
you.
your
Shout out to you.
purpose?
Shout out to you, good
a
brother,
lot of
man, for the
people
good
don't know
fight.
where to
Keeping up the
start.
good fight, man.
Yeah.
And keep pushing too, brother,
Exactly.
man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, brother.
Shout out to you and all those that's struggling with them, that's trying to find their way. And I hope that I can give a little encouragement and a solution. Always do the right thing. Remember, Mama always say cleanliness next to godliness. Keep it clean. Clean up, keep the house clean, keep going to work every day. Don't give up your job. You hate it so much, get you another, but don't give up that one till you got that other. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Prioritize. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head up. Know that all things happen for the good of those who trust in righteousness. You know, you when you go with those things, I tell you the worst thing is to go many years fighting this fight, and then you get it later. Later you get it that all I had to do was stay responsible. Because that's the end. Your purpose is to stay responsible and let your light shine. That you may reflect on somebody else who going through, who don't know what road to take. It's the road of righteousness. It's the hard road of work, responsibility.
I agree.
Peace and love, family.
Okay, that's cool. I was about to say anyways though, so yeah, so basically through all of that though, despite everything, I overcame everything. So being counting 2 times in my life, after that I've got a good support system both here and offline with my family too though. So, basically find a way to keep going and hit that stage as well. I just basically the best thing to do is just let it out. So in my own home though. So when I'm at home, I just basically let out whatever I'm feeling. I'm very open about how I feel though. I know not everything is meant to be shared, and I'm not doing that though. But basically, though, I just let everything out so that I don't let it become toxic though, because it actually helps though a lot. Basically, when it came to the identity crisis thing that I mentioned, no, it was basically because I have two nationalities though, because I have two different nationalities, two different cultures as well that I grew up. So I'm basically in a Western country, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm a British-born Pakistani. So basically, that was the massive confusing of identity. So just the faith, no faith, I already knew who I was. Though. But basically, and it came to like where did I fit? Because I just know the harsh reality is neither side would really accept me like that. Like general society, they cool, but basically one of them won't accept me like that. So what I did was, okay, look, being through the whole thing, and then only till recently I just realized, look, I'm just best of both worlds, though, and I'm just unique in my own kind of way, and I just gotta keep pushing it, and I'm just slowly on the way to basically to discover who I really am now. So that's that.
Hey, next level, the spamming is starting again. I don't know if you want to change the settings before it gets worse.
What you mean change the setting?
Like Freezy did and made it like subscriber mode. Because they're
I don't have no control over that. Only just the stream.
Oh, Freezy said he'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, but okay. Shout out to the brother that basically shared what he shared, and also pretty much saying his brother sharing what I need to share though. Just gave as much as I could though, because look, it's a very, very long story of what I went through and everything like that. But despite all of that, I just keep pushing it because I just know that God wants me to keep going. Because I'm put on this earth for a specific purpose though. And me being a Muslim, I gotta keep, going until I find out what my true purpose is, though, which is to worship God and basically do what is right for me and what is right for others also. So that's what keeps me going every day.
That's right. And I wish that you could share a little bit more, because I tell you what, that identity crisis thing, that mental thing about struggling with who you are is it is so worth talking about. It is really a number one topic. Also, right next to just mental illness is the
Right.
identity crises of our people. Okay,
Of course.
so that's different than what I was saying. And peace to you. Peace to you. Okay, go ahead, family.
Okay, I have a point though, and I get you on that though. That's just basically what I just explained about the identity thing. I just basically led to basically what we were talking eventually. Because that's just how I felt like I was younger and everything like that. Very long story though. That's how I actually felt like when I was younger though. That basically built to it though. Like it was, look, even though I was happy, positive, growing up, everything I needed though, but inside though I felt like I was missing something. So basically those small little signs though that I showed back then though basically led up to all of that though afterwards though. So when I started to realize all of that, so basically, with my parents just encouraged me to let it out. So I just, when I get time, I just talk to my mother about stuff through and whatever. And basically that. So like what I was just saying, about that thing, it basically, that was also one of the main reasons though why it led to where it led to.
I feel you. And you were a teenager too, so I know like those years are harder than,
Yeah,
than
yeah,
most.
and
Yeah.
20, I'm 23 now.
So
Yeah, I
so
know.
since this is so since this is men's mental health awareness month, like would y'all say that there are some men that are probably having mental health issues, but they are unaware of it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
I think
I
sometimes.
okay, so
agree.
what can be some identifying factors that a man is, dealing with mental health issues?
I would say living space, like what it looks like. I
I
think
say
Living
if he
that's a
loves
spaces.
good indicator.
Hollywood, if he loves celebrities, if he got to have the latest shoes and the finest car, he got a mental problem.
Living space is definitely one example. Another example would be their day-to-day interactions with people, how they see themselves, how they see others as well. Mostly how they see themselves, because sometimes, well, one of the challenges with ADHD is you want you try hard to not fail because you've had setbacks before, because you may have said something or done something when you were younger, and you try not to make those same mistakes as an adult. Like you try very hard to not fail. You, what's another way to put it? you can have 29 good days, but you're holding on to that one bad day you had. Like you learn that one bad day overshadow the 29 good days you had. You had difficulty in letting go of certain setbacks and failures that may have happened. Like one thing that I had to deal with, I got expelled from high school after my freshman year. And it wasn't because I wasn't going to school, and it wasn't because I wasn't doing the assignments. I had difficulty trying to keep up with the assignments. I had difficulty trying to understand my assignments. I had difficulty with taking notes. I had difficulty with those challenges, and I got kicked out of high school after my freshman year. And still to this day, it's hard to let go of because the reason why it's just so hard to
You
let
said
go
you
is
got kicked out of
because,
high school
yeah,
in your
yeah,
freshman year
freshman year,
because of your grades?
yeah.
That's a little harsh. Wasn't that a little bit harsh?
I was in private school. I
They
grew up in
didn't
private
like.
school. No,
Oh,
no,
okay, I
Now,
see.
now
because a
you
lot.
spoke on letting go,
Wow.
Antoine. How does one let go? How does one like truly
I just find that
let
so
go?
harsh. Like that's such harsh treatment for a 14-year-old, like to get kicked out of high school because of grades. Aren't they supposed to help
Yeah.
you?
Well, I was never diagnosed. I wasn't diagnosed with a lot of my issues until I
Oh,
was 27, 27, 28.
wow.
Like, yeah, like I got kicked out of high school in 91. I had to go to summer school and I had projects from my old school that I had to complete. And that was, I can honestly say, the scariest
And
moment
it made it
because
worse.
if I didn't pass summer school or complete any assignments, there was a chance that I was going to repeat the ninth grade where I was transferring to. And that was my biggest fear. And I definitely
Mm,
understand the identity thing. I was born here in the States, but my family's originally from the Caribbean. So my parents have that very strict West Indian culture,
yeah,
you know. And I still remember
that was
like
a
it was
lot of
yesterday.
pressure.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of pressure. And it was scary because I didn't know what was going to happen. I really didn't know. And it was just frustrating
Yeah.
because even though I did graduate high school on time, I did complete everything, I still continued to struggle in school. I did bad in the SATs. I My last 2 years at the high school I graduated from, I think I only failed one class, and that was biology. Other than that, I really didn't have any struggles. Some of my classes weren't as hard, so I was able to muddle through. I was able to get through. But I remember taking the SATs, and I can tell you the first time I took the SATs, and I still remember the score. This was on the 1600 scale back then. I got a 650. And then the second time I took it, I got a
Because the
700.
questions, okay, like were the questions they didn't really make sense. Because I know
It,
there's
it,
supposed to be like different tests, right? Or
well, back then it was different. I mean, basically
okay,
everything was English
okay,
and math, but also at that time
yeah.
you couldn't use a calculator. So the SATs back in the
Wow.
'90s was a whole lot different than it is now.
Yeah.
And like I literally slipped through the cracks. I was still able to get into college, but I still struggled. I just knew maybe I needed to change the scenery, so I joined the army. I enlisted. My parents were. I didn't tell my
Yeah,
parents
you joined the army.
until I think I came home for the holidays. My parents were not happy, so they made me withdraw from school. Um, but me going into the army
Did
was the
your
best
parents
decision
give
I
you
ever made.
SAT prep? Did they give you
No,
SAT? Because I know they had really high
no,
standards, but like, did they give you that resource?
no. That's it. My parents didn't know anything about SAT prep.
Okay, okay.
My parents never really knew anything about that, you know.
Yeah.
So they just figured just do the work and that's it. Just do the
Yeah.
work. And the reason why that
That
was
was a
there for was
lot.
my sister. Yeah, my sister was the overachiever.
Mm.
Honor roll in high school, fell short of graduating, made the dean's list, fell short of graduating with honors in college. She was the manager of the women's basketball team when she was in college at a D1 program. My sister was always that achiever. Really good playing the piano. Second degree black belt in Taekwondo. She was in the who's who of American high school students her last 2 years of high school. Like my sister was the overachiever, and I always came up short. And then my younger brother was doing much better than me. He didn't have the same problems I had, but he wasn't at my sister's level, but he was doing much better than I was. And it sucked. It really did. It felt like what the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I get this? And I think the one best thing about the internet before nonsense and disinformation was I started reading up on this stuff. And I remember, and honestly, the great thing about watching TV and watching repeats of your favorite shows is when you go back to watch it, you're able to catch something you didn't catch the first time. And I can honestly say what helped get the ball
I like
rolling
the
for
writing
me.
too.
I won't say get the ball rolling, but one thing I could definitely say is the one thing that helped light that flame to get me started on this journey was watching the episode of The Cosby Show. And a lot of people forget that a lot of the episodes on The Cosby Show were based on Bill Cosby's life. And it was the episode when Theo found out he had dyslexia. People forget Bill Cosby's late son Ennis was diagnosed with dyslexia in his second year in college. And what people also didn't realize, if you paid attention to the opening credits before the episode started, Ennis was an education consultant for the show. So when they did the arc of the episodes when Theo had found out he had dyslexia and he was working at the community center, it was Ennis showing him a lot of things that the challenges and difficulties of dyslexia, what to look out for in signs. That was
I
the
don't
episode
think
that got started for me.
I don't think I ever saw that episode.
Yeah,
I have to see
so
that.
it's season six. It happened in season six, and that was what got the ball rolling for me because I realized from there, okay, I got to start looking into this. And I looked up. There weren't a lot of books back then, and Google and Yahoo at that time weren't as that detailed. But once I started looking up information on ADHD, once I started looking up on learning disabilities and everything else, then it was like, okay. But the only problem was, where do I go? Who do I speak to? How do I find this stuff out? And that was the frustrating part. When I started
Yeah,
going
you
to
were definitely
therapy,
before your time, before the
yeah,
times, because now it's, you know,
I was just
crazy.
motivated. Something just said, I was just motivated. I guess maybe it was a combination of what I learned when I went to the army to not quit, to keep going forward, you know. And, I had a therapist. She gave me some information on who to go see to find out. And I'll be honest, when I first started doing therapy with her, I was a little skeptical because the last time I tried therapy, it didn't work. And then she just gave it to me straight. Don't waste my time. If you want to be here, be here. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. But don't waste my time. It's up to you. And that's what trained it out for me. I started going to therapy. I started taking it more serious. Um, I was able to find a psychiatrist to help me with my medication. And when I got the information to go see the learning specialist, I did that. And the one thing that definitely helped, you know, I got there, I started doing the testing and everything else. And I can admit, I was frustrated because not only thinking about all my past setbacks and failures when I was in school, but I was also dealing with some other stuff. And I was just so angry and so frustrated because I thought I was doing bad on the evaluation. Like, I can't finish it. It got so much to the point I was ready to put down the pencil, just get up and leave and not go back. And the one thing that I remember that happened, she sat next to me, she put her hands on on my shoulders, and she looked at me and she said, "It's okay. It's not your fault. I know you went through some struggles, and I'll do what I can to help you. That's why you're here, and I'll do whatever I can to help." And for the first time, that weight I carried for so long came off. And for the first time, I felt so totally understood what I was dealing with or what I was going through.
For sure.
And
I think it's so
that,
satisfying how like journaling, like it made like a full circle, like how journaling like helped you through that. You get what I'm saying? And that's something that,
yeah,
you know, I don't know, I find that
I mean, my sister,
inspiring.
okay, basically what I am though is basically I'm high functioning autistic though, being through a lot. Basically, I had a good support system around me, and I just prefer talking though. Basically, I don't need medicine. All I need is a good talking to, and I got people, not just here, but basically in my family as well. I can go talk to about what I go through. Not everything is meant to be shared online though, but basically I share what I share though, and I actually, I'm just the only reason I'm very open about how I feel is because my parents encourage me to do so. Because I know it can become toxic if I don't fix it though. So I just realized, look, whatever I went through growing up though, just basically fix it now. Because I know if I don't fix it now, it's gonna become generational trauma if I don't fix it though. Because whatever that identity thing I got though, if I don't fix it now though, I just realized that 22, there are many like me though who suffer through the same thing though. Basically, it's just that I just realized that at my age and I'm just working to
That's
fix
good.
that. So then basically I hope that basically if I have children in the future and hopefully the bloodline though that I create down the line in the future, they don't basically go through the same thing as me. And if they did, they basically know how to deal with it and not make it any worse than what I went through.
Right. That's a good goal
That's
to
good,
have, I
Riaz.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good goal.
So
'Cause it,
you was speaking on like support system. Is that a major factor?
Yeah. It is a major
definitely.
factor. It is. It is a major factor that the support system. Basically, my family and I got other people out there to support me, and also I got everyone else here though to support me here when I come round. When I come here and basically come to cheer and to support and stuff like that. Got everyone else here to support me as well. Though, make me actually feel comfortable and stuff like that. You know, so I'm just very much grateful for everyone who's around me though, and I also know the biggest support system is my faith though. My Muslim faith. God is basically the biggest thing though that's keeping me going throughout my entire life though. Because, I did mention about that earlier what actually I was close to doing. But I actually just realized though, look, God won't be happy if I did that. So when I actually stopped myself from doing it, I just kept going. I had tips, here and there, but then I just stopped it.
Next level, what was your original question for the men to answer?
Well, I just
Oh,
wanted to say to know that respond to that and say again, family, and just say that that is our cure to our mental. A lot of times people thinking that they feeling like, oh, I have everything and nothing is wrong in my life, but I feel like weird. I feel like this. I feel like not worthless. Oh, it's called you don't have a God. It's called that you need a socialization with people that's encouraging you to do the right thing. That is where church and religion and social clubs come into play. You go and join one of those things along with being responsible and taking care of life situations every day. You really will have a fulfilling life. And you will not have to take medication, not as much. It's definitely a way to wean yourself off of medication. It is the key getting that support. Peace and love, family. One more thing before you go. Let me shout out to my Uncle Charles. Got my Uncle Charles here. Happy Father's Day to him. He's still here. And my brother Dewan over in Cincinnati, Ohio. Peace and love, family.
Okay. I mean, shout out to you, so sister, and stuff like that, though. Shout out to you. Keep doing your thing, though. I get you on what you're saying, though. That makes sense, though. I'm just basically saying how I used to think, and basically now I think different now. I think more in a positive way. I just remember, I think positive way, wherever, and let's say if I actually did experience what I experienced, I know how to deal with it now. Like, not, I know I'm not alone, and I know I'm not worthless. So even though I have that, though, I might just basically know how to deal with it. Either go tell somebody, or just basically just sit there and reflect for like a few minutes, though, and find alternative things to do. I've got coping skills, though, basically, though, because that first time when it happened, though, that just basically made me realize how to deal with what I went through.
Yeah, definitely coping skills definitely does help. Um, it does help. I definitely agree with that. I definitely do. One of the things that I did, I had to learn to develop my own coping skills, while going through my challenges and everything else in school. And one of the things that I started to do that helped was I was reading books, like self-help books. I was reading these books on having positive attitude, positive mindset. And then one of the things I started to do, I took what I learned from reading these books and my faith and everything else, and I just found a way to put it all together that's going to work for me. And one of the challenges I had with reading books is in a way I have a form of dyslexia. So it's not that I actually went backwards. It's just that it took a little bit long for me to process what I was reading. So what I started to do is I started making the time. I took the time to read the books, and even though it took longer, I learned to apply the teachings and the information from those books too, and it helped. And they always say that you will start applying a lot of these ideas and techniques when you least expect it. And then when that started to happen, it was like, wow. And it just became more and more of a consistent thing. So definitely coping mechanisms help. It definitely does. And having a strong support system. Once I finally got a chance to talk to my parents about this, it was definitely tough talking to them because, you know, a part of me was still angry with them, but then I realized the time that parents came to the States. This was in the 80s. Both my parents, I mean, my parents are from the Caribbean, and English is not their first language. So there were things that I could think about that maybe they weren't being informed because they were never told or informed on it. And I had to get to the point I couldn't blame them. Um, a lot of the stuff that I had to deal with, and I remember the one person told me that a lot of the stuff that I was dealing with, they didn't have a lot of information back then as they do now. And that was one of the challenges too. So a lot of people slipped through the cracks that had these issues because there wasn't a lot of information. No one really took it serious. And it wasn't, and whatever it was, all of a sudden people now have a total 180 on making sure that if there's some challenges, they steer you to having an IEP or a 504 plan. They make sure that you get whatever accommodations you need when you're 7, 8, 9 years old, not when you're 27, 28, 29. So I feel like now, because there's a lot of information available, you do have parents that are being that proactive and making sure that their kids don't fall through the cracks. But sometimes you do have some parents who don't want to accept the information that's being given to them, and they just try to make sure, no, that's not my son, or that don't apply to my daughter, or that ain't real, or so on and so forth. And then they wonder why their child or their children are continuing to struggle. Because then those parents will look at like, oh my God, I failed because my kids won't do this. And the one thing I always tell parents, because I've spoken to some parents who didn't know that their children were struggling with these issues until we spoke. And the first thing I told them is, here's the thing you need to understand. It's not your fault. You did not fail as a mother or as a father because your child has these problems. How it is your fault is you have this information and you choose to do nothing about it. That is how you're a failure.
So earlier, Antoine, you spoke on not letting something go. Like if you have like something that you like emotionally tied to and you don't let it go, could that affect your mental?
It can.
Somebody one of y'all know.
I think that's my nephew and everything else. I think that's my nephew and everything else. Just give me a minute. I'm right back.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead, Antoine.
Oh,
But but
sorry.
but could not letting something go that emotionally affects you, whether it make you sad, it make you angry, it make you question yourself, could holding on to that like really affect your mental?
Well, Antoine went to answer the door, but I want to say something if possible.
Go ahead, KT.
Man, look, man, I'm not being funny. Sometimes motherfuckers just need a hug, but it's a time and place for everything. Like I've been listening to bro. I respect it. I understand it's a lot of plight, but like, and my people used to say when you growing up, hey nigga, everybody got a story. You feel me? Like, no offense, I understand, like, cause I come from a lot of the shit he's saying where I feel I didn't get the proper resource. But also I want to point out with what he was saying, his sister and his younger brother didn't fall to that. And I guarantee, not saying they had lesser or greater, but the thing is, you figure out the way if you want it. Like that's us being men. Like that's what I feel is a part of being a man. Is saying fuck how I feel. Yeah, this may make me happy, but I got to make the best decision overall for the greater good of like your family, whatever you look at is immediate.
But KT, could that be something like how you hear mostly in the black community, like men shouldn't be crying, men shouldn't be doing this, like men should be emotionless, basically.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a time and place for your emotions.
As like a man or just as a person?
As a person and a man. Nah, for sure. As a person and a man. Cause yeah, it's a time. Listen, we're not women. We need to get off this thing of like, oh, you know, everything, like whatever I can do, you can do. No, that's just a lie. Like I'm not a lying person. I ain't gonna lie to myself. I would be lying if I sit here and said the females on average can lift as the men on average. That alone puts us in places where some things I could do better than you could do, even if you might be weighing more than me as a female. I mean, that alone, but it's more we can get into. You feel me? I mean, we got to go about things differently because we have our own roles.
Okay.
Wait, can I actually respond to what he said though? I was gonna say, look, man, you may have a point on that. I get you on what you're saying, no, but that way of thinking can be toxic sometimes, though. Everything what you're saying, no, I get you in which context it is. Everything has to be a balance, though, and I get that, though. So, like, okay, yeah, I get it, though. It's not about basically the gender thing, though. It's more about balance, though. Like, knowing when to do it and when not to. I understand what you're saying it, but the way you're saying it, I don't agree with you on it, man. You have a point, which I can agree to. However, the way you're delivering it, nah, man. And anyways, though, I gotta say this last thing, and then I'm gonna have to drop because I'm not go out today, though. So pretty much, to everyone, so, I hope to everyone else on the replay and basically in the chat, I hope you guys enjoyed this conversation as well, though. And secondly, though, to everyone else, though, is to please leave a like, a comment, and connect to the host, connect to all the creators in the chat, connect to me, also help us grow, inshallah. And basically, hold on, let me okay. Yeah, and basically though, do your research though before you take out anything we say though, and whatever I say though, thank you for basically allowing me to say it though, and that's it, man. Done no. Halas, I'm out.
Piece of the Rizzo. Can I? Oh, I want to ask Riz one question. I wanted to ask though, and I wanted to add and say, is it a difference in between enabling mental illness and encouraging mental illness? I think there's a line. And I think that part of recognizing mental illness is recognizing that line. I mean, I talk from a parent's point of view. I've raised 5 kids, and in this world, you get them all, and ain't nobody on no mental and going through depression. I think that's saying a lot. And I don't have that. God bless us right today. I haven't had that. So I just want to say, is it a difference in between enabling some mental stuff and encouraging?
That's a good question. I guess what I say it as encouraging. Look into it, get information, find out about it. Don't be afraid to talk to someone about it. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I feel like I'm encouraging more than enabling it. When you're encouraging it, you're telling people that this is something you should look into. You should check it out. If there is something wrong, address it. If there is anything wrong, see what it could be and find a way to address it and find a way to move forward. It's not always that kind of drive. ADHD affects people differently. Learning disabilities affect people differently. I didn't know that it was possible to have both ADHD and learning disabilities as well. I didn't know you can have a situation where it's comorbid. I have basically a blending of dyspraxia, which is a learning disability with cognitive thinking, dysgraphia, which is a learning disability associated with handwriting, and dyslexia, which is a learning disability associated with reading. So I didn't know it was even possible to have any of those things. So I say encourage more because I feel whatever it is that a person's going through, if you're in a place and you're not want to address it or you have difficulty trying to address it, sometimes not addressing it could do far more damage than good. Addressing it, finding out what it is a way to say, okay, so this might be what it is all this time. Where do I go from here? And that's why I always tell people fear is the perfect motivator. That's why I always say that because, you know, people when people think of fear, yeah, you're scared, you're scared, you're not aware, and you have no control of the situation, you don't know what to do. That's why people, try to just say, forget everything and run. But I also say, face everything and rise is once you realize and you find out what it is, now the journey is the solution. How do I get from this point to a point where I don't feel as bad as I used to? Or how do I find a way to manage it and not let it stop me from what it is I want to accomplish? That's how
That
I
ain't
see it
gonna
as.
change. I just want to point. They ain't gonna change because of the information though. That's what I'm saying. Like this is, and I get it because we about the same age. Like, bro, just because you have knowledge doesn't mean you understand how to apply and use your knowledge. We need to quit acting like because we're talking and giving people information that mean that will make change. Information is good. However, you need experience in order to understand how to handle that information. And that's the problem we're having, in my opinion. Like everybody got an answer to everything because, like y'all keep saying, it's Google, it's YouTube, everybody got an opinion. But like nobody got experience. That's what I even noticed mostly on these panels. It's a bunch of dudes that they don't like women and they don't get them. You know what I'm saying? Like they literally admit they don't get them.
That is true.
Everything here is arguments mostly and definitely most vehemently from the people who actually have the least experience in what they're talking about. Like, gotta kind of get that out of here.
No, I hear what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Experience does play an important role. It does, and you're right. Experience does help you understand things a little bit more than someone who may have never gone through a situation per se. So I'm not knocking you for that. I've used my experience to help me with understanding all this stuff, and I
Nah,
just try to tell people, say again.
I said my bad. No, I feel you, and I was just because you was gone when I said this, but what I'm saying is, bro, I think you really need to like get a targeted thing going. You get what I'm saying? Like get a targeted group of people specifically that this will help instead of like. And I ain't saying don't talk about your. It's a time and place for everything. Like this, I don't feel this is the
I said it.
proper, huh?
Oh, nothing.
Oh my bad. But yeah, I was just saying I don't know if this is the proper platform for you to actually, because I feel what you're saying, but but also we gotta understand how it's gonna impact like what we saying. I don't think the message really resonates as much as it can with the
So
type of
KP, are you
platform.
saying that these aren't the platforms to talk about this type of thing, that there should be different platforms that are addressing specific issues?
Yeah, I will say, or different areas, like different space. That's what y'all call spaces. Like this isn't the right space for change. Like where we're talking about change, that's not gonna happen. And no offense, I'm not saying that. Like I really genuinely believe it's many people out here trying to make change, right? But I'm talking about as the space as a whole. You can see, like wholeheartedly, it's been here for years. Nothing's changed. Matter of fact, I would debate it's probably made it worse because again, it's people talking who mostly lack the experience. The people who are getting the most attention on these platforms are fucking angry man. He's not getting no pussy for real. Like nobody was giving angry man. This nigga was 50 when he popped off. Like he was already cornball.
Shots fired.
I mean, nah, that's not.
No,
that's
listen.
not
You listen. You on point. You on point to a large. My bad, panel. You definitely on point. But you got to remember who made these symptoms. It was generally white people that came up with these symptoms of ADHD and bipolar. And you got to remember they do a lot of things to benefit their culture. We just gravitate to a lot of this information because it does help us if we need that help. But I just want to say this, that from a man's perspective, not all women can teach a man and help a man get out of his circumstance as far as mental illness. It's got to be a man that's there. And you got to respect that man's presence somehow, some way. Somebody made a quote that you never outshine the master. That's cool, but we got to learn how to treat each other as black men. That's the main issue right there.
Who said
We have
that?
to
'Cause
learn.
that's not true. That's
I said it. And before you speak, ma'am, I want to finish my thought. Before you speak, let me finish my thought. Thank you. Okay. All women, they don't have the capacity to do it. Now, I'm not saying that women can't mother their children into a better situation, because that's what most of women do. They know how to mother their children and to help them feel better. But it's not about a feeling. It's about genuine connections and understanding how to get your testimony across and for somebody to relate to you. And 9 times out of 10, from a man's perspective, there's no woman that can do that for me. But I value women. The women in my life, especially my mother, she's a evangelist. So she does what she does. But the difference is that she can only do so much for me. I'm breaking this down clearly as day. She can only instill certain principles from the Bible quote, but I'm the one that's instilling the strength and the protection into my mother. And right now, I have the best relationship with my mother right now. But when I was a child, my mother treated me as a child. We wasn't friends. You understand that? So when I became an adult, that's when we had our best relationship, because I grew into myself and she knew who she raised. So she knew that she had to be patient with me, and she had to allow me to fall in controlled environments. So right now, to this day, my mother's in her 70s, and I'm the one that's instilling strength into my mother. This is the truth. My mother is single, but she's strong-willed. She's not worried about a relationship. She's worried about her connection with God. And that's the difference. Like, we got to understand that our parents is our parents first. They're always going to have a care for you. But you as a man have to fight your own battles. And you can't be leaning on women for advice. Our job up here is to give our testimony, and their job is to listen, to try to understand where we're coming from. It's not for them. And this is not for everybody now. Because certain women have the ability to be able to listen and teach, but not all, especially coming from a black man. And where we come from in our environment, most of them cannot give us a direction. We have to walk our own direction. And that's just what I wanted to say.
Let me ask you real quick. Are you trying to say that men need to be teaching the men? Is that your overall argument?
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Listen, even though there's certain men that doesn't have teachable qualities, you do have certain men out here that will point you into the right direction.
And
from a man's perspective.
I wholeheartedly agree. And that was the point that I was making earlier when I was saying that it doesn't make sense to put the responsibility completely on women to lift up your holidays and elevate your spaces. Like, it is your space for a reason. Like, you can't fault us for doing that for ourselves. It doesn't make sense to expect us to do it. You know what I mean? Because you're meant. It's your space,
No, I
literally.
agree.
And
Circumstances
that's
are
what I
different.
was
Like if you got a
saying.
son,
Yeah.
I
Well, I
understand.
got
Like if you
two
got a
sons that I
yeah,
raised,
single mother.
37 and 19 right now. Just sent mine off to the military right out of high school. So I can say that
That's
I can know
commendable.
all about raising men. Yes, I can tell you. No, you met a woman. You just met a woman today. So Sister Jackie Brown, who raised two men with no daddy. My first son, 37, the one got hit by that car. Daddy was dead when he was 8 months old. That's why I said my thing about if you dead, it don't count. You know, you out there getting yourself killed and ain't being a dad. You know what I'm saying? I'm just getting, I guess today, getting to know a little bit about Sister Jackie Brown. Just had a little son. Now, I'm not going to say, and I never been married and I never left my home. Never been in jail and no
That's
drugs, nothing
commendable,
like
ma'am.
that that kept
Ma'am,
me from home. But I'm
that's
not saying
commendable.
that I'm certainly not saying I'm on no throne. I'm not saying that.
That's
It's a
commendable.
bittersweet. It's a bittersweet victory. It is
Lord
a
Jesus.
victory
That's
for me,
commendable.
but
It's
it's
all
bittersweet.
commendable if you putting
They
the work
love
in,
me
ma'am.
and respect me,
Ma'am, it's
but I
commendable. But
respond.
I'm
Go
pretty
ahead.
sure your boys,
Go ahead.
ma'am, it's commendable, but I'm pretty sure your boys, whether you put them around certain men or they elected to go around certain men. I promise you that the influence of your
That's what
boys
I
They
came
was
from
looked
gonna
up
certain
to
say.
men as
other
It
well.
take a
men.
You
They
village
put them
to
looked up
raise
to
around
a
certain
men.
baby.
men.
Everything you do,
Exactly.
everything your child see, things you might not even be aware of that they see will influence them. That's why you want to
Exactly.
try and provide a good environment for them. That's why you want to live in a neighborhood where it ain't just dope fiends on the crack on the corner. So that ain't
That's
all
his
that they
point,
see when they
though.
ride to school. That's why you want to go to a neighborhood where it's nice villages and trails so they can aspire to have that same shit when they
I think
graduate and come out to the real world. But no,
I
it
think
can be done though. Go ahead, peace
I
and
think
love.
that's his point. I think that's his point, though, is that like a woman doesn't do it alone. Like whether or not you realize it or not, there are going to be men around that those boys are going to look up to. They're not going to look up to you as like how they want to go out in the world because they can't go out in the world as a woman. That even if you don't have like a husband there's somebody else that they're going to look up to. Like I know a lot of young men look up to rappers and like athletes and stuff like that. They're going to find another man to look up to. There's only so much that we can do.
Oh, that's
They're
Hey,
not
true,
gonna
right?
go out.
But
can I say
But
real
don't
quick
don't
though?
forget about the ones that try to be
They can be
y'all
girls
though.
now.
So y'all got to push back on that. The men that's trying to be women, and y'all see them every day. Y'all see them out here, and they reflecting women. That's the energy that we got to push away. Because just as much as you say that, there's a lot of men out here that's looking at mommy. Oh, I got to do it the way she do it. Oh, I gotta. Oh, dang! I gotta put on the same skirt she got on. I
Mine's
gotta. I
just
gotta
went
move
to the
my hips. I
military
gotta
6
move my
months
hips like
in.
my mama because that's all I seen.
Mm.
I get what you're trying to say, bro. It's all about balance. It's a balance, and I think sometimes that's what's missing is there's no balance. Like for me, I have that balance. Both my parents, I had both my parents in my life. Both my parents, and they've been married for 55 years and counting. So I've always got that balance for my mom and my dad. But I can always say it wasn't just my mom and my dad that played a role. That's why I said when I lost my uncle, he was like a second father to me. Imagine James Earl Jones with a thick French accent. That was my uncle. You know, he was that. He played that role as well. I got aunts who did the same thing. I got older cousins who done the same thing, and my grandparents did the same thing. So it's not just the mom and the dad. It's the mom and the dad and everyone else with that's associated with the mom and the dad that help and play a role as well. That's why you gotta have that balance with the both the man and the woman because there's some things our moms are gonna teach us and there's some things that our dad's gonna teach us. And that's why I feel that the balance you gotta have a balance. And you got some brothers out here that don't have that balance because it's always been just the mom and dad's not there for whatever reason, or vice versa. If dad and mom's not there it's just that to me, we got to find a way to create a foundation where there's balance on both ends. The parents don't have to match each other. Even if the parents are married to other people, if they can co-parent together and bring a balance to that individual, whoever he or she is, and they can find a way to be on the same sheet of music and bring that balance, that's what counts. It got to start there. And I think sometimes that's the thing that's missing. I think sometimes people have, I don't know if it's ego or pride or what have you, but no one, everyone says they thinking about the well-being of the child, but they put themselves ahead of the child too much more. And I honestly learned this from this one woman I work with at my job. She has a son. Her son's now in his 20s. She has a son with her ex. She never referred to him as her baby daddy. She always said ex. And he never referred to her as his baby mama. He also referred to her as his ex. And they sat down and had to come up with, and they sat down and came up with a plan of what they were going to do when it came to their son. They sat down and did.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents did the same thing. That's not what my parents did the same thing.
I'm not saying that.
Laughable. You know they don't do it like that. You know that
No, I
they
know it
want to
doesn't
do
happen
it
like
so
that.
they
For
are out
some
of mind,
people,
out of sight.
I got
hear me
lucky.
out.
Gotta be one mic.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I said it doesn't work for everyone. You have some people who are able to see past themselves and realize if it's about the child, they're gonna put the child ahead of their well-being. You have some people that do that, and I'm not saying it's that simple. I'm not saying it's that easy.
A whole lot
But
of
if
them,
we,
most of them do that. And where we are left holding that bag, whether to tell our kid something bad about these daddies that ain't coming around, ain't showing no support, ain't there on the holidays, ain't there when the birthdays came, wasn't there when school started. They come when they feel like it, pay their child support, and if they feel like visiting, they do. No, I don't know about them, and everybody's situation ain't the same, but I can tell you, I got several encounters like that. I got several on the dock that I done dock like that. And I do hard time. I tell you, I did 18 flat. I did 18 flat 2 times. And it comes some times, yeah, I did throw some stones. I wanted them to understand, look around, pay attention to who here. Your mama, okay. Your mama, yeah. Don't you never, ever in your life forget your mama.
Stop, yo.
Nah, man, you gotta
This is
chill. Where we go? What
ridiculous.
the hell just happened here? What
What
the
the
fuck?
hell is this? Come on
Yo,
now.
chill.
I think we
We
kind
ain't
of lost
disrespecting the
track of the
mothers, like.
way the
It's Mother's
conversation
Day.
should be moving.
It's
I'm in
Mother's
Mars, yo.
Okay, so the
Happy
question
Father's Day, fathers.
the question
Rob and
was
uncut today. Peace.
why isn't Father's Day celebrated like Mother's Day?
So she kind of brought
Well,
it back. I could.
well, we see why. No offense. Like,
Because the
for real,
majority
nah,
of
no.
us, we
Nah,
celebrate mama too much. We give mama, because mom been in our lives the majority of it. We kind of tend to celebrate and put up mama, which is
But isn't that only
understandable.
natural though? If she's like,
Absolutely.
isn't that only natural if that's the only person who has shown you that they will be there no matter what for
nah,
you?
I
nah,
agree.
nah,
But
nah,
but
nah,
I
nah.
think I
Nah,
think
hold
It's
there's
up,
a
hold
good.
up.
natural
I
Cause I
in
want to
celebrate the
make
nature,
people
a
who
yeah.
show up for
listen.
me.
No,
People
no, I
do
want to
that.
make an
People
answer
celebrate
out
I
the
of
feel
it.
people
like
who show
this,
up for
like,
them.
but I
But
think
Listen,
what it
even
is,
listen.
I've never.
on another
Let me
level,
say
but
on the
But
even
this is
opposite end
what,
of this, right? Listen, on the
but see, when
opposite
we
end of that,
say,
no, that's not
go
true
ahead.
because listen, through time, men have never been like at the crib. That's historically, but
What
even
man?
since
Who?
cavemen,
How
since
is that
fucking cavemen,
historical?
the beginning of time, the men were fighting wars. They were never home.
They
The
came
mom
back
was
though and
always home, and I'm
provided.
not saying it wasn't about like because I do agree some of this was
That's
like
a
just
fact
them
statement.
disrespecting
Absolutely.
women. Like it was this, but we used to respect what our father did, even if they weren't in the present. We understood, okay,
Real
father
talk.
isn't here because of this, that, or the third. And if they weren't there, the mother wasn't bashing the father not being there. They just kind of didn't talk about it. So therefore, even if we didn't have respect for him, we didn't have disrespect for him.
I
And
respect
Like,
it,
that's
but we
important.
live in but we
Mhm.
live in a modern society though,
and
where
that's not,
there are a
but that's
lot of things that. No, hear me out, because you brought up the cavemen, right? And that was a different structure. But we live in a modern society where there's television, where there's media. Men, especially teenage boys, they do need guidance. Like there's certain things that women will never understand. They do need somebody to talk them through that.
But
It's
see,
not
this is
fair to just send them out in the world where there's going to be expectations, because we're going to expect these men to know how to function in society, know how to control their anger, know how to deal with maybe going to corporate America. It doesn't make sense to be like, oh, it's okay for basically that's just throwing them out to the wolves because a woman can't tell you how to go out in the world. They can't
I think
tell
what
you how
it
to
is, but they
successfully
are all the
navigate. They
time.
just
That's what
can't
I'm
tell you
saying.
that. It's
But
not
they are
cavemen
all
anymore.
the time, right?
But it's not working. I think
No, and
that's
listen. I
why we're
said this.
complaining
No,
about fathers
I,
not being celebrated.
I,
So we
I,
want
I
to
see this
change
point when
that.
you
Then
try
we
to say
got to admit that
also.
it's not working.
No,
I think
listen
what
what
it
I'm
is
saying.
all.
I'm saying men have already, like, for the last, I said this earlier, some of y'all may not have been up here. Breezy brought up a question. I said since the 70s, women have been in control. They are the leaders. They've been the ones that have, from the 70s forward, I guess we can make a pretty consistent argument of single parenthood has been in dominance since then. And guess who's being the single parents? It is women. So when you're saying all this about like preparing them to, every day they're doing that. I'm
But
a
it's
product
not
of that.
working. But my point, you might be doing good, but if you look at our community as a whole, we're not doing that. We're not doing that great. Like, do you think we're doing good? Like, do you think this is working? Like with the
No,
girl
that's because we
culture.
lacking the balance. That's because it's lacking the balance.
Right. That's my
Like that's
point. So my point is that
oh.
the fathers are they are needed like to be there,
So we
like
got a phone call coming
physically,
through.
mentally. It's not me.
Sounds
phone
like
ring.
Oh, see, hold up.
someone's getting a phone
I
call.
think you both making great points. Both of you making great points.
I do believe,
To
yeah,
me,
that is what we've been doing, but I don't think it's serving us. That's just
I
my
think what it
opinion.
is
I think
But
it's
also
this
the
is
reason
where
why.
we got a whole see. This is where we don't like. We love to make when we say that it's not the children's fault while you're in certain circumstances. But at what age do these children? You need to direct these children in the right direction because how I look at it is this: every child don't need the same thing. I think the women know that better than the men. You got different children. So, one child maybe need a little bit of motivation in certain areas in this way, in certain areas in that way. That's why, the equal thing when it comes to that children,
But
it,
why
it
not give
ain't
them
equal.
every resource we can though?
I
Like, why not
agree.
just give them everything we can? They're kids. Like they
Agreed.
deserve it. Like
Listen. I'm not gonna say give them everything they can. Going back to what we've been talking about, kind of the whole thing is balance, right? So you give them what, like we
I'm
do
gonna give
need
them
certain
everything.
things. I agree with that somewhat, but not because you got to understand how to make them work for some things. Like if we're preparing people to be adults, they can't actually. That's what I'm saying. We could tell them everything to do as an adult, right? But if they're not having those experiences to understand prior to those situations and big events, they'll never actually be able to apply it correctly. They'll have to make like 20 mistakes as adults. That's why we as like black men get out here, get older, go to jail a couple times, and we not messed up people. It's just we probably wasn't
Yeah,
raised right. Now we
and I don't
figuring
know
it
who
out.
Lady
there's a
D talking
difference.
to, but
I think there's a difference
my mom
between
ain't none of my
telling
mother children
somebody
went to jail.
something. I think there's a difference between telling somebody something and actually teaching them a lesson. Like my folks actually taught me the lesson. Like there's a reason why you make the right choice. It's not just because you're supposed to. You get what I'm saying? I genuinely believe that when you make good decisions, that good things come back to you. Like I genuinely believe that. Like I'm a Christian. I know everybody's not a Christian, but I genuinely believe like those commandments were for our own good. I don't think that they're just rules that are just thrown out there that are, I think that they benefit you. Like if you don't lie, your life is easier. You don't get caught in a lie. You get what I'm saying? If you
That's
never told the
true.
lie, you can't get caught in a lie. If you don't steal, you don't have to face the repercussions of stealing. If you're not promiscuous, you're even a doctor will tell you you're less likely to catch an STD if you, and that's not even on no religion stuff. That's science. You get what I'm saying? So I'm
You're
just
talking
saying, like,
about
that's why
you
you're
say
supposed
the
to
testament.
teach people things. Like you teach them the lesson. Don't just tell people what to do. Like I don't think that's parenting. I think part of parenting is actually teaching the whole lesson. And I do think that it would be easier to do that with two people versus especially like a boy. Like there comes an age where you're not gonna just be listening to your mom. Even when I was a teenager, like I had my rebellious you
We
know what I
all
mean?
about to say
Like
we all got that natural rebellion stage, and with a man to a woman,
exactly. So
it's
one
kind of
person
weird.
alone is not, I just don't see how that is the best way to do
One
it. I
person
just
alone
don't
for
think
muscle.
so.
Because I raised my sons and we did a lot of camping and hiking and stuff like that. And that's
See,
probably
I ain't
where I
camping
did
and
miss the
hiking.
man at and stuff like
I
that.
was gonna
Times
say
like that. when we did the man stuff, the helping me, you know, before he was able to be strong enough to do the tent and stuff with me. You know what I mean? We missed him and stuff like that. And I think we missed him when my son they both went through their puberty time. That was something they didn't want to talk to me about.
How was
You know,
that?
even
Was
though I
that
would talk
hard?
to them.
Right.
Yeah, but go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening. Like, what was it like during puberty? Were they just perfect saints listening to everything you said, or was there some pushback sometimes? Or
No, every teenager they come with rebellion. They come with
right?
everyone come with it in his own form and way.
Did
But
somebody help
no,
you, like your brother or something, or you
and,
just
and like you say, you have influences in their life. I had he have a best friend who have a daddy, and I had a next door neighbor who was about 20 years younger than me. So I was old, and he was able to help him out a lot when they was coming up. So it was stuff like that, and they have friends. They go to their peers. They always go to their peers. You
That's
know what I'm
true.
saying?
Yeah,
That is true because
I
I remember
agree.
friends. Because I remember some of my friends who were in situations like that who came to my parents a lot for a lot of advice. Yeah, a lot of my friends I grew up with, and same with my brother and sister. Like some of their friends, like some of our friends, they didn't have that mom or that dad that they can talk to. They would always come to my parents, and then my parents would sit down and give them the real. I mean, still to this day, guys I grew up with, guys I went to high school with, we talk and everything else, and they always say, "Yo, how's your parents doing? Yo, how's Mr. Tony and Miss Paul doing?" They always ask about my parents. A lot of my friends still do it to this day. A lot of my sister's friends, a lot of my brothers, they always ask about how my parents are doing because what they weren't getting or they couldn't get at home, they seeked out. And when they saw my parents, they were like, okay, you know what? I can go to them because of so on and so forth. And I think that's the one thing we have, and why I brought up the sense of balance. Whether you're a single mom or a single dad, there are people around you that are also going to that can play a role in the well-being of your children. That will play a role in raising them and guiding them and mentoring them. You know, so I've always learned, Mother's Day, I say Happy Mother's Day to my mom and to my aunt and to my godmothers and everyone in my family that I'm mom. I do the same thing Father's Day to my dad, to my uncles, to my little cousins, and so on and so forth. Because it wasn't just my parents that played that role in my well-being. It wasn't just them. Having
Takes
other
a
family
village.
members, exactly. We talk about it takes a village, but we always focus on just the parents. We forget that we have grandparents and aunts and old uncles, older siblings, older cousins, and even anybody we've known for a long time that we've grown up with. We call them our cousins, even though we're not related by blood. We got older people that are friends with our parents. We call them auntie and uncle. Same aspect. We all have individuals in our lives that help play the role. Yes, it starts with mom and dad, but also at the same time, we have other people that play that role as well. That's why I say it's all about balance because even if the mom isn't there or the dad isn't there, there are other individuals in our circle that can take that role and show us the things that we need to know. And I think sometimes that's what also gets lost.
Hmm. That's a fact. And I even want to say when we were talking earlier about like, I'm not saying a woman can't raise a man. However, like I was raised by my mother and my grandmother, right? And I remember somebody earlier, I think it was Next Level, that was saying like how they say men can't cry. I never heard that from men like that. I heard that mostly from women. Like when I was coming up here, my mama telling me, "Don't cry, you a boy. Like, don't do that shit." You know what I'm saying? You a boy, you a man. You ain't supposed to be crying. Like me personally, I'm like I said, I raised my kids. I got 3 kids in my house right now, and I got 5 kids in total, and 4 of them boys. So my boys, hey man, they cry. It is what it is. Now I tell them, hey, it's a time and place for that. Don't be doing that everywhere now, my nigga. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But like, you
Right.
want to take that word, nah,
And
for
that's what I
real.
mean
and
by the
that's
balance.
helping and that's helping them navigate in the real world. Like it's perfectly fine to cry. Like, and that's my point. Like a woman would say men don't cry. That's not true. But you're actually a
Mm,
man. You have that insight where you can say there's a time and a place, and I think that is more accurate. Like who's gonna know if you crying
Exactly.
in private? That's why I'm
for
saying
sure.
right. So that's my point is that there's some things a woman just can't say. Like they can't really I don't mean any disrespect to single moms. Like, that's not my point. But I'm just saying, like, just that point you just made. Like, there's a big difference between never crying and crying in private. But a woman,
Yeah,
you'll
and there's
see it
certain
on
and
the
there's something
surface.
called tears of joy too. Like
Right.
you just
For
cry
sure.
for for life and what's going on. But we all making great points. I think that we just focus in on certain things. Like I think that certain people are better parents than they are leaders, and you just got to gravitate towards what they do best. Because I remember my mother, she was heavily focused in on her career, but what she tried to do was keep me around certain men, right? And then what I would do is I would follow her in her career and what she did in the community. That's how she added value to me. She didn't go to the movies with me. She didn't go to my basketball practices and stuff like that. She wasn't able to. But how she showed me was she took me on parent teachers conferences. She was the assistant. I think she wasn't the president, but she was the vice president of the PTA. You know what I'm saying? Or she was those things. That's how she showed me her leadership. You know what I'm saying? I gotta accept that. I gotta say, dang, she didn't see me play basketball, but she showed me leaderships in other different ways. And I gotta
I can
value
tell
that.
you the one thing
Take
I
that.
bet she did
Can
with you. I
I
bet you
ask you
she
a
did this
question
one
though?
big old wonderful thing. I bet you she took you on a lot of nice dinners, didn't she? Lot of
What? She
fine
had a lot of
restaurants.
conferences. The hotels was nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you a question though? Like, would you have preferred if your mom was able to show up to the games and then like maybe you could have learned some of that stuff from your dad? Like, would you
Absolutely.
have
I would have
preferred?
loved
Right.
I
That's
would
just
love her to value the things that I would value. But
right.
I do
Cause
not push the fact that she was walking in her purpose and she took me along her journey. Yeah.
so
So
what was
like
your
two could be
father's
true.
purpose? Is he alive
My
still
father,
or
so my stepfather was active, but he showed it through his actions mainly. He went to work every day. So this man has been on
okay.
the job for 30 plus years. So I can't say anything negatively about him. One thing that he just have to is just the things that he dealt with prior to him coming into my life, he has to deal with
I
because
see.
being like the rumor is around Facebook that stepfather's like you got to accept the role that you play, brother. And if you took on somebody else's responsibility, you can't come back later
That's
and
so
say you're not
much.
my child. I'm sorry to
Mm,
say that. And right now, I'm having a barrier moment with my stepfather where he has to realize that my little brother is your real child. You need to make sure that he gets into position. It's not about me because I'm already it's the step levels ahead of him as far as the mental is concerned. So you need to worry about your biological child, not me. I'm just his big brother. All I can do is motivate him to be who he need to be. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. It's
right.
difference between a real father and your brother in your life. And the
Right.
barrier that I had to break was I had to stop communication because it was like, you can't leave both of us knowing that I'm your stepchild and things are going to be different. Your child going to want more from you. That's your biological son. He's going to want more from you, brother. Don't expect me to be a leader when I'm just a stepchild that was helped by my mother. It ain't about you.
Right.
It's about that child. But
So
see,
he's leaving the
men and men,
responsibility on you to raise your brother?
no,
Oh,
I don't. That's between him and my mother. I don't know
okay,
those
okay.
dynamics. All I know is the dynamic I have with me and my little brother, and I just support him in whatever he does. But he has to go to do a lot of those challenges by himself. He got to learn how to work a job. He got to learn how to be consistent. That ain't my job. That's your father's job to help guide you there. You know what I'm saying? I leave myself out of it pretty much.
Mm, I feel
I
that.
think that everybody can kind of agree that we know that there are single mothers that are raising their sons on their own or children in general. We get that. I think the bigger point is that for a young man to really get the key principle that it takes to be a man that is going to, go through life with a certain ability and shape himself into the man that he needs to be, there needs to be other men in his life. Whether it's a father or whoever, there's plenty of women that have had no choice but to do it on their own. And we know that. We can agree on that. But especially these boys need men in their lives. If their father's not available, as unfortunate as it is, they still need men in their life that can give them the key principles of being a man that women cannot give to them. And I think that's the point that, you know, I think we're all on the same page. Most of us are on the same page with that. These boys need men in their lives.
Yeah.
Now, if we want to
Absolutely. I want to say DMX says it best. He say that every man need to be somebody baby. That's what DMX said.
Yeah.
Got to be somebody baby. So we just start there. You know what I mean? And it do.
Well, we God's child first. We're the child of God first. And then, you know what I'm saying? That's what Bolo said earlier.
And
then
with being
also
a
it
child of
relates back.
God, you definitely won't need no man. And I want to say this, what I was going to say. I have seen a thriving family. I have seen a thriving family where it was a lot of girls. Listen, y'all seen it too. Where it was a lot of girls and one or two, three males in the family. Them 5, 10 girls got to call them for every single thing. Come over here, cut these trees. Come do the yard. Y'all done seen it, but it worked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So who was doing stuff around your house? Who was doing all the plumbing and stuff? You was outsourcing all that?
Well, you know, you
Lord
pay
have
for your
mercy.
plumbers and stuff. You talking to
like,
me?
what
Go
the
ahead.
hell?
Go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
Tyranny,
I wanted to say that.
Tyranny, what you want
Hey,
to
y'all.
say
Good morning.
on this lovely Father's Day? What you want to say?
It is a lovely Father's Day.
Yeah.
Nah, you know, it's a good Father's Day. I woke up this morning and I told my husband, thanks for being a good dad to your kid and a great dad to mine. You know, what y'all was saying though, it just had me thinking like what's going on with this internet space and how Miss FNL was just saying, you know, these young boys need fathers. But there's been a lot of talk where saying, I'm not finna date no woman with kids. Okay, so you can't have that mentality saying that, yeah, it's right, these boys need fathers. But then you're going around saying you don't want to date a woman with kids. When you're not understanding the blessing that could be in that you can, you know, God could be putting you in that kid's life to be a good role model. You know, I think, you know, when people see a single mother, they see a burden. But if you flip the hourglass upside down, you can really see how you can play a big role. Imagine these celebrity boys, right? And their dads wasn't there, but their stepdads were. And when that boy becomes something, who the first person he turns around and give it to? His stepdad. He don't even worry about the man that birthed him. He worries about the man that took care of him.
That's true. I can speak from experience because I didn't catch your apologies.
No, you good. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
But I definitely can speak on that personally. Like a couple of my friends, like a couple people I went to school with, are related to Shaquille O'Neal, and I met him. He's a real cool dude, and he's always said his stepfather, God rest his soul, he passed away some time back, is his dad, is his father because he was there. We all know who his biological father is and everything, but it was his stepfather that was there. And it was his stepfather that played the role that his biological father chose not to take a part of. And he's always praised him, thanked him, and appreciated and valued him for everything, even to the day he died. So I definitely understand what you're talking about that. And, you know, I come from a different dynamic where I'm in the middle of three, my wife's the oldest 10. And I helped her raise her brothers. She has 7 brothers, you know, she had 7 brothers and sisters that were under 18 when their mom died. And when we were dating, 4 of her brothers, their fathers never in their life. And I told her, I'm going to give to them what I got growing up. A strong black man with a foot in their ass. So I was basically the big brother and the father to her older brothers and everything else, to her younger brothers, I mean. And they always appreciate everything I've done. They value and appreciate everything I've done. I remember on my 40th birthday, her one brother, he just finished his time in the Marine Corps. He came and he made a real touching speech saying, you know, how I played a role in his life. And I wasn't expecting it. But he appreciated everything I've done, you know, for him, for, you know, what I've done, not only for, you know, being there for my wife, but just for being there for him and his brothers and the rest of his siblings and everything. So I definitely understand that aspect. And, you know, Those are the things that people forget that are important because there's some things that we can teach our sons that the moms have to understand. And like I said before, it's all about balance. Surround yourself with individuals that can provide that balance. If that one key person isn't there, surround your child with individuals that can help guide and show them that. And sometimes I think one of the things we forget, instead of just, how important a father or how important men are in the roles and well-beings of their sons, people forget that we play a valuable role when it comes to the lives of our daughters too. And I've said this before on this panel. And I said this to a lot of ladies who like to have this attitude thinking like, "Oh, I don't need a man," and this, that, and the other. I said this, ladies, who's the first man to give you that validation? Your father. And I got a touch it, and my wife and I, we have 5 children and 2 grandchildren. Our 2 eldest daughters we fostered. And my one daughter, I don't call my foster, I call my daughter, has always valued and appreciated everything that I've done for her when she came into our lives. She always had, and it's because I didn't have to do it, but I chose to do it because I wanted her to know this was like to have someone of consistency in your life because I got that. And she's always, even still to this day, always values and appreciates everything that I have done for her and for her sister as well.
For sure. And I think
Okay, hold on. If y'all gonna cut me off, give me the chance to
oh no,
take the
I'm
mic back.
sorry. I didn't know
I
you
let you
was
cut me
talking.
off. No, not you, baby girl.
Hold up, Turney. Hold up, Turney. No, hold up, Turney. It's like, no, dude.
Give me the mic back. No,
you got it.
I agree with you. I hear a lot of people say that, a lot of men say, oh, these kids be talking back and whatever. Yeah, but they talk back to their parents too. So don't think that you guys can go inside someone's home and start trying to take over and take control. That doesn't even work with their own parents. But I just don't think that you guys see the big blessing because men, I don't know what it is with you guys, but I think being a stepmother is way harder than being a stepfather. I think being a stepmother, this is what when it comes to the topic, why isn't fathers praised as much as mothers? It's a lot harder to be a stepmother. And then back in the day, you men, y'all seem to be a little revised, but your fathers, my father, their fathers were hoes. So we couldn't really celebrate Father's Day because
Oh
there was no
nah, I
father
was a
to
hoe
celebrate.
too. Yeah.
Damn.
But
I
Tyranny,
accept my
Tyranny,
hoe stage.
hold on, Tyranny, go further. As far as why is it harder for a woman to be a stepmother? Go. Kind of explain what you.
It's harder for a woman to be a it's harder for a woman to be a stepmother because usually mothers are going to want to have their hands on their child, where a lot of fathers that have decided to be absent, they don't care. So imagine a child coming into your home and you literally, now y'all talk about you can't discipline the kids. That's not true. Mothers will usually let the stepfathers discipline. But stepmothers, we can't discipline these moms' kids. We can't say things to them certain ways. The mother say, "Don't eat her food if you don't trust it." Nah, it's way harder being a stepmother.
Is it a lot more? Is it a lot more to deal with for as when a woman being a stepmother?
Absolutely. Because
It's a lot more
if the
to deal
child gets
with from another
disrespectful,
woman.
and that's what makes it harder. That's what makes it harder. Where when the father's absent, you ain't got to deal with the father because he's not there.
No, even
But
if
the
this is
mother
what I'm saying
usually.
though.
Well, some.
If I can, that don't make sense because my point is like, listen, most men, even if they like not in the home, not abandon the home, but say they just don't have custody of the child. Most dudes not running up in the crib like, nigga, get the fuck away from my kid. Because they already know the mama gonna call the police on them.
See, Tyranny, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit neither, Tyranny, because I think you make sure that your children recognize the stepfather. And I think that's where you're not giving yourself credit. You're going to make sure that your children acknowledge your stepfather and his ways. And that goes back to revert to, unfortunately, ladies, the women that had their father in their life understands this logic. I'm just saying, it's sad to say, but it's the truth. And we got to push back this stuff. The men have to be present, because what I notice is that the women that had their fathers in their life, it comes to them naturally, the understanding of how this dynamic works. And unfortunately, our community is lacking that balance.
Right, but see,
No, you
look,
got a
check this
point.
out. Just the other day, you know, see, I discipline my kids, and I allow my husband to discipline the kids. But when my husband's son went and told his mama, which he lied, but he told his mom that I whooped his ass, which I should have. You know, the mom called my husband, was like, "Is she over there whooping my kids?" I should have, but because I understand how the dynamic could be between women, I can't type of stepmother. Like I can't be the type of stepmother. I can't be the type of mother to his kid as I would my own. Where if it was a father, you know, and he whooped the kids, the absent father ain't gonna say nothing, nor would they care. So that's just what
I think what it is. I hear what you're saying. I think what it is, and
Can
I've
y'all hear
seen it
me?
with my brother and sister-in-law. Yeah, they're coming good. My brother and sister-in-law went through that. Both of them have, my nephew
Can y'all hear
together, and
me?
they had children from previous relationships.
Yeah, you got a slight
Yeah, they're
delay,
coming good.
Terry. You got kind of got a slight delay, but it's
It
okay.
got kind of got a slight delay, but it's okay.
They're coming in. So I
Okay,
asked
well,
them how do
I'll
they.
be back, you guys.
I've asked them how they navigate that dynamic, and
They, I've asked them how they get that dynamic.
oh, that's me, my fault. Sorry about that. But I know one of the things that they do. I don't know how they did it, but they found a way to get through the work that situation. I'm going to give it to another kid, but also at the same time, some of these parents have to understand as well. If your ex is with someone else, just like we're always told to swallow our pride, ladies got to do the same thing too. Sometimes you gotta have to just swallow your pride, just because she's not you. And sometimes you wonder, are you mad at your ex because they moved on with somebody else, or they moved on with someone that's better than you? And that's when pride and ego can step in. And sometimes we're always told to swallow our pride. We gotta swallow our pride, swallow our ego. And there are times, ladies, y'all gonna have to do the same thing as well. You
Yeah,
know,
and I want to say this real quick, just for because I see the chat talking about like the stepchild thing, and I was gonna say this while she was up here, but everybody was talking and shit. But listen, this go back to what I was saying earlier. Most niggas get up on here and they're not coochie getting niggas. I'm not gonna cap you. Every dude I know, like on the street, and I ain't saying like I'm with a group of hoe killers or something. I don't know, right? But anyway, I'm just saying we do our thing. We've all had our fair share of like, making moves with the chicks type shit. My point, regardless, is we look at women and say, if you don't got kids, we probably not gonna hit. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you got a kid, let's be very blunt. And I know it's ugly chicks with kids and all that, but you know why? Because niggas was like, yo, this pussy so good, bro. I can't pull up.
Oh shit.
No, that's being quite honest and thorough. And at the
no,
age we
I
in
get it,
now,
I
But
get
is
it,
that
bro.
why
I
you
get
should
it.
date somebody though?
no,
Shouldn't you
that
look
ain't
for
why
like
you should
other
date, but
No,
it's
values
a
and
wait,
part
let
of
me
stuff?
it.
finish your point
No,
because this is interesting.
let me
No,
finish.
Evan, no, don't let him do it.
Let
Let
him
me
finish,
finish because
Clever.
I am getting back into the stepchild part of this. But beyond that, even if you don't have kids, it's putting you in preparation in order to have kids of your own. Even if she may already have a kid, it also gives you a good indicator of how that woman would be with you as a father. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
mean, he has a point because just like you have some men that measure women if she have kids or not, you got some men that will see the other side of that. Like, okay, she has kids. Like he said, that can mean like you can like judge her based on how she is, what kind of mother she
As a
is, what kind
mom,
of this. It
absolutely.
depends on what's your intent with the woman too, though. So It
Yeah,
goes
no,
along.
I look at it from many angles. I'm just being I'm being honest. The first one I'm gonna say is somebody couldn't pull out either this nigga was weak meat or that coochie good. I'm gonna find out one way or another. Second of all,
He keep
second of
referring to
all,
the coochie good. I'm talking about other characteristics of the woman.
that's what no. Second of all, like I said, now I see how she treats the father because they're obviously not together. If we're together, I'm pointing out that that's one of the things. But I'm saying obviously y'all not together. If me and you are, I mean, if me and her are together. So now I get to see how does she treat her baby's dad? That's either he's not active or they're just co-parenting. If they can't get along, well, I think my odds of impregnating you, I probably shouldn't do that. Now, with a woman without kids, you don't know what the fuck you getting. I'm not saying don't take that chance either, but it's kind of hard to read that because, well, fuck, we don't know.
Okay, so
I guess that's where like courting and dating will come in. Like,
see,
and that's the problem.
And no one is courting and intentionally dating anymore. Right?
Exactly. That's I was about to bring that up. That's the problem. People don't take the time out to talk to individuals. They meet up and just talk and get to know the person, and then let everything happen from there. The art of courting is almost
they meet up and fuck,
next,
and then they know each other.
it's like courting has become a lost art. It's become a lost art. I'll be honest. My younger days, I used to date some older women, and they told me about the importance of courting, the importance of sitting and talking to a person and having conversation with the individual. You know, a lot of young people don't do that. They don't know how to sit down and say, "Hey, how you doing?" and just go from there and see what happens. They're so quick to they're kicking game and so quick to try to get it in. You know, like courting is almost next to non-existent. And that I think has been one of the biggest issues also in this dating scene is people don't take the time to court. You know, people feel like, oh, it's a waste of time. No, it's not. Because how are you supposed to know who this person is if you're not taking the time to sit down and just say hi and get to know who he or she is and where they stand and what they're all about? If you're so quick to just get it in, then my question is, you know, what's the purpose of even just talking to the person if you're not even going to sit down and try to get to know the person? You know? And I think that's one of the key things that you're not seeing with a good number of this younger generation. They're not courting one another. They're not feeling each other out. They're not sitting down and talking and having simple conversations about just about anything and everything and going from there.
To go back to the step parent conversation before we get a little too far from it. Do you think it's wise to do like far as like a tribal type of lifestyle far as a way of living for the kids? Like say you had children, you was married, had children, now you're divorced and you done moved on, your ex then moved on, but y'all have kids, and you know, could tribal way of living be good for the kids?
I need a better definition of what you mean by tribal.
Okay. Far as you know, you all have kids together, then you have kids with your new wife, or she have kids with her new husband, or whatever. But y'all all on one accord with raising the kids, like you know.
So you talking about basically like maybe me, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm
not
just
saying
using
like
myself
all
for
under one roof or anything. I'm just saying like all with the same core values.
No, I get what you're saying. Like
that.
me and my wife. I mean, me and my wife. I have a stepson from her, which I just consider my son. But her baby's dad, he's married and stuff, and sometimes we do things together with like the kids she has and stuff. You mean like that?
Yeah, stuff like that, but also like, hey, like say you and him, far as talk like behind the scenes, like, hey, you know,
No, me and bro talk all the time.
Yeah.
He don't do shit, but I be telling him like, bro, you know, you be on some bullshit, not doing shit like you should. Me and bro have like father son talk. Nah, for real, because I'm not gonna lie, listen. He is in a real good situation. She's never tried to take him out for child support, and he's never present, to be honest. You feel me? I just be telling bro, like, hey, look, I don't want to really. I'm not saying. I've explained to my stepson already. Hey, look, I'm gonna be your dad, but I don't know if I can be your father because I didn't create you. I know that bond you have with your blood is something that maybe I just can't emulate. Can we get something close? But I know it's different. I know you yearn for the person that's actually your blood. You know what I'm saying? And I told his dad, like, yo, bro, you know, out of respect for you, bro, I want you to start coming picking the boy up more because I've always told my stepson, hey, call me my name. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. He started calling me about 2 years ago, like, hey, dad, man, what we doing today, daddy? Da, 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 da. And I just let him do it because, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. I told his dad, like, look, bro, I'm going to allow him to do it if that's what he's comfortable with. But I personally be more comfortable if he would call you something besides your damn name. He calling me daddy and father. You know what I'm saying? He call you your name, nigga. You need to pay attention to that.
But
those
yeah,
things
I
are
mean,
important.
but that's not your fault or even the child's fault. That's more like the dad's fault because like the kid is naturally calling his dad. You know, the person who's doing
Yeah, he's
dad
going to
things.
gravitate to someone that he sees on an everyday basis that's consistent.
Yeah.
That's natural. That's natural and everything. It is possible because my type of person, I've seen that happen. I'm friends. I know this one woman I knew from basic training. Her ex, they have two children together. Her ex husband. They have two kids together, and she honestly told me that they're better. They have a relationship better now, divorced, than they did when they were married. She's remarried. He's remarried. They have kids with their new spouses, but they all can get together and still have some type of relationship with one another when it comes to their kids. Like they can find a way to come together, like no harm, no foul. And like I said, it doesn't work for everyone, but it does work for some. And if they find a way to make it work, then you know what? More power to you. I applaud you for find a way to come to the well-being of your child or children with your ex and find a way to work together when it comes to your children you have with your ex as well as the children you have with your new spouse. If you guys can find a way to all come together and get things done and there's no nonsense or shenanigans going on in front of them, that's great. But the only way that's gonna happen, like I said, people gotta let go of their ego. And people think it's just the men that have these egos. Women have these egos too. There's times I don't have to just. But it's
No,
the
hold up, because
parent.
I've been wanting to say this. I've been wanting to say this since you brought that up earlier. That's never going to happen. We've bitten the fruit, right? The fruit is the fruit is called lack of accountability. And like we not in the day and age where you have to make sacrifice. Let's be very honest. See, when we talk about like how our grandmothers and all them were, the big difference wasn't actually submissiveness and that, and the third. It was simply sacrifice. Like they understood, okay, listen, I could get out here and fuck all these niggas. That one man, he really take care of me. I'ma let that man take care of me, marry me, and I'm gonna go fuck a couple niggas on the side. And yeah, word, no, that's why we let's keep it a bean, y'all. We didn't all
No, no,
have
no,
these
no, no, no. I see
conversations
your
about
point,
how
bro. No, no. Continue. I see what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Continue.
word and people we didn't already had these kind of how back in the days a lot of our quote unquote uncles that we were raised and believed that was our uncles. That's a whole different niggas dad. I mean
Oh yeah,
kids.
hey. Some of your granddaddies ain't your granddaddies, but that's a whole nother story.
Exactly. You feel me? Like y'all, your last name fucking Johnson, and you actually a goddamn Williams. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of y'all don't even know that. but at the same time, I'm just saying, like, that's the difference, bro. It was the sacrifice. Even back then, let's be very frank. Men knew, man, this baby ain't mine. I can't abandon the little nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna raise him like my own. That's the sacrifice we as men was willing to make. So, but now in this day and age, we've gotten to the point where everybody keeps talking about how I feel, what makes me feel the best. I don't like that. And we can't go. That's what we keep talking about and skipping over, but we're not going back because we're not willing to sacrifice anymore. Nobody is. Now we make sacrifice seem like a bad thing. Look how everybody in this chat talking about, oh, settling for women with kids is damaged goods. Most of y'all niggas is damaged goods.
Ooh.
Like
Okay,
for real, no,
now,
we I mean,
now,
because as
KT.
people, we're not perfect.
Now, KT, you saying some men can be damaged goods?
Hell, the fuck yeah, we scarred, beat the fucked up. Look at all these niggas get up here complaining all the time because we're hurt, we're scarred, we're damaged goods too. Like, I'm not gonna cap it. That's what I'm saying. I got smoke for me and whatever. It's because it's balanced for me. I'm not gonna sit there and talk shit about women and act like niggas perfect because we humans. None of us are perfect. So get off your fucking high horses talking about who's damaged goods. Most of y'all niggas is fucking 30 plus and y'all still working goddamn food line as a bag boy and shit. But y'all want to sit here and talk about, oh, she got a kid. Nigga, you would have a kid. You want a kid. But let's be honest. A woman never even looked at you and said, I'll let you busting me. Like, let's be frank about that. Like, for real.
Yo! It goes both ways. He's right. It goes both ways.
But a lot of women, the same niggas that get up here complaining, it's because women look at them and say, all right, I'm gonna let you fuck. Hell no, I ain't gonna let you nut in me. That's why they talk that submission shit and all that dumb shit. Like, because if any man who actually deal with women, like we all get up here and say, and even women agree, for certain men, they will do it. You not that guy.
Okay.
That's what most of these niggas
Okay. Okay, even when you just say for certain men, you know, because women, some women can tend to, you know, like you said, be submissive for certain men. You got some women, they can change their whole attitude depending on around the man she around. Like, do all men have leadership aspects when it comes to relationships?
Fuck no, not in this day and age.
Okay. Hold up before you go in, KT. So does that mean some of those men need to be led by their women?
They all listen. The problem is they need to learn. You can't listen. Yeah, they can learn. Like she said, but even beyond. I'm just saying they don't know how to lead because they've never really like been taught proper leadership. Fuck leadership. The leadership is a step that you learn after being a man. Most niggas aren't men.
Okay.
So take it step by step. You feel me? Like niggas not ready for that advancement yet of leadership. Everybody's not leaders. Also, most people are followers. We've always said that, and that is true. That's what I'm saying. People got to accept their roles with that. Also, it's nothing wrong with being a follower. King Arthur would not be King Arthur if he didn't have them knights at that round table. That's who helped spread that word. Jesus. He had the 12 apostles. It always takes more than that person. Accept your role and embrace it. It's okay.
So what about people who said like your gender tell you if you're a man or not?
Huh?
Like your gender, you know?
What's your gender?
Oh man, next level.
Oh, you mean like your sex? Like your opinion?
Yeah.
I mean, no. That's what you naturally are, but just because you're something doesn't mean that you understand what that is.
No, I was just trying to get you to go in for as like what you were speaking for as every male is not a man. You know, I think you're far as when it comes to gender, that pertains to male and female. Mm-hmm. Now, being a man and being a woman, I think that's something totally different. I thought that's what you was, going towards. That's why I asked you that.
No, I am going to that, but maybe not in that same manner. I'm saying, yeah, you're right. What you're born with is what you are, right? Like if you got a dick, you're a dude. However, that doesn't mean you understand how to be a man. And that's the thing I'm saying too. Nobody, listen, even for women to a certain extent, because women are being raised by women who were the man and the woman. So they're not teaching them how to be just a lady. They're teaching them how to be and that's the thing, going back to what we're saying. Men are being taught how to be men by women who don't understand what it is to be a man. And they're just saying what they think it is. So when these women are learning how to be a quote unquote man, they're not even learning how to be a man. They're really learning, like, let's be honest. A lot of women look at men and say like, yeah, y'all just take advantage of shit. And that's kind of what they teach the next woman and man. Hey, if you want to be a real man, don't cry and beat niggas up because they was being bitches and take advantage of people.
I want to just add on, family, and say that some things you don't have to teach some of these kids. I have noticed, I got a 2-year-old grandbaby now. Let me tell you something. I ain't got to tell him about cars and trucks and buses and rocks and playing rough and fighting. He naturally do that.
That's not what make you a man.
No, I know it. I know it. I'm just saying though, the masculinity is there, and that is a part of being a man. I'm just saying that he identified with being a boy. He identified with being muscle. And
Oh yeah,
just like these
no,
girls, they don't do that. They don't identify with fighting. They don't want to be rough.
yeah, no,
You
but
know
that
what I'm
go back
saying?
to what
That's
Mortal
just the
was just saying,
beginning.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we ain't talking about whether or not they identify that. We talking about like what are they being raised into? Because yeah, as kids, they understand that naturally. But by the time you 15, 14, your same grandkids that's 5 and 6 now, by the time they 15 and 14, well, guess what they telling them? Shit, what sex are you? They asking them before they even had sex. What sex are you?
No,
Now,
we can't do that. Let me ask, what's your name? Andrea? I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Let me ask you
that's
this.
me.
So when you hear, I know Miss Soul Sister Jackie Brown wasn't just saying that, but when you hear other people refer to being masculine as just being strong, or being feminine is just being emotional, like what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I believe that's like the early stages, like when you're still developing. Sure, those are like the building blocks. But I think it gets more and more complex as you become an adult. Like, obviously, kids don't have as much responsibilities as full-fledged adults, right? So when you're a boy, for sure, like playing with cars and those little things, that is enough to be a boy. But like when it comes to being a man and being a leader and knowing how to like regulate the temperature of a room, of a conversation, knowing how to lead, knowing how to allocate your emotions, like it's okay to have emotions, but there is the proper way to deal with them for both women and for men. I do think that there's a lot more to being a man than just liking masculine things. Like, I believe part of it is being a leader and being a part of your community, being an organizer, things like that. Boys aren't gonna really know how to do that on their own. Like, you don't just wake up and know how to organize something. You get what I'm saying? Like, I
right.
know my brother used to follow my dad to work, so he learned a lot about business and like how to organize things. You get what I'm saying? That's not something you can just naturally. I mean, you can, but I feel like that's setting your kid back, just expecting him to
It's
just
very rare
know
that
that, when
happens.
you can just
Yeah.
like, why not just show them? You get what I'm
No,
saying? Like,
that's
just
in the
expecting them to go,
godliness. That's in
you know,
that keeping the house clean, get up, get your bedroom clean, make your bed every day. That's teaching
right,
organization right off the top. Yeah, you
right.
can. And I wanted to add on and say about this little 2-year-old boy that he does dictate what we're gonna do. He is solely
Do
like the
you?
foundation of the family because when he say he ready to eat, we gotta get food and he raising hell. Do you hear me? If he get hungry, you know what I mean? He
Yeah, I
want to
wasn't making
go
no
outside and we
decisions when
want to
I
sit
was
in. He raising
a
hell.
kid.
He want that door open.
So
He
you
say,
don't tell him to
son.
stay in the child's place?
No, we don't tell him
Oh,
that. Not at this point. Not totally, because we don't want to. We want him to express being himself. We don't want to.
okay, okay.
Yeah,
For
he ain't
sure.
worried about that right now.
Okay.
But we do a little bit. Because when we go to the restaurants, we do have to
Right.
keep
You
him.
wouldn't want
Yeah,
him to
that he
be,
not
you
out
know
there
what I
turning up and
mean?
stuff.
Right.
Like
Right.
that. But
Exactly.
yeah. So stuff like that, we do have to discipline him now. On we thought was cute when he was doing stuff. You notice how you never have
Right.
to teach none of these kids that mad face. How they all know that mad face?
Uh,
They in control. They run and
that's
stuff. We
instinct.
gotta
That's
know how to
instinct
use
right
their
there.
energy. They energy there. You do as a parent, gotta form it and direct it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But it's
It's
there.
on us to shape and mold them for real.
hmm
That's what I take my biggest responsibility on that. That's why I said it's a lot of things I like. Look, I give my kids responsibilities. I hear what y'all saying, and my My youngest boy, he just turned 4, but I still give him responsibilities. And if he don't handle those, hey, it come consequences. It ain't no big responsibilities, but hey, okay, you asked for some candy. Well, no jumping on the bed for the next 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Like, hey, and if he don't, no candy today. It is what it is. But he's taking it. At first, he wasn't with that shit. I'll just be blunt. But it taught him, and it helps him with social things too. Like that's my biggest thing. I want my kids to be kids, but I also want to understand in the world how I'm raising you. That's probably not how most kids are being raised. Let's be very blunt. You know what I'm saying? Parents just let their kids do what the fuck ever.
Okay, let me ask y'all this. I notice a lot of things, right? For as a lot of times when people have kids, or sometimes like when even teens have kids, they feel like, oh, I'm grown, or I reached that level of adulthood to where like my learning is cut off. I think even when you become a parent, you got to continue to grow so you can continue to teach. But a lot of times people tend to stop right there and they solely try to put all the focus in on the kids. But how can you really focus on the kids if you're not to some extent damn tongue tied, to some extent, like focusing on yourself as well, like for as you gotta grow so you can help them grow.
Exactly. I think
no, go ahead.
My opinion about, like, people always say, "Oh, well, I'm grown." I say, no, there's a difference between being an adult and being grown. And just because you're an adult doesn't make you grown. To me, being grown is if you've been an adult longer than you've been a minor. I'll tell someone that's 24, 25 years old, okay, you've been a child for 18 years. You've been a minor for 17 years, but you've been an adult for 7 years. That doesn't make you grown. That makes you an adult. Until you can say, I've been a minor for 17 years and I've been an adult for X number of years, then you're grown. That's just my opinion on it, because and that's not knocking some young people who have it all together and know what's going on, but that's just my opinion on it. To me, I feel like you're always going to be learning. I've sat on panels where I'm with my peers and we're in our 40s or in our 50s, and we got that one OG who's in his 70s. I call him the old man. I respect, because even though we're all full-blooded adults and grown, he's still giving us wisdom, and we're still sitting there to listen. So don't ever feel like don't ever feel like I don't need to learn any more lessons. So that's just my approach on it.
I see shout out to Robert in the chat. Robert brought up a good point saying, his father still teaches him and he's at the age of 50 or whatever. Like, I think it's a problem within our community where, like, hey, I raised you till you're 18, you graduated high school, you grown. That like why don't we continue to teach our kids? Why don't we continue to guide them even through adulthood?
That's a good point. Next level. That's an excellent point right there.
Well, it's the difference. It goes back to that
Hold on. Can I finish? Hold
Yeah,
on one second. Okay. At the end of the day, right when people turn 18, that shouldn't be the cutoff point, because the human brain doesn't even fully mature and develop to 25 or later. So we can't just cut them off at 18 and say, boom, I did my job. I'm done. Goodbye. It doesn't work like that. At that age, they still need a lot of guidance, a lot of advice. They still need to get certain principles implemented in their lives. So I think that's a really good point about people that just think that 18, boom, wash their hands and done. That doesn't make any sense. And I think that could be part of the reason why a lot of young people get out there and just don't know what to do or continuously fail over and over and over.
I totally agree. Like, even with my dad, he helped me set up a line of credit like at like 19, and that alone like has saved me so much problems. And he didn't just tell me to, he literally walked me through. He didn't just expect for me to just figure it out on my own. He got me a
Right.
secured card that literally has saved me so many problems. Like now I just don't worry about things that I see other people worrying about. And so I do agree that being grown doesn't really just start at 18 like we like to think in our community.
I,
Yeah,
I
I think
like to
what
defend those people that do think that it started at 18 in the community. Can I just give it 1 second and say this?
Go ahead.
The
Go ahead. Go
whole,
ahead, Miss
all
Jackie
those
Brown.
18 years of talking with those kids and teaching them, that's what my focus is. That I take these years and give them everything that they need so they can be independent adults at 18. And I tell you why at 18. It's because the laws say that they grown. And I got 5 kids. And I'm waiting on this one to just tell me,
The
which I
laws are
already
social
I beat her
transfer.
to it. I beat her to it because she the only one that I done told before 18 that you already grown. And that's because she got a baby. But let me say this, because at 18, every kid is gonna tell you they grown. I don't care how good you been to them and what you taught and how easy the road was. That day gonna come when you try to tell your child something and he gonna say, Mama, I am grown.
You
Okay?
don't have to
So
take it personal though.
no, it's not personal. It's a respect. It's respect. And I call it the rebirth, the newborn. You born again. Because at 18, it's you on the outside as an adult. Now I ain't responsible for you. I can just help you if you need me. If you accept it, good. If you don't, I'm okay with whatever you do. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it comes back to I told you so. You know what I
But
mean? But
is that
they did.
only,
Go ahead.
not
Go
to
ahead.
cut you off, so sister, I just want to ask you this, but is that only big in our community for us the black community? Is that only a thing in our community where, okay, you 18, you grown, gone, you be adult, get out my house and do, is that only in our community?
it seems it seems like it
No,
is. It seems
no,
like
it
it is.
isn't. That is a lie. That is a lie. Most
Can I?
most white Americans are the poor people, and they kicking their kids out because it's a poor thing. I don't want to make
It's
that
a
racial
poor
thing. It's a
thing. I
poor thing.
Okay,
agree.
yeah,
I
I'm
agree.
just
Like
It's a
you
poor
asking.
can't
thing.
I
I
afford to
agree.
keep
I don't
taking
even
care
think
of
it's
your
kicking
kids.
them out. At 18, the
I
law
agree.
say that they grown. They recognize and realize that they grown. They can now make
That's
adult
also
That
false.
doesn't
decisions
mean
on
they
their
have to
own.
be. They
Go
don't
ahead.
mean they gotta
Are
be
they
on
grown
their
in
own.
your eyes, or are they grown in the eyes of the state?
They never be grown in your eyes. Your kid, you'll always be your children's mother and you'll and father. You'll always have to try to administer advice. It don't. You will not always succeed. Okay.
That's true.
Hmm.
That's true.
Big Bad Bull, you had something to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I mean y'all kind of stand on it. Like K the goat when he kind of I guess led y'all this way because he was saying like not all men are men, right? And I was trying to have the conversation earlier with Freezy and basically take it back to like that age range, like 16, 17, 18, because I mean that's where a lot of us start having sex, and we ain't men. We ain't full grown men. We ain't full grown men who know how to lead a family, but yet, you know, in
That's true.
some cases we start creating them. Then we're
Hmm.
creating it with women who ain't even prepared to be wives yet. And so that's where a lot of our trauma and relationship baggage kind of take place. And then we get to if we get married like I did, and I was married for about 3 years and had 2 more kids, and then going through a divorce. But it's like once you get about 30, because that's where I kind of got about 30, and then I realized, I guess, the error in all my ways. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
All the cheating, all the dragging women in long relationships with no real means to commit. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Hmm.
so I guess but like we get here in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, we got all these answers and solutions. But how do we get that put into these youngins before they screw up and repeat the same cycle that we created. That's the conversation I was trying to have earlier, but wasn't able to have.
Can I just add on to that and say this? You know, the Spanish culture, the Mexicans, they do what they do, these 15ths and stuff like that. And they encourage their kids to be grown at that point and get married. And they supervise. A lot of time these marriages go into the houses, the mother, father's houses they live until they're able to go get their own houses and stuff. I'm saying this in reference to our sexual thing that they go through the puberty. But those people believe in marriage. They get those kids married. They already pretty much have their marriages arranged, even if they don't work. Because one thing they understand is that they try to have a foundation and a family. And a lot of times they get married again and again, and they stay married until they stay married. And I don't see nothing wrong with that. Okay, peace.
Agree with that.
Shout out to something to think about with L Nix for the $10. He said some communities don't kick them out; they let them stay and build before they leave. They help them pair them up in relationships, while we have issues with 50-50. They practice group economics. Shout out to L Nix for the $10.
Right. So typically what happens is niggas sit around for 364 days and talk about dumbass shit. Then you want to pop the fuck up on Father's Day and act like you me. Right? That's why don't nobody celebrate Father's Day. Because you niggas sit around any other fucking time talking about what women doing, complaining, and pointing out any other thing except fucking kids. So until niggas put forth the effort to be celebrated as a father year round, nigga, fuck today for you niggas. There's no need to celebrate you. I'm him. I'm the nigga that's been saying this shit for the last 5-6 fucking years. And what I see, still panels full of niggas crying about women. Still fuck niggas getting on the internet pretending like they fathers and they ain't never been. Yeah, that's why. I don't know who to celebrate the shit with. I don't know who the fuck I'm supposed to celebrate Father's Day with. Some corny ass nigga who ain't never came on here and celebrated his kids, not once. Hate the motherfucking woman who gave birth to his kids. That's who's gonna celebrate Father. No, fam. If we want Father's Day to matter, you're gonna have to at least act like it matters every other day. You can't pop up once a year and suddenly, yeah, don't nobody celebrate us. Nigga, you niggas don't give a fuck no other time. Let's try being fathers all year round. Good morning, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Afternoon, go.
Good point.
Yo, angry ass Taz, goddamn.
I just want to respond to the comment about we can let them build at 18. How I wish that was true. See, the problem is they get 18 and they want to tell you how they want to go out and sign a lease on a car, sign a lease on a house. You said, baby, build. They ain't building. They going to tell you how they grown. They gonna do what they want to do. I wish it was that easy, but unfortunately, a lot of times it ain't like that. But that's why we got to get our house together. You know, where we can reach them. See, you can't teach a kid if you can't motivate them. I like to think I raised that little boy to be a soldier that I got today, because I used to tell him all the time, because I didn't know a lot myself. But I knew the one thing would guarantee him a future if he went and served some time in the military. I know I heard all the horrible stories. I heard it all might be true, but I know it's an opportunity and a chance. And I used to tell him that. And although I wanted him to go and be an auto mechanic, at the end he said he was going to the military. So you can raise your kids and still motivate them to be whatever you want them to be. If you can reach them, you can teach them, but they gotta like you and at least respect you.
But
and they are watching you. Peace and love. Go ahead.
Miss Soul Sister, who is the first teacher of the child?
Parents.
Okay.
Parents are the first teachers.
Right.
I learned that in Catholic school from the door. This nun used to say that all the time. God rest her soul. She said it when I was going to school. She said when I heard her say when I was in high school. Parents are the first teachers, and parents have to do that.
He want to know which parent.
Which parent?
I help him get to the point where he getting to. He want to know which parent.
Oh wow!
The one that's in the house, the one that's home.
Nah, the mother. You spend 9 months in the womb with them before I even get to meet you. You may hear me about 4 months after you in that womb, but shit, it's a 4-month connection. You can't hear me or nothing, and only y'all bonded. And beyond that, that's what I'm saying. If we talking about natural roles, we gonna see the mother as the nurturer. And I'm not saying financial provider for the father, but you look at him as some type of provider or protection or providers. You know what I'm saying?
But do you think especially in our community, do you think the mothers know or can agree that they are the first or initial teachers of the kids?
No. Like I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know.
They don't have to be, or they should. I mean, I ain't gonna say they shouldn't be. I mean, it is what it is. But I would argue that in my children, I wanted to be the first teacher. I wanted to be at least seen as an equal first teacher, if not the first teacher. Like, so, I mean, there's nothing to argue with in terms of carrying a child. But once the child born, fam, like, I mean, my children are both named after me, all the way from the first name to the middle name to the last name, boy and a girl. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it starts there. You want that connection. You want to be that teacher. That don't have to be her. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hang on. You got to think about that now.
It does
Go
have
ahead.
to be. Let me say
You
this
got to
real quick.
think about
It
that.
does have
If
to
your
be.
baby is already in that mama, and we all know that baby recognized that mama voice, we already, is that learning?
I mean, why
You
would
see
y'all
that
even?
learning?
Why would y'all even disagree with what Tad's saying, man? I don't even understand why y'all fighting against that.
Right.
No, I'm not. I'm not fighting against that. What I'm gonna say is everybody has different roles of teaching, and the first thing that is a child you want is nurturing. So that's
but
why
I
the
would
first
argue.
learning is going to come from the mother because the dad's not.
But as a father, the first thing you should want to do is give that nurture.
No, I'm not talking about Taz. Listen, stop. I'm not talking about what you're trying to do. I'm saying for the first 9 months of the baby life, that motherfucker can't walk, talk, nothing. All it wants is hugs, kisses, and milk. Who can provide most of that?
Nigga, both parents. Who's gonna stop you?
Your boobies make milk, nigga.
But I would argue that in our community that women do provide a lot of teaching, though. Wouldn't you say? Like, you don't think?
Yes, but to
are doing
Taz's
most
point,
of the teaching.
but to Taz's point, like
Unfortunately.
he was saying, the men. I think a lot of men aren't even trying to be teachers of their kids.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, nah, that ain't even an argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing about what people want or not. You asked the question of who is the first teacher, and I'm explaining how and why.
That was just leading up to what I'm saying now. For yes, women are like the initial teachers, in my opinion. But I also do feel like men need to step more into that teacher role instead of just, oh, I'm providing, or I'm this, or I'm the hardworking father, or whatever. No, like you still need to, just like what you were just saying. What can a man do in those first 9 months? He can do a lot.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, because I can say this from.
That's her one up. I mean, I hear you, but no, bro. You can be in your child face just as much. You can go get your child up when your child crying in the middle of the night. You can be that person. That's all. That's all decisions.
Yeah, no, but listen, I'm making this argument because I am that person. If we're being very honest, I'm that person, and my kids still look at their mamas and know, like, when we trying to, no offense, I ain't saying it like that, trying to take advantage of some shit, right? Because they know mama gonna be nicer with them. That's the thing. Like, regardless of them being around me 24/7, they understand when I say something, when they mama tell them something, they gonna bullshit with it. When I tell them something, they immediately gonna do it. That's what I'm saying. I can understand also it's different levels of learning. I'm just pointing out the first step of learning for children before they start processing in their head, us talking and trying to emulate what we doing by walking in this, that, and the third. They want hugs, kisses, and milk. Can we as the man provide that? Yes, but the woman is who's most likely going to provide that
But
majority
I
of the time.
always hear that those first few months go by really fast. So now what? So let's say that that's
As
the woman's job at the beginning. So now what? After the 9 months.
as now a grandfather, I would say that you might be confusing a child's intelligence and ability to manipulate with that, because children are not dumb. They know who they can get away with who and what. That doesn't mean they are being loved less or any of that. You know what I'm saying? They do learn certain cues, and I would say they learning faster now than ever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
My grandkid's impressive. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that you can put the manipulation that a 3 or 4 year old might learn and try with them loving and respecting their parent. I don't think the two goes together. You can't nurture that away from a child. They're going to do that anyway.
And I think it's different for girls and boys, because I know, like, when I would try to get something out the store, I would never ask my mom. Okay, it's gonna be no. Like, you don't need that. But I would definitely try with my dad. Like, definitely. So I don't even think that's definitive.
You know which parent gonna let you get over.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
Right.
mama's
I was
boy.
gonna say, I would never ask my mom. Like, she'll be like, no.
Yeah, I mean, we already know mama's boys, daddy's girls. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I was using my kids as an example, just using it for that. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, again, but that is going back to what I'm saying. It's different. I'm not debating on whether or not we can teach our kids. We're going to teach our kids. I'm saying it's certain things that you're not going to teach. Like, not saying you can't teach them nothing about it, but that may not be your area of specialty. Somebody was saying up here earlier, I think it was I can't remember who it was earlier, but they were saying like their mom was at work a lot because her thing was more about like, you know, she could work a job better than maybe I don't know if he's saying it like that, but maybe just being a more direct parent, you know, going to his basketball games and stuff. Her better thing was working. So I'm saying, like, in a relationship, period, it's two aspects that's coming. Some things, if I lack this, my mate needs to have that in abundance. That's just very honest, how I look at it, at least, right? Like, I don't smoke. I mean, I smoke, so my wife don't. My wife drink like wine. I don't drink at all. You know what I'm saying? So it's a balance to it. It works and it gives it longevity. So when we talk about a kid, it's the same dynamic. It's just that they kind of understand that from the beginning. Taz, you got kids, and like you said, so if you got grandkids, I know you got kids. Let's be real. It's some things that you see, you know, nobody taught your children, but they naturally just do it. And you see like, damn, that was some shit I used to do.
Give me an example. There ain't nothing like me.
Nah, I'm gonna be real with you. My son, I ain't gonna say they ain't nothing like me, but listen, I'm from the hood. My son is not from the hood. This nigga loves doing like Call of Duty, rolling around on he love playing with guns. That's his favorite toys. I don't know where he gets that shit from. I never play video games that do shooting. I play football game most of the time and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Basketball and shit.
The culture.
It's not even because I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm from North Carolina. I live in West Virginia. The culture for him it's not even nowhere near the same. He got a culture of white people and country shit. It's not even a rap station here, y'all. I swear to God. It's not a rap
My son was around his daddy a lot, and what I noticed in him is he have his demeanor. He have his mentality. He quiet like him. He was in my son happened to be into electronics. I ain't never been in electronics and stuff like that, but that's his daddy shit. He liked them electronics and stuff like that. You mean stuff like that. I know what you mean.
Yeah. My son loves music. He loves music. Like, that's what he does constantly, 24/7. He just gets on YouTube music, listen to Michael Jackson. The boy 4. He been doing that since he could fuck with a phone. He didn't go on YouTube and watch videos. He listened to music. And I know he gets that I never taught it to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying things like that. Like, that's the same thing with kids understand some things from the beginning. They understand, well, I believe they understand the parallels and dynamics of a mother and father. The mother is who you're going to go to first, because that's just, even us as adults right now, you know, if you got a real problem, even if it is a woman and a man thing, right? Like, I know it's different for that dynamic. I'm just pointing out in terms of you go to one of your parents that you feel would least likely let you have that. I mean, at least likely get on you about it and more or less give you a solution for it. For men, definitely. Maybe I should just rephrase that. For men, definitely, we're going to go to that woman first, in my opinion.
I don't know, but like I say, so again, when it comes to like, especially now as a grandparent, but like it matters to me. Like it's a huge smile on my face when my grandbaby want to talk to me, right? It matters that much. But like I don't see her as much as I would like to. She live in Chicago, and I'm saying that to say, like, we do have to realize that the relationship with the children matters as men. There has to be more of a grandfather, father, uncle presence to even begin to mold a relationship with males. And I'm saying boys and girls. And we're not really involved enough in these types of conversations on the daily or weekly or even monthly to talk about no fucking Father's Day. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like I said, I ain't angry, shit like that, but I do have energy for that shit. Because niggas don't give a fuck about being a father until Father's Day. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot there. It's a lot that wants to cover up and sweep shit under the rug and some of the issues. And like she was just saying with the culture, yeah, but you decide how much your kids see. If he didn't let his kids on the phone, they wouldn't know about no motherfucking music. They wouldn't see no fucking YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So we control all of that shit as parents. And sometimes any little crack that you leave open, yeah, that's your fault, my nigga. You better close that door.
Oh yeah, I understand all that. I don't know how long you've been listening to though either. That's what we have all been in agreement the whole time. Like, men got roles to play. We need to do better jobs of them roles. Like, I personally am a father. When you talking about who you can celebrate Father's Day with, I get it on no matter what panel. From me and you being over there on Q's, I done talked about my babies over there, to being on Freezy, any fucking panel I done been on. I bring up my kids. I bring up my wife. You know what I'm saying? That's something I celebrate, period. But like I was saying earlier, bro, this is the internet. Like, Taz, we know this shit entertainment for niggas. Niggas not really coming here to seek knowledge, bro. And a lot of the niggas who entertainment is cornball, goofy niggas. Like you said, them niggas that disrespect they women, disrespect the kid. Fuck them kids. I just found out that came from the Manosphere last month. You feel me? I never knew this. But now I understand where it came from, and I understand why, because now I understand the whole Manosphere shit. It's a bunch of cornball niggas, right? Like,
But it
the
Manosphere and them hyenas too. They don't have kids. You know what I'm saying? So their attachment to that conversation ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? And when that was said, a lot of it was just based on argumentation that I think was bad. Niggas would use kids in arguments that they didn't belong in, which would position a man who doesn't have kids to say, fuck them kids. You know what I'm saying? And again, some of them arguments was bad. I was around, so I remember. I know who said it. You know what I'm saying? So I remember who said that shit. But nah, they don't have kids. So I don't expect them to have my attachment. I expect them to shut the fuck up, though. You know what I'm saying? And, they won't. So that's the whole difference.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Taz, you talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. Well, listen, fam, I don't know. Look, I don't even really operate in that conversation no more. But I'll say this though. I don't think you can discount any person versus another person, because Pookie and Ray Ray is capable of doing the same thing that pastor who just got done preaching is doing. You know what I'm saying? They're all the same motherfuckers to me. So, you know what I'm saying? I get that you like to separate certain niggas, but a teacher will bother a child, just like a pastor, and the person that works at the construction site. I ain't putting nothing past no motherfucking body. All these motherfuckers, Pookie and Ray Ray, to me, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you do and how much you try to stand out. Bitch ass nigga, if I push your buttons enough, bitch, you will start sounding like a Pookie. Fuck, nigga.
So ruthless. How do you think fathers should be celebrated on Father's Day, Ruthless?
We shouldn't.
This nigga, man.
Boy.
You got no kids. Don't listen too much. Listen,
Real fathers move in silence. We don't need to be praised. We don't need to be worshipped. We don't need to be patting on the motherfucking back. Because what I'm doing with my child is just it's part of my duty to love. Right? And I don't need motherfuckers to acknowledge me. Oh, happy this, happy that. I mean, it's cool. I hear it. I see it,
It's
but
a
I'm like,
reward, right?
yeah, but I don't really need it though. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking need that because my reward is my production. Right? My reward is my results. Those are my rewards. Not when another motherfucker say, "Oh, happy." I might not be happy, nigga. But all I'm saying is, when I deal with my children, I understand things about them. Right? I understand that I'm here for the better part of advice, give good advisory, financial support, and discipline. Right? Those are my pretty much my primary main functions. The mother, she's more of the. I'm about the same thing, but she's not as effective as I am. So that's where the need for me has to come in. But at the end of the day, right, I don't need a pat on the back for that dog. Because when my child was born, I said, okay, let's get to it. And I don't need nobody to be telling me you're just a good dad and you're doing a great job. Fuck that. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Do I love them? Yes. But I don't need to be celebrated about that. That's something that's just a part of me. It's innate in me. Um, yeah, and so I say, I don't even like Father's Day. To be honest with you.
I don't really disagree with you though, Ruthless. I don't really disagree with you, bro. I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? At some point, I think most fathers come to acknowledge it is a thankless job. And so with that, you're not looking for that thanks or that pat on the back. It's good to get it, but if you don't get it, you don't get it. It ain't nothing that you wake up Monday morning talking about either.
I'm not feeling.
Not for no one day. He don't need no one day for nobody to come tell him. He like to hear that every other weekend or once a month or something. Come visit. Take me to dinner every now and again. I don't need once in a year. I don't celebrate Mother's Day either. I don't need all that. If you gonna be good, just come on, take me to dinner. You know what I like. Get my nails done. That's what you gonna do. And me in return, when that's y'all birthdays and all that stuff, I think about y'all. I say, hey, come, let me do something nice for you. And that's how it is, or just doing nothing. But I don't need this one day of celebration. It's all fake. It feels so fake.
It's almost like Christmas, right? And that's the way I compare it to. Like,
wow.
If 365 days a year, this one day, all of a sudden I gotta buy y'all shit. If I'm gonna get you a gift, I'm gonna give it to you any motherfucking day I feel like it, right? Because in my house, I don't celebrate Christmas. I have never got my daughter a Christmas present. But have I spent a lot of money on her lifestyle and who she is? Yes. So to me, this is I don't do things with the world. I don't do it because it's a holiday, so let me fit in with everybody else and let me try to no. And I let them know I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Father's Day. I barely celebrate my birthday, right? Because it's not about me, right? I'm raising you, give you some money, make sure you have some good advice when shit gets tough. I'm here to give you the best suitable way out if you listen. If not, you got to learn the hard way. And once I give you that wisdom, pass it on for you to be a successful citizen in this country, my job is done.
Hey, yo, hold up. Who the fuck sleep up here?
Not me.
Y'all hear that shit in my church?
I heard something too.
Big bad boy.
I ain't sleeping.
Oh my man. Oh shit.
I'm awake. I just stepped away because I got a call from my sister. She was home wishing me happy Father's Day. That's all. But I'm good. Oh man, no. But Rufus, I see where you come from with that. If you're a parent and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, it shouldn't have to take just one day out the year for people to say thank you. It should be done every day. I hear what you're saying.
Yes,
And we don't. Say again.
Just to say this,
that's a thankless job. Like fatherhood is a thankless job. I did agree with that point of a good father ain't looking for, hey, you're a good father. We ain't even looking for no shit like that.
And also, I don't need validation.
let me make this clear, right? I don't need motherfucking validation. Oh, because that's all that is. Oh, acknowledgement. Nigga, I don't need that. I know what I'm supposed to do. If I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, check myself. Feel me? I check myself.
Right.
Nigga, get up to it. That's your child. I know you may not be happy with all their performances of the obedient part, but still that's your child. And if I'm slacking in certain areas, I understand I got to step up and be better because remember, they're still a child and I'm an adult. And this is my child. I'm responsible until, they die, I guess. I mean, it's a level of responsibility changes when they turn 18, but still, right? If they turn 25, they're having financial trouble or still, I'm still there for them, right? And my role will never change no matter how old they get. If I'm alive and I got it to give, I'm going to give it to them to help them through life. If they need advice, they need money, they need a place to stay, they need support, whatever that is, your dad is still your dad. But it ain't going to change. I mean, of course, it'll change a little bit because I won't have the authority I once had to tell you to sit down and shut the fuck up. But but I can still be in a lesser role, but still effective.
I feel
Yeah, I
like
kind of
to a
agree with
certain
Ruthless on
extent.
this one.
Yeah.
I mean, and I usually don't, but I actually agree. Like, whether they, whatever age, like I said earlier, if my child needs help with something, whether they're already over 18, then definitely if I can help them, I'm still going to try to help them in any kind of way.
Absolutely. And I feel like to a certain extent, some people use this whole Mother's Day versus Father's Day as another way to go like tit for tat. Cause I don't really think people actually, I know my dad in general, like he never really cared for like big celebrations and things. Like he's a very chill guy. Like he doesn't really like, spotlight and attention and like lay out the red carpet for him. So I just don't really think, I really think that some people are using this as like another way to go tit for tat with women. And it's just like, when do we just get enough of that? Like,
That's a fact. That's a fact.
like
That's why I
I
ain't made
know
a
my
single
dad,
argument for it.
never really cared. Like, I mean, we did try to do stuff for him, but he would always be like, save your money and just get me this cologne, maybe. But like, he never was like, I can't speak for all fathers, but he was never really that into that. So I don't understand like why the pretense. Like, we know that a lot of guys are easygoing for them, unless you do have a mental problem or whatever, then that should be addressed. I'm not trying to trivialize that, but I'm just saying, like, in general, I don't think that it's as widespread of a issue as like people are trying to, make it out to be.
The vocal minority is always the loudest. Like
For
that's
sure.
just, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That's
that's
why I
true.
keep saying that's the internet thing for me. I feel like the internet is the place where like they try to make the extreme become the norm.
True,
You know
true.
what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
I feel
most
that.
men are mad about Father's Day, bro. My wife asks me every fucking year, "What you want, bro?" I tell her the same thing. I'm happy that I got y'all. We woke up, y'all well taken care of. That's enough of a present for me. Whatever you want to do on top of that, cool. You can buy me fucking rubber bands for all I give a shit to hold my dreads up. For real, nigga. I'm cool. Thank you. I love it. Cause shit, I'm already working to provide for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, you giving something extra on top of it. Cool. That's what it do. Hey, you
My
like
daddy was
and like you
real
said
laid back.
too.
Go ahead. My
No, go
daddy
ahead.
was real laid back too. All he liked was a good dinner and lots of cakes and pies. Go ahead, y'all.
So I just like to say this too. Parents need to stop thinking they can control their kids. You know what I mean? That is to me obsessive behavior and kind of abusive behavior. I understand we want the best for our
Nigga,
kids.
you just said after a certain age you can't tell your kids to shut the fuck up. What are we doing?
I could still.
Nah, I know. I'm gonna leave you alone. Fuck it.
Yeah. But the one thing I learned, and this is what I had to grasp as a parent, is my kid has thoughts of their own and they have their own ideology. Even though I've preached them this is the way, this. At the end of the day, when I listen to them, I understand that they're their own individual, and they're going to do it ultimately what they see feel is suitable and best for them. And if I don't support it, I let them know. You know, for example, and this is kind of extreme. If my son turns out to be a homosexual, which that's not happening, but if it did, I'm not gonna agree with it. I ain't gonna like it. Be a little disappointed, but I'm not gonna, disown him and stop handling my business as a parent because I understand that we're in a world where I think y'all was talking about earlier how you teach your kids, the first teacher, the second teacher, whatever, first, second, however y'all want to flip it. But at the end of the day, once you drop your kid off at kindergarten on the 12th grade, you're no longer the primary teachers, right? The primary teacher is a system, and the kids
And
around.
that's why I homeschool my kids, nigga. But I digress.
Hold on, you said the
homeschool them?
system.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the kids around them, right? The kids around them.
I agree.
The things they see on TV, all these things. Whether you guys we like to admit it. They kind of are part of your kid's thoughts formulate with these things and identify with them. And whatever hopefully get lucky that your kids identify with what you want for them, and that's a blessing, right? But if they don't, then you still have to, stand in there and not come in there yelling and cussing and calling them names and trying to beat them into living the life you want them to live.
Right.
So your son and his husband, are they coming to Thanksgiving dinner? They kissing and stuff?
If they
Just
want to.
wondering.
If they want to.
I'm asking for a friend.
So yeah, I don't think we should be trying to control our kids.
So Ruthless. Let me ask you this, Ruthless. Can you continue to raise your child after they turn 18, like after they become an adult in the eyes of the state?
And so some probably a lesser role, but yeah.
Hell yeah, you can. What you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, when they go to school, you probably have like let's say they go to college, right? My son and daughter went to college. My daughter, she stayed. I can't say she stayed out, but she went on to get her own place and do her own thing down there where she went to school at. Versus my son coming back home after school. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that him not being around isn't the continuation of fatherhood. You know what I'm saying? As long as he's around, there's still that ongoing everyday element of fatherhood at play. No matter how old he gets.
Sure, I agree. And I feel like when you get a certain age, there's things that really only your parents can tell you. Like I remember when I went to college and like my first year, I gained a couple pounds or whatever. Like, and my mom, she set me back on track. That's something only she can tell you. Like I do think that you still kind of need your folks, like even past 18. I genuinely believe that. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's when you need them the most. Shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? That's when
Some
all
stuff
the
only they
mistakes
can tell you.
That's when you really start making mistakes and failing and doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? That's when you really need them because that's when everything starts to count. I think, you know what I'm saying, 14, 15, stupid little mistakes, like stealing out of a store or some shit like that.
Right.
Don't matter like
Don't
that.
matter.
You know what I'm saying? But like that's where parenting comes into play. So they'll understand like, nah, that shit gonna matter though. And by the time they get 18, 19, they should at least be on the course. I just don't think they're ready at that age, but they should be on track. You know what I'm saying? So, but 18 is, in my opinion, is definitely too young. That's way too young.
It's definitely the rebirth because at 18, they coming out of high school, they being told they grown. They start feeling themselves as being grown. They think they know everything. Like I say, you'll start hearing them say stuff like they about to do these get rich investments. You know what I'm saying? They ready to go sign leases on cars and houses. You know what I mean? Opposed to just building because they anxious too to be grown. Now, so it is at 18 though, you can pretty much tell if they gonna swim or sink. You can tell where they going.
It's not. You think it's too late though? It's not too
No.
late to help them
It ain't never too
swim.
late. It ain't never too late.
Hell no.
Okay.
You can't tell that at 18. No.
Yeah.
Some are early
Nah, that's
bloomers. Some are
scary.
late bloomers. Most people are late bloomers.
Right, I
So
agree.
you really can't tell. I mean, I seen people start like, man, they're going to the bad way. The next thing you know, they're successful. So but once again, right, as long as we as parents, as long as we pass on the wisdom, right, we are doing our job. And the financial stuff, that's a given. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying the wisdom, which is more important, is what if you can keep the line of communication with your child, you got half the victory.
Yeah, I agree with that too, though. That's not easy to do. I'm saying they definitely make their own decisions, and as a parent, you want your opinion to matter, and at some point it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And so I think a lot of that is again, even to kind of deal with that, it does become a thing where you try to keep that understanding around, so those moments that are coming, it won't be so foreign to them. You know what I'm saying? Some moments are coming in life where you can kind of prepare them for them, like the breakups and the dating the wrong person and all that type of shit. You can prepare your child for that type of shit, so it isn't a crash the first time they run into a brick wall, losing a job for the first time, or what I mean, that first letdown. Some of those things you can actually mitigate by mentally preparing them for that. And I do think, again, some of that don't even start till they're 18. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole, after 18 is a whole different ball game with parenting, but it's still parenting.
I agree.
That is so true.
When y'all see like other nationalities like really have an imprint on their children life past adulthood, is that a good thing, like far as for their careers, even down to their like who they decide to even be in a relationship with? Is that a good thing?
I hear the first part. Say it again, fam.
Like when you see other nationalities like really have an imprint on their kids' life, like even when they become an adult, like far as their careers and whoever they tend to be with in a relationship, is that a good thing?
I don't know. I think
That's generational wealth. That's how you create and control generational wealth. Especially how we see the Mexicans where they can all get married and live in one big old house with all these trucks.
Save all their
Everybody got a
money.
big old truck.
Mm-hmm.
nah,
Facts.
so I disagree with that though, because so I think when it comes to other groups, we kind of pedestalize their situations as opposed to looking at them for what they are. They're not necessarily, like, for example, because you went with the Hispanics, but I'm gonna go with the Asians though. A lot of their youth are moving away from that level of patriarchy that their parents and grandparents experienced. They're moving away from that. They don't like their old cultures and customs. And so as more of that they push away from, no, they're not accepting um, who's going to marry who, and you can't determine what their future is as a parent anymore. And I don't think the Hispanic community in America, at least, has that dynamic. They kind of, move around freely. I don't see a lot of arranged marriages and whatnot in this country, as opposed to like maybe in some of the Asian countries.
Well, not too far as arranged marriage, but they have a say
Living
so
with
of
them and
like a say so far as, oh, like she said, like living with them, or
yeah,
I don't want you dating
they do
until
that.
this time, or
Right.
things like that.
You don't think we do that though as parents? Well, I mean, I know I did. I mean,
As
I'm
a
saying?
whole, do you think we do that as a whole?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, because
Of
again,
course not. If that was the case, you wouldn't see all this mixing going on. Come on, fam.
people don't care
Oh, the
about mixing though.
mixing.
Like, wait a minute, you're making it sound like people care about mixing though. People don't care about that shit. I care about that shit more than most niggas do. I'm saying, we just gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't care about that shit. It's a 1963, man. Niggas don't care about that shit no more. Niggas out having these kids and calling them all black.
well, not even the mixing, like far as the teen pregnancy, far as the children out of wedlock, you know, a lot of things like that. I mean,
yeah,
that's big over here with us, you know.
I would say teen pregnancy is nothing like it was 20, 30 years ago, and the stats have backed me up on that. Now, the out of wedlock birth, you do have a point there. There's nothing to refute that. But again, when you start looking at the global dynamic, the world is moving in that direction. The world isn't as married as they used to be. No group is where they were 20 years ago in terms of marriage. People are moving away from that paradigm, and I don't even agree
but do
with
you
that.
think we're moving away from it at like an alarming rate though? Like
Well,
them saying that
we weren't there though.
some
We
people are
weren't there.
saying that half of our, I don't know how true the statistics are, but I've been seeing statistics that are saying that half of our homes are like single parent homes. Like that's alarming,
It's a
don't you
little
think?
The
under.
statistics say that black women are not getting married. That's what the statistics say. It says the women are not getting married. Now let's look at it. Is the man's getting married? Who they marrying? Now I know y'all say that it ain't
You
all
talking about
about
the
the mixing.
mixing? Oh my
Yeah, but I'm
gosh.
just saying though how the
They have
statistics
a
are
right
put
to
out,
do that if they
and we
want
have
to.
seen the agenda for the mix, and we ain't gonna deny that. And it's okay that it's been accepted, but I'm saying this is the distraction on why we haven't been able to, have a solid foundation and build our generation
I mean, I
accountability.
wouldn't
You
say
know,
that necessarily because some of these non black women end up being single moms too. So it's like I wouldn't
So
say like
I think
I
single
wouldn't
moms.
blame them. I wouldn't blame, just the mixing alone.
I think
I
single
think it
moms are
might
good
be a
for the community.
cultural.
I think single moms are perfect for the community.
You think
Right?
single moms are perfect for the
Yes,
community?
yes, yes, yes. Because nobody wants to
Why?
live around them. So I think, yeah, it's. Listen. Don't try to force. Don't walk into a burning house because we're gonna do it for the kids. We're gonna do it for the.
No, well
No,
then don't mate
no,
with them. You don't have to mate with them
no,
at
no, no, no,
all.
no, no, no. Let me say this. No, mating is important because the human race has to go
I
forward,
mean, you
right?
don't have to mate with somebody that you
So,
can't live with
no,
though.
understand though. The mating is going to happen because the human race has to go forward. So this is something
No,
that
I agree
is
we
not
have to mate, but I'm
negotiable.
saying you don't have to
So
mate with
we can
somebody
no,
that
no.
you don't want to live
But let me
with.
say this, Andrea. There's nothing wrong with co-parenting. There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually, in my
I'm a
opinion,
Christian. I don't agree.
in my opinion, Andrea, co-parent helped me and my baby mama to be better towards each other than when we were in a relationship, right? So when we were
Interesting.
co-parenting, I was able to build a different type of relationship that's more stable and we work together raising my daughter, and it became and it's very effective, right? Because now that we're not around each other all the time and the total focus is on the child and not so much on trying to please each other, it became more of a partnership in that way. So it wasn't the end of the world because we broke up. It was like, okay, we're just gonna step up, and sometime when she has a little trouble and rough spots with the child, I step in. And then when I need her to be, so we're doing the same thing as let's say a married couple or a couple would do.
no, you're not
You're
because it's
not.
different. If you're not
And
there,
I
it's totally different.
and I
But
would
what
So
argue
you are
what
that
we're
teaching,
doing,
go
what
that
we're
ahead.
doing.
structure
Okay,
isn't working for the community. I would
so
argue
I'm
that
gonna land
yes,
it right
that's
here.
common,
I'm
but
gonna
it's
land it right
not
here.
really working.
I'm gonna land it and give it right back to y'all.
Okay.
I'm just using my indulgent experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, when we were together, we argued so much, couldn't get along. House was divided within the house. So for us to try to stay together for the betterment of the children would have been an atrocity. It would have been very toxic, unhealthy. But once we separated, right, and it was a little rough edges in the beginning, but then we both evolved to understand that okay, this is not about us because we were no longer in that toxic setting. We're like, okay, we're going to learn to co-parent. And to me, I'm just in my opinion, y'all can. I know y'all gonna push back. It actually because of our incompatibility of our ability to be compatible, it worked way better as balanced parenting because then now we didn't do a lot of unhealthy things in front of the child, and we were able to actually meet the needs of the child and not have to worry about the fighting and stuff. So to me, co-parenting is the future. I know
God
y'all
forbid.
don't agree with it, but
God
it is.
forbid.
Can I say something? I think it is the future, but I don't think that means it's the right thing. And I think this go back to what we were saying earlier. Y'all need better vetting, right? Like, and I'm not even gonna say y'all like I'm not included. I've made me and my first child's mother are not together. However, afterwards, I understood. No, I'm really gonna go about this like if I'm even gonna put my dick in a chick, I gotta make sure she up to par. Because I know the possibility thereof, I might say, hey, I ain't pulling out this time. And if I fuck up, I got to make sure that my mistake, because otherwise, and I'm going to admit this right here, everybody on this stage, I put my first child in a very bad position. Regardless of what we can come to agreement, qualms with at the end of the day now, I put my child in a very bad position because from the beginning, it was a home that could never succeed.
Right.
Have to bet better.
And I was
that's
just gonna
everything. 1 second. I just want to say this, and that was everything. You left that scene because it was toxic, and you taught your child how to be a responsible adult and make sound decisions and raise his child and stay in there and raise your child. But what you did not teach him is how to be a father in a house and be successful as a home father. You understand that, right? It's a difference. Peace and
Yes,
love.
and I was also going to piggyback off what you just said and ask, like, I don't see why you can't come to the conclusion that you guys aren't good for each other before you mate. Like, obviously, humans need to mate to keep the human race going. That is definitive. I don't disagree with that. But I'm just saying that before you mate with somebody, maybe make sure that you can live in the same house with someone. And I understand that this might be the model that we follow, but if you can take a good look at our community, I don't mean to hate on us. I love Black people. I love being Black. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to be serving us. So why not pick a model? And I also want to finish my point and also say that there are statistics that show that the more monogamous societies are more successful, not necessarily race-based, like all over the world. You can say that, oh, the world is moving towards, no, there's still societies like Sweden and Switzerland that are super monogamous where divorce rates are super low and they are the most wealthy and successful communities. So I don't understand why you wouldn't want to be more like, because I always hear Black people complaining about other races holding them down and stuff like that, but nothing is stopping us from following their model. Like nothing is stopping us from going out and being just, okay, fine, something. I believe there once was, but I don't really think that people are actively
Feminism.
like plotting against. Well, I don't subscribe to feminism, so that's a social contract. We don't have to subscribe to feminism. It's out there, but we don't have to take it on as our belief system. That's a choice. So we don't have to believe in feminism if we don't want to. There's nothing making that forcing you to implement that into your life. Nothing is forcing that.
But the numbers say that most women are biting into it, right? There are the outliers. There are a minority that stick to old traditional values, right?
I live in the South, so
we are seeing a movement out here, never seen before, and feminism is leading the way. So I don't want to talk about that, right? Because I don't want to make that about this conversation. But I will say this, right? Reality is reality, right? We just don't get along. Just keep it right. But men and women typically are not getting along. And
that's sad that we've come.
Bro, you gay or what? What the hell kind of talk is this? Yeah, that's
so depressing.
Yeah, what the fuck type of talk
Men
is
and
this?
women can get along.
Bro, I have nothing but female friends. I'm not even gonna cap you. No sweet shit.
Let me let my play, right? Y'all can push back when I'm done, right? Let's keep our cordial. You may not agree. Name calling is not necessary to try to substantiate your argument. So back to what I was saying. Dude, I'm just looking at the pure raw numbers, right? And information that's been given. That typically men and women are leaving each other at a high rate. We don't get along in the homes at a high rate. We seem to have the women have complaints about the men are complaining about the women. So where are we at? So we're left in a stalemate, right? We're at a stalemate. Okay. The women are moving off their rights to feel self-loved and self-happiness. Men are not moving off their position to be leaders. So now we have conflict of interest, and we are lacking conflict resolution in these situations. So I don't want a nigga can say I said I was gay, because I said black men and women aren't getting along. Listen, just because we don't get along don't mean we can't have great makeup sex. What are you talking about, right? But the point, so
the sex.
I think we get immature at times because we want to gotcha movement. But the truth is the truth. And
No,
those who are
because listen.
I don't think that men and women can't get along is the truth.
10 more seconds, I'm done. 10 more seconds, I'm done. The truth is the truth. Those who are making, like my boy Taz, congratulations to his marriage. That's excelling for what we know. And the guys who are making it work, more power to you.
Hey, are you making my life horrible?
Huh? Yeah, my thing is
she making my life horrible. She said she intends to.
So my point is to the ones who aren't making it, right? The ones who are failing each other. That there is the world is not in because you guys didn't make it. You just learn to, deal with each other on a parent level. If you're not parents, y'all exes, move on. And that's just the name of the game.
Yeah, but we don't have to make it a goal to fail. That's all I'm
saying. And nobody's signing up for that. I mean, we really,
because you said that should be the future. I don't think we should make it a goal.
One last thing. Vetting and courting don't mean shit. And I'm telling you why. Because the person you meet in year 1 could be a different person in year 6, 7, 8. People change in relationships, in marriages. Their feelings change. So there's no guarantees. It's a gamble.
And that's why you commit to something. Yeah, you commit to making it work.
No, that's kind of outlier, for real, man. That don't happen on the average. Most people, you know who the fuck you getting after year 1 maximum. At that point, they farting around you, nigga. You know exactly who that person is. Now, if you want to accept who that person is or not, that's a whole different story. But you started with a whole premise of a lie. Because regardless of people getting divorced, do they stop fucking once they get divorced? No. They still find people to mate with and be with. They may not marry somebody, but everybody's still fucking and talking to people and things of that nature. So you're a lie. Just because people are like, that's where we're going back to the point of what I said earlier. We're not going to go back because bro, the prime example, niggas will talk about how they feel over making the best situation. If that calls for sacrifice, they will not do that. They will say, well, this is what I want. And not just niggas, I ain't saying niggas in terms of just men. I'm saying men and women. Everybody, y'all got these weird ass mindsets of, well, this is what I want, so this is what I deserve. Even though your output, whatever you've done, doesn't deserve that. That's why you don't have that. That's pretty simple.
So
that's a good point also.
What we see as in real time, right? Because people was thinking, why are the women leaving the poor guys and the regular worker guys? But we see they also leaving the rich ones too, who are very successful, right? So, and I'm not saying that they don't have a right to leave. My point is this, right? I hear you, KD. Is it how I say KT the GOAT?
KT. You can just say KT. KT, K dot.
All right. Then we got 2 GOATs on the panel. So yeah.
No.
I really am pro nuclear family. Okay, that's for the clarification purposes. But look at the raw data, looking at the numbers, listening to people on these panels and on the streets, whether it be white or black, most people are separating because they can't seem to get it right. And it's no shame on, I guess, putting something away that just is toxic and unhealthy. But the truth of the matter is, we are a society of, it's all about me. It's all about what I want. And long as you have that mentality, there's no way that you're going to have a happy home.
Right. Do you think we can change that mentality, or you think it's too late? This is our culture now.
Can I just say, marriage is one thing and one thing only. It's commitment. You made an agreement to stay in there. Me and you gonna make it through this thing called life. Good or bad, indifferent. Wherever I go and I need you, you come. We get mad at each other. We don't like each other. We separate for a minute. You check on me, I check on you. We together. You are my head. Where I is, where I am, you are concerned. That just like the same commitment you have when you raising your children. Ain't nothing they can do to make you stop being their parent. That's how you should look at your spouse.
It's a choice.
Mm-hmm. And it's on you if you made that commitment. That's my thing. That's why it's go back to the vetting. Like seriously, you can sit there and say, well, you don't know somebody for 7 years. Like I said, year one, they farting, my nigga. Let's just keep this shit a bean. If you don't have the discernment, and even when you was going back saying we selfish, you right. And a part of that is when you become selfish, you stop accepting responsibility. So how you was saying, well, they just removing themselves from toxic situations. Well, nigga, how you keep ending up in toxic situations over and over again? Now, I'm not saying it's not you meeting toxic people, but also it's on you because, nigga, why do you keep ending up with the toxic bitches? Like, we have to take our responsibility, our say, even on the opposite end again for women. You keep fucking the drug dealing niggas, and then you wondering why you getting treated like a street urchin, or you know what I'm saying? Oh, he don't treat me like the lady I want to be. This nigga's a fucking crack dealer. He don't fucking know no better. I ain't saying it ain't some niggas who ain't got no culture, but when we talking about the regular not being funny, most niggas selling work drugs are not plugs. They are day by day dusties. They make $100 a day, and that's enough to get by. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Cool. But y'all not fucking with plug niggas. Y'all, and if y'all is, the plug nigga telling you, bitch, be happy I'll let you suck my meat. And y'all be like, nah, but I'm gonna make him think different.
Damn.
Right. And the dumbest thing is these women with these long eyelashes and fake booties thinking that
Not
they
the
gonna
fake
win
booties.
a man
Yeah,
because they got the
Not the
biggest
fake.
booty and the fakest eyelashes. Get her home and she can't even separate the goddamn clothes.
Laundry.
Can't boil water. Girl, how you gonna keep him? Go ahead, family. I ain't got time for this.
Soul sister, what they be having, soul sister?
They be having on them big long ass eyelashes and fake ass booties. Thinking the hell if I got he looking at my booty. Oh, he like my booty. Oh, my eyelashes, these goddamn eyelashes. I just want to snatch them off. God damn, take these eyelashes off and talk. Be a person, have personality.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, can you cook? Can you make him laugh? Can you massage him?
Okay. Now let me ask you
Sound
this,
like
soul
ugly and
sister.
skinny with no
Soul
titties.
sister, soul
Ugly
sister.
motherfucker.
Are
Don't nobody
women
want you type shit.
are
So you
women
run that negative way. Let me get out of here, man. I hate hearing bitches try to come for black women. Like that shit is crazy.
Oh wow.
Who left?
That was Taz love.
Tasmanian devil.
But I want to ask Soul Sister. She was talking about those type of characteristics. Are women and men teaching young women and men like those characteristics that they need?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think these mamas is telling these girls to go put on these booties and eyelashes, and you gonna win a man. And they believing in that shit and get over there and wonder why they done went through 13,000 men and still ain't had no man. Still got the biggest booty. You know, it ain't no value in it. They ain't taught them us how to be loving. To the man, how to talk to him, find out what's on his mind, support him, meet him halfway, make him laugh, give him some relief. So now we're not teaching those values. That's why our kids out here struggling. Our house is broken.
I would have to. I agree with you, and I disagree with you, right? Oh, sister, you're not all the way wrong, but then I do have to give some accountability to. Do women understand what men want? Do women understand how to be wise? If they really want something, if they really want to manipulate something?
Yeah, but I think it go for age range. Like I pointed out on one show that I always missed the older women until I got about 30. Like, I'm not gonna lie, all my girlfriends prior to 30 probably was 10 years older than me plus, you know what I'm saying? But it was because like they were more yeah, I guess you could say that, but I pointed it out earlier. What they seen was like you a young man with potential.
Yeah.
Like they weren't more or less concerned with like, let me get the glory for what you become. But if whatever you become, I would just like to be able to say like, all right, I had some part to play in that.
So
like older women, they've always been better with that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point. But what I think, this is the thing, and this is, Lazy will be mad at me. And this is indictment. Women from no matter what age they are understand how to be. They don't even need to be taught, right? Because naturally, women know how to cater to their man, right? If they really, really want it to work. It's just they don't give a fuck. Women are just not giving a fuck. They're twerking because they no longer have to pretend anymore. Oh, I don't have to pretend to be a good woman to get to the bag. I don't have to pretend to be this housewife that I never want to be anymore, because now I can go where I want to. I can make my own money. I can do my own thing. So women, this newfound power is like a toy, right? It's like a new toy. Oh man, I can, and they're not giving that shit up, right? So it's all about the mentality at this point, right? The women, the modern women are coming in, ushering under feminism, equal rights and all that stuff, and they are living it up. And the value of men to them are not as valuable anymore, because you can get your own money now, right? You can get your own clothes. You can buy. You can shop it by yourself. I don't need you don't need a man to pull up and get a Gucci bag. You can get that yourself. So women have, with this newfound power, it's making them feel validation. It gives them validation. It makes them feel empowered. It makes them feel self-worth, which is a complete cancer.
I don't see what's wrong with that, but
I
do want to say that
it's a cancer to getting a husband. That's what's wrong with it, Andrea.
I hear you. No, I hear you. I meant the self-validation part, but what I wanted to say is that, again, with who we're seeking out, like, just like he mentioned about women seeking out drug dealers, like, I have noticed a lot of women like get into homemaking and things like that. I see a lot of average looking women that like traditional things, that have traditional values. I don't think that you can just blanket term like all women are heavily into, feminism. Like, there's nothing wrong with feminism if that's for you. It's great. I just think that it's a blanket term. Like, I think feminism before was about women being able to work and cook and clean, but I do think that now it's getting a little bit more complicated. Like, I've heard some feminists say that trans women should be able to play in sport. I don't agree with that. I don't want a trans woman to beat me in a sport. You get what I'm saying? That's why I feel like that is it's a blanket statement, and it's encompassing more. I don't think that every woman subscribes to that kind of feminism. So with that being said, I do see a lot of women get into homemaking and things of that nature. Maybe they don't have the aesthetic you might generally look towards, but those women are definitely out here. Like, I see them every day. I see them at Costco. I see them at Publix. Like, if you just go touch grass, you will see a lot of modest looking, like, obviously there are some Instagram models and all that stuff. Like, yes, they seem to be more on the feminism track, but there are average looking, normal homemaking women out here. I see them every day when I'm doing my errands, I'm doing my runs. I see modest looking, nice looking women. Like, maybe they don't catch your eye, maybe you don't, maybe you're not like them, like, but they're definitely out here and I see them every day. I do live in the suburbs, so I don't know, but I see them every day.
Beyond that too, bro, like, listen, what we talking about in terms of it's this group of women who chasing the bag and they feel validated. Guess what? Most niggas broke. It's not I'm talking about not black women.
But
beyond
when you say broke and he's speaking on like feminism and stuff like that, do you think most men can carry the role as a traditional type of role?
No.
Nah, not really. I mean, I think going in terms of how things have changed, I think a 50-50 dynamic does work best for most people's interests, just being very blunt. You feel me? Like, I don't think, majority of people are not rich. So I was just saying majority of niggas is broke in terms of, even if you got enough to get by, you don't have enough to be buying this woman a Gucci purse because now you can't pay your rent this month. You feel me? Like, that's the basic people, and that's even like, that's what I'm saying. That's the average person. Even the average woman, like, they're not just out here living it up on their own. You feel me? Like, and even if they are, it is what it is. You still need companionship. Like, and so when we talking about this group of women who are that way, I will not deny it. The thing is, if we are men talking about we're the leaders and shit, well, we lead by saying we ain't accepting that Like, look, if this what you want, we'll play that game, but don't think you can get nowhere beyond that. If y'all want to still allow that, all right, y'all, the whole class. This is it. Just keep it there. We gonna pay y'all for the pussy. It is what it is. You feel me? If y'all want to keep that, but you know, everything else, bro, we have roles to play. Play your role. Like, if you can get a good enough job to where you can provide, like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that goes back to like discernment, decision making, and shit like that. I've told people on here plenty of times I stay in West Virginia. People talk shit. Not gonna, hey, have all your jokes. I'm not from this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. But I moved here because it's one of the cheapest states in America. You feel me? So I've been able to stack my money up, build a family, and now I'm about to get myself back in position to where I actually own a house in North Carolina still, but I've been renting that out. So I'm trying to get in position where I can afford my own home, another one, a bigger one with some land. And I've been able to do that because I sat there and said, hey, I don't like West Virginia. Ain't shit to do there, but I can stack my money. I got me a good job. I've been renting a couple places out and shit like that. And I've just been stacking and accumulating what I can. Gotta make those decisions.
And see, when you have somebody to work with, when you have brothers and stuff that got the companies and stuff that y'all can put stuff together, that's when you can be able to have a lot of money. When I say that, family, I think about this automotive business that I'm in. And when these automotive businesses, I see all these families get together with these businesses, and they can buy Gucci purses for their wives. They can take every holiday off. You know what I'm saying? They can do all the drugs they want.
That's
Every
that.
single thing, because
Guess
they
what?
got it
If they
established where
fuck
they
it
can
up, the
make
next
money.
one got it.
I want to say one thing about the feminism. I'm gonna give you I want to say that feminism is a new thing. It's like to promote women to be independent, where they don't need a man. Well, see, that's some LBGT shit. You know what I'm saying? That's that shit that women don't need to be with a man. But let me tell you something. That's just a small amount of women. Most women want our man. I don't give a damn how broke he is. I don't give a damn how ugly he is. I don't give a damn how mental he is. I need a man. Okay? So they don't speak for us. We not all that. That's not a lot of us. Those people that's being used to push a certain agenda to sexually degenerate us as a whole and say that we sexual degenerates while they, make money on prostitution, because prostitution is the way of the way. Peace, family. Go ahead.
And I also
I
wanted
just
to
want to
say
say
the
something
main
real
women
quick.
who
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I don't want somebody that's severely mental ill, but I got the overall premise of the thing that she was trying to say. But I just wanted to add that I think people really need to be aware of mental health.
Sure.
And I want to piggyback off what she said. Like, the main people who invented feminism, they're still getting married. So the white women who jump started this whole movement that we are the ones being forced to like uphold, they are still living a regular life, living 2-parent households. So why should we pick up the worst parts of a movement that we didn't even start in the first place? Like, I don't feel like that's fair that we
Because
have
power
to.
corrupts, right? Power corrupts. It's very when somebody feels the
But they
power,
can't
it's like
control
they
us though. Like, we still get to make our own decisions at the end of the day. Like, I
yeah,
don't
so
have
yeah,
to
this is why we're this is why
subscribe to
we're
that.
divided, right? This is why
Nah,
we're
man.
divided, because we have everybody wants their autonomy to be heard, seen, and executed. And nobody is a team player anymore, right? It's all about me. Hey, it started out about us, but then as time go on, oh hey, what about me? Me, which is not we, right? So as long as everybody wants to be heard and want their autonomy to be executed, there's no way that we're moving to the nuclear family ever again, right? So, like I said, you might as well get used to it. Co-parenting is the new and improved
Improved is crazy.
family.
Definitely improved.
Damn.
Definitely a worse model. That's
Improved
why I
is
said, listen,
crazy.
I'm not disagreeing with you, because I think like history shows we make the stupid decisions. But it goes back to what she was saying about like us not being forced. We kind of are. Like I'm one of those people that say free will is an illusion. And it honestly is. Like, they make it seem like you have a lot of choice, but let's be real. Like, if what you're being shown is like internet, Like, even if it's not these women on here are feminists, like I noticed that when I started coming on here, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, you a manosphere dude," and I'm like, first of all, I didn't know what the manosphere was, but they like, well, you say some things that they be saying, you got to be one of them, and I'm like, no, I'm not, I'm really not. So even
Force
then,
you, right?
yeah, and that's how most people do. Period.
Even
They
in the
still
comments, they trying to
with
say
it.
I'm mammy, and because I don't believe in that blanket term, like I do believe women should have rights. Women can work. Women are important members of society, but I don't believe in the term because they keep adding new stuff to it that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm not going to agree with the whole movement, like, and that's fine. We should be able to pick and choose like what we agree with personally. So I don't know why they're in the comments getting mad because
Nah,
feminism,
cause
like
you
that's
ain't
a
throwing
social
the niggas
construct. It's
down. You
made
feel
up.
me?
Like it's made up. It's not real. Somebody made that up, and they change the definition every other day. Like now it's like they add something new to it. I don't subscribe to all of those different things, and I think that's fine.
That's a fact. Shit, it started from female empowerment, something I'm not really
Right.
against myself. You know what I'm saying? But like
Yeah,
you said,
like
it's
that
so
was
much new
cool, but
shit.
they started adding new stuff. Like, hold
It,
on.
in my opinion, it went
Oh,
from first female empowerment to now female vengeance. Like,
oh,
well, men was
Right.
doing this so long, it's our
oh,
chance to do it too now.
okay, okay. I'm glad you said that, KT.
Yeah.
So, what would be the cause of women to want to be empowered? What would be the
You cut out there, I think, bro. Or maybe that's my phone. Am I tripping?
Yeah, he went out like Batman.
Okay. I thought I may have been bugging or something. My bad.
Well, then I'll say happy Father's Day, a good afternoon and good evening. I'm on the West Coast, so how y'all doing?
Thank you.
Hey, Andrea, I just wanted to clear something else up. I don't think they were talking about you in the comments. I think they were talking about something else.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Nah, but man, for this internet, it's just a place of, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people highly opinionated. Like, I tell everybody, I don't really come here to argue like that. You know what I'm saying? I do understand we gonna be like, feel some way about our opinions, but I really do be here to get a more level of understanding, a point where we can come to agreement. Most people here, this is their mindset. They have a certain mindset state, and you need to either give validity to it or fuck you, you're a op ass motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
That's horrible. If that's the only two choices out here, is that it? Like, I'm
I
so
mean,
sorry. Like, that's all.
I mean, look, if any of us partake in this internet shit, let's be honest. Is this not something y'all observe? When y'all listen, if you say
Oh, I'm not
something in the whole,
disagreeing with you, sir. Yeah, I observe it as well. I've been out here for a minute, but I've taught adults. They do the same thing offline.
mm-hmm.
Now we just have the opportunity to talk shit to
No, I
each
take
other
that.
from all over the country, but we
I
still
take
our
that.
traits and attitudes. I think it's just a frequency. I mean, that's just my 5 3 cent. When we talk about how information is given to us, really and truly, other than the accumulation of all the information turned into ones and zeros, and now it's available to us. What
Mm-hmm.
what part of that is non-human? Because
Right.
none of this information, none of the things that we're doing, how you and I are having this conversation, human beings had to be involved. This didn't grow out the ground. I think we take away our abilities to do positive shit. Yes, I understand, and I'm with you, sir. It is a lot of negative things out here. Yes, men talk about us negatively, women talk about men negatively. I'm not gonna do it's on both sides. No, it's not equal. It's just that it is both. It's done on both sides. So I feel like when we have the conversation, like I have no problem just based on the question. Father's Day isn't important because men don't believe in emotions on that level. Mother's Day is propped up as an emotional day. Father's Day is propped up as a leave me alone. I'm taking this Sunday. Don't talk to me.
I said that.
I apologize. I just got here. I just
No,
wanted
I agree.
to say that sometimes we lose we kind of lose the line when we start blaming a medium. The people ain't changed. It's just frequency. People still lying. They gonna make up somebody lying right now on their way not to do what they said they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, that's human, right? But the only reason I came up too was just to add the positive side. Like when we talk about her earlier, nice to meet you as well, ladies. I don't know. I think FNM, I think I've talked to you before, but Andrea, Soul Sister
Hey.
Brown, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Peace
You
and
know,
love.
thank you. And whether we agree or disagree, I feel like we come down to the same conclusion. You want to have someone in your life. True. If these are the things you want to share, I think we have to stop putting them on a checklist. Having a relationship, having children, having a home, that's you blessed and you lucky. You lucky you find a mate. Lucky you found you're able. And we know people live like that. I just, no matter how long, yes, I've heard negativity. I get frustrated too. I still can't give up on my people. And so when I look at it more as not teaching children, but I think what first needs to happen is teaching us, teaching adults, each other how to understand and communicate with one another, to allow men, especially black men, to give themselves grace and deal with their emotions. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't make you weak, especially if you're a single father. Shout out to the single daddies too. And that was the last thing. And y'all, thank y'all for letting me speak. Another reason that Father's Day is not celebrated the way Mother's Day is because, again, men don't even talk about single fathers. That's all I'm going to say. On a frequency that should be celebrated. So, thank y'all. Appreciate
That
y'all.
was good. Men don't even talk about single father. So I always wonder too, kind of like, I be like, I wonder what them deadbeat daddies of mine be talking about when they get with their friends. And you know, their friends be like, I'm finna go to my baby having a birthday party. Nigga, no, he ain't did nothing for his baby birthday. But anyway, happy Father's Day, not today. Anyway, go ahead, Fanny.
But I mean, if that's okay, I don't see how single fathers shouldn't be celebrated. If we discuss out here child support and brothers ain't this and sisters ain't that, we do have positive single parents. We do have positive couples that's out here raising their little black and brown babies. But if we don't have representation, if we don't show that in our music, in our movies, in our shows, in our the shit to watch in the 30 seconds. I don't know, y'all ever, I'm not gonna like say his name, but he make they're corny movies, right? Like they're always, the premise is the same, you know, you trying to learn a lesson. I don't know how old everybody is, but during over the last 30 years, you know, you got being
You
taught
talking about
by
Tyler Perry?
child, no,
Spike
honey,
Lee?
don't do that.
Ooh.
Don't do that. Please don't. This is a beautiful day. Don't do that. Anyway, that's a beautiful Black Sunday. That's all I'm gonna tell you. But no, I'm in all sincerity, I am definitely an avid activist for more representation in the lanes that we in. What do we have for our children to teach them? Like, what do we show them when it comes to social interaction and communications with each other? What do we show our teenagers? What do we show any of them? Like, I mean, we have to not necessarily sit and go, oh, it's a man for a woman for, but it's just, I think now it's just a moment of, okay, we got all this information. Can we sit down and how do we put it out here to change the message? If you can propaganda for bullshit, why can't you propaganda for
Like
positive?
everyone else does.
Right. Okay. Done. I'm drinking,
I
taking
can't
a
lie, we getting into something a little bit. It's easier said than done because now when we talk about like what we see, like first of all, what you know and what you see, two different things. What we see, we don't control. That's why I was saying earlier, free will kind of illusion. We do not control what we see. It's not us as black people saying, "Hey, let's go make sinners." it's a group of white people that back that, whether or not we want to admit that. So until we take that to a further step about
Okay, but what about Tyler
black
Perry? Like
ownership.
he has like the whole he has a big studio in Atlanta, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
writes his own movies, he directs, he acts in them. He literally does production from start to finish. That's a black man. Like he could choose to like make a bunch of positive, like it doesn't have to be real, but he could just choose to just make a whole bunch of positive content, like if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
He's black. I don't think that there's, unless I'm wrong, maybe there are white people who somehow come in and tell him what to produce, but I'm just saying I've heard him be in interviews say like, "Oh, this is my culture and this is what I grew up with," but we're not the only people who are poor though. You get what I'm saying? There's white trash, there's trailer park, but people don't just choose to make a whole bunch of movies about the trailer park. Like I just never seen like a whole bunch of
Nah,
movies
listen to
about
me. It's a whole
trailer
different.
parks. Like I just feel like we can make something
Exactly.
positive.
Because
I
who's
mean,
going to
then
make the
again, there was
movie?
the Cosby Show. That was positive. I like that show. So,
I'm just saying though,
Okay.
who gonna make the white movies in America? Because that's what I'm saying. Majority of Hollywood is ran by white people. It's
But we
on the
don't.
white people's decisions to say we could make a whole, because it's a literal show called The Trailer Park Boys, but it's about some white dudes in Nova Scotia, right? Even they make it seem like, yeah, these white
never
people,
heard of
these
that
kind of
show.
Canadian, huh?
Okay. I said I'm gonna have to check that out. I never heard of that show, but it sounds
Been on
funny.
for 20
It's
something
funny.
seasons.
It's
Yeah,
funny. It's
it's
real
It
funny
funny.
as
sounds
shit.
funny. I'm gonna
But
definitely watch it.
you know what? I'm
But
glad you brought that up. But to your even to your point, look at the variety of things they have to watch. Whether it is corny, whether it's Hallmark, whether it's the mob movies, whether it's a story of the dog that showed up out of nowhere. Like we forget that this is what I meant earlier. Like it could be a really cool thing because now we have access to technology. It ain't just about the television. Nobody's gatekeeping that. You create good product, you know how to market it. Black folks is a niche
that is a
out
lie.
here. Oh,
YouTube is
right.
gay kept like a motherfucker.
But
If
but
you don't
it
follow
is
these
not
certain
the only
guidelines, you're
place,
not getting
sir.
promoted.
This is
You're
not
not
the
getting
only
promoted.
place. This ain't the only
What other
place to
play do we
promote.
have?
Black people put movies on Tubi. You can put your movies on Amazon. You can have a Roku channel.
All right,
You
so
can
everywhere
create.
you just named, it's owned by some white people. Even going back to Tyler Perry, let's
Okay.
talk about Tyler Perry because that is why I brought him up. He
Oh,
shows
well,
one of the
okay.
worst forms of black
I
people
don't
for
like
it.
Tyler Perry, so
Yeah, I
you was
agree.
talking to
I
somebody
agree.
else.
He's
I
rich as
agree.
fuck and he has this studio, right? But he's only got it because he shows one of the worst forms of black people. A black
Of
ratchet
course.
woman pulling out the strap, all the stories about a black woman getting mistreated by a black man, then some Captain Super nigga save her, you feel me? Like, or some dude who really it's literally stereotypes being sold. So that's the type of people, yeah, that will let you get in a power position. But when we talking about somebody like Ryan Coogler, somebody we done seen that like a lot of black people like his work. It's not a thing about whether or not he can get the work. He's spoken on it himself. They will only allow certain scripts through.
But hold on, may
Like
I,
it,
if you don't mind, I'm not talking about on that just that level. I understand that we jump from 0 to 1,000, but there's a middle ground in here. There are successful YouTube channels that have created television shows. Like, like if you wanted to compare it, there's people who watch YouTube like a season of Netflix.
Right.
Like
Even some of the short form
yeah,
skits, like
right.
nobody
Y'all
is
watch
making people
them.
make those toxic skits. Like I know you've seen some of that stuff on Facebook. Like it's really toxic. They make it themselves. Nobody like made them make those kind of jokes. Not even just about black women, like about themselves. Like they don't even realize that they're punching down on themselves. Like
no, they
and
know
it's
it. They
free.
okay
Like
with it.
but nobody,
They
and
okay
they're
with
willing
it.
to do that for a quick buck. Like at one point, are you not gonna disrespect yourself for a few like
That's
pennies?
what, but
Like
that's why I
I
said it's the
mean,
illusion of free will, right? Because listen, we're now listen, you got to provide for your family. Where do we sit here and start saying, okay, maybe money isn't the thing that we should be based off providing or something? Because if we can't
there's
make
other
things a
ways to
moral
make money
issue.
than to joke around on the internet, though. Come on now.
I would agree, but this is one of the easier ways. This is crack dealing. At this point, like I said earlier, all you
Yeah,
got to
that's
do is
true.
get
This
up
is
here and
like being
say
a drug
shit.
dealer. Right.
Your word. You get up here and say shit you know that make people mad and just argue, stand on that no matter what, and you will literally gain a following of that. Look at Charleston White. Charleston White was a positive, like a lot of these people. They were people who were actively trying to do things in the community. It didn't work. So they started doing this negative bullshit, seeing that got their views up, and they stuck with it.
Well, isn't that that's lazy then?
It's a choice though.
That's a cop out.
Yeah,
that
it's a
would
choice.
be exactly what you said earlier, sir. That's a cop out. If we're going to continue, like again, when I said let's talk about single fathers, y'all jump right, not y'all up here, but we jump past that, then turn around and go, well, Father's Days ain't promoted. Well, we need the men to want to promote too. Right. Women can't do it alone. And so it's the same with representation. When I say that, okay, let's even take it, I'll stay exactly where you were going, Mr. Gold. Yes, I do, baby. Taylor Bell, don't worry about where my loose screws are. But anyway, that's how, when you deal with life, you gonna have some loose screws. If you ain't crazy, I don't deal with you no way. So I'm good. But anyway, representation is what I say again. I just like to look. I know these folks. I don't care what they're talking about. But what's interesting is I always use the example. We were talking about YouTube. How many black cartoons is on YouTube for kids? Teaching them ABCs. That's it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just said Gracie's Corner. That's all. I'm listening.
They got a couple. They got a few different ones too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to say probably about 30, 40.
Now 30, 40. Okay, I like the number. We'll dance with that. Mm-hmm. So to the 30, 40 black shows that we may have on for children through what age group? Because see, the age group for development, it starts at 3 on television all the way up to the age of 12.
Yeah, I'm about to say 0 to 12. I would say that in total, like all black distinguishably. Yeah, I say like 30 to 40.
Just culturally. I mean, because again, I talk about it with conviction because for some reason, well, not some reason, I know why, we seem to shy away when it comes to black this, black that, or oh, why do we need a black? Yes, we do need black because representation is necessary. If we just saw shows growing up and it never broke of intelligent black folks and rappers and dancers and doctors and lawyers and teachers, your counterparts in the same country that we go to their movies, we done bought their DVDs, the comedies, all the rom-coms, all of that. We don't give ourselves grace, and we know in real life we are experiencing these same things too. Because we live in this country. But we don't show that representation, not from our children, either all the way up to being an adult. And like I said, they talking about this movie, speaking of Tyler Perry. I didn't watch Straw. I didn't even need to. When I saw Taraji
looking a mess with no makeup on,
I said, forget it.
Why he do her
it's
like
a wrap. Right. Every
looking
movie.
Crazy. No makeup.
Every movie.
Hair. I couldn't.
So you mean to tell me in all the 20 years you've been making movies, now nobody was successful?
Right.
Like, stop. And then to your point,
like
I mean, like she just got off work.
Like the whole movie though. So she didn't go to church once the whole movie.
No, she didn't go to church. She didn't pray.
She didn't go to the mall. She didn't.
Yeah, this wasn't for the church folk. This was for Netflix.
I know, but I'm saying she didn't have no reason to get dressed up the whole movie.
No, she's tired. Because black women don't get dressed up.
Right.
We just put on wigs.
Go out in the street and scream and break down
and throw you in the tub and beat your feet. And we look for every light-skinned dude, Shamar Moore, the
that
only
exists.
man that can help any black woman on the planet.
Literally.
And any dark-skinned dudes, y'all all just got out of jail. Like, come on, stop.
Right.
I have grown up with Tyler Perry, his plays. I got so tired of hearing about them growing up. His plays was no better. Lord mercy. He made his money off of religion.
The plays.
That's facts. That's facts.
And
he
a
don't even
man
really
in a
believe in
dress,
that.
hidden in plain sight. How he
Hello.
he put it right in our face, and we was laughing at him, but we was
Come
really
on. Come
entertaining a
on.
man in a dress.
Say it.
And
It's
do
the
you
same
ever feel like
thing.
he's mocking the people who go watch the movies?
I
Like he's
do.
literally
Exactly.
mocking
I
There you
us in
go.
do.
our
There you go.
Yes.
face
I
with
Yes.
was
the
just about to
saggy
say that.
boobs.
Swaying.
I'm like, excuse me,
Oh, my
like
grandma
you
looked
just
good,
go
okay? My
mark
I
grandma
was
us
didn't
just
look
in
about
like
a
to
this.
say
like
that.
this.
But let me ask y'all this: when it comes to like these stereotypes that he portray in his movies and other people like him, like are they actual stereotypes or do we actually feed into the stereotypes? Because I say that
I know what you
because
mean, like the
I say
chicken
that
of it.
because I seen like once like Menace to Society came out, a lot of people like fed into that type of stereotype, you know.
Well, yeah. That's the point. Into your question, just to answer straight out. Yeah, it is. It has gone on so long. It's like ignoring the fact that you got mold in a part of your house. First, you see that one little black dot. Next thing you know, now you got spores. We pretend as though we don't need none. We strong. We got it. Look, all of us need to be able to see the complexity of Black people. We know that we're not a monolith, but it's not enough anymore. We can't keep it to ourselves. We global, and we need to let the world know, yes, those stereotypes exist, but also these other ones too. And all other cultures are fighting to show that, but us. One person shouldn't be the proclaimer of representation of Black people, especially in the age of
2025.
how we can get information out. Like, and I'm an AI, I'm into it. I am. And the fact that you can make coloring books, television shows, you can make a movie, animated movie now for 30 minutes. You can have a script, you can make look like Coco Melon,
I
for
think that's
instance,
what he be
right?
doing.
Yeah, he did do it.
And
Listen, when
somebody in the
he
comments is saying that he funds people's lives and stuff like that, but he doesn't even hire that many people. He writes his own scripts. He be acting in the movie. Like he don't hire a lot of makeup artists. He can hire a lot more people. His movies would be way better if he would get some
well,
help
he
with
doesn't
writing the
want to.
screenplays.
Yeah,
Right.
he doesn't hire
Exactly.
union workers.
Right.
That is why.
He
And
could do a
then,
lot more.
yes,
So
but the movie theater is on Confederate land. Old Confederate land.
Oh man.
I did in a now I'm not even from Atlanta. I'm not from Georgia. I've driven there. I've driven through Atlanta. But I would say this. There was plenty when I looked at land, there was plenty other places I believe he could have bought the studio, but that ain't my money, that ain't my pocket. But I will say the picture doesn't look too good. You gonna build a Black movie studio. You don't film nothing else. Do you know they made straw in 4 days?
that's crazy.
You got a whole
But he be doing that though. He loved to make a movie in 5 days.
Have you seen his shows, Bruh and Sister Friends? I don't know. It's a whole bunch of them.
Have y'all ever thought to ask why he doesn't do movies like far as like on like real deal Black history, like the George Washington Carvers and people of that sort?
I think he think of us as low hanging fruit. Honestly, I'm sorry. I
Like
think he sees
most
us like
people.
that.
Yeah, I
So I
agree.
don't think he
Oh, sis,
even
I agree
feels
with
the
you.
need to get creative like that. I don't even think he feels the need to do all that.
I don't understand why just because you critique a person, that ain't got nothing to do with that we dogging them. He
Right.
is a portion of us as a culture. How can you get
He's
mad
one
at us
person
for
for
pointing
having
out
an
the fact?
opinion.
Right. Like, okay, so for instance, I'm not a fan. I wasn't a fan of Kia and Peele. I don't like that. Their comedy
Yeah.
was not my
Yeah.
thing.
They
But
messed with me. Yeah. I used
Peele
to
has
like
made
that.
he has made some really good horror films. I'm into sci-fi, horror,
Mm-hmm.
like some like I like watching shit. Like I want to see a sister be riding around on a dragon. Like, well, I'd like to see a brother be on a ship with some samurai clothes on. That's a true story. The black samurai, like that's a movie in itself.
Right.
We don't have to wait on Hollywood to tell our stories no more. That's what makes the internet good if you know where to go and educating and not gatekeeping out here. I don't. Yes, I run my mouth a lot and I will give you as much information as I can because I want to see the representation.
I agree with that, and I think we ought to start doing stuff like that, having movie night, regenerating our own story. Getting
Right.
away from mainstream.
For
All
sure.
this stuff mainstream.
And it don't
And
gotta
so,
cost you no money. Hold on, I just want to say this
go
to you,
ahead. No,
so
go on, go.
because I understand black folks are quick to say, "Well, how you gonna do it in money?" Right now, we are in the age. Remember when cell phones? For so those of us who do, when cell phones really started hitting neighborhoods, and you could go to the store, you go get you a 2-for-1 phone. You know what I mean? You, your cousin, everybody get the phones. That's where we are right now, where artificial intelligence is. So a lot of it is freemium, free, open source, free, where you can create some really cool stuff that's commercially available to you. You can automate your
You should watch
channel.
Parallel. It's sci-fi and it got
Yeah.
Daniel Dead Wheeler. You
Oh,
saw it?
I'm
It
yeah.
glad
was so
y'all.
good.
I'm glad
I
y'all
love
speaking
stuff
on
like
this. I'm glad y'all speaking on this, but I want to pose this question to y'all. Like, what can we do as a community to really build and really move forward?
I don't want
I'll
to
let the
offend
other sister
people.
go first.
Yeah, I feel like people's is kind of sensitive, but I do think we could take back like the culture and like maybe accept that we have more control than we want to believe. Like we don't have to accept like gang violence. We don't have to accept like promiscuity, all that stuff. We don't have to accept it as the norm. Like I know some people can do it, but we don't have to just accept it. Like I think it starts with what we've accepted as the norm. Like I feel like if we just start by not accepting certain things, like that can change people's behavior, in my opinion. I don't know. I think that
Well,
can be
of
the start.
course. Yes, I agree with
It
you.
doesn't have to be normal to us, like
Right. I will say this.
even
I find it.
sometimes I will see let me just say
No,
sometimes
go
I will
ahead.
see somebody like somebody's mom, like their son gets shot or whatever. And like they'll be on the news talking about they forgive the person who did it after 2 seconds. I'm not saying don't forgive, but I'm just saying like that's accepting it a little bit too much. Like let's first make sure this person gets held accountable before you start giving forgiveness. Like let's make sure that we hold people accountable and let's just not normalize certain things. Okay, go ahead.
No, honey, you all right. My bad, DB. I was chewing on my snack. My bad. But I will say that I appreciate you allowing me to speak up here. But those who do know me, I'll quickly say I'm a community person. I believe in building the community through the information that's available. And not just talking about it, but backing it up with the works that I hope to implement as well. There is so much room for our content to be different and utilize the cool shit available now. Things that can make, like, you have an idea, you could take a thought, maybe a something you want to present, and now the tools are there that you could take it from your thought to full production. And we talking in a matter of days, maybe if you real quick, maybe that day. But I
And maybe
also feel
mentorship too. Like we can,
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
yeah,
education
maybe
is
we can
is
mentorship and
or offer classes. Like, say for instance, if you got a YouTube channel and you like showing people how to do certain stuff, do we have all those kind of channels on there? Look at their views. You don't got to give them no money. You ain't got to do nothing. Look at the views they get from just having information on their channel about AI, about what the new animations that's out, about the new education and stuff like that.
So
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna say. So you always hear you speak of like community. Like, do you think like we as black people need to start getting back to the basics, like far as like building our own communities, and like really being on our own.
Yes, I think that with the conversations that's been out here
Did
and
you
the
hear
time
me?
I've been out. Yes, I heard you. Did you? Can you hear me? Okay, am I coming through? Hello.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can
Oh,
Oh,
hear
my
you.
okay.
bad. Did you hear me? I had poor connection.
No, no, no. I heard you. You were saying you hear me talk about community and how can that be approached? Like
No, I
I
was saying, do you think we as black people should get back to far as like a way of communal living, like far
oh,
as
you know what? In all honesty, no, not necessarily. What I think the network that we should build is more offline. I mean, more online than offline at this moment. The reason I say this is because if we do decide to start to build in different places, we understand that there's going to be risk with that. And also too, you want to make sure people are safe. So before I would even tell anybody to actually like physically get up and move, I would say, okay, how can we network across different cities, different counties, different rural areas that are predominantly black, and work with those who really are trying to help those who really need it. And we see them. We don't it's not a question. We know who taking advantage the majority of the time and we know who don't. So I think for us, I think we should flip the positive side. That's why I brought that up. And adult, I mean, excuse my language, not like, okay, for instance, I don't know, anybody watch Cartoon Network,
Yeah, I used to.
right?
Mm-hmm.
What representation of us was on there? But I've always been an anime fan. I've always been a kind of dark humor type, kid. So I enjoyed that. We grew up on stuff like the Thundercats, and it always had a lesson, or G.I. Joe. At the end, it said, "Hey, don't do that." We don't have any of that. And to
but
what the
that's why I
gentleman
was
said
saying far as
earlier,
developing our own, like
right? We can do this now and utilize the internet first, and then take that and utilize the economics that can be built from that to then build that offline as well, because it has to be a twofold. And I
yes,
think
yes.
that we could the internet we can bombard with positive stuff, things we want our children to know. When we talk about kids out here, we talk about teaching the youth, but what are we teaching them? Vague sayings, generalizations? No, they need specifics, because we already know they're not getting what they need as far as to thrive socially within that construct in this country. I'm not talking about nowhere else in the world, because our story is unique. We didn't immigrate here. There's no story of, oh, not in my family anyway.
Yeah. That's
But
a whole nother conversation right
well,
there.
no. The reason I said, and I wasn't going too far down that
That I
street,
like. Go ahead. Peace and love.
That-
but now just to land it here, I think that we should take advantage of all of the social media and bombard it with as much corny, positive, unique, whether it's music, whether it's a short, whether it's a poem with a song, whether it's whatever that represents culturally, that
Mm-hmm.
might make somebody's day. And guess what? It ain't gonna just be black ears listening.
I absolutely
Those
agree.
that economic goes back, because not just because of the color of our skin or that we agree that we like barbecue. It's about seeing I, yes, I got skin in the game. I got nephews, great nephews. They little. They ain't driving yet. They ain't got kids, nothing. I don't want them to have to go through what we went through growing up.
Okay,
You know,
okay, chocolate. You mentioned corny, like, see, like
that's what black people call it, though.
that's what I'm saying. So how can we like look at it as not corny? How can we popularize that type of activities?
But this the thing. It's changing the word. Like Miss Andrea said earlier. I could, that's the English language. It sucks in that regard. One word can have 80 meanings. When I say that corny, I mean like when we was growing up, we got to see Family Matters. That was considered corny.
Yeah,
But it
Fresh
had a
Prince,
message.
all that. Yeah.
Right. But they still had messages. It still, was fun to watch. And then your friends did, you had your group that watched that stuff with you, and you had your group that you was watching, staying up late watching Martin and stuff on Thursday night. But again, we got a unique experience that these last two generations haven't benefited from at all. They looking at reruns. They're not looking at anything new. And if it is new, it has a slant to it that they complain. Like if we care about young people and we listening, they're telling us, hey, yo, what y'all been doing all this time? Like where to fight at, but y'all expect us to pick up the mantle. What do you want us to do? Y'all didn't do shit. Like what do you want us to do? We did what y'all told us to do. Go to work, get an education, go buy a house, have some kids, get married. Bam. That's it. But there always has to be a community surrounding that to make that thrive. And that starts with that. Cartoons, movies, shows. They are like, for instance, you know how they say Christmas in July. Make Black Christmas movies.
And I will say
Cartoons.
we can
Even if
also
you
like
don't,
control our
yeah.
language too. Like even with
Thank you.
I know you
Yeah.
didn't mean corny in a bad way, but even sometimes I
No,
hear
right.
people call like Russell Wilson corny, and I just look at
Yeah,
him just like a
no.
suburban guy. Like that's just a
Yeah, no,
regular
no, no.
suburban guy to me. We don't have to use, you know what I mean? We can
They have
control our
made it.
language.
I
You know what
got
I
you. They
mean? We
have
don't
made
have
it.
to, yeah, like not you necessarily, but I've
No, no,
heard
no. I
people use
got
it in
you.
a negative way. Like we can,
Oh, honey,
a guy
yeah.
like Russell Williams, we don't have to call, or Russell Wilson, we don't have to call him corny. We could just call him like a regular suburban guy. Like, why does that have to be
Exactly.
negative or positive? Like,
Well,
he's a normal
again,
guy to me. Like, I don't see why people have to call him corny and this and that
well,
just
because it's just
because.
like Sam. You hear it out
I
here,
know, but
right?
we have to, but kids don't want to be corny though. Kids want to be cool. So if you give something that's good, if you make
Yes,
it something negative, they're not gonna understand the nuance
exactly.
behind, corny not necessarily being bad. They've already associated that word with something not cool. Like we can
Yes.
control our language a little bit better, like in my opinion. Like, but yeah.
Oh, thank you for telling me that, sis. Let me touch up on my etiquette, girl. I didn't know that. I'm old. But corny didn't mean that. When we said corny, we just kind of meant like white people humor. It was,
Right.
it was funny but off.
Right.
You
No,
know
that's
what
how
I
she
mean?
meant it.
So
Yeah, she didn't
it
mean it.
wasn't. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, it wasn't a bad thing.
it's
You know.
not.
Well, and
It's
to her
not.
point, and it's no offense here. I agree with that. When we start changing the language, informative stuff, and I don't. I grew up on PBS as a little kid. That's what my mom would let me watch all by myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I
so
used to watch PBS.
I got to watch Sesame Street. Sesame Street was made specifically for children of color.
Right.
It was made to show that no matter what you look like, you can be blah blah blah. There's this, and people would think, oh, that, and not just us.
Man, you niggas
As an adult, that's nothing we should be doing. But again, as you start to see, even being out here, there's a huge lack of validation for folk.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. Like we could tell men's stories. Dudes should be telling their own stories.
I agree.
How do we know about the good men or the men that changed their lives? Just like you'll sit up and watch Netflix and you go through all the movies or Tubi or Hulu or whatever. How much representation of that looks like us? and in any genre. And I'm done. Y'all got it.
I mean, especially like people like George Washington Carver. You know, our kids ought to be so familiar with him.
Would they should be? Yes, I agree with you, sis. I agree.
And all these inventors that we got in America that done invented stuff, still
And
invent
then
stuff.
But
I even
but
I
got. I
can't even
got.
name five myself right now. I can't even name nobody. What a
but
shame, you
but
know?
what I'm saying, but to your point is like like how do we change who what like what's our concept of leadership? Because a lot of people, for us in our community, like especially the younger generation, they looking at entertainment for as leaders.
Yeah.
Like
If
we
you
don't
don't.
have
Oh,
no
when you.
more like I mean, it don't have to be leaders to that extent, like the Malcolm X's, the Martin Luther Kings, the Fred Hamptons of the world. It don't have to be that level, but we don't even have young black leaders even in politics or anything like
Where
that.
the
Like,
old black leaders at? We don't even have middle-aged black leaders. Not enough to make a difference anymore. So we can't. Not can. I shouldn't say that. I apologize. I understand we want to talk about the generation. So anybody that is of the age of probably 30 and under is for coming truly doing different things. That's the next group coming up. But we're still young enough because in that era, all of us, brown, white, black, we all were having children, boys and girls. We was having them as children. So our grandmothers and our aunties are close to our age. So now you got 7 generations living right now currently on in America. Like just say 7 generations of black folks right now. And when you see that, all of that means that that information is still here and those stories can be told from that aspect, right? I'll even give it to you from the other side of it. Building and education. Black people struggle in 5 areas. Black folks ain't buying Gucci. They spend their money on transportation, education, medical, housing, and financial banking. Those 5 industries, we ain't nowhere near. Not even to mention, we're not in technology. We're not in manufacturing at a level that is high enough to make an impact. I think that it can be done, and this is just my opinion. I think it can be done. It's done in sections. It's called delegation, discernment and delegation. I don't know Miss Andrew, but if I'm gonna just throw this out. She seemed like she's a good person that she would be able to organize and be unbiased and not be mean to folk. And you know what I mean? You pick up on certain things if you're listening to. And I'm just picking on you. That's all, just a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You take this sister and you go, okay, what do you like to do? What's your favorite thing? If you had to deal with people, what's the most favorite thing? You go through the motions if you are a leader and want to be. A good leader also knows when to be a teammate, when to find somebody different. We don't have a choice but to compromise and work together. And I think the first step is if we can connect it economically, that we all can be a part of making change out here without it. We can see just a small difference in what we could do and give people the opportunity. See that the option isn't there as a community, as a social net to give any breathing room for any of our black parents. Whether it's
Exactly.
we don't,
Back
whether they go ahead, I'm sorry, you got.
No, you good. I was gonna say, like, back to kind of what your question about who people can look to as leaders. I know the other guy said that, you know, the nuclear family is pretty much done, but I do think like putting that as a priority could help because then kids wouldn't have to look so far and beyond for You know what I mean? For
They got to go
inspiration and for a
somewhere,
leader. Yeah,
right?
like
And
if we let them have a leader in the home, maybe then we it wouldn't be such a heavy burden on who's going to be the next Malcolm X. Like maybe we won't find that yet, but at least if there's somebody in the house, they can at least look to that person. Like,
yeah, or and if
yeah,
and to add to it and land there, it's like yes, but I will. This is where I give my people grace. We have had no choice but to look up to entertainers.
right.
Those were the only people that were allowed to have a voice in this society that looked like us.
Yeah.
There wasn't doctors and lawyers and teachers and judges and stenographers, or they were telling us one thing: be a police officer, be a teacher, be a lawyer, be a doctor. Oh yes, but it costs you. What if you're not a good doctor? What if you not? What if you're not a good police officer or a teacher, for that matter? Those social nets aren't there within our community, and I think that working with people and allowing them to do what they do best, especially us. Yes, we need money to do any major changes. However, we are at the precipice where you can make money without even have to live in, you know, you ain't even got to put a dollar in it no more. You can later, but you can get your message out. I see, look at us. We out here on YouTube. Some of us have, it's changed our lives. We've been able
I
to
like
feed our
the way you
families off this.
I
Like,
like the way you made the announcement too about how we could take AI and reinvent our history stories, and we can present them right on our channels. On y'all channels, right here on the live. Somebody can go and put it together. You can animate it, huh?
yes,
Put
ma'am.
faces and create the history. We could have live talent shows. That'll bring our kids right to YouTube, right back home to us right away. Live talent shows. You know what I'm saying? Perform your talent right here on the show. You know what I mean? Some positive things we can monitor them in, uplift them in, support them in. They be proud to do. We can do those kinds of things right away, family, and that's game changing. Go ahead.
Well, like for instance, I'm just not talking shit. Made my first set of coloring books. Yes, I work with AI because I couldn't find coloring pages of little black boys and little black girls. Like all those
Never thought
places
about
you
that.
go, but yeah, and me and my friend, we was joking last night. I said, "Girl, we need to go and get into the crayon business." I said, "We need to go and get these black
I
Kunta
know, right?
Kinte
Get
crayons
that.
out here.
Right.
We are the
Yeah.
niche.
But
We
let
are
me
the
see one of
niche."
your books. You got one? Can you put your camera
All
on? Let
right,
us
that's
see a
what's
book.
up.
I'll give you my Amazon link. Hold on, real quick. I'm at my sister's, so let me give you the link. I'll throw it in there.
Oh, I
Um,
mean, can y'all do that? Can y'all pull it up in the back? I have no idea, honey. I
I think
don't
she
have
gonna
no
put it in the
idea how to
chat.
do nothing.
yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
She gonna put it in the
But
chat.
I'm no gatekeeper, and people talk about me all the time. Girl, I've been accused of all kinds of shit out here. But that's life. If you once you decide to open your world up to other people, you gotta go with the flow. I believe in
Right.
what I stand in. That in the conversation y'all was having, that's why I came up. I thought it was cool because yeah, that's why Father's Day ain't celebrated because we don't. When you think about Mother's Day, don't you get mushy? That's roses. You want to do spa days. We taking grandma to dinner. You know what I mean? We don't. But when it come to Father's Day, we've been raised to be like men don't need shit.
Mm.
Your daddy just want to be left alone. Give him some golf clubs. He just want a beer. Craziness. He just
For
want
sure.
dinner.
He not much of a. He don't even like to celebrate his birthdays. So
Right. Right. And so how then can you tell a woman, well, we grow up based on the men that was around us. If men ain't saying they like it, how are women supposed to know that y'all want to be celebrated? We not mind readers, just like y'all not. There's a lot of women that don't like Mother's Day. Like they don't show that. It's a lot of people who don't. They lost their mama. They lost a child. I mean, we got to stop going from zero to hell. There's such a large spectrum of us. Excuse my language. a- as a people, and yes, to what you said, so sister, yes. We talking about. I heard, we talking about AI's cheating, and that ain't real, and it's just ones and zeros of everything you could think of that human beings have accumulated as far as information. S- That's it. So that's that.
You can
That's
use it for good.
yeah.
People using it for bad, you can use it for good.
Come on now, and we can celebrate. Here, I'm gonna show you this. So, sister, this one for you, huh? Let me see.
Okay.
This is the newest one. We getting ready to drop all these new coloring books for before, because I don't know, school getting out at different times, but we understand that parents can only entertain their kids so much, like for real.
True.
Before you start throwing them outside and they be in that dirty pool, you know what I'm saying? The water be old. You be like, just keep swimming. No, just stay out there till you're tired.
For the markers be all upside the wall. Let's give them a platform. I'm interested. I got a little 2-year-old grandbaby, so yeah, let's see
Oh
the
yeah,
color.
here, yeah. I'm pulling them up right now for you, so you could go to the link. I started this about a few years back, but I couldn't. I went to all of those websites, where they advertise where you could get coloring book packs and you could get like the different pages, especially like if you in the education and teaching and stuff, you can get these like pre-built, like if you guys ever go to you ever go to your dollar store or whatever, and you see like the little books, and they have them for $1, little notebooks, that kind of stuff. You can make
Hmm.
that stuff online. Ain't got to leave. Not the near nutter. Just
And you
put
sell it on Amazon?
Oh.
yes, ma'am. Hold on
Mm.
real quick. Amazon, Etsy, your own website. Now you
Right.
got the TikTok shop. I understand the marketing can sound overwhelming, but that now AI can even help you with that. You can automate your channel now. Let me
Um,
stop because I'm geeking out. Let me get
no,
this
you're
link
giving
for
us the
you.
tea though. You're giving us
Let
the
me
money tea. I like
let
that.
me give you, because
I
I
might
know,
have to,
like,
I might have to read up on that.
yeah, I
Get a
would
few
just
extra
tell
coins.
anybody. Yeah, ain't nothing. Listen, way things is going.
Right.
What's burnt? Nah, baby. Let's check outside. It do smell like something burning. No, they might be grilling. I'm sorry, y'all. It's the summer. People outside. Mm, yeah, I smell it too. I don't know. Anyway, but you can have, as adults, I think we stopped having fun and being creative. We're very creative people. I think we just need to remember that with a lot of this. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm gonna mute up and I'm gonna drop this link in the back. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna follow it. All right. Nice to meet you.
So I see we have nothing but the ladies on the
I know,
panel.
right? So,
Since it's Father's Day, it
yes.
like could y'all name one thing y'all would want to say to fathers that y'all know are good fathers that in general or whatever? What is something that y'all would want to say?
Absolutely. I would start with like Happy Father's Day. You guys are seen, you are appreciated, you are loved. We appreciate you for doing the quiet job, doing the hard work without maybe necessarily getting all the kudos you might deserve. You're still appreciated if you haven't heard that. So that's what I would say. Anybody else? Anybody want to?
You still there,
I'm
soul
sorry. I'm not
sister?
going. Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not gonna leave you on red. I'm in the back. I'll go last. Y'all got it.
you still there, soul
Okay,
sister?
well yeah, I am. Let me go in and say, give me a second. Let me get back in here.
Yeah, buddy. Sound like she at a party.
Okay,
Okay,
I wanted
peace
to
and
make
love, family. Okay,
it's
we
in the
came back
back.
at the
I'll
same
make sure
time.
I got it for you. No, no, you got it so
Okay, I'm gonna check those out. But yeah, family, I want to say this that the soul and soul sister comes from the soul and soldier because my who I am that name come the name you give yourself because you see who you are and what who you know what you represent and what life done hand life dealt you and life dealt me this hand to stand 10 feet tall because I lost my real daddy young so I didn't know him but my mama was always married and I always had a daddy at home and we had a stable home you know what I'm saying? And I don't have any of them now. That's all memories now, you know. And so I look around and I have a lot of daddies myself that I was dealing with, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. The story wasn't good. It ain't gonna be good for Jackie Brown because that's over now. So I ain't gonna be able to tell that wonderful story that we had the happy ending. You know what I'm saying? Because some folks done died, and it just is what it is. But I do know that I had this one granddaddy there was the man of God. I'm telling y'all, that man was number righteousness. I ain't never seen him do nothing but good for anybody he ever came across. And he was a real church going man most of our life. At the end, he wasn't at church. And even I think about my daddy. You know, I never seen my daddy run with no whole pack of people. I ain't never seen no millions over visiting at his house and stuff. We went to the church, and you know what I'm saying. We went to the church all the time, and then we came home. But he was really the real manner of God. I mean, he'll see somebody on the street, he'll stop and help them. You know what I mean? And it wasn't no limit to what he'll do. He was a real upright man. And I had my other granddaddy too on the other side you know, that would shoot a nigga down in the New York sucker. You know what I'm saying? Mess with his. That's the last thing you did. But baby, I want to say to all the men that been there for their children, encourage you to not give up when when the road get tough, because the road do get tough. And y'all the foundation of the life. I remember celebrating Mother's Day, but I remember when I was in the church and I was Christian before too. And I used to say, oh, God loved the man because he gave him dominion over the earth. Let him name every animal. You know what I'm saying? God gave a man a help me, gave man woman. You know what I'm saying? We was a gift. You know what I'm
right.
saying? And to that, you know, I serve my king, my man, my Lord. You know what I'm saying? And I love him as my God and my God, both my God and my God. You know, I'm supposed to trust him with my life. And that's what we have to do to make sure your kids and your wife is reflecting on you in that way. Because I tell you what, behind a strong man stand a strong woman. And don't nobody want to mess with a man got a badass woman. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they through. She gonna get the job
I
done.
love that.
You
I
know what I'm
love that.
saying? But
Yes,
you the
sir.
foundation. He the everything. And to him, happy Father's Day. And those that ain't reached it there, that ain't got there, you know you fell short, you fall, you still alive. You still got a chance. Jump in there. Jump in there. It ain't over. It ain't too late. Peace and love, family.
Um, I know I've talked a lot, so I keep it short. I promise. Shout out to being a parent. Period. It's a lot to raise another human being, and whether you're married, whether you a single father, um, shout out to you, because again, raising a family is a lot. It is a huge responsibility and commitment, and even if you're not with your children as like they're with you today, not that that's a norm, but it is a part of our reality. I don't look at all the brothers the same. Y'all, some hardworking brothers out here that go to work and try to raise their children and be a good husband and be a good father. So shout out to y'all. Many blessings to everybody in the panel. Um, and especially in the chat that are fathers, all the sisters who fathers. Happy Father's Day. There you go. Oh, and last but not least, We need the good guys. We need y'all to tell y'all story. That's another way of representation. We need y'all to come out here, whether you pre-record it, whether you tell it on Instagram, talk about it. How are we supposed to see the other examples? Just like us for women, we have to be better at it. And I ain't saying it because I feel like, oh, I need it. No, I mean, we both do, both sides. That I'll give you equality. Because if you're old enough to remember what TV was like, then you a little accountable. You got, we got some stuff to do. And those of us who are into creating and those of us who want to see change, shout out to y'all too. Shout out to the foster daddies. Shout out to the step daddies. Shout out to grandpa, he and uncles, slash daddies. All right, now I'm done. There you go.
But you said like men need to speak more on it, like be willing to speak on it. Like,
Yes, we have to.
okay, now when it comes to, you know, men in our community, like how, like, okay, how do I say this? What would be some ways to help men more, like be more open, like with expressing themselves?
I really truly have an answer if you want me to give it to you. I truly do. I think that men should talk about those type of things, and I know that's hard. I also know that in my own building of what I do, I've learned that we can help people get access, and not to knock it, but to access for mental health, just your basic counseling, not psychiatrists, but just psychologists, counselors over the phone on, it's called telehealth. And there are some programs that have this, and I'm happy to bring some of those over, send them to you. There are some brothers who have come together and made ways for men to be able to have safe spaces. But again, just like K Dot said, we got some solid ones, but it ain't enough. We need more. And so my contribution is to do things like that, give people access in that way. That's what I can do. But I think that especially with men, that would give them the privacy and autonomy to be able to talk to somebody and kind of work through whatever's going through their mind. Because sometimes it's not about just, oh, you can't talk to a woman, or oh, you can't talk to a man. Sometimes you don't even have the words to understand what's going through your mind sometimes. That don't make you crazy, and it doesn't make you less than if you go to someone to get some help to clear it out. And I think, remember when those ads, the Got Milk ads was out? I don't know if everybody remember them. I'm really going back. Like, do you remember them? And they had such a profound thing. Like, people was like, "Oh, this is celebrities." Da, 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 da. For us to have our kids, or we want people to look up to, it's gonna have to be just regular ass us. We the regular hero, and ain't nothing wrong with that. We can. That's how we. That's in my opinion how we can start to assist, educate, help people get on their feet. You never know how small it may be between a man feeling viable and not. We know it could be an issue of not being able to, hey, I can't get my license. I don't, you know what I mean? Or I don't have a ride to get to. If that's the case, I'm using extreme. But maybe it's just, hey, I'm trying to get in this trade school and I don't have an application fee. Why can't we have social nets without making another person feel bad for help? And that's another thing too. We make, in our society, men are made to feel bad if they ask for help. So there's my answer. Y'all got it. I'm so sorry, y'all. I will not do my speeches. Please, I'm so sorry. I want to be a positive person on this day. I'm petty. I just like messing around, but y'all got it.
I say I'm petty, sis. I say I never run with the go along, get along gang, but I pay my fare for the petty train. But I want to say that my advice to our men would be to calm down. Try to take things one step at a time. Make reasonable goals, you know, and set steadfast to do what you set out to do. Be simple. Be a simple kind of man. You know what I mean? Don't complicate things. Just try to do it, 1+1 kind of way. And that's in everything you do, in everything you reason with in life in general, life decisions. What should I do for my job? I don't understand what's ailing our men. First of all, I don't. Um, what's the overall complaint? What are we suffering except if it's impoverishment, which I can understand, having an economic flaw and living in a world of capitalism can be hard. I can understand how even people choose to give up on having houses and cars and go pitch a tent and live under the tree, under the bridge somewhere. They can, kind of off the grid against the normal and normal rules. You know what I mean? I think that those people have got to a point where they just like, I can't keep up in society. You know what I mean? I don't have the money to pay these rent. Why keep on trying to worry about where I'm gonna live, packing up? I ain't got nothing to pack up. Them move so much, I ain't got nothing to pack up. They say move, I ain't got nothing but a backpack. You know. So I can save more money by just pitching me a tent, living off the land, in extreme hot, extreme cold, go to the shelter or something. That's what come over my mind when I be thinking about the mental condition of our people. Must be some sort of economic worried about how to make it, because that's what I was worried about. Worried about if I was gonna have enough to sustain the house. You know what I'm saying? Especially working pretty much by myself. You know what I mean? Worried about if I get sick, what'll happen to the family if I ain't able to go to work. You know what I mean? So I think that if they just learn how to accept the fact that um, we gonna have responsibilities, and it's a lot weighing on y'all. It's a lot expected of the black man, but which rightfully so, with all that he carry. He the flavor of the earth. He the god of the earth. He the hip hop. He the fashion. He the food. You know what I'm saying? He the friend. You know what I mean? So, it is great responsibility on our men, especially in the fact that you're living in a society and a matrix that want to make you the degenerate, the bottom of the pot. You know what I'm saying? When hopefully you realize who you are and take your stand as the cream of the crop. You know what I mean? And that's great responsibility. But I don't want to enable you with my encouragement, because I ain't gonna lie and tell you, we can no longer though accept you. We can no longer have you halfway. We don't want half on the bill. We want to see you paying the bill. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking of financially, but you know what I mean? And when you can pay the bill financially, you understand what I mean emotionally, how you have to be there. You have to be there. We want y'all to understand that it's a role for you to be there as father. You're responsible for not just the children, but for mama happiness, for mama well-being, happy wife, happy life, because you want her to feel happy, secure in what we doing for the house, what we building, because all we building is for you, for the man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, everything we do is for our kids and our husband. We don't hardly ever do anything for us. The worst of us is done when we do the worst. It's for our family. It ain't never been for us. But okay, go ahead, family.
Mm,
What's up, Riaz? What you got to add to the conversation, Riaz? How
mm,
you feeling for
yeah.
Father's Day?
Wait, sorry, we're feeling a grad. Wait, could you actually ask the question again, though?
No, I
Feel
was just
the
saying, how are you feeling for Father's Day?
The
Like, what do you
question
have to
about
say?
enabling and encouraging.
mm. Good point, though. Yeah, I get you on the enable part. Yeah, it's not good to enable, but also to encourage is why I get you on what you're trying to say, though. Kind of agree to a certain extent as well. I'm basically self-aware of what I am, though. And when it comes to that type of mental stuff, anyways, I'm very self-aware, though. Because look, I'm responsible for myself as well. Yes, other people can help me. They can give me suggestion. They can advise me. They can do whatever they could for me. But I'm the only one who can change me. Nobody can change you unless it's you. You have to make the change. You have to do the work, though. I'm self-aware of that, though, and I know I'm on this. I'm a spectrum child, but I'm actually self-aware of all of that, though. And despite everything, though, made all the necessary improvements, though, and from there, I'm building towards that, though, type of stage to actually, slowly get there, though. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and I get it too. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why I said that when I recovered 14 times, though, I'm actually self-aware. I built the necessary coping systems first time, though. So when it happened first time, just basically when it hit me, that's when I actually, when I went there, they help out and stuff like that. I actually developed them coping skills, though. So I actually know how to deal with it. I know I'm not on my own. I can go talk to other people. Then also while I talk to other people, I also think about how I can actually think on the positive side also, though, is what I think can also make it better or worse for myself. So I like to think the best. I just hope for the best, and from there, that's how I overcame a lot. I just think positive, and hopefully a positive result will come. Because you know what they say, what goes around comes around, or what you put out is what you get back. So I'm a firm believer of what you put out is what you get back in everything, basically. So what energy I'm putting out is the same thing is what I'm getting back. And basically, the way I'm made, though, is I'm a high vibration being, though, the way I was made, though. And of course, I gotta do the necessary work when it comes to the fifth part, because I'm naturally tapped into the spiritual part, though, also, though. So I gotta actually, do all of that, though. And yeah.
So, what would be your advice to men that what advice or one main code or something you would share for them?
Well, my advice to men is to basically look, be self-aware, and it's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to be vulnerable as well. Though look, you don't have to hold everything in because it ain't healthy, though. Just let it out. So like whatever you're feeling and experiencing and stuff, just let it out, though, because when you let it out, it'll be good for you. So be self-aware and actually look, take yourself accountability. Yes, it's self accountability. So everything I'm saying, though, is not just for the men, it's for both genders, though. Because to me, it's not just a gender thing. It's to me, it's like a universal thing. Of course, we're two different genders. We're unique in our own different way. But I like to see things from a spiritual point of view and a universal type of feeling, though. That's just what I think, though. So what I'm saying
Okay,
is
so you
intended
think
for
that the
both.
mental health don't have anything to do with gender or race, that everybody is experiencing mental
Yeah.
health, and which is probably
Yes.
true.
Yes. Yes. Not just a race thing or gender thing. Mental health is for both, and it's pretty much everyone's experiencing mental health. It's just basically everyone deals with it differently, because that's what the human thing to do is. That is what we as humans have, though. That is what we as humans are, though. We do experience that mental health type thing, though. It's just the way it's handled is different, though.
Is it different levels of mental health? Is one worse than the other or better than the other?
Yeah, pretty much. It's different levels though. Like it's not really about one's worse than the other. Everyone experiences it differently though. So basically,
I mean,
yeah.
like, is a schizophrenic worse than a person that's bipolar?
Wait, sorry, what was that though? Can you
Is
repeat that
one
again?
is a schizophrenic person worse than a person that's bipolar?
They're probably different though. I mean, worse though, no, I wouldn't say one's worse than the other. Everyone just has a different spectrum of how to deal with that. Or like, it's not really about one's worse than the other. They're just basically two different things though. So it's like different levels when it comes to it though. So
Well,
for
what
me,
about a
I'm like,
manic? What about a
wait,
manic?
wait,
A
manic,
manic
that's different. Oh
person.
yeah. Oh, like when it comes to the manic though, yeah, that's pretty much a bit worse level type of thing. It's not like basically putting them down though. It's just basically higher level, basically what they're experiencing.
Meaning that they may be higher subject to suicide or make committing a crime or something.
Pretty much though, or like pretty much, yeah, in a way, pretty much though. Just it's not just that. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm just gonna say probably though, but also though, pretty much though. All I'm gonna say is probably though, and people on the replay though. Whoever people on the replay, make sure to do your research before taking anything out of this stream or whatever we talked about. Make sure to do your research before you take anything out of this though, because you can take whatever though, but make sure to do the research though, so you don't get any misinformation though, and basically fact check everything.
I just want to say this, share my story a little bit more about Jackie Brown. That I remember when I was real young, 14, 15 years old, first time I experienced a death. My baby daddy, the love of my life. So I thought that I was really sad. I thought, oh my God, it couldn't have been nothing worse. My heart hurt so bad. I didn't want to eat. I did. Somebody sleep. Somebody
Yeah,
sleep.
so
Yeah, I don't know who's
But I
snoring, but
remember
they
feeling
snoring
so
pretty.
horrible that I didn't want to eat, and I didn't eat. I could have just sat right in one spot and literally just did nothing, and I probably did just that. And I cried for maybe 6 months to eight, nine, almost a year straight, every day. I just couldn't believe that life had changed, and if I was gonna go on in this life, it was gonna be without him. I thought I connected that with a depression. I thought that was depression. I even remember it got really bad. Let me tell you that the day came that I cried so hard. I remember something saying because I couldn't reason with what could have happened. Like how your body just dropped dead and you just gone. I can't talk. Like where is he at? Where did he go? How did he just leave? How did he just die? And then this thought came about me. It was like, you could go where he is. You could, and that was the day I probably started getting over it because I absolutely knew that ain't what I wanted to do. And I had lost a whole bunch of weight, probably a lot of hair and everything. I wasn't eating, I wasn't living. I was just sitting, I was just existing. I didn't know when, I didn't know where, and I never got over that. All my life it's probably been a struggle, but it probably molded me to be who I am today. All of this is taken into your strife of life. You know what I'm saying? I think that today, looking back, that I was just experiencing the strife of life. Nobody get to choose your cause and what's presented to you and what you have to accept. But what you are, folks should be focused on is how you deal with any and everything. That's why I like that chapter in Ecclesiastes say, for the test is not for the swift or for the smart, but for he that endure to the end. What you think about enduring?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that though. Enduring though, basically for me, it's not just enduring though, it's just basically adaptable type of thing for me as well though. And what experienced and everything like that. I just believe that life is a test though, and it's up to me whether I want to pass that test or not though. And basically though, at first, though, when I experienced what I experienced, though, basically, it was just like a build up of many things. Though, I don't want to overshare, but you know what I mean? No, it's just too much, though. So, when it just led to what it led to, after that, though, when I just got the help that I needed and I built them skills up, though, eventually, just made me actually overcome a lot, though. So, like, basically, though, I think I've hit that type of state, at my age, like 14 times though. I can't count though. It's like 14 times for different things though. And I kept, pushing because I just know that I'm, sent to this earth for a purpose though, and my purpose is to worship God though, and basically to realize my own potential as well. I have my own potential. I realize my own potential, though, not just basically because if I did that, though, my family would be upset. I'm upsetting God if I did that. So I just remembered, look, God won't be happy. So I just stopped and I just basically kept going. And from there, I kept going. And also to me, though, I just, wherever I experience, I just, let people know what I go through. Or just basically, though, I just let it out, though, because it's not healthy to keep it in. Like, yes, it's a time, place for everything, and I should learn to suck that out. But also, how long can I take? How long can I take if I kept doing that, though? I don't want to make any worse because if I didn't fix my problems before, they would have become worse and worse, and I can pass it over from the next generation. And I don't want, if I had kids in future, my future bloodline to experience the same. I don't want my future bloodline to experience the same thing as me. I know I can't control everything though, but I don't want them to experience it worse than me though. So I'm trying to fix all of that though, so I can help them, find a way to deal with whatever they went through though. And I know it's not in my ability to change everything though, and it's only God can help though. But a good start though, it starts with me first.
Right, absolutely. I just wonder, and so dealing with your family, and you don't have children right now, but in the future you'll be dealing with children.
Yeah.
That you think that that would be more to be concerned about, or you concerned about having kids, and if you'll be able to, sustain mentally through the years and commitments of holding down kids. Let me ask you this question. I heard you say before that it do a lot of good to have a support team and talk to. Is it like AA when you're getting real good mental help, and you really healthy? Do you have to go to like meetings? Where do you find, I know you got your family as a support team, but is it like another support team for the mental people to meet up and
Yeah.
have support?
Yeah, it's not just basically here. I also do have counseling as well sometimes, though. It's only if it gets very, very serious, though. Like, if it's very serious, though, then maybe I might go talk to someone to help me, though, in general, though. Like, meetings and stuff like that, maybe I can set that up if I wanted to. But that's only if it gets very, very serious. And I just know that I can just go talk to, other people or my family, though, and they can help me out. Because all I need though is a good talking to, and I'll be good.
Well,
So
how do you
just
know when it's very, very serious?
mm, wait, if I actually no, because if I notice my face though, or how I'm feeling though, like I can actually, if I sense or feel that though, then I can tell that's very serious though. Like the way I'm thinking or something like that in my own head and stuff like that though. That's how I can tell I'm serious though. Or if someone they might let me know or something like that.
Because maybe you're talking circles, maybe you be talking weird or something, nobody understand what you're saying when you're talking, something like
Mm,
that. Is that very, is
mm,
that a stage? Is that something that
mm.
happened?
Mm, No, actually, just probably wouldn't be talking seconds. It's just probably that I think when it comes to that, it's just probably they might notice how my mood is though. The type, it's not just the vibe though. They just notice the emotional moods though. So like the type of mood I feel though, basically they'll notice that it's not really about like talking in circles or I'll dance around all of that though. They'll just basic. It's not just the things I say. It's just they notice how the look on my face and basically the mood I feel though when I give off though, they can actually tell what's going on though.
Hmm. It's the look on your face is like a look like you're not looking at them, like you're not paying attention to them, you're looking through them, or something like you checked out, unavailable in your eyes or something. Is that the look in your
Yeah,
face?
probably. Yeah, probably though. Or they can just take a look at my face though, and they might actually sense something's up. But anyways, though, that's just how it is.
So when you're going through this real bad time in mental stability, you can actually lose contact with what's going on in real life? I mean, are you?
I'm more of a functional type of feeling. I basically go functional, so I can function as normal, but I just experience what I'm thinking now. So whatever I'm going through. It's more like I'm functional when it comes to that type of thing, though. Like it might be serious though, and it might be serious wherever it is, but I'm more like the functional type though.
Mhm, mhm. Is that because you functional with because you do your medication and you get
I
healthy
I
treatment?
don't. Oh wait. Oh, medication. No, I don't need medication. It's just a good talking to. So basically, I'm self-reflective, or like basically, I just think, just develop the good. It's helping skills like breathing and all of that. I haven't really got to like medication type of thing. They
Oh,
don't
okay.
need
I'm sorry. You know what? You told me that, young. You told me that you don't. So let me ask you this. So you talking like about?
I wanna say I'm sorry for the things I've done, and I try and be stronger in this life I chose. But I
Is
want
that
you to
mental illness like when you
know.
have panic attacks? You talking
Mm-hmm.
about panic attacks when your hands sweat, you feel
Yeah.
jittery.
Yeah, pretty much so. But I don't get to that sweating stage though. I mostly get to like the fast heart rate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I get a fast heart rate though, or like basically I breathe either heavy breathing or basically a fast heart rate. That's when I'll notice I'll get that. Like like when my heartbeat is really fast, I can actually feel that though and stuff like that. So that's how I can actually tell as well though, to be honest though. So if
Mm-hmm.
my heart rate, beats too fast though, and if I'm breathing heavy, then I could actually tell though I'm, having that type of thing though.
Where you might need to go to the doctor and get help. Where you
Not
might
in
need to
that
check
type,
into the. Okay, no, not to that point.
not to that level. It's just more like, not to that level. I don't want to go too deep into it, but basically, though, I just know what it is. All I have to do is just basically find alternative ways to basically deal with that. All I have to do is just basically just remember to breathe, or basically find other things to basically distract or something like
Yeah,
that.
to think about, right? And so when
Yeah,
you feeling like that, that's pretty much you in a situation. If you having a panic attack, panic attacks are triggered by a uncomfortable situation that's going on at the time. A thought that triggered you know, this attack, a thought of an uncomfortable situation. Normally, it's
yeah.
something that's going on at the time. It's not like you just panic attacking all day long. Your heart is beating. It's something happened that you think about or that's going on to put you in a situation that makes you have this
This type of thing,
this
basically. It's
attack.
like basically, I also just think about it like it is spiritual. I also do feel like it's a type of frequency as well, though, that I might, feel as well. Since I'm high vibration type of thing, I basically adjust to the type of frequency depending on what it is, and different frequencies basically bring out different emotions and stuff like that. I have a thing called hypersensitivity as a spectrum, autistic spectrum type, basically, and what I do is just find a way to deal with it. Just like I've built up the coping skills, just to remember to breathe, or basically to move around a bit, or just find other things to distract, or just basically just, think of something good. So I just find alternative
Mhm,
ways to cope,
mhm.
and that helps a lot in that type of way. The only reason I'm not really gonna go too deep into, what people are like nowadays, though. That's why I'm actually careful of what I say. You know what I mean?
I do. I know what you mean. I want to just say too that I suffered those panic attacks. Um, Maybe as I got older, even after twirling around with decisions. And like I said, I had it hard. Some stuff happened to me young, and going through those emotions, trying to learn how to just stay focused on responsibilities and keeping things going astray, going right. You know what I mean? Uh, I would find myself every now and again experiencing a panic attack. I didn't really totally understand it at the time, and I didn't ever see a doctor or nothing like that. And I still haven't today. And I think that I've beaten the depression or any mental demon, like you said. And we can say that any mental demon that came before me to claim my mental, I have been
Yeah,
defeated, right? And
of
because it's
course.
time with the defeat. But I remember now, but when I got older, I understood panic attacks a little bit better when I started driving. I got older and it started being time to go on those big old freeways. Man, something come over me. I just can't. I can't. It's the hardest thing. It's the craziest thing. I start saying, I'm afraid I'm gonna get stuck on top of a freeway because I get up there, and my feet won't go. I just can't. I be wanting to stop. Besides going, it's the strangest thing. But I actually do go through something. I don't think that's a depression, and I actually be sweating it, and my heart be bracing, and I have to be focused and be driving like a granny with my head way up in the drive steering wheel until I get over the hump when I'm down on land, closer to land. I can when I get start going down the ramp closer to land, I can feel myself getting lighter. I can feel my panic attacks just totally disappearing. Is mental control sometimes for you like you can control it?
Yeah, I can control it. Just basically, all I do is just hope for the best and just basically think positive as well. Because what I think can actually determine how I feel also, though. Because it's also inside as well. Since I developed those type of skills, the older I got and experience like that, though, basically, those types, whatever I've been through, basically, when I built those coping type of things, I actually started to realize how to deal with these types of situations though before. So like when I went counseling 2 times though before in life, so I didn't need medication. All I needed though is someone to speak to though sometimes. And when I just spoke to that person, no, that actually helps a lot though. Just I know I can talk to anyone no as possible, but when I'm there though, sometimes I just prefer to just speak to someone and from there I just just helps a lot. So I don't really need medication like that, not to that level actually.
Right. And so you think that after being counseled and talking and dealing with it, how you've been dealing with it and getting strong, have you gotten better?
Yeah, I've
Are you the
gotten better.
same as you were? Are you better or worse or what?
Okay, let me think actually. So yeah, I'm probably better though. I might basically, have here and there might slip into different states though, but I just basically wish for the best. So sometimes what I like to do is just basically whatever I feel though is just to basically let it out and let myself experience that. And basically when I experience what I experience though while I'm in that, I actually basically just remember to breathe and think positive. And basically when I let it all out, it actually helps a lot though actually. That's one of the coping ways I do. I just let it out though because I just know if I keep it in, it's going to get worse. So it's just better to let it out because it wants to be let out though. So when it's let out, I have a more free type feeling anyway though. Because I just know the different type of frequency I'm on and stuff like that though. And the different type of energies I feel. I don't know. Sometimes that be sometimes depending on what day of the week it is though, I'll probably have this type of feeling where I just sense the type of energy or whatever around you know, I don't know, throughout the day or whatever. But sometimes though, like, certain times of the day, it just gives that feeling. It feels dark though. Like even though when it's day and the day is normal, whatever, it just basically the vibe or something like that. Something just feels dark. So I just have to, I just find other ways to just basically help deal with that. So I just basically pray on it, and then after that, I just get good though. So yeah, just that's that. Though, to be honest, that's all I can actually remember so far.
Yeah, I think that's just being really in contact with yourself and your real feelings, being able to look in the mirror and reflect on reality. The fact that you can still on a bright sunny day, nothing is going on bad. You know it's a beautiful day. You know you're happy. You know you've achieved and you've accomplished, but yet you still feel a void. It's still a little darkness over there. I don't think that that's so abnormal. I think that the more you practice normal, the more you get to normal. When you look back, later you reveal how many times you made it, how many times you thought it was tough, but because you stayed steadfast, you know what I mean? You overcame, you
Yeah,
know.
of course. Yeah. When I have some in by like darkness type energy, I'd also say it's not really about like what's inside as well. Like basically, since I'm Muslim as well, like basically me being a Muslim, there's also like yeah, I could feel the other spirit slash a jinn or which is a demon or whatever. I can actually feel that type of stuff though. I can feel their presence though, because with that or the different spirit and the jinn, basically they're actually real though. Just because you can't see them don't mean they don't exist. They exist for sure. It's just that way it is though, is basically there's a barrier between us humans and them though. And basically depending on what frequency a person is though, they can actually see them. When they get higher and higher and they're more tapped into their spiritual side, they can actually literally see them in a way though. Not through these types of things, but over here though, in some way, like basically on a deeper level though, when you get deeper into that type of stuff, you can actually start to see things that you can never see before. For me
No,
though,
I believe that. I really do. I believe that. Let me ask you this. Read me. Give me a read from your point of view. Tell me what you think. You think I'm fighting some demons? You sense depression, or uh am I familiar with you? Are we one in the same, or you know what I mean? Just give me a read. What do you think? You say you can tell and you can see these demons and stuff like that. And the reason I'll tell you the reason I asked, but go ahead. Just from what you know. I know you don't know me, but go ahead.
I'm probably gonna say you probably been through a lot, but you found a way to cope though. And I wouldn't say I'd like read like that though. Only God knows though everything like that. But just based off, how, after conversing and, starting to get a bit to know you, I think in some way you probably have experienced a lot and you have something going, but at the same time you found a way to basically cope and deal with that though, and he kept pushing no matter what.
I agree. And I think that I've done it so long. I've been trying to cope with it and work it out and twisting it and figuring it out, that I've gotten good at it and successful at it, and I can teach about it, and that people can see it. And sometimes it's intimidating. The reason I asked you because I've been called a witch before. Called me a witch, and I was like, a witch. Hmm, that's different. Maybe because they saw some extra things in me. Not that it was so demonic, because I actually practice righteousness. I know it couldn't be nothing wrong in me except the natural wrong in me that wanted me to try to practice on being righteous. You know what I mean?
Of course. I just probably feel like that it's just the type of vibe or energy and stuff like that you probably experience and stuff like that. Because the only reason why I feel like that you're like that though is because it's just normal for everybody. It's just everyone experience it in a different way and they have their own ways to deal with it though. And based on your experience and how it is, though, that's just how you choose to deal with it. Me personally, I choose to deal with it also, but I choose to deal with it in a very different way. And I'm just basically just like everybody else. I'm just like everybody else. I'm like everyone else. I just have a different way of doing things because we're all different, and we're all different. Though that's all I'm saying.
But we deal the same way, you and I. You and
I
I,
know.
I don't take any medication. I find peace and speaking with somebody about truth, and like telling my testimony. I really feel like I have a testimony. I feel like I have victory. I think I'm at the finish line pretty much with this thing.
Okay, that's good though. I'm glad though. It's kind of
Why do you
similar.
think we're different?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying we're not different, though. I'm saying, though, when I say everyone's different, everyone's just different in their own kind of way. However, everything's similar in a type of way. I feel like it is similar in a way. It's just, you have a different way of dealing with the same thing, but everything is similar in a certain type of way. That's just what I meant, though.
I know
Just
what
this,
you mean. But I
yeah.
do know a girl who that the reason I was asking you about losing total contact with reality it's because I really believe she lose contact with reality. I know her eyes is here and she looking at us talk and everything, but I don't think she be comprehending. You know what I mean? That we speaking to her because it be the weirdest thing. You just talking and we don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? And people trying to decide if they need to call the ambulance or what's going on. So I was just wondering how the different levels to mental illness and how and where how do we recognize real bad from bad and just dealing. I mean, because you have your mental illness every day, even if it's a good day, you still, have to
Could
work
could
on mental. I mean,
Miss
we do every single day of our
Miss
life, right? Peace and
sister,
happiness and contentment. But I was
sister.
just wondering about the different levels and even the dangers of different levels, like, and how do we recognize somebody from being a bipolar person who is just needing somebody to maybe talk to, who may not need medication, from somebody extreme like manic who need medication and could possibly be violent. I was hearing somebody, a brother earlier on, talk about family annihilation in the community, and saying that the numbers are on the rise for the unaliving of themselves and now family annihilation. So that's why I was wondering about the different levels and the symptoms and signs of where what degree where you are when we need to know, be
I think
serious.
basically I think the signs that you tell that though is basically their body language though. Their face basically tells, or like sometimes, the way they speak though, like, they say, the way they speak sometimes though, you can actually just tell how it is though. That's how the three things that I might know on a simple type of thing though, to be honest though, you know, feel like in a three simple kind of way that you can actually tell how a person feels from how their body language is though, because their body literally just tells you everything though, or their face though. So when you look a person in the eyes or their face or whatever though, they can tell you what they're actually feeling or thinking though, to be honest though, because they give it away, or like they give it away because their face tells you everything that they're feeling now.
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Okay,
Listen
I
up,
hear
Yeah,
baby.
you.
We can.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You good? I want to ask Miss Jack Brown this: could your mental health be tied into like your spiritual health?
Your mental health reflect on your spiritual. Absolutely, right? Because in order to have healthy mental, you have to have a healthy spiritual. Right, Young, you agree?
Yes, of course. Of course. Basically, it's not just basically the consciousness, it's the subconsciousness also, though. Like how you subconsciously feel. So basically, the subconsciously, how you feel deep down is actually going to reflect how you feel subconsciously as well, though. So like it's like a basically a flip in between both states, though, the subconscious and conscious state, though, as well. Because that's just the way we as humans is designed also, though, and how your mind is, though, like basically you're kind of flipping in between both, you know you're flipping in between both mindsets as well. Sometimes you might be thinking out of this world, or you might be thinking of this world also, though, because this is the way you design those as well, and it's a different type of frequency that you're on. And that's how I kind of think as well. So they are tied to a certain degree, in a simple way to explain it.
Yeah.
Uh, oh,
So that's
we still talking about mental health.
hmm I think that was the topic, though. Ain't that the topic today?
No,
Mental health on Father's Day.
the topic is whatever y'all talking about right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we're
Okay.
talking about.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's what we were talking about earlier. It's just that basically for a period I stepped away because I went out today though. That's why, when I was saying what I was saying in here, I just basically decided to drop and, just go out where I needed to go out. I just recently got home.
Because I
Yeah.
was asking Young a question, like I was gonna ask him, like, is it a difference in between encouraging people with mental health and enabling people with mental health? And can he tell us the difference?
I mean, there is a difference between encouraging and enabling, though, in a way. It's like basically like a thin line between the both. You can encourage someone to do the best, but so there can be signs of enabling as well. So basically, in a simple way, the way I think it is basically a thin line. No, it just depends on where it goes, though. That's just how I know based on that, though.
So you said is there a thin line between encouraging somebody with mental health and enabling them?
Yeah, pretty much. That's just what I think.
Uh,
I could be wrong though, but that's just what I
oh,
filtered.
hold on, Riaz. Hold on, Riaz. Riaz, you done had you had a lot of time to talk. We know what you, we know you like a machine gun. Uh,
Different people bring out different energies out of me though, so
nah, that's all good. That's good. Yeah, it was. Is it a thin line between encouraging somebody with mental health issues and enabling somebody with mental health issues? Yeah, I think it is a thin line. Soul sister, I think it is a thin line because I don't think most people know how to deal with people with mental health issues uh the right way or the proper way. I don't think most people are have the are are equipped the right way to deal with people with mental health issues. So some people might think that they're helping a person with mental health issues by trying to get them to drink or go party with them to a club or something like that, right? And that might not be the best option.
Yep.
Going
Mm-hmm.
to a club, drinking alcohol, getting drunk, getting
Mm-hmm.
high, you know. And here's the tricky thing about mental health issues. We like to say other people have mental health issues, but the people that claim that they don't have mental health issues, who've never really talked to nobody or whatever, we don't know if they have any mental health issues. I would argue that damn near everybody in this in this world has mental health issues. Some type of mental health issues to a certain degree,
Mm-hmm. Me
right?
too.
Because we
Gonna
don't
say
like
the
to
same.
say
Mm-hmm.
anybody has mental health issues because it just has a negative stigma behind it, right? Now, I think some people's mental health issues um is more serious than others. Um, but when it comes to certain type of traits or whatever, I think everybody has carried them around at some point in time, or whatever the traits or whatnot, right? Look,
Yep,
I
I
boil it
agree.
down to even as something
Mm-hmm.
as simple as not having enough patience. Why don't you have enough patience at times? Like when I be up on these panels, uh, some people don't have enough patience to just let somebody else finish their train of thought while as they're speaking, right? But they've not necessarily came out and said they have mental health issues. It's a reason why you just gotta talk right now. Not nobody on this panel right now, I'm just saying, right? But I'm just saying, like, to everybody, usually that same person might seem normal. I'm not saying they're not normal. I'm just saying, why can't you wait? Why is your patience so thin? It's a reason why your patience is thin. It's a reason why you need to be heard right now. Okay, some people might say, oh, the reason why I talk freezy because as the other person is talking, they said something wrong and I needed to go ahead and correct them right now. No, you didn't. You didn't need to correct them right now. Just whatever you got locked and loaded, just hold on to it. It'll be there if you concentrate. It'll be there. And then as soon as the other person done, even if it's 5 minutes later, let her rip. Just let her rip. But a lot of us, we all deal with that. Let me tell you something. And I'm not shaming nobody. Me, I used to deal with that too. When I used to go back and forth with people in real life. My brother might be my girlfriend or whatnot. If I'm in the midst of trying to get a word out or trying to I'm trying to, get somebody else to understand something in real life, or we might be in a disagreement and the other person is talking. I used to be real bad at cutting people off. You know why I used to be real bad at cutting people off? Because I wasn't concerned about what the other person was saying. I was concerned about being right. I was concerned about, making sure I was right, making sure they understood I was right. That's all I cared about. Nah, I don't really care about being right so much. I care more about um getting an understanding. Ooh, did y'all see that? Man, I just surprised myself. Listen, I care less about being right nowadays. I care more about what? Getting understanding. It's a difference. Right? It's a difference. So how do you know somebody is trying to get understanding versus they're just trying to be right? You know somebody is getting understanding because even if the other person is talking, and you know what they saying right now is wrong, you're going to let them finish. Why are you going to let them finish? Because once you start talking, the understanding is because you let them talk and you gave them that certain amount of respect to finish their thought, they should give you the same amount of respect too. Right? So that's the understanding. That's the understanding. So when I say, listen, I didn't say anything. I let you talk. I didn't say anything. And then if they just don't have enough impulse control to just squeeze out a little bit more, we know how they do it. Okay, guess what? I've developed enough discipline to say, okay, go ahead. I thought you was done. Go ahead and finish. Even though I know they was done. Yeah, because sometimes they just got to get it out. They just need to be heard. They just need to get it out. They need to get it all out. Once they get out what they got to get out, guess what? It might have took them 15 minutes to say what they had to say. Because, people with a whole bunch of words that just got on YouTube, they call it word salad. People with a whole bunch of words, they just, they just need to make sure they heard, right? What I got to say probably only going to take 30 seconds. They took 15 minutes. I ain't going to take nothing but 30 seconds. But my little 30 seconds worth of words or information, it's going to be so powerful and it's going to hit home. You know why it's going to hit home? Because the whole time you was talking, I made sure I had enough time to gather my thought and to listen to everything you saying and to put everything in the right place on what I'm finna say before I unload this SHIT. Right? what are we talking about? We're talking about mental health. We're talking about learning how to respect people. We're talking about the art of communicating. Let me ask y'all something. I'm not even trying to segue. This still is about what y'all was talking about, because what y'all was talking about was good. Does mental health and communication go hand in hand? Can anybody answer that? Can anybody answer that? Does mental health and communication go hand in hand?
I ain't got no answer for it. I'm thinking about it. I can't come at it.
Let me ask you something. When people go see a therapist, what's the largest method of therapy that's most widely used by therapists towards their clients? Does anybody know the most widely used talk therapy? Exactly.
No, they got to listen. They got to listen. The main thing, the therapist got to listen. They just listen.
Yeah, but what is
Just throw it
listening?
all
Is
out.
listening a form of communication? Is
No,
listening also
listening
a
is
form of
not a form.
communication?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If it happens back and forth, but I can listen to you all day and you can get nothing from me if I don't respond.
Yeah.
No, bro, listening
Hold
is
on.
not.
We get something from it or not, listening is a form of communication too, right? Because what is it called? It's called nonverbal communication, right? So I think we take we take communication too lightly. Like when we talking about mental health, we talk about talking to people, when we talking about gaining understanding with the person across from us, right? Communication is key. Shout out to Quantum Love. She had put it in the chat.
So free.
Right.
You mean to tell me if I'm in a room and you having a conversation and I'm just listening, I'm communicating, even though I'm ear hustling and you don't hear nothing from me, you gonna get something out of me listening to y'all conversation, bro. You don't get nothing out of that. That's not even communicating at all. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
communication is the back and forward, bro. No, that ain't no communication.
No, Rooster. No, it's not a back and forth, because if the person you listening to don't know how to communicate, then your best attribute is to listen. That's what some people really want you to do, is just to listen, brother.
Evidently, you wouldn't listen. I said,
Because you know you have a hard time with listening. You know that, brother.
You don't know me enough that you know
No,
nothing.
this is good.
I'm
Let
telling
Rooster
you.
get it out, because this is good.
I'm finna
Because
show you
this is
something.
telling. This is what I'm saying. Go ahead, Rooster.
If you are standing in a room and there's a group of people talking, they are communicating and conversing back and forth. They are doing communicating. You are not doing nothing, and they are not gaining anything from you if you do not indulge in the conversation. You're not communicating any period.
First of all, why are you ear hustling somebody else's conversation? Why are you ear hustling somebody else's conversation?
This is what happens when dummies are not getting it and not understanding. You don't
You
get
the
nothing
dummy.
from somebody who is not responding.
You don't ear hustle nobody else's conversation.
You're just a person in the room. People might not even know you there. So what do you get out of the person that's not responding back and forth? There's not communication. That is not even nonverbal. Nonverbal communication is to where you can get a reaction out of a person because they're standing across the room and heard what you say. If they kick a bucket over, that's a nonverbal response. That means somebody done saw what you did based on them hearing the conversation. You get nothing out of a person that's not responding to you, verbally or physically. You get nothing. No communication.
So let me say this. For you to say you get nothing out of a person that's listening or that's not responding,
wow.
I mean, you ain't paying attention.
You know how many people that you done saved? You know how many people save lives by listening to their story and them crying out to them, and you having a listening ear, bro?
And
Are you
don't you
serious?
know how many people? Don't you know how many people set themselves up for going to prison by not being verbal and not just shutting up and not giving nobody nothing? If you don't give people nothing, they don't get nothing from you. Communicating is a back and forward, and exchange of something,
It's
whether
not
it's
always that,
physical
bro.
or vocal. If
So hold
I
on.
don't give you
Let me
nothing, you
let me
get
do
nothing
this.
in return.
Let me do this. The reason why listening is a form of communication, as you're listening, as the other, let me ask you something, Rooster. If you're talking for 30 minutes and your wife ain't said nothing, but the whole time she's quiet listening to you, she's shaking her head yes, shaking her head no,
That's a
making
non-verbal.
what
That's
if she's
communication
not even
strategy.
doing that, she might make some facial expression, she might smile, she might frown, she might look annoyed while you're talking. Is that a form of communication? What she's displaying?
Yeah,
A
because you
nonverbal
stated that
communication?
she's making. That means you stated that she's making actions. I can physically see with my
Yeah, but is
eyes
she still
that she
listening
smiled
though?
from.
Is she
She
still
Now
might not be
listening?
listening
communication
at
is
all.
actions.
You don't know whether she's listening at all until she explains and break down what you have been telling her. Until
Okay,
you
so
get to that
you're
point, you
telling
don't know
me
if she just
you're telling me as a response, if you're saying something, if you're talking, at one part of your conversation as you're talking to your wife, she smiles. At another part, she frowns. At another part, she's shaking her head. At another part, she's
she's
shaking her head
communicating
no.
through. Yeah,
Another
she's
part, she's shaking her
communicating.
head yeah. What is she doing all that to? Or what? She just hearing voices in her head?
She's communicating by expression, body language. But I'm talking about a person that's sitting up. That's just like a person that's in a hospital bed, that's heavily sedated and cannot move. You can talk to them but if they are not able to respond, twiddle their thumbs or toes or whatever, you are deemed unresponsible. You don't get nothing from that. That's why when you get in an accident or you go into a coma,
Okay,
they have
okay.
somebody to talk to you to see if you're going to physically respond. But you
Okay,
get nothing from somebody if they don't make a physical motion or action or verbally speak back to you. You don't get
okay.
nothing from them.
So as you're talking, if somebody's listening to you and they don't cut you off, if they're listening to you, after you get done talking, once they start talking, will it show you how much respect they had for you while you were talking?
Yeah, it depends on the person. Some people know how to tell you F you with a smile. Just because they talking to you don't mean they
No,
give a damn about what you're saying.
what did they have enough respect to remain quiet until you got done talking?
Well, yeah. If that's how you
Okay.
take it.
Okay, I don't know about in your book, but in my book, that's positive, that's healthy communication.
Okay.
So healthy communication goes both ways. We can't have healthy communication unless the other person is listening. That's how healthy communication goes. But the reason why you probably don't know that and a lot of other people don't understand that is because y'all used to cutting people off and you just just insisting on getting your word out. That's why.
And talking just to talk, talking out your ass, not
And get
realizing that
what?
these
And this
same
fella
people
right here.
put in work at the same time. I run my mouth, but I still put my work in. So if you judge me on that
I
aspect,
look.
I'm gonna judge you in the same way. I get what Freezy's
I
saying.
wouldn't care. I wouldn't care what job you
You
got.
just don't want to hear the
See,
message
that's
that he
me in
got
the
to say.
room
That's what it
listening to you
is.
talking about work, which I don't care what type of work you do. I don't care if you get up and go to a job. So that's what I'm saying. You could be talking about all the work you put in, but if I ain't caring about it or responding about your work you doing, you get nothing from it. You get no validation, no glory, or nothing. You just a nigga talking about what you doing, nigga. Damn.
You way off you way off of the question that was asked though, bro. You drifted way over, bro. Like what was the
Well, it's
question, Freezy,
hard.
again?
Ain't you got some children you supposed to be tending to instead of trying to tell a grown man how I'm supposed to be acting? See that what? See, that's
Man,
telling
you
how
ain't saying
absent
nothing
you
to
are.
nobody.
You
You know what I'm
absent,
saying?
man.
You
You
have a
absent. You on
disposition,
here.
brother, and your personal feelings shouldn't be involved in this conversation because we already know it's personal with you, bro. We already know that you bring a personal feeling to this panel, bro.
You don't know
We
me
feel
enough
it.
to know what
We can
type
feel
of
your energy, bro. What are you talking about, bro? We
you
know
feel
that you
my
bringing
energy.
your personal feelings into this
Shit, I'm
conversation.
glad I'm treating you like Diddy. I'm all up in your soul, your spirit right now.
Nigga, shut up.
Nigga,
You
I
a
press
country
this button
bama.
and be
You can't do
gone.
nothing up here with me. You is trifling and you
I
dirty.
wouldn't want
Stop
to be
it.
nowhere up there
You
with
take
you.
a
You
shower every
displaced,
4
bro.
days. Stop it. You can't do nothing with
Displaced,
me,
much
Rooster.
deserved. What I
You
want,
done
you
went
want
way
wrong with
off on the conversation, just like every other
Oh
Bama
Lord,
do, because
he
you got a
went
big
and
ass ego. Ain't nobody listening to you, bro. Your girl probably got a second grade education, nigga.
look at him, look at him, look at him. Got that nigga in his feelings. See, that's what that communication do. See, if I had not said nothing to him, he'd shit the hell up. But see,
He
now
probably
I'm
down there
giving
with them
him
white
negative
boys,
communication.
spilling
Man,
all the
okay.
tea. He down there with them white boys telling all our business, Freezy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, your business. You ain't got no business. What you talking about? You ain't got no business, nigga. What wrong with you?
What you do for a living, nigga? You go to work for the white man. You
See,
don't do
now you
nothing but
want to
kiss the
worry
white
about
man
my
ass.
business.
Stop playing.
And this
Cause all we
man,
can feel the energy, man. You's a bootlicking, kissing motherfucker. We can feel the energy. I wanted to
man,
pay to
you ain't
somebody,
down
but I
south.
ain't gonna say that. I've been down south. We know y'all gotta kiss ass a little bit, especially niggas like you.
Man, shit, y'all the one that y'all done re-gentrified Negro. We got the freedom down here. I can
It's a
park my
damn
car
lie,
where
nigga.
I
That's
want to
a
park
damn
at.
lie.
I ain't got to put my shit up in certain places where the white folks I pay bills and they tell me where to move my shit at. Nigga, I'm free
Man, you
down
love them
here.
motherfuckers
You
too.
can't do it. You got damn right. And I got a couple of them that'll put you in your place, nigga. Boy.
So, the reason why what we're talking about is very important because a lot of these conversations involve how can we um, regain more healthy households, two-parent households, families, right? A large part of this is communication, uh, right? And I don't think both men and women understand how important that is to sustain a healthy marriage. As if you want a marriage, right? A healthy marriage, right? Like, okay, most people, a lot of people that's been married for a long time. Here's the misnomer. Like a lot of people think that just because you've been married for a long time, oh, it must be healthy. Nah. There's a lot of people that's been in a marriage that's been miserable. The majority of that marriage, they've probably been married 30, 40 years. My mom and dad was included in that, right? But how wonderful is it to actually be in a healthy marriage for a long extended amount of time until death do you part? Smitty, are you there, Smitty?
Respect to you, black man.
What's going on, Smitty?
I feel all right. I feel pretty good. I actually did have something I wanted to share.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't remember anymore. Everything that was taking place scrambled my mind. I don't remember, bro. I don't remember what I wanted to say. So I would like to
Don't worry
just,
about it.
yeah, I just want to chill, kick it and cool it with the dads for a little bit.
Okay, no problem. Happy Father's Day to you and
thank you. Absolutely. And again, happy Father's Day to all the dads again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely.
Honestly, me personally, I'm one of them. I treat stuff like that kind of like, some people would do a B-day. Like I'm just on some, like I might say it to some folks all week, depending on how much I respect you. So don't be surprised if I say this to you again on Wednesday, Freeze.
There's no problem, man.
Respect, black man.
Next level, did I tell you happy Father's Day? Is next level there? I think he next level stepped away.
Happy Father's Day, fellas, man.
Happy Father's Day to all of y'all, man. Rooster,
You didn't
you a
tell
father,
me
Rooster?
happy Father's Day.
What you said, soul sister?
You didn't tell me Happy Father's Day.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know it. I ain't got
Yeah.
to be a father to have a Happy
No,
Father's Day,
y'all don't
dude.
get. Y'all don't get 2 days. See that what wrong with y'all now? So I'm finna turn into a red pill maniac.
I ain't
I'm just
got to be
playing.
a father to have a Happy Father's Day, dude.
Yeah,
Nah,
most
you
definitely.
know something? Can I ask her a question, Freeze?
Yeah, go ahead, Smitty.
Yeah. And I know Soul Sister just, you know what I'm saying, joking around and stuff. Respect to you, beloved. But it's an honest question, and to whatever women in the chat. If me, Freeze, Next Level, I believe, I don't know, Art, I think whoever else, Bruce, all dads, right? If on Mother's Day, I'm just curious. I think I'm gonna try this next year. I'm just gonna bust out and I'm gonna be like, Happy Mother's Day to me. Because I am a single dad, and when I have my child, I'm a mother and a father. There are times where, yes, me as a dad, guess what? I've done my daughter's hair, and I did her hair great. I remember as a father, I had to change diapers. All right. I couldn't breastfeed, of course, but when her mother would leave real breast milk in the fridge and go to work, and it was my day off, I would warm that up, tap it on my hand, and make sure everything good. So I just want to know. How would you feel if you just heard a slew of men all over the internet saying Happy Mother's Day to me as a single father? What do you believe, honestly, the response would be? I'll digress. My mic is muted. Respect to you, sister.
They going to jail. They going to jail.
Boy, that is so easy. Now, this is the thing. This is the thing, for real, for real. If that's your reason, to celebrate and say Happy Mother's Day to me because you've been doing the mother side of parenting with your children, you've been doing the mother side, combing the hair, giving a bath, you know what I'm saying, cooking, you know what I mean. If that's what you represented, then make sure you put a wig on, huh? And tell baby girl, I'm daddy, but today I'm mommy. Yeah, I'm celebrating mommy's side. And when you come over here to mama, you make sure you have them flowers for me. I don't care about all that. That's misdemeanor. That's nothing. Because let me tell you this.
Misdemeanor, huh?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I did my time. I did 18 years flat on 5 kids. You hear me?
Right.
Nobody wasn't running up here trying to save me and help me and checking on me or none of that. So when I say Happy Father's Day to me, that ain't even what I mean, but I can.
All right. So hold on. If I got to put a wig on, you got to spray paint some Beijing on your face and get a beard. You.
Well, I will. I don't mind doing that just for that day. Just for today. Just for that day. Peace and love, family.
Yeah.
Man,
I think Soul Sister was kind of joking or whatever. She don't really want a man to put a wig on. I hope you don't. You was joking about that, right?
I'm joking about that. You know I'm joking about that. But if you do want to tell her, the truth, that daddy do, this is normally women do this, but you see daddy handling this. You see this roast. You see this Thanksgiving turkey. Daddy did this. Daddy can cook. Daddy can wash some clothes. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I think if the father is there and he has that much of a presence in the child's life, I don't even think the father even has to say it. The child is going to end up knowing it anyway, right? But I get what your notion is. I understand it. Happy man, shout out to my dog, man. Next Level. I was trying to tell Next Level, Happy Father's Day, man.
Appreciate
Happy Father's Day to you, bro.
Same to you, man. Same to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to my pit bull. What am I tripping on? My pit bull had babies. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, come on.
But when I said Happy Father's Day to me, because women, just because it's Father's Day and I'm not a father, don't mean I don't enjoy Father's Day. You see how that can be so what they call that, such a man thing, male chauvinistic for you to think that because for the woman, for you to say Happy Father's Day to a woman, You can't give me my flowers. I can't enjoy the flowers because I'm not a father. That's kind of male chauvinistic, ain't it?
No. I think it's realistic that you're not a father. That's what that is.
Boy, they will follow us anywhere, man. This is ridiculous.
I just
This
want to
is
know, like, when it comes to I'm actually curious. All right, so the reason why it throws me off so much personally, I know, and to Sugar Bum's point, shout out to the native. No, it's just funny, you know what I'm saying? I like to have fun with shit, right? But like, it throws me off because it's like, all right, if I was to say that, the number one thing that goes through my mind is the very moment I say Happy Mother's Day to me, and I got like a bouquet of flowers and a mimosa sitting around me, right? Will I still be looked at as masculine? Would y'all really be able to take this man serious after I identified myself with what a mother does?
No, I wouldn't.
You see what I'm saying? It's like identity wise to me, which I do believe identity is important, right? Not the most important thing, but it is a very key factor. And to land it, yeah. When a woman says that, that's the first thing that goes to my mind. Yeah, to land it. That's the very first thing that goes through my mind is like, you just made yourself me, and I don't date men. So I'm thrown off right now. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, respect to the family.
I'm gonna play this video, and then I got a question for the panel. Hold on.
I'm motherfucking sick of it. I'm motherfucking sick of it. Just take it off the motherfucking calendar altogether. Take it off the motherfucking calendar. Cause nobody care about it any motherfucking way. Yeah, motherfucking Father's Day. Ain't nobody care about no motherfucking Father's Day. I'm just checking into the motherfucking hotel. I actually laid at the motherfucking front desk when I'm checking in. Ma'am, are y'all fully committed this weekend? I'm just trying to motherfucking talk educated. I don't motherfucking be knowing. She's all, no, sir, this weekend we're slight, slow weekend. Nice. You'll be fine. It'll be peaceful. I said, slow. I said, I expected to be fully committed. Holiday weekend. She said, holiday? I said, yeah, holiday weekend. She said, well, what holiday? I said, ma'am, don't even fucking worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it. And I realized motherfucking Father's Day is on the same motherfucking level as Groundhog's Day. It's on the same motherfucking level, man. Ain't no motherfucking body care about Groundhog's Day, and they goddamn sure don't care about no motherfucking Father's Day. So just take it off the motherfucking calendar. All the motherfucking guys. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Motherfucking, oh, it's a holiday. You goddamn right. It was supposed to be a motherfucking holiday, a fake motherfucking holiday at this motherfucking point. Let's take this shit off the calendar, man.
So, we heard what Plies had. Plies is hilarious too. We heard what Plies had to say about Father's Day. He said he was at some type of hotel or resort, and he thought that they was gonna be busy, and the staff was gonna be ready to cater to Father's Day. But whoever was helping him, the woman was helping him, said, "No, it's gonna be a slow weekend. Don't worry about it. You good, And he was like, "What? She was." Wait, y'all don't understand what holiday it is? She was like, what holiday? She didn't even know what holiday it was. You know what I'm saying? And he, basically he was saying he feels like Father's Day is equivalent to Groundhog's Day, which I thought that was kind of funny, whatever. But and he was saying take it off the map. Now, this is my question to the panel. When it comes to Father's Day, I think it's a consensus, right? Most people understand Father's Day is not as big as Mother's Day. We all know that, right? When Mother's Day come, we be seeing all kind of gifts and flowers on people's dining room table across the nation. In their car, walking to their car, we see balloons everywhere. Is it possible that Father's Day is not as big as Mother's Day? is because the gifts, men don't want balloons and flowers. You actually have to go to a department store or some or electronic store.
No, it ain't that. It's that they want to make sure mama gets something because mama got that hot food going. Mama got some extra money if they need. Mama can keep secrets. Huh? Mama can do that. What daddy do? Daddy want to fight you, hit all on you, talk
Oh
about it.
my
He gonna
God.
take you in the backyard. Yeah, what daddy gonna do? Daddy gonna every time he give you $1, charge you, put interest on it and all that. Or you owe me shit. Oh, that's what daddy gonna do. See, it's the difference with mama. Mama softer. Mama the protector. Mama get on that head too. But mama got a way of coming back and soft and say, baby, here go a little something. I want to get you this. I thought about you, bought you these cute little socks. You had you on my mind. Dad ain't never gonna do that. See, then that's the problem. And that's
And
why
know what?
y'all be easily forgotten about.
Wait, so I
And
was
you
just about
know that's
I was just gonna say this though quickly, and then I'll let you speak, man. I was gonna say the paradise though is underneath the feet of the mother because she's the first one to bring you in this world. And in a spiritual sense, though, like both is equal in the eyes of God, but in a spiritual sense, so she's 3 times higher than you, though. But she's 3 times higher than you because she's the one to actually carry the challenge. She's the one to do everything else. So the way God sees it, it's different though the way we see it though. It's just that basically we're all different, unique in a way. It's just that's just how I see it though. Paradise is underneath the fear of the mother though. But both parents is needed though, of course, and both is, equally needed though. That's just how I think it is though.
I'm gonna give it to him.
Shout
I'm
out.
finna give it to you, Smitty.
Oh,
Go ahead.
hold on, y'all. Let me read this super cat 1 second. Let me see.
Super chat.
Shout out to Just a Regular Dude for his $5 super cap. Just a Regular Dude said, most men don't usually seek accolades or recognition. We don't expect Father's Day or great gifts. We get socks and underwear and are fine with it. Also, Just a Regular Dude said, thank you for your $2, Just a Regular Dude. He said, even Dr. Huggable got crazy Father's Day gifts. LOL. Dr. I mean, Just a Regular Dude with another $2 came back. Dr. Huxtable, he meant. Dr. Huxtable. I would argue I would like to be Dr. Huggable to my family on Father's Day. Go ahead, King Rooster. What do you have to say? We're listening.
But I was going back to what Miss Ma'am said. See, that's the very reason why the holiday might not be so significant. Listen to how she explained what the mother does. You got a woman, you can transition out of your mama house into this woman house, but your mama been doing all of this. Why is that woman finna cherish you when y'all sitting back? Yeah, like she said, y'all arguing all the time. You're doing this, you're charging for everything you do. Yeah, what she gonna say when it's time for your day? Shit, what I got to do that for? Your mama been doing it. Go over there where that help at. Yeah, that's what she gonna tell you. That's the very reason. That's the very reason, bro. Y'all mamas done messed it up. Your mamas done messed it up.
Uh-huh.
Look, bro, even on the day that you supposed to go out and chill and celebrate with your old lady, first person that called you and said Happy Father's Day with your mama. So that messed the mood up already. Your old lady don't like your mama. And she'd have messed up the mood. Just like I was telling y'all about them spirits. If your old lady don't like your mama and she the first one that called, because your significant other, she want to be the first one to say it. But if your mama up at 6 o'clock in the morning, Happy Father Day, baby. You done messed it up for old lady. She done sent the present back, canceled the damn FedEx shit. Yeah, let your mama do it. Ain't that right, Miss Ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Sure is right. But I want to tell you the flip side of something too. And this ain't never happened, but just this time, 2025, my brother, I got my mama gone, but I got a brother, he got a wife. And I don't know why she be wanting to compete with me. She don't got a damn stain on me. I don't understand why. But anyway, she do. That's her deal. She be trying to compete. And we used to be real, real tight, but I done stopped fighting for him so hard. But you know what? He called me this morning. Huh? He called me. Huh? And I seen him, and I seen his number. I said, "Hey, brother, happy Father's Day." Okay, listen, I'm telling you something about being real and 100 and dealing with reality the way it is. Okay, just do your best, hang on to righteousness, and watch God work. Okay.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I won't be long. Appreciate it. So let's go ahead and let's put this into the perspective of, at least from what I know, speaking with women on a regular basis, how they take things. So it's not about the gifts. The gifts is not as what it's necessarily about. It's about the acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. Now I know that's something that's very important to women. Consistency and acknowledgement. You know, I actually learned from my father, having both my mother and my father, right? I learned from my father actually that love is to be customized. When I speak about that, that's my father's teachings, not my mother. My father taught me that whenever you really pay attention to a person and you truly love a person, you customize how you love them, all the way down to the gifts. My father's the one that told me, don't just pick something random like just flowers. Pay attention to what she's into. Does she sew? Get her some new sewing stuff. Does she make clothes or whatever? Does she, whatever it is that she does that she's into, hone in on that. Focus on that part, right? So my point is, like, for example, to land it, my father, he's a very simplistic man, old school. Dad loves a good card, not just a regular card. He need them 7.99, 8.99 Hallmarks that look like a pamphlet when you open it, shit pops out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
he love that. He loves
Heavy
a
duty
good
stuff.
card. Yeah, he loves a good card, and he wants you to write something heartfelt. Don't just give him the card blank. You better sign it, date and everything. My father has a whole box of cards just from generations and generations. And so my point is, when I recognize that, it's like I realize it. No, men are more so on customize what they want. He want a card and he want to be left alone for the day. Like, literally, he actually does not want all that extra stuff. He'll get irritated with you and say, "Don't you know it's my day? Could you get out my room?" So my point is that when it comes to uh, loving a person on their day, whether it's birthday, Christmas, whatever it is you celebrate, take time to customize the love that you have for that individual. Don't be so general, like how we say that. That's why the socks and the ties. So how you know I even wear a tie? How you know I even wear them? So I got a whole closet full of I don't even wear. So I would just like to put it at that point, but I digress. My mic is muted.
Can I just say this right quick? Fellas, y'all be careful when taking too much advice from your daddy. Listen to mama. Okay, don't be bringing us because we into cleaning the house and cooking, bringing us no cookware and no cleaning wear for no birthdays and stuff. We buy that ourselves. Okay, what we
You
like
better hope your
is
name on the lease.
what we
Mama gonna
like
get you
is
put
for
out.
you. We like a thoughtful things that come from your heart. What you want me to have. I want what you want me to have. You like a dress, you what kind of dress you like, that's what you bring home to mama. That's what she wants. She want to make you happy. She want to wear what you want her to have. Okay?
And mama gonna
So
get you put out. If your name ain't on that lease and you got a girlfriend that head of that household on that lease, listen to them mama gonna have you on the curb, and they gonna have to call you gonna have to call Tyrone, because that woman is in competition with your mama, especially if she in y'all business too much. No, focus on that woman in that house and let that be done. Tell mama she can catch the curve for a while. She done all she can do.
I just
No,
want to
no,
say
no,
that
no.
my mom and them was married all my life. I was raised with a mom and a daddy in the house, and my daddy probably must have been simple too, because all they did was cook. My mama cooked big. Like I said, he tore it up, boy. He be happy going through that kitchen, getting all them cakes and pies and over all day. So maybe me and are simple like that, but even at with in a deep point though, we can talk about like how they've been lacking with the love of the kids, and that's probably why they don't get a lot of gifts, because they don't receive. You got to put out what you want back, and they don't put out like that.
I'm starting to realize honestly.
what's up?
Hold on, Riaz, real quick. I'm starting to realize honestly, I'm gonna just say I really am, I'm really am slowly coming to that conclusion. I guess maybe my household dynamic really truly is a anomaly. Me and my father, we are both the chefs of the family. The men in my family, it's a large family. Primarily, the men cook. The men primarily clean and take care of the home. In my family, primarily the men are the ones that just make sure that mom can go to work and come home and just like stretch out and just do what she want to do. So apparently, my experience is something I don't think I should speak about too much because I know it's now not the norm. So I get it, and I keep hearing about women cooking, women cooking, women cooking, and I'm like, I'm a whole over almost 30 years chef. I'm the one that cooks in the house. You stay out my kitchen. I say that shit all the time. Stay out my
Do
kitchen.
you make cakes and pies? Ice cream? You make ice cream and cakes and pies and souffles? You do that too?
Over 30 years in
Oh,
full
I
effect.
love it. That's beautiful.
Over
It's
30
beautiful.
years, damn near.
Yeah.
Damn near. Been cooking since I was 13 now. My father is an international gourmet chef. I learned under one of the best. All right. My father used to actually cook for celebrities and he has pictures of it. Um, I don't know. I just I get it. I know we have a stereotype of dynamics and how we see things, but like real talk, like I don't know.
No, it's not really a stereotype. It's just a way to show appreciation. I'm a cook myself, but now that I'm older, I don't mind if they want to show appreciation for me. Somebody come over and cook for me, even
Well,
though
how
I
you
can't
said
cook.
right
It's
there,
just a way of showing appreciation and
but how
giving
you
them right
said
to say something that they really want. I would love going to the restaurant is great, but what's better than have the food around the house with the people you love, playing some cards, a little music for a couple hours. You know what I mean? And some cakes and pies along with that wonderful grill. You know what I mean?
so
Okay.
real quick.
You don't
Hold on,
want to
last
spend
part.
somebody else
So,
dime and time. Go ahead.
Last
so,
part. Last part. We asked. Last part. The difference between again, you will never hear me say I was a cook. See, it's a difference when you really know the levels because it's levels. Not a cook. I'm a chef. Cooks go by the recipes that us chefs deliver, that we authenticate. Chefs are the ones who create the cookbook. Cooks are the ones who read the recipe. I don't read the recipe. I make the recipe. I digress. My mic is muted. Go ahead, Riaz.
okay, I kind of know my mama very well, though. So my mama, though, she's not really that materialistic. I just know her because look, when I was young, I used to give her stuff. My mom can be very grateful though if I can give her, but I just know her very. After I just got to know her very well, she just wants proof of love, and the way to help her out is just big. The only way to show that I love her though is just basically she just wants help around the home. So if I vacuum downstairs or whatever, so if she wants me to clean, help her around the home, that's the only way I prove love though. Don't really have to buy her anything though. It's not that I don't want to though. I just know her very well though. Since I know her really well though, I just know she's not that materialistic as she told me though. She's more spiritual type of thinking though. I just know her very well. That's just why I don't really get her anything on Mother's Day. It's not that I don't love my mom though. I love her too much though. I just know what she wants though, because I just know her very well. It's just that type of relationship I have with her and everything like that. You know, she wants proof of love. That's just the way. That's how I prove I love her though. She wants proof though. And the way to prove it is to help her. That's the only way she knows I love her though. She don't really need the
Yeah.
materialistic stuff.
Oh no, you don't have to give me
Back to
nothing
what
on
back
Mother's
to
Day. You can totally miss me. But them diamonds I like, gold I like, flowers I like. And if you got a mama you
Jesus.
proud of, you ought to adorn her with the finest gifts and all that stuff. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Why are we talking about mothers right now? How you
Oh.
doing
That's
that?
what I was about to get to.
Oh yeah.
And see,
Mother's
that
Day.
goes back to what Plies. That goes back to what Plies was saying. Another reason why the holiday ain't even acknowledged is because men won't even acknowledge it themselves. They actually think they are not supposed to get certain things or get fine treatment on at least one day of their life. You know what I'm saying? If you got 365 days in a year. You got one day where the day you're supposed to get all the glory of God bestowed upon you, and now you don't even want to acknowledge it yourself. Yeah, they ought to take it off the doggone, take it out, because we don't need it.
Okay.
We don't need
But
it.
what about
Men want
this?
it.
What about this? Is it possible that when it comes to Mother's Day versus Father's Day, it's not really that serious to men as much as serious it is to women? Is that could that
Any
be a
day you can go and
possibility
spend
too?
some money.
Like
Any day.
women really do get butthurt if they don't get recognized on their special day, birthdays, birthdays, Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, because we know Valentine's Day is their day too. Valentine's Day really
Freely,
ain't for men, it's for women.
they'll look. Some women right now today they'll get mad at you not wanting to go somewhere on Father's Day, because even though y'all going out to celebrate Father's Day, she still eating the steak. She still get the potatoes. She still get the crab legs and what. So that's just another day for you to spend some more of your money. No matter whether you made it or she made it, there's money coming out the pot for her to do something on another day. Because a lot of times, look, I bet you some guys and y'all go through
No, I'm
your
saying
net.
I'm saying listen to my question though. My question was,
Go ahead.
is it possible that men just don't take these personalized days as serious as women? Is that could that be another possibility? Okay, how about I pose the question like this? Do men take these special days for themselves? Do they take these days as serious as women take their days, like Mother's Day and stuff?
Nope, not at all. Because a lot of us got to go to work even on days that we want to relax. No, we can't afford to take it serious like that. There's another dollar down the hole, bro. A lot of time, bro, all these holidays and all that stuff that y'all take serious. Now, a little flamboyant dude that want to be outside taking pictures for IG, showing his girl off because he got a new one, he'll take it serious. Every
Hey,
holiday or
go
every
ahead.
day he think he can go out. He'll take it serious because he want to be seen. He want to be validated. He want that attention. But a regular hard work and get up on them days, man. In my day, just like Smitty said, get out the way, put them kids up, be quiet a little bit. Let me get my day to think. You know what I'm saying? Because I got 364 more to go, and this might be you know what I'm saying the last one. No, bro. No, the average man, no, they don't. Unless they, just like I say, they the mama boy and they want to be out here all booed up and showing their stuff off. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's how it go.
Okay. I mean, but look, I'll be real with you. Anything I give my dad on, Father's Days is basically give him peace. So I just basically wish him happy Father's Day. It's not that I don't want to, I've given him a card and I've given him a gift before, though. Just that basically sometimes on Father's Day, what I do is I don't need to give him anything. All I just do is I just appreciate everything he's done for me. And the way to do that is I just give him peace and just leave him alone for like a certain period of time. Okay, I might talk to him here and there, but I just leave him alone and just let him handle business though. Like whatever he got going, I just give him peace, man. I think that's what he wants though from me. He just wants peace.
Man, look, I send that old man a text. I'm not interested in giving no motherfucking gifts. Because if you don't communicate with me, I don't know what the hell you want. And I'm not in the service of my father. You know what I'm saying? He got to pour into me. But Rooster, nigga, you sound like you only what, 35, 36? You sound like you 80, nigga. Like, I mean, you got a lot of wisdom with you, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate that, man. But you is not an old man. Stop trying to act like you old, man.
yeah, he all over
See,
here. I just
I'm
give him
39,
time and
man.
That
I'm
he'll
man
be
39.
35
good. I
years
just
old,
give
y'all.
him
Don't let him fool
love.
No,
y'all.
I'm
Rooster is
39, man.
35 years old, man.
I was
Wait,
born in
let me ask you
85,
something.
man.
Let me ask you some artifacts. Do you pour into your mother on Mother's Day?
I do. I do.
Why do you think it's more appropriate to pour into your mother on Mother's Day than it is to pour into your father on Father's Day?
Because the woman needs they need more reassurance. Um
Right.
from my
Yep.
aspect, from my understanding. The woman, They need to be acknowledged for their day. Not to say that because my mother, like Ray has said, she's not materialistic. So there's nothing I can genuinely give her that will make her feel a certain way. It's my presence, is what I bring to her as far as, from a physical standpoint, how I embrace her, how I let her know what she's done in my life and how important she is to me. That's what brings her joy. And, it's sad, but that's just the truth because she's a boomer. So them women don't want for nothing. They already lived a certain life. You know what I'm saying? They want you to be the best version of yourself. And so, it's a give and take because you want to give to people that you love genuinely. But let's be real. If your parents ain't looking for you to give them stuff, then what's the point?
All
That's
right.
just the truth be told,
Go ahead, Smitty.
Yeah. All right. So one, I remember when I first got my job to tap on that, what you said about if your parents ain't looking for you to give them gifts. It ain't no holiday. It's just like regular summer. And this is when I was still living with my parents, right? I remember I would come home and every time I got paid, I would like say my little punk ass check was like $480, whatever, little part-time jobs when you're younger. I'll take like about a good $150 or something. I just sit it on the counter with a note. I used to do that. And I'd be like, here, mom and dad, that's for you. You know what they do? When I leave out, they take that rip up the note, throw it away, and take that money, put it right on my bed. And then my mother would leave a note and say, I need for you to stack up as much as you can so you can get out as fast as possible. Don't give us a
It's real
dime.
talk.
They didn't want it, bruh. They didn't want it. They're established.
Good parents, well, them
Their
old school
entire
parents right there.
cannot goodness gracious. Their entire process of how they parent us was we are going to be the clear demonstration of how sufficient you are supposed to be before you even start a family. We're going to show you how you really supposed to do this. Now, I ain't going to be no struggling. You hearing us on the phone arguing over money. I've never heard my parents argue over money or nothing. All I know is that we had holidays and back to school clothes. All I know is that whatever needed to be done was done. All I know is that everybody, all of my siblings and me included, we all had college fund. All I know is that all of us got life insurance and everything through my parents. Thus, guess what? Me as a father, my child has the exact same thing now. It is being carried down. The same thing my daughter has that I was given. All right. So that's the first part. Now, when you talking about like we supposed to like, I guess you can say give to them. I always known that the old saying back in the day was you want to have your kids do 2 times better than you. So if this house is 5 bedrooms, no mortgage, I want her to have a 6 or 7 bedroom, no mortgage. If I got 2 properties, she better have 3 or 4. I want my child to do better than what I'm doing right now. Period. And last but not least, when it comes to Father's Day, when you say like how you pour into your mother, but dad, like, nah, the women need more. I'm sheesh, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just going you look, Freezy said it first, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna red pill this one out since that's what they want to call it, right? If you even in the slightest bit speak up for men. Women get reassurance all year long. We get a punk ass 24 hours. Bruh, right now on the East Coast is 6:14. The day is done. I done got my card. I done got my balloon. I done had my dinner. I done got my hugs and my phone calls. If you haven't heard anything yet by now, you ain't shit. So listen, I'm just saying. It's only it's, it's only a punk ass 24 hours, bruh. Can we just get this little punk ass 24 hours, bruh? Bruh, it's already going into the evening. We about to be at sunrise. A day goes by so fast. It's just one damn day.
That nigga
Can
must have been
we
fucked
just
up,
get
Smitty.
landed? I know, but I had to, nigga. We gonna tap in, my G. Can we just get this punk ass 24 hours? It's already gone. It's gone. It's gone, bro. Every dad across the country has already gotten everything he was supposed to get for the day. Yeah, we're technically still in the range because it ain't hit midnight. Can we just at least get a moment of silence until midnight? Can we not be shitted on us for a quick moment? Can we just breathe? Can we breathe? I digress. My mic is muted, bro. Like, folks be wild with it. Rock out. Respect to the family.
No, I agree, Smitty. But see, that's you showing leadership, Smitty. And man, you must be in a headspace where you can walk in your leadership, bro, and not feel any type of way. I'm not there yet, Smitty. I can honestly say that. I'm trying to get there. But we all would want that support from our family to show that we are capable of being leaders. But everybody don't get that push to be, the head of the family. So for me, I have to walk my own path, and people just got to realize what I'm doing because everything ain't for everybody. And like I say, I just give my little story, my little, life story, and hopefully it impact people because I come from a certain space where, like I say, my biological parents wasn't there, bro, because they couldn't be there. They're mentally, physically. I don't know the full story, but and then mind you, the people that I'm around, they never told me the real story because they wanted to protect
Hey, all
me.
right. Let me ask you a question real quick to land it.
Go ahead.
Right. I think it's going to be extremely telling, and I want you to be fully honest, which I know you will be, black man. Do you know when and who started Men's Mental Health Month? Do you know the day is actually initiated? Like, we know Christmas is the 25th of December, right? You know your birthday, you know New Year's, right? Do you know the background history of men's mental health? In what year?
No, I don't.
First year. That's a problem. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to you.
Yeah, let me and shout out to C Rich just joined the show. What's going on, C Rich? I think C Rich, I think you on a delay because every time I say something,
yeah, I'm on my computer. I think I'm on a slight delay.
Okay, all right. So what I was gonna say is, if y'all will allow me to introduce a couple of theories into this conversation as far as Father's Day. Do y'all think a lot of people, especially women, don't celebrate Father's Day as much as they celebrate Mother's Day is because a lot of women already have this mentality that we're already living in a patriarchal society and that when it's time for mothers to be acknowledged or women to be acknowledged, we should treat those as more special days. Do y'all think that's a theory?
I'm trying to figure out what point of the year aren't they? You said when it's that day. When don't we? Through
Celebrate
song.
women.
When don't we? Like, listen, I know how I rock, bro. And I know how you rock and many others here, man, these spaces, bro. We ain't all effed up, and I ain't even going to begin to entertain that bullshit. We ain't all effed up, and the women know that. They know, the ladies know the ones who really like on that bullshit, and they know the ones who like, you know what? Okay, he all right. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna. I don't care what they type in the chat. All right, just ignore that. My whole thing is, bro, when aren't they?
When aren't they celebrated?
When? It's a new song all the time about shorty this, wanna. It's a new everything. Like, I mean, it is what it is.
But Smitty, you know what it really is though? I think women are validated more just in everyday practice when it comes to dudes just getting in their inbox every day or how many likes they get. You know, even if they go to the grocery store and they get approached, men don't get approached by women. You know what I'm saying? It's expected for men to do the approaching. So I think when Father's Day, I think more and more men are speaking out about the disacknowledgement of Father's Day is because I think men are coming to a point where they're saying, well, damn, we do all of the approaching.
Mm-hmm.
We're validating you each and every day. This one day, and here's another thing: a lot of men, for years, men did not want to speak up about this issue pertaining to Father's Day because men didn't want to feel like they was crying about it. You feel what I'm saying? Because we still feel like we still have a certain level of machoism or ego or whatever, but when it comes to our how
no freeze, it's not macho or ego, it's what I
is
said. We know nobody cares. Why you think we talked about how there's no advertising for it? It's not about a macho or ego. We just settle into the fact that, you know what, all right, this is year 15. I've been a loyal dad, father, and all right. Oh, what's this? A tie again. Okay. All right. Thank you. We got to put a face on this emotion. Bro, we just realized nobody cares. And it's not about it. It's coming to a realization. Why? Because any man of any means wants to maintain one thing primarily, our peace. I'm not going to disturb the little bit of peace I got because you niggas fail to realize what is really going on. I have to do that myself. Just like I said earlier, most men recognize we are our only, if not last line of defense. Period. If we don't hold that fort up, everything, we know that. The ship go down, it's our fault. We know this.
Yeah.
We don't cry about it, bruh. Now the dudes that do, that's why you'll hear Smitty say in a heartbeat to land it. I don't claim most you ninjas. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
So the highest
Can I
rate
say
of,
this, Freeze it real quick?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me do this. The highest rate of self-deletion, if I'm not mistaken, it comes from black men. Like men in general, right? But black men, I think black men might be in that slot of being the highest when it comes to self-deletion.
For real?
Yeah. So
I agree.
Well, that's including taking each other out, right?
No, self-deletion.
No. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Self-deletion. To my suicide. So when we look at it from that lens, if you ask me, that makes it all the more pertinent why men should be encouraged, celebrated, supported more than just Father's Day. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of the reason, if we actually pull the veil back and really try to understand why we have so many contentious conversations in real life and on these panels, this is the biggest mystery that is hard for women to figure out. Men do be crying out for help. But I'm gonna tell you something. For so long, and we've talked about this on this platform, for so long since we were little boys, we weren't really encouraged or taught how to express ourselves like little girls was. So it comes out in a weird way. You know what I'm saying? Instead of us actually saying it outright, listen, I need help. I need you to help me. I need more love and affection from you. I need, instead of men saying that, I think we've been conditioned to say, to point the finger and say, what, you ain't doing this and you ain't doing that. You need to be a better woman and you need to do this. You know what I'm saying? Instead, what we're really asking is, could you support me more? Could you encourage me more?
Man.
On point.
Oh
On
my
point.
Absolutely
on point, brother. I appreciate that.
Oh my God,
Smitty, when I was saying,
oh my gosh, bro.
Earlier, right, when I was saying I think the reason why men are more apprehensive when it comes to expressing themselves that way. I wasn't saying men are macho or men are egotistical. I was saying I think there is some level of still wanting to be perceived a certain ways. That's why we don't really actually show that level of vulnerability, right? Men don't like to seem vulnerable. Men do not like to seem too vulnerable. You know, we always want to feel, we always want to be
Because we
perceived as
know what comes with it, Freeze. We know
Absolutely.
the very moment we show any kinks in the armor, if there is a kink in the armor, they're going
right.
to stab towards that weak point, and that's it, bro.
Yes,
We
the
know
low
it.
vibration. Yep. Smitty, the low vibration will take,
freeze
will
it.
snatch, will
Hold on,
take your
Let
energy.
me
Back.
say this.
let me let
We
King Rooster
can't do
go
that,
and
freeze it.
then go ahead, King Rooster.
Yeah, we can't do that, man. I'm finna tell you, a lot of these people that going through these psychological things, it ain't all but just because of the women around. And some of that stuff is self-inflicted pain, bro. Some of these people, the reason why they haven't heard from somebody by now
But is
is
that the
because it's
majority or the
self-inflicted.
minority, though?
But look,
Is that the
man,
majority or the minority, though?
look. Majority
You
of
just
these
bringing
niggas
up a
ain't give a
point, bro, to
damn.
mess up something, bro.
I'm finna show you something, bro. Look, it's certain people in their world, and we know them, and we know that guy that they ain't worth two wooden nickels to rub together to make five, bro. That's why some people ain't checking on y'all. That's why when it's too late, they get depressed and they down. Nigga, you used to steal out your mama purse. Nigga, you done
Oh
stole
wow.
radios. Niggas, you done left the kids in the house by themselves trying to chase some hoes when you got
Come
paid
on,
to
Rooster. Come
babysit.
on, man.
Bro, no, we ain't finna do that because I got mamas, I got sisters and everything. Majority of the men that spread themselves out amongst a group of women and help them out. Guess what? Those women are highly supportive of those dudes, and you can't say nothing bad about them. Even though we know them, some of them get niggas bad, they always got a mama and say, "Not my son, not my baby," or they got a
Right.
sister that'll say, "Not my brother." So if you ain't got that support group when it comes down to women, how have you been
So you
treating
defeating
them?
your own argument? So
I
you just
know.
said that you defeating your
See,
own argument.
I ain't
No.
defeating my
Art,
own
art,
argument
art.
because
No. Hey Vic, real quick.
yeah.
Respectfully, I really would like to ask you this question. Considering, because I even peep like how the energy from the chat, I pay attention to everything. From the energy of the chat, here up on the panel, I want to know what section in your brain clicked and said, you know what? Throw this shit all the way off. I just because I want to know how did you
part of my
get
That
brain.
what
says
Let
a
you
me
lot.
just
explain.
got out of what was said for like the last 30 minutes, bro?
Listen
Like
to
for
what I'm
like
saying.
I think about it no, roughly.
For the last
Roughly,
30
let me
seconds or
finish the
whatever.
statement. Remember,
Roughly.
Freeze talked
Okay,
about that. You
I
gotta
wouldn't
say it
finish.
now. Remember, Freeze, you said it. Let him go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
You gotta
Okay,
say it
that's what
now.
I'm saying. I
Prime
appreciate you, my
example.
good sir, Smitty.
You gotta say
But
it now.
Prime
for the
example.
last couple of minutes, only thing I was hearing is y'all want to blame some of y'all self-inflicted things on women that don't have nothing to even do with y'all problems. Most of these women y'all complaining about, y'all don't know of them, ain't smelt them, never will touch them. No, a lot of this stuff is self-inflicted. That's self-inflicted pain. Y'all crying
Hey Vic,
about
hey
women
Vic,
you
hey
don't
Vic,
know.
hey Vic. I want you to recognize. Hold on. I got this real quick, please, y'all. I want us to really pay attention
What's
to
going on?
how programmed the mind can be. We literally, again, I just asked, have you been paying attention to the last like 30 minutes or some odd?
He think that country shit
Hold
resonate with everybody.
on, wait.
The last
I got
30
you.
minutes, the only thing I hear is
He
y'all
got to
trying to
say it
blame some
now.
females
He
y'all
ain't finished the
know
thought.
nothing of about y'all mental problems and shit. Okay,
Mm.
men are deleting themselves over what women? They ain't saying that these the women in their household or these the women. Oh, they talking about some women on the internet you never seen. So if they got that much of an impact on you and you don't know them fully, never been around them, That's a you problem. You got a mental problem when you
Okay,
can't
so
get
let,
on here
Wait, hold
and
on.
listen to
Please,
these
please,
women
can
and
I
click
answer?
that button.
King Rooster,
Bro, that's a you.
let Smitty respond. Let Smitty get his thought out. Go ahead, Smitty.
I don't know how. I have no clue how. Possibly, we've been speaking for the last 30 minutes about what men go through solely within themselves. Somehow or another, you had to go ahead and flip it into some gender You had to
Yeah, man.
incorporate the women.
That
No,
shit pissed me off, man.
you had to go to the typical. You had to go to the talking points. We talking about something totally different today on Father's Day during Men's Mental Health Month. And that was the only thing that your brain decided to click and say, you know what, this would be some cool shit to say.
Bro, I can tell you about mental problems, bro. You have a narcissistic way of doing things. You go on the story, speaking of on these shows, telling your story and
Bro, this
acknowledging
shit getting
other people
sassy,
got shit
man.
going on.
This
No,
shit
cause
getting
this
sassy,
this
man.
is this
We're
nigga.
supposed to be
But bro,
acknowledging each other and respecting each other on this platform,
what
and
happened?
you want to go after
Okay,
another black man, bro? Stop your
happy
nonsense.
Father's Day, then, nigga. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Make a
Happy Father's
change
Day, Dad.
for once in my life. Gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right.
Oh hell, I don't want to go with that.
So I don't think men are up here. I don't think men are deleting themselves or killing themselves because women don't look. They feel like they want hugs from women or something, or attention from women. I don't think that's the majority reason, King Rooster. I think a lot of men are just feel like they're under pressure in society to deliver and to have a certain level of productivity. Men feel more inadequate when they don't have the right resources to actually provide for their families. Quite the contrary of what anybody think. It does weigh on a man's conscience. Men need to be encouraged, right? Men need to be supported. This is a very big misunderstanding, or this has been a very big misunderstanding for a long time. And I don't think we've been talking about men's mental health and how important it is for men to be supported, because it's now what I will give you, Rooster, a part of it might be self-infliction, right? But this is like, if you listen to what I said from kids, boys were not encouraged. Did you hear that part? From kids, boys have not been encouraged to express themselves.
In a
As
in a
much
healthy household, they have. In a healthy household, they have.
well, here's the thing. Even in so a healthy household is subjective. Well, what I'm saying is, boys have not been encouraged to express themselves as much as young girls were. Yeah, it wasn't shameful for a young girl to start crying if she got emotional about something, if she hurt herself, right? I remember, like, if I hurt myself, if I was playing tackle football in the middle of the street. What's going on, C Rich family? What's going on, y'all? Happy Father's Day to all y'all. Well, I was gonna say, yeah, if I get up off the ground and I hurt myself, I knock some skin off my body or something like that. Even if I see some white meat, guess what they gonna tell me? Boy, stop crying. Toughen up. You gonna be all right. But if a girl did that, if my sister did that, they're gonna cradle her, right? They're gonna hug her. They're gonna ask her if she all right. They're gonna give her kisses on the cheek.
As they
And they're gonna
should.
tell her,
Yeah.
it's okay, go ahead and cry. Go ahead, it's okay. Right. So the point I'm trying to make is, and I'm not saying boys should be treated like that. I'm not saying boys should be treated like that. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I think that if we take a close look at that, and if women understand that too, especially when they're dealing with men in relationships, possibly marriage, if women were more cognizant of that, they will understand, dang, I might need to pay more closer attention to my man, because we know throughout history, men weren't really taught across the board or the globe on to express themselves in more of a healthy manner, right? So when we talk about Father's Day, I think the reason why Father's Day is not celebrated as much as Mother's Day is because when it comes to men's emotions, it's been way harder to detect. Right? It's been way harder to detect. Men have been known for a long time to keep stone faces. Anybody ever had that uncle or grandfather that had a stone face? And depending on how they felt, you really don't know how he felt because he always kept a damn poker face. A lot
Absolutely.
of men are like that. So it's women express themselves more. So throughout expression, people tend to express themselves back. You know what I'm saying? So I just think with men, it's just been missed a lot. That men want to be supported, men want to be encouraged, but I just think a lot of people, we've been taught so much to say, "Oh, he'll be all right." That needs to be Father's Day slogan all across the world. "Oh, he'll be all right." You know what I'm saying? And men have been told that for so long. "Oh, you'll be all right. You'll be all right." You know what I'm saying? When men aren't
Yeah.
all right. Men aren't all right. We just said that men, especially black men, make up the highest rate of self-deletion. So obviously men aren't all right. That's why these conversations are so pivotal. Right?
But
Go
see,
ahead, Art.
Freezy, we as men, from my perspective, I think we have to be more calculated in the way we deal with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Women can naturally come up to us, give us a hug, and we feeling good. You know what I'm saying? Their presence alone brings us down a notch as far as where we at, as far as whatever level we on. For me, I had uncles that was in my life, particularly they helped babysit me per se. I wouldn't say that they added value, but because my mother was the matriarch of the family, she held everybody down. So gradually my uncles was there. So what I'm telling you is this: I'm just the nephew, but when my uncle passed away, right before he passed away, we was in church and I made sure that I acknowledged him because he helped me out in my life. But somebody said it earlier, yo, we got to pick and choose because sometimes we not the person that play that role in their life. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not the type of person that embarges on people. You know what I'm saying? Their peace and whatever they got going on, that's with you. But I know what people did for me in my life. And when I feel like I need to acknowledge you, I will. That goes for my stepfather, that goes for the brothers, anybody that's been in my life. I give them a time and space to where I acknowledge the things that they done for me. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm glad that I left my uncle with that great feeling, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't like I wasn't going to do it anyway. It's just timing is everything. You know what I'm saying? Because people have their own thinking. People, they listen to other people in the family or other people in general, and they take their synopsis or they take their thinking from other people, not knowing that person individually. Yeah, don't speak for me. That goes for anybody in my goddamn family. Don't you ever speak for me. When you got a problem with me, you speak to me directly. Then you can understand where the problem and the issue lies at. But when you start running your mouth and telling people about what you think you know about me, that's when grown men have a problem. You know what I'm saying? We'd rather stay alone, be at peace. But we understand if we are in families that's raised by a matriarchy, we know that women run certain things. So you got to go to the head woman in charge or whoever in charge, let them know. Listen, they ain't speaking for me, and don't you ever take their don't listen to somebody else unless you get the real full understanding from the person that you got the problem with. That's how grown men deal with the situation. When I got a problem, Freezy, I go directly to the source. And I think a lot of men nowadays moving like little girls. You over there pillow talking with somebody about my motherfucking business. And I got a serious problem with you.
You okay, brother?
No, I had to get that out.
No, shout out to
Why? Hey, we gotta check your mental for you.
shout out to Artifacts. I mean, and shout out to World Class just joined the show too. What's going on, World Class? What's going on with you, bro? Happy Father's Day to you, bro.
Cap-tivity.
Yeah, we up. What's up?
Chilling, man. Do y'all think men really do want to be pampered like that though? That's another question I got. I mean, is it really that like women want to be pampered on Mother's Day? Women want to be pampered. They want to be treated special. You know, like is a lot of this like to King Rooster's point, when it comes down to Father's Day, is some of this self-inflicted because men don't really express themselves like we want to be pampered or something like that? What do y'all think about that?
Well, yeah, we never gonna make stuff like this a big deal. Even when I was little, I ain't like birthday parties and shit. But I don't think men want to be pampered. I just think, I mean, the attitude ain't changed. The day enough quote mothers unquote are gonna make the day about them, and I think guys just really want to be respected on days like this. Mm-hmm. Women always want to make everything about feelings and emotions because it don't take no talent to have feelings and emotions, and that supposed to warrant them attention and shit. So it's like at the end of the day, when you find, even when I was a little boy, like grown men, what you would have with granddaddy or somebody granddaddy, they just want their plate. They want to chill out. You know what I mean? That's what most guys in my life, that's what they want on that day. So that's how they operate, period. Older men don't really want a lot of noise. You just want to chill. We like peace. You know what I mean? But you got your guys, your party guys, right? These guys that's party, they want everybody to come to the function. They the center they got the gift of gab. You got men like that at the same time. They want to, they may want to do something elaborate. But what I see with most, and I'm talking men, not just males, when they come up, when they are the type of men that need to be respected, they want to do stuff for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really see men, even like Christmas. I even seen somebody in the chat talk about Valentine's Day, I think. Men usually will make it about everybody else. So I guess that goes to your point though, Freezy.
Can I
go ahead, Andrea, go, and then I'm gonna let C Rich go. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hey, can I just say I think it's kind of counterproductive to say that women care more about emotions when you just spent like a few minutes saying that you would also like your emotions validated, right? Isn't that what you were saying a few minutes ago about sometimes you want to, like, you guys never got to cry and stuff like that? So I mean, clearly that it's
I was saying that from little boys, I mean, men have emotions too, right?
Right.
But
So it's not fair to say that
it's been more accepted for women to express their emotions more freely.
But if you
more
say
widely
things
accepted.
like, well, women are more, that's making it, you get what I'm saying? That's making it more acceptable. So
What
if
do
you
you
make it,
mean? I don't understand what you
okay.
just said.
So when he just said that women are more emotional or whatever, that's part of framing the society that makes it more acceptable. You get what I'm saying? Like if you say something like that, well, then if you already believe that women are more emotional, you're going to more likely, it's going to be normal to you. You're going to accept it when you see it. You get what I'm saying? Like if you frame it that way, well, oh, that's just how women are. It's not going to surprise you to see a woman crying if you've already, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, is that
Well,
I'm saying? Is that a bad thing though for a woman to
No, but
cry?
I'm saying you want to also be allowed to cry. It seemed like that was your point earlier, that
Yeah.
men deserve. So I'm just saying, like, that's part of helping. Like, if we want to change that, part of that might be to not say, you get what I'm saying, to not make it true by saying that, right? Wouldn't you want to say that men also have emotions so that that can be the new standard? Isn't that what you were saying,
Oh,
that you
you
want
you mean
men's feelings
you mean to
to be
verbalize
more?
that? You saying to put that out in the stratosphere more and verbalize
Yeah,
it
that
more.
men have emotions too. It's not just women who are emotional, because you were just saying that you guys
Yeah.
have emotions too, and you want them recognized. So I think you can't put it all on women. Like, you are the men. Y'all are men yourselves. You
No.
get what I'm saying?
Here's the thing. Women tend to
I'm
have
saying
women. Okay, so
I'm saying
women.
you can control your own narrative, like, instead of putting it on
No,
everybody.
okay, but I understand what you're saying.
Hmm.
What I'm telling you, Andrea, and
Hmm.
other women that's listening, is
Yeah.
that this is the problem.
Right.
Men need their counterparts, right? To well, how should I say, to facilitate more of a comfortable environment so that
So it's
men.
our responsibility to
Wait,
help you
here's the deal, right? If
with your
here's the deal.
emotions.
Just follow me. Just follow me. Because I
Okay.
know where you're going with this. And world class, you can go right after me. So this is where men and women oftentimes come into a fork in the road, right? I said this earlier in the live stream. Men and women, quite the contrary, do need each other. You would agree with that, right? Men and women need each other.
I think so, yeah.
Yes. So in a patriarchal society, when it comes to men and women's relationships, now we've kind of gotten further and further away from what I'm about to say, but when it comes to this, when it comes to a patriarchal society, when it comes to men and women's relationships, men have a position if it's supposed to work the right way, and women have a position in the household. Let's take it out of the workplace and everything. In the household, men have a position, women have a position, right? And so usually the position of women are the nurturers. Men aren't naturally going to look to other men to nurture them. That shit just don't sound right.
Hmm.
Right? Are you following me, Andrea?
Absolutely. I'm listening.
So what you're asking is, you're asking for men to what is it called? You're asking for men to fix themselves by
To set
nurturing
the
each other.
standard.
Well, no.
Not to nurture, but to set the standard. Like,
But how? Here's the thing: in order for a man to be the best man he could be, I would argue that women have to actually be a part of that equation. You understand?
absolutely. I definitely understand nurturing your feelings, but my thing is that, who am I to say what is an acceptable amount of emotion for you to have? Like, I don't think that that is
Well, it's
necessarily
not about
my place to tell you how emotional to be, but definitely whatever emotion you express, I can definitely nurture that and support you, or give you whatever support you might need to get through that emotion. But I don't think it's my place to set the tone for what's an acceptable amount of
well,
emotion
it's
for a
not
man
about
to
you telling
have.
me how emotional I should be. It's
Right. I think
simply,
that'd be inappropriate.
yeah, I think that's inappropriate too. I think it's simply women providing a healthy space, keyword healthy space, for men to express themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So that's
And
it. That's all I was saying.
absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
But my point about saying that men aren't emotional is that that makes a man feel like he can't even express it in the first place. That's what I was saying. Like, by saying that, oh, aren't emotional, women are the emotional ones, that kind of sets a tone for everyone to think that men don't
Well,
have.
let me ask you something. Do you have you was that your experience as well growing up, that little boys were, I mean, young girls were encouraged more to express themselves. They were provided more of a space to actually cry and not feel ashamed about it or embarrassed about it. Little girls were more comfortable crying, expressing themselves than little boys.
Absolutely. I would say like the only emotion boys could have for me growing up was like anger or like, you know
Right.
what I mean? Things
Right.
like that for
So
sure.
so that's what I was speaking to, right? Because we can't not acknowledge how pertinent and how serious it is that, you know, the journey from a little kid to an adult to adulthood, there's a lot of conditioning there, right? You get that?
Absolutely.
Right. So
Yeah.
being that there's a lot of conditioning there, that's the mental side of it, right? We're talking about conditioning of the mind. So this is why these conversations are very important, to bring more awareness to why it's harder for men to actually express themselves.
Absolutely. And I do want to say
This
that
didn't just start today. It started from little
exactly.
boys. Right.
Right. And I wanted
Okay.
to say that your partner isn't the one who set the tone for that conditioning. She's just dealing with the aftermath, right? So
Yeah,
the
I agree
conditioning,
with
like
that.
you get what I'm saying, the conditioning started with the culture, right? Which we
Yeah.
all contribute to. So that was my point about how we use our words to contribute to the culture, because your partner is just dealing with the aftermath of years of conditioning, of whatever conditioning you experienced growing up. She wasn't there for that. So she can help you now, but she didn't contribute to the conditioning. So my point is that when we say things about who is emotional and who is not emotional, we are contributing
Yeah.
to the conditioning.
But
That's
the
That's
all I
thing
was
is,
commendable.
saying.
my thing
Freeze,
is,
I got two
but my,
cents. World
but
class
hold,
before you
hold
go,
on,
world class.
hold on, no, but hold on.
Let me let world class go and then you can go. Art, go
So,
ahead. World.
but this literally proves my point. I was responding to you saying, you know, do men want to be, you know, pampered? And I said, no. That question comes from women, which is literally what she did, wanting to make things about emotions. I don't say the satanic and demonic thing that women are emotional. You can't find that in anything that has to do with anything of divinity or God or any religion. So I don't support the women are emotional thing. The deal with it, and the reason I push that, well, you Freezy, you know, I deal with what words really mean. So I don't participate in the feelings and emotions rhetoric. I think I know, as being 39 years old, helping most boys. And my point was, men are not looking, just like the old, you know, the OGs, when you watch them have their so-called Father's Day. Men are not really looking for that emotional aspect. They're looking for function. They want things to make sense before, during, and after they engage in something. And that process is always interrupted. And what I literally said about it was, women want to make things emotional because it takes no talent to be emotional. There's no requirement or no substance
It's natural
to be emotional, right? Anything can do it. We know that because dogs do it. Dogs have the same emotions that we have, as distinguished from emotional expression or behavioral expression. Cows have the same emotion you have. Horses do. So being emotional is not a human thing in any way, shape, or form. The only thing that makes you a human is your ability to think, and your ability to think only. So much so that the name of our species is man, which means thought. The plural men, men, means to think. That's why it's the root word for the word mental. So I abhor any of it. And you see the dysfunction when it comes to these issues with men's mental health, because men are focused on function. Even the sorry niggas want function. They're not into the feelings. We have a requirement to be something. And you can't, like they say, you are what you eat. If I'm constantly taking in the satanic and demonic religion called feelings and emotions as something for nothing hustle that it is, I don't become shit. I don't get shit out of the emotional shit. I don't watch so many people, male and female, have a problem, an emotional problem, sit and so-called talk, and now you so-called feel better. and nothing has been accomplished. You're still walking into the same exact problem. At the end of the day, these issues that we have is because women are in this construct, satanic and demonic construct, because neither one of the words mean what y'all think it mean. You can't find it in any Bible, Quran, Bhagavad Gita, Torah, Tanakh, Talmud. Can't find none of that shit nowhere. You can't look in history, see people being this feelings and emotions BS. All it does is preserve ignorance.
What he's saying. So I'm trying to like respect what you were saying, Mr. Freezy, about how to listen to support men's emotions, and then he's
but
like, it's
it doesn't
confusing. We don't know what to give you.
It doesn't contradict it, because I've already acknowledged what Freezy said. We want function. Men need to know that they can. Men need to know that they can speak their mind. Men need to know that they can speak their mind. From little boys on up, our voices are always interrupted by some female. Our mother, cousin, aunt. It's always interrupted, and y'all want, because y'all want to protect y'all investment of feelings and emotions and feel like you have a space, and y'all project that on us even as children.
So that actually speaks.
I'm trying to learn.
Let me say this. So that actually speaks to my point what World Class said, because I specifically use the words men just need women to provide a healthy space. Anybody remember I said that?
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. That's what I wanted to touch on, Freezy.
Right, you can go right. You can go right.
Yeah,
next.
and
then T-Rich, thank you for your patience, T-Rich. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying like men need to be able to just cry with snot coming out their nose to their woman or so. Sometimes they might need to, just to be heard.
Yeah,
or
that
just,
makes sense.
Yeah, exactly, right. Sometimes a man might need to cry with snot.
No, because I was hearing about mental health and stuff earlier, so I was just thinking y'all meant like emotional support. But I get what you're saying. You just need to be heard. Like,
when I speak on expression, I'm not, what is it called? What's the mono-minded, or what is it called? I forgot what it's called, but yeah, I'm not one dimensional. Okay. Right? I'm not one dimensional. So when I have these conversations, I like for us to actually consider like a lot of possibilities of, when it comes to expressing yourself, expressing oneself, right? Men do want to be heard. Quite the contrary. I think the biggest form of providing this healthy space for men to express themselves is to show a level of respect to the man, to show that you respect that man.
Absolutely.
Right? And so when men don't feel respected in a room, the communication level is going to be, for most men, is going to be off. Then you're not going to get 100% out of that man as if you would, as if he felt like 100% respected, right? So I think that's a big part of it. Men are very apprehensive when it comes to expressing themselves. For one, we already don't want to feel vulnerable. That's another part I was touching on, Andrea. Women don't mind feeling vulnerable. As a matter of fact, they play on their vulnerability. Men don't play on their vulnerability.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? Men don't do that. So we have to take this into consideration. Go ahead, Art.
No, I just want to piggyback on what you and World Class say. You see how World Class came into the room with a calm, collective thought? See, majority of men, especially men that's looking for guidance, they match energy, right? And so when you see me yell, I was just matching the energy of Rooster. You get what I'm saying? That's maybe the only way he know how to communicate. But you don't get what he's saying, Andrea. Like, if you care about your man, if you care about your man enough, you will allow him to express his emotions and feelings in a healthy way. Of course, you don't want it to be a wild type of thing going on. But that's where the comparison that's when we get the false perception of us comparing each other to each other. Because on one end, I can't express myself because I'm a man. That's how I feel like what you're saying, because
no,
if
that's
the
not what I
woman
meant.
Go ahead.
No, I was just, because I thought he was being like more specific with what he needed in response. Like, I didn't know it was just about just simply listening. Like that, I mean, of course,
You're right,
like I agree. I thought it was a more customized, like this. I thought he was being like more specific of how you needed us. You get what
Right,
I'm
right. I
saying?
feel
Like
you.
to
I feel
listen,
you.
not just to. I mean, of course, like that's the bare. I think that's the bare minimum. Like that's the
Yeah,
and
I
part
see
feel
the
of.
you.
way you
I
speak,
mean,
it and the way you speak, Andre, is very professional, and I love that about you. You kind of collect everything, and you give your natural thought. But what we're doing now in the generation that we in now, if
mhm,
you notice that women always will follow us in a lot of even the tone that we use. And what I'm saying is, I separate myself from men that are ignorant. I try, at least I
mhm,
try to, man. You know what I'm saying? Because when you take on that energy, you kind of generalize everything around you at that point. When you're around ignorant niggas, you may end up picking up this stuff and you may carry it around people that's actually positive, and then you're not making yourself look
right.
good.
You're missing
That's
out
what I'm
on
saying.
things.
Women do that.
Mhm,
Women don't even understand that when you're around certain ignorant men and
mhm,
you allow their energy to fester over you, that
right,
can enter your spirit. And now you're
right.
treating every other man with the same energy of
Another
ignorance and
self-fulfilling
stupidity.
prophecy for sure.
It, that's all I need to say.
For sure. I see that.
Uh,
I hear you get that.
shout out to Art. Go, C Rich. What's going on, man? Happy Father's Day to you, bro. What's going on, C Rich?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. How y'all doing, man? I was
What's
in
up?
here earlier and I saw you. I think I came in when Venus was on and y'all started talking about rap music. So, yeah, I had a lot of stuff to do. So I've been moving around. So I just tried to jump in and see where y'all was at with it right now. So it seemed like y'all talking more about men's mental health. Is that where you kind of at right now?
Yeah, kind of.
Mhm,
It's in correlation with why isn't Father's? It's in correlation with the title of the show. Why isn't Father's Day celebrated as much as Mother's Day? Right, and so that's how we're on men's mental health and why it is important for men to be acknowledged. Do you think it's important for men to be acknowledged?
Well, without no doubt, because everybody is a contributor to society. So it's like, when you start playing the game with like big eyes and little U's, you know, everybody is going to feel, because this is the fact of the matter. And I think a lot of women don't understand is that men build society. And the fact of the matter is that women are the beneficiaries of that. Now, I'm not saying that women have to, get on their knees and praise men, but I'm saying that it deserves some type of acknowledgement. And it's not like, you can't come back and say, well, okay, now I'm doing good, I'm getting money. Then you say, all right, well, I did it on my own. Nobody do nothing on their own. But as far as Father's Day, yeah, it should be acknowledged. But I think at the same time, it's not really acknowledged also because to the women's credit is that men don't really care about stuff like that. This is how I feel, that men don't really care about a lot of that type of acknowledgement to the degree that women. I think women need that acknowledgement more than men because men create a society, men create. So therefore, we already know what we do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like if you a pro basketball player and you good at what you do, and you appreciate if I say damn Freezy, you a damn good player. You appreciate it that I acknowledged it, but you already know that you don't necessarily need it. So I think that Father's Day is a thing where men don't really need, they appreciate the acknowledgement, but they don't really need it. You know what I mean? We don't really make a big deal out of it because men look at things more so as we do things out of obligation as men. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like if we look at like this, I think the bigger deal was this month, right? The whole month is Pride Month. The whole month is Pride Month, and they squeeze and graduation, basically the same week, if not the same weekend, right? And then we get this day, right? That's kind of insulting. But I think to your point, I said the same thing. Men don't make a big deal. You see the nation kind of respond to what men want, and I know we talk about fathers in general, but Super Bowl Sunday, the stores look like it's time to celebrate football or the finals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the store, everybody will sit around because that's what we make important. You know what I'm saying? And that should let women and younger men know what's important to men. We like competition. And I always tell people competition and competence is in the same family of words for a reason.
Right.
So, like I think people know what we like, but I think the bigger deal why this is a topic is because of the disrespect that a lot of fathers be getting. And it's not even the guys that are there. It's the guys.
I think not to cut you off. I agree with you. I think that's the biggest problem where it get to the point where it be dismissive. Where a lot of time where you have women to say that they try to recognize Father's Day because they single mothers. It's like the child still have a father. You know what I mean? You got Mother's Day is like even if you don't recognize the father, then just leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to just saying, well, I'm gonna take it in as my own. You know what I mean? Because you're not a man, you're not a father, you a mother. Just appreciate what you do and do it on. But but what you said, I think men don't really put a bigger deal on it. Like you said, it's the finals. Most men, man, they more worried about the finals. You dig what I'm saying? We don't really put a big deal on stuff like that like women do because men don't really need acknowledgement to the degree. And I think a woman said that earlier that I don't know who said it, that men need acknowledgement. Men don't need acknowledgement to the degree that women do. Women need way more reassurance and stuff than men do. And the women say that a lot about relationships, that he don't acknowledge me, that he don't speak to me, and he don't do this. See, you don't hear men talk about that because men know that we have a role, and either you're going to fulfill that role or you don't fulfill that role. You see what I'm saying?
What exactly do y'all need on Father's Day? Like just to be hurt, just to be like what it like? Because I'm hearing what you don't need. Like what do y'all feel like y'all do want? Like no disrespect, because I feel like women are good at telling. Like I know my mom will tell me what she want for Mother's Day. Like she would tell me like very specifically.
You saying what I said, and Andrea.
What do you think? Like like tell us what you do need.
I mean, I think it's more so of what Hink said earlier. I mean, just a little acknowledgement and appreciation. Men don't really need gifts because men are more givers than receivers when they're in a relationship. Men, I think it's just maybe acknowledgement to say, "Hey, man, I appreciate you." Then it's good to take a. If you got a man, I'm not saying just no random guy that you're dealing with, but if you with somebody, y'all been together, that you might take him out, and brothers appreciate that because that's one time I did. You ain't got to, even if you didn't do it in next year. I mean, he really wouldn't care. But what I'm saying is, it's just acknowledgement. It's just that black men, hey man, look, black men, I don't really want to go back to what the conversation was earlier. Because I was listening to y'all earlier and I was listening to a lot of stuff that sisters were saying. And I almost came in, but I was like, nah, because I know Freezy got a certain panel. I'm new, I'm gonna let him do his thing. And I usually come in on the back. Freezy know I come in on the back end. But I'm saying this to the point where it's like, brothers get beat down so much then it's like a competition thing where sisters say nobody is beat down more in America than black men. I mean, we get raked over the coals by our own women. I mean, just like they was talking about how brothers, statistics prove everything different. That, like I think you said that, when you was talking about, we know that, you were saying that you got some people that achieve. And I think you were saying that, you got brothers that do construction, got landscaping. I remember you said landscaping specifically and other this and that. But majority of time when black women talk about brothers, they talk about brothers like we don't do a motherfucking thing.
Yeah. You know what?
I'm the one who said that I know people who do landscaping and all that stuff. So I can say that I know black men do other things as well. For sure.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? I think because I don't celebrate none of these fucking things. But what's a better on Father's Day, what most men want, you know what I'm saying, is like right over top of my head right now on my desk, I got my son's drawing. If y'all put stuff that mean a lot, you show a man that you show your dad that you understand the load that he carry. You show him that you understand the sacrifice that he make. You do something from your heart, because this is the dad. So if it's dad and he's the provider, he don't need stuff. He need you. Y'all love stuff. He love you. He don't need a thing. He don't need a mug. He need you. And if you show that you understand the sacrifices that he make, if you show that you understand how much he loves you, that's gonna move anything. Handwritten note. I don't, the little cute performances that do, sit granddaddy in the chair and do the song. I think that shit dope. I like those things. You know what I'm saying? Those things are cool. I think because for most of them, yeah. For most of them, yeah.
I think so
for
too.
most of them, yeah. Let him sit at the throne and be respected and appreciated from the people he's sacrificing for. And get up early for the men that get up 2 something in the morning, 4 something in the morning, driving 30 minutes this way, 30 minutes that way. Every time he turn that key, leave that driveway, leave in front of the house, could be the last time you see him. He taking a lot of risks. That's what men care about. Show him that he cares. So I was just at my homeboy house. His family came through, gave him stuff. He came down to the basement. I literally just watched it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been over his house in a minute, but I appreciate him as a dad. We grew up next door neighbors. So a day like that mean more to me than anything. I look, my son's 9, his son is in high school. So I'm looking to him. He only a year older than me. I'm looking up to him as a dad. Those days mean a lot. And he's like, bro, appreciate you coming through. Yeah. I don't celebrate it, but I know how hard he works as a dad. You know what I mean? He stayed up an extra hour because I was there, and he got to go to work. Because, you know what I'm saying? We watch each other grow up, and we watch each other be dads. And that appreciation, and all I know is dads, that appreciation means more than anything. Something handwritten, something from the children. That's not, if you know your dad, your granddad or your uncle or whoever, or your husband, boyfriend or whatever, you probably know what he wants, like y'all was just saying. But being men understanding, the family showing these men that they understand what he does, to understand it's going to take him, it's going to mean way more to him. Something handmade, something crafted, that's going to matter to him, even if you get it made from somebody else.
So, and I'm going to say, I echo what World Class said. The saying is true. Men are more simple. I think men are way more simple creatures than women really understand. It doesn't really take a lot. That's why I understand why these conversations be so complicated. We don't need all the bells and whistles and stuff, on Father's Day or whatever. Even, I just think that especially it means a lot when if a man has kids or if he has a wife, just that acknowledgement from his immediate family, right?
Right.
That acknowledgement from his immediate family, confirming that, hey man, you're valued, man. We really appreciate you being around. We really appreciate you being you and who you are for us. We really appreciate that. And just even if your son or your daughter come up and give you a hug, or your wife just come up and grab you and say, hey, I appreciate you, thank you. She might bring you a steak later on, ribeye or something like that. She leave you alone in front of the TV or in front of your computer. That's it. It ain't got to be too much more than that. You know what I'm saying?
Freezy, you know the dope shit. My son 8, right? So he'd be downstairs on the big screen just playing, being a hardcore gamer. And he'll just come up to check on me and just hug me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's up? You good? He said, no, I just want to hug. And I hug him. I say, I love you. He said, and the best thing in life that happens in my life day to day is I say, son, I love you. He say, I know. I love you. It ain't nothing like that. He knows that. He know daddy love him. That's my baby now. I told him, listen, I don't care how big you get, you still my baby now. You know what I mean?
Well, okay,
just that I know me everything. What you say?
What you think about? Okay, DB. Why DB and Sugar Bone won't listen to us? DB talking about y'all aren't simple. Please stop. And Sugar Bone said men are definitely very complicated. Why they say that?
Because they're women. They're not men. You know what I'm saying? They're women. What's going on, Chocolate? They're women. They're not men. So we think they complicated, but they think they're simple. You don't think like we think. Like I was saying earlier, they default to the thing called emotion. We just want function. We want to find out what the function is. So they don't really understand that it means a lot, because they are, what I see from women is they want to justify their consumption, and they want things to be big. They want things to be elaborate. They want to really have an impact and really remember it. And we want these days to just be regular days. And they want to feel like can't nobody figure them out. We don't really care about that. When everybody goes to sleep, we want at the end of the day, we want everybody wake up just as healthy as they was. And when they leave the house, we want everybody come back just as healthy as they was. That's what we care about, because that's what we work for. The day to day is a Super Bowl for us. The holidays and these different days is those special days it's the Super Bowl for them. And we just distinct.
Different though. Like, is that okay? Like, is that...
No, it's not a bad thing. That's what I'm saying. It's not bad. It's like that's why
y'all make it sound bad. It doesn't sound fun. It don't sound loving. It don't sound exciting. Y'all make it sound like as if we're trying to make y'all be the lollipop kids, or we trying to dress you up and take you out, get your hair done. All we talking about is, hey, if you want us just to cook you a meal or buy you a pair of hot pants or get you some keys or something, or have your you want a new game or you want some credits on your GTA, open your mouth. Stop.
Why do we have to open our mouth? That's now we get into the nitty-gritty. Go ahead, Chocolate. Go ahead.
Because again, communication. And no shout to anybody. I don't know if anybody up here speak any other language or know ASL. If anybody deaf in your family, shout out to them. Happy Father's Day to everybody. Listen, let's stop. I do like me and DB don't agree all the time. Me and Sugar Bomb don't agree, but I agree on this. Agree all the time, but I agree. Let me tell you, I gave my man a football. It was just a football heart. We in the house. This ain't out in public. I gotta hear this whole story about he a man and he don't know what he would do with it. So then when I stopped giving gifts,
cologne.
I stopped. Every gift had a complaint. I didn't say nothing. I said, all right, babe, I hear you. I just stopped. Just like men would stop.
I mean, every
woman the cologne work every time.
If you've been with a man, you know what he like.
Hold on, C Rich.
Why y'all gotta do that?
You know what he like.
Hold on, go ahead and finish Chocolate over, then we'll go around the table. Go ahead.
Thank you. Damn, I'm not saying anything. Just like the side that you guys are putting out happens. There's another perspective. There are men who like surprises. There are men who like roses toward the bed and we go on elaborate trips. Are you tripping? Like, have you ever been on a cruise? Have you ever gone out of the country to the beach?
Most men I know don't like that.
Well, I'm sorry about the men, you know.
So hold on.
I'm just saying, y'all do this.
Wait, hold on.
It's not us.
We have to be
crazy.
Well, we have to be careful referencing like these IG posts and these Instagram.
IG posts, sir. I'm talking about my own experience.
No. That's what I'm saying. In mass, I don't think men are just complaining about not going to
on trips and stuff.
Turks and Caicos and stuff.
Like, yes. I've met these men. They just like dude told me he ain't around the men I'm talking about. I did date and was around men who like shit like that. My father was a really like, he was a boisterous type of dude.
But you will acknowledge that you're not the only person that's around men. Right?
Wait a minute. I have to acknowledge it, but I'm saying to you, sir.
Yeah.
Of course I acknowledge it. Okay. I'm telling you, my father was a boisterous man. My father was a flashy guy, right? Yeah. So I grew up around flashy men. However, I also grew up around military men who wore suits, men who wore jogging clothes, men who were athletes. Like, please, can we just stop? There are men who like different things, just like y'all want us to identify you differently. How is it that now you're a monolith and you guys are sitting up telling us that all men don't want gifts? that they just want this from their kids, or it y'all simple. Look, if you don't want to, hold on real quick. I'll land. I promise. If you don't know what you want inside, don't tell me how to show my love language to you. How can you tell me how to love you when you don't even know how to love you?
Okay, but here's the thing. We
how crazy
nobody ever said. Well, let me say this.
I got proof, sir.
Hold on,
Go
Chocolate.
ahead. I'm sorry, Freezy.
Nobody ever said men don't want gifts. World Class just stated earlier that his son drew up something and gave it to him. That's a gift.
Sir, I'm not talking about.
Just let me finish.
Nobody said that.
Nobody said men don't want gifts, right?
You did.
No, we didn't say
World
that.
Class said that.
No,
he said it doesn't
Jesus
matter.
Christ.
Like,
I said create something with your hands twice.
Right, exactly.
I said that.
Right. Some people believe
That's a
gift
gift.
is going to buy stuff, but we're talking about from your kids.
But this is
I'm talking about from a woman to a man. That's all I'm talking about.
Chocolate.
Mama to daddy.
But Chocolate, this is why we have such a disconnect, right? So what women might deem as a gift, it might be different from what a man deems as a gift, right? Let me finish. Women like flowers. Women like
I'm allergic.
Women, not just chocolate, okay?
Why can't I talk about my personal and I just sat up here talking?
Because we can all talk about our
personal
chocolate, because this is.
So how are you commenting on our general conversation and bringing your person and trying to invalidate our general statement with your personal? Like, what is
my apologies. I'll wait my turn.
Okay.
Oh wow.
So yo, we're not saying that guys don't like gifts. We're not saying that guys don't like to be acknowledged. We're just saying that when it comes to the way men like to be acknowledged versus how women like to be not acknowledged, we would be
y'all easily impressed, if I'm gonna be honest.
Well, okay, I don't know. That might be true. I don't know.
I'm not even gonna disagree with that.
I'm not even gonna disagree with that. Here's the thing. We would be lying. We would be lying if we didn't acknowledge that men's way of being acknowledged and women's way of being acknowledged is pretty much across the board different, right? With men and women are different. So if you're saying that men and women are similar, even though we have more testosterone and women have more estrogen, I mean, where are we going with the conversation, right? Where are we going with this? Because
it's a biology class now.
Yeah, you feel, So when it comes to like Chocolate's anecdotal experience with her family, the men in her family, I appreciate that and I respect that, right? I do appreciate that.
I'm kind of scary. I was working all night. Hold on.
I appreciate that and I respect that. But in mass, I don't think men are complaining that their family or their wife or kids didn't take them on a vacation. Men in mass don't really care about that. And so when it comes to Father's Day, right? When it comes to Father's Day, I just think that
y'all don't want us to hijack the discussion.
I don't understand why women find it hard to believe that it doesn't take a lot to.
Now, I will have to say I don't think that's the case
to put a smile on a man's face. Men are not, most men, you're not going to have to spend as much money on a man than you will for a woman to actually put a smile on a man's face.
We spend a lot of money on you guys.
Who is we?
Who is we?
Women, when we invest in our bodies, face, makeup, clothes, hair.
Oh my God.
It's a part of it.
Oh wow.
It is a part of it. No, I'm just saying it's part of the system. What are we doing?
Oh wow.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I'm
the makeup that you
feel. Oh wow.
It's cool.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, y'all got it.
Did you see what you just did, Chocolate?
No, that's wild.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
What did I do? Now what did I do? What I do?
I spent a lot of money on myself. It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Okay,
That's
so
a
when
lot.
you get a car, okay, give it to me. I'll take it. If that's the case, then when you go buy a vehicle and you go clean it and wash it and do it, the majority of time, men who buy flashy vehicles or vehicles they want to do what with? I'm sorry, that was in every song growing up in the 90s that they was doing what with it? What was the
Pick up a
car
girl.
representing?
Pick up a girl. To pick up a girl.
Didn't
Okay,
you
go ahead.
spend money to do it? You had to
That's
have
not him
gas.
saying he. That's not him saying he spent money on her.
Right, that's not spending money on her.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
not.
I love y'all.
Hey, yo, what's
so
going
much.
on right now? What's
Black
going on? What's
men,
this?
I just spend nothing but love and cheese and crackers. I ain't
Cassandra
mad.
B, this your fault.
We don't have to we don't have to agree. Y'all don't think that perspective works? That's cool.
No, but let's keep it there. Now, does everybody? Okay, so everybody that's listening, and God bless Chocolate Heart. Do you see the disconnect now? Like the mentality, right? Like that. Like I don't care. Like I don't care if my wife go put on some damn makeup and. I don't give a damn about that on no Father's Day.
Why do you guys do that?
I'm just saying I don't care about that. You know,
Now,
come
should I
about
say
you?
to you?
How about you? How about hold on,
anecdotal-
wait. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you how simple men is. How about
Not
you
all
not
of
spend
y'all
no
the
money
same.
on no? How about you not spend no money on no makeup or none of that, and come out in your birthday suit? You know what your
Amen.
birthday
Some men
suit is?
like makeup.
Amen.
Y'all do
No,
know that,
That's
I
some
right?
like
handcuffs.
birthday suits. That's what I like. I like
I've
That's some
done
birthday.
that. It
handcuffs and
don't.
some
What this
bondage.
is, yes, women do that too. There are
Yeah.
actually
Okay.
10 different black-owned
Go get that
adult
Diddy oil.
companies.
Go get
And
some
a knee
baby
pillow.
oil.
You can get toys. You can do all kinds of things. I'm
Baby
talking
oil
about
is
adult.
baby oil is
I
cheaper
don't have
than
a problem with any of
ain't
it.
Not the
ain't baby oil cheaper than
Don't get
than
baby
makeup.
oil. Don't get baby
Yeah,
oil.
put that baby oil on your
You
ass.
don't want to be black buying baby oil right now. Black and baby oil ain't going together right now. I'm just saying. Be careful out here. It'll dry your
All right, we'll
skin out.
get
Full of
the
water.
whip shea butter with the olive oil and the jojoba oil
Listen,
and neem
I'm
oil.
not disagreeing
Yeah.
with
And
you gentlemen on
We
the
do not
lane.
men do not want makeup. We want baby
Hold
oil.
on.
hell no.
May I please?
Because
There
we
it
fuck
is.
baby oil is crazy.
I'm gonna sit here and wait my turn. I'm gonna open my ice cream right after I say this to you. Look, I respect what y'all say. All I'm adding to is, in my experience of dating men, I've only had one man that had a problem with how I celebrated different days with him, celebrated his birthday. You know, I've been through that moment where, dude, after everything's over, dude, like I had never had a birthday before. I was raised that way. So, yes, I'm going to pass that on. My man is going to be pampered. I don't have a problem with it. And I have not had a man ever tell me no to a hot bath and a shoulder rub and a hot meal and just listening to him. So don't tell me that we don't know, because we date men. I get y'all's point of view. Y'all sit around and talk to each other, just like women sit around and talk to each other. I would never assume what a man is thinking. I've learned based on asking questions. Yeah, y'all might think I'm crazy and oh, she got a lot of mouth and she don't listen. Oh Lord. But I have done a lot of research and information on us as a community, especially how we get down. Because it's not good right now. We're not talking about romance. We're not talking about intimacy. We're talking about roles and external things. And I'm done. Y'all got it. I'll be crazy over here eating my ice cream. Thank you. Thank you. You know that. I'm
DB,
mad.
it's your fault.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, right? Men are up here telling you what we want.
Right.
Telling you.
Three men, but you don't represent all men.
Okay, but you asked me to you asked me to well, hold on. Earlier you just
You know
asked
we all
me
got last names, right?
earlier you just asked me to acknowledge your anecdotal experience with your family
And
and
I have
Turks
it.
and
I've
Caicos.
acknowledged y'all's.
Okay, so why you just made that statement then?
What statement?
It's only three men up here. Y'all don't ain't
No,
mad
I
at
just
y'all.
said it's three of y'all, just like you told me. Mine was anecdotal.
Oh,
I heard
that's some
three
get back.
different men.
That was some
No,
get
it's
back. That's what that
not.
was. Yeah, well, yes, it was.
Y'all
Yes, it was.
crazy.
It was.
This
That's what
is
it is.
I do not care. Y'all can try to do whatever you want. Like I said, it's
what part
three
of the
men
country you
up
from?
here that told me what they believe Your opinion is what you've done in your anecdotal life
She
and
came
the
here to
men
fight.
around you. Then I'm just sharing a different opinion. That's all. Didn't say I was right.
Let me ask you this.
Just an opinion.
Let me ask you this, Chocolate. Do you think men are simple beings, more simple than women?
No.
Okay, why do you say that? Let's get down to the nitty gritty.
Because it's the systemic setup. Y'all haven't been allowed to do that. And that's why it looks so different. That's why it looks like an enemy now. What y'all take for like us trying to change you or us trying to ask for different shit or excuse my language, well, you know, different things like that.
You could
Yeah,
cuss.
we are complex beings. Go look up any brain book. You want to go find out, we got the same parts in our brain. We do use them differently. We interpret differently.
And the hormones are different. They matter.
Well, of course, yes, those things are different. Yes, I'll give you that all day. But our basics of humanity, me respecting you as a man, me respecting you as a black man, be respecting you as a father or a husband, those titles hold merit in our society. And that's all. That's where I'm going. Y'all want to, and it always comes that way. It's fine. I'm not mad. I don't care about people calling me crazy. It is about giving people those options. The men in my life told me, and I've asked, and when I said my life, I wasn't just talking about my family. I'm talking about the men I've dated. I'm talking about the men I've worked with. Y'all talk about relationships everywhere, especially in the workplace. So I've learned a lot, and that's all I'm adding to the conversation. So I'm eating my screen.
But before you go world class, let me ask Andrea the same question. Let me ask Andrea the same question. Do you think men are more simple beings than women?
Absolutely.
No, I'm asking Andrea. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm a woman, so like obviously a woman is I'm gonna understand like her plight easier. Like I will say, like there are some things that are nuanced for me, like that I haven't heard before. So I mean, I do think men are pretty simple and easy to impress. I won't lie. Like I could just give my dude like cologne and he will be so happy, even if it's not the specific kind that he already likes. Like he will be genuinely grateful. Versus me, like if I ask you for something and you get me like not what I asked, or if it's something that I don't think I would ever use, I might not be that happy with it. I won't lie. I'm not gonna pretend. So in a way, I do think y'all are simple. I'm more simple, and yeah, you know, easier to impress for sure. Definitely, like you don't really have to do that much to get a positive response, in my opinion. So,
I reviewed a video. Have y'all ever heard of this woman? She has a podcast called Tacos and Shawarma or whatever. Tacos and Shawarma.
Shawarma.
Shawarma. Yeah.
I like shawarma.
Shawarma.
I didn't even know what that was. Somebody had to tell me that was a real thing.
Mediterranean sandwich. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the name of her platform. It's a like she's like a Italian woman, but she likes black men. She likes black culture. She said that she bought her man some choice jewelry for his birthday, some Yeezys. I think she bought him an iPhone. She said when it was time for like her birthday, when it was time for him to buy her some, he bought her some jewelry from K Jewelers.
Oh, that's not that bad. I thought you would say Kmart.
And she said she got so livid, so mad. She took the jewelry back to him and said, "I don't want it. You need to take this shit back. Please don't ever disrespect me like that again." And I was like,
I feel
damn.
her. I remember one time one of my exes bought me like something from Pandora, and I don't wear that type of like charmy jewelry, and I was annoyed. I won't lie, because it's like obvious what I wear. Like I just wear like simple gold chains, like 14K. You know that. Why would you get me Pandora? Like I feel her. I won't lie.
Okay,
well,
so
Pandora not real. Is Pandora
it's just not
real
my style. Like you can see what I wear. Like why would I don't mix? You can't mix gold and silver. Like I mean, maybe you can, but like I don't mix those. So why would you?
Did Glorilla or Megan throw some shade at Pandora or something?
They go back to what I was saying earlier when I was saying that men that when you with somebody for a while, or not really a while, but once you with somebody, you know what they like. I remember
Right.
back in the 80s, my father, he always hunt and fish. My mother bought my father a $800 shotgun, which was a lot of money in the 80s. That in today's money, that's probably a $4,000-$5,000 shotgun. And my father never used it for hunting. He was happy with that because he hunted fish. So honestly, but that's the point that I'm saying about men and women. When she was saying that with men, you can't do for I was saying with the other woman that was speaking earlier. If you with a man, you know what he like. If he'll hunt and fish, don't go buy him a gold chain because he don't give a damn about a gold chain. Go buy him a fishing rod,
Right.
and he gonna be
I didn't,
happy with it.
I didn't know
And
that
so
was
I
a part
agree
of
with you what you saying. But that go back. But what I was saying, what you said, go back to what I said earlier. When you with, like you were saying with him, he know that you don't wear that type of jewelry, so why would he
Right.
buy it?
Right.
But now I can
But
understand if y'all was new and he didn't know any better, then you be like, oh, okay, thank you, and you
Oh, the
and
grace.
you might have
I
put it on when he come over,
right.
but you not gonna wear it out in public. You know
Literally.
what I'm saying? You ain't gonna wear it out in public, but when he come over, you might throw it on just to be nice. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
yeah, that's how that go. But that's what I was saying earlier. What I was saying about men. Men are practical. You when you with a man, you know what he like. If he not a person that don't like flashy stuff, don't buy him a a leather jacket. Buy him a fishing rod, cause that's what he likes. You see what I'm saying? That's what I say. Men are simple. You know what men. When you meet a man, you know certain type of men. You like you said earlier. You know a flashy man. Like she said, her father was flashy. But see, the thing is, man, like I be 54.
You next
I
chocolate.
go back. I go back to men from the silent generation, men and women from the silent generation. You know what I
That would be
mean?
our grandparents, right?
So,
That's
so
our
what I'm
grandparents.
saying is that black people that's like this new shit. Black people in general, especially black men and black women, we want to talk about. I want to go out of town. Since when did black people do that? Black people have never.
Black
You
people
had
travel
uppity
their
black people that did, but black people never
They
talked
outside
about
now. Black people outside now.
going.
Yeah, they were.
Well, you could say that, but I know that most niggas is lying. Most of them women that's on Instagram
Right.
that you see, those are
Oh, I didn't.
prostitutes, and we
Wait,
all know.
who are we talking about?
Hold
I'm
up.
sorry, I'm
God
lost.
damn.
I
I'm not
apologize. I
talking
just
about.
want to.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about in general. That when you
Of
see a
what?
lot of those
That's what I
women
mean.
on social
Bang,
media,
bang,
a lot of
bang,
women on
Oh, okay,
bang,
social
social
media.
bang,
media. Okay.
bang.
I'm talking about normal. I'm talking about normal, everyday people that work for a living. Most
Damn.
people work for a living. That's in America, period. Whether you black, white, or candy stripe, most people work for a living. Most people are not able to just jump up and just go out of town. Most people have to plan their travels. That's all people in America. But what I'm saying, we get on here and sometimes we talk as if that this is some normal activity. That's what I'm saying. A lot of our people, and I'm talking about not on this panel, but I'm saying when you look at black social media, you get a lot of women that talk like this is normal for somebody to just jump up and go overseas. And we know that that's not true. I said, like I say, I go back to the silent generation. Our people ain't never had. Most our people come from either a poor background or working class. Now we had a small portion that come from from money, but in general, most of our people don't come from that. So it's like all of a
Well,
sudden everybody started getting the education and everybody started talking about like this is normal activity. That shit
well,
is not normal activity for
well.
motherfuckers to
Can I
just get up
say?
and take a a five, six, seven, $10,000 trip 3, 4 times a year. Come
No.
on, man. Most people work for a living.
Can I? May I ask
Go
a
ahead,
question,
chocolate.
quick, like real
Yes,
quick,
you
and then I'm
may.
gonna
Yes, you
go.
may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
I'm gonna
yes, you may,
go.
chocolate. Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir. Um, I guess my question is this. I wanted to commend the gentleman for giving the man that bought the lady K jewelry, even though she wanted the other kind of jewelry. but maybe he didn't know any better.
Right. I agree.
But if I decide I want to do something romantic for my man, I'm wrong if I shouldn't do that because men don't like that. Even though the reason I know about these things is because I had to talk to him. I had to ask, and women do ask. I just want to add that in there too. Women do ask.
Don't go nowhere, Chocolate. Don't go nowhere. Go ahead. Chocolate,
No.
Can you chill out with me for a second?
I mean,
I can give you a few more seconds. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say, I agree with you, Chocolate. But what I'm saying is, like, K Jewelers is not cheap, but I understand what you're saying. But it But what I'm saying is, the thing with men is, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, if a man is not a flat, I mean, like, I think you said that your father, he was kind of flashy.
Oh yeah. My father
You
was
know what I'm saying? So you might go buy him a nice suit. You see what I'm saying?
Right, of course.
You know what I mean? You might go buy him a nice suit.
Let me confirm what C. Rich is saying.
Go ahead.
For the record, if I might buy my old lady some jewelry from K Jewelry, she better not tell me you need to take this back. Please don't tell me. Please don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just respect.
It's a relationship.
I'm just
I
saying.
mean, everybody got a gift they don't like.
No, I'm just saying, don't do that. Don't do that though. But here's another thing. I'm gonna tell y'all how simple I am. For our anniversary, my wife, she bought me 2 watches. Y'all know them watches, those watches called Invictus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I realize.
Okay, she bought me an Invicta.
Very nice.
And she bought me $1,000 Versace watch.
Your wife has good taste.
Guess what watch I wear the most?
The Invictus.
I don't even wear that damn Versace watch.
But
when she bought it, I was like, why you bought me this?
The same reason y'all tell us to come out the closet with our birthday suit on. There's that.
Yeah, that's right. Chocolate better leave because I keep it here specifically for her. She better run.
Oh my God, leave me alone. Nidus, leave me alone. Go ahead, Freezy. I'm so sorry.
I heard.
Okay, can I ask you, like, okay, let's say she don't ask you to return it, but will you be offended if she don't wear it all the time, like the K jewelry? Like, I wouldn't be like, I don't like it, but what if I don't?
Okay. Here's the thing.
Would you feel offended?
If you don't, that's the right way to go. That's the right route to take. Okay, if you don't wear it, it's going to prompt me to ask you a question. I'm going to be like, so I noticed you don't wear that jewelry that I bought you. Why don't you, you know what I'm saying? Now we can have a conversation.
Right.
See, now you've used wisdom instead of just.
That's how I would play it.
Right. Exactly. Instead of just.
I would never be like.
Yeah, instead of you just abruptly saying, I do not like this. You need to take this shit back.
Yeah, no.
We're out here.
Maybe
Right
just
on,
ask her,
Andrea.
do she like it? Just
Right
ask
on,
her,
Andrea. There's
if you
women
don't,
out.
if you get it for like in that situation, Freezy, like the Italian lady, if you get it for right, try it on, and I'm like, I'm just ask you, do you like it? I expect to be with a woman. Listen, if a woman is with me, she know honesty is a big deal for me. If you don't like it, I take it back and get you something else. If I fuck with you, I don't know I'm not being weird about it. I don't know how being direct about important shit. I'm gonna just figure it out. Like, fine, you don't like it? Okay, cool, my bad. Which I figure it out the next time. Now, if she don't like it and it's that day and you wanted it to be on that day, I can understand that. But I'm just gonna find out right now. I don't like to do stuff like drag stuff out like that. That's weird. If you don't like it, you don't like it. We can fix it. It's not a big deal.
Well, I did want to kind of throw this piece out real quick. You know, it was the push for men to be celebrated was kind of tampered down by other men, not other women, because then we were told, "Oh, you making him soft. Don't do that. Don't do this. Let him. Don't let him cry. Don't
do that.
Keep your hands." These were the people we were raised around. I'm just giving you just like as you do, right? When my brother was born, it was a 19-year difference.
You can go next, Nightish. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Oh no, I'll keep it brief. I promise. The reason I say that again is because I do share the things that my brother has introduced me to through his perspective of life. All I've known is perspectives of other women outside of my my grandfather, right? And some of my uncles. And of course, that's why I was saying earlier, it's not a bias. I date men exclusively. So I've been around them. I've asked questions. Obviously, if you guys don't catch it, I don't do this for TV. This is me. And if there is something I want to know, I'm gonna ask before I make that decision. And I just wanted that piece to be put in there that you guys were saying very definitively, women do. You weren't going, as we have been asked several times out here on these panels. You can't say all, some. I've seen men crash out the window over it. We are asking for the same thing. We're not a monolith as Black women. I'm not a
What?
pick me. I'm not a mammy. I just care about Black men. I like to date them. The more positive Black men in the world, I think, the better.
Yeah.
I
But to
don't
say
see
women
why
is not
it's
to say
We
hard
respect your
shell y'all want to keep.
experience.
Yeah, right.
We
Nobody's
respect your
asking you to
experience.
take God. Right. We just want to share with you. And I think, again, I know the other part of that, which I've heard, and you guys may not have said it, but I understand too that vulnerability is very hard for men, period, especially in the United States. It's all about machismo. Who got the biggest this, who got the most that, who sleeping with the most women. And it has been like that for generations.
That ain't
Thank y'all
true.
for letting me talk more.
Yeah, that's corny shit.
All right.
That's old shit.
Sure. Thank you,
That's
gentlemen. You
primitive.
got
That's
it.
antiquated.
Exactly. Y'all both
All right.
exactly right. No argument
My
here,
son
sir.
can
Go
but
ahead.
cry. My son can come to me and tell me about his feelings, but what he can't do is live in that. You can't always be crying and always be whatever. But no, that's antiquated shit. Um, we already know all these sayings, right? So you say hard men make easier times make softer men make hard times. So what we've been going through for the last 20 years is a bunch of soft ass shit and motherfuckers getting ran and led, and they've been able to cry. Uh Kendrick, no, not Kendrick, Kanye
Right.
West, Kid Cudi, all these rappers brought in this emo rap. I'm hurt and my feelings. Nobody said nothing. We embraced it. Kanye West went up against 50 Cent. Kanye West won that battle. The backpack, my mom took care of me, always sad and in our emotions. Then you had Triple X Tentacion come in, more emotion. Then you had Juice World. It was a
Little
whole
Uzi.
10, 15 years of my feelings and my emotions, and a man can cry and think about me. Yeah. So what that did is created this. Now shit is gonna get hard because now them men is upset because they was being led. They had no idea about how to be a leader. So then what did the women start yelling? We want leaders out of
Where?
these soft men that they created.
Oh.
So which one is it? Do you want a man that will emote and be emotional and all this other shit, or do you want them gangsters and them hard ass niggas that's ready to
that's
defend
Andrea
There's
Tate right there.
no other
your
men
mind
in
up?
the middle, Nightish. There's no other men in the
Right. I
middle.
don't want
Y'all
no
go from
gangster. You know.
one to the rest. Like
Hey,
there's
wait. Talk,
gangster,
you better calm
educated,
down. The other day you said the
graduated.
man you love the most was a gangster
Okay.
nigga that made you run
So
into some
what?
bullshit. So don't
So
change it
what?
today.
I like suburban guys.
Thank you. I've dated
I'm
nerds,
suburban.
suburban guys, educated, with
Yeah, y'all sound
records,
suburban.
no record. What are you talking
That's a good
about,
thing.
Nightish?
You said
I
I
will
don't sound
never
I'm
suburban.
saying if
backpedal.
y'all
No,
like
you
the
sound
I
soft,
suburban.
never
That's a good
will
thing.
wait,
change
one
about
second.
anything I
One
say.
second. I just got up here. Why you want to yell at me? If you like a
Because
soft
you
nigga,
assuming
say
shit.
one
I
second.
don't like
One
that.
second, Queen. 1 second. If you like a soft nigga, say
Don't
that.
call me
But
that.
y'all say I
Oh
fuck
wow.
with them all,
Okay,
and I'm
sorry.
still dating. Why can't
I
you
can
pick
do what I
one?
want. What I can do what
You
I
get
want.
right. So then cut it out. Y'all,
Cut what out?
there's no way 1 second, Queen. I know what women want. I've been knowing this since I was a teenager. They want more.
Fair.
I'm sorry, Andrea. I know Nightish, and he's full of shit. Excuse my language, Jeezy, Freezy, and the other gentleman on the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with no
Maybe
masculine
I'm just
man.
like my mother.
Oh my
She
goodness, sir.
satisfied.
How do you know what I'm doing in my bedroom? Like, how do you know what I'm doing in my life with other men? Is
I don't know
somebody
what you
saying something?
listen. Why you
let me know
what she do? What
ain't that what y'all do?
I don't know what you do in your
That's
bedroom.
what you do too.
I'm not talking about what you do in your bedroom. I'm talking
You
about
come
what I
on the
heard
panel
you say.
and
I just
try to
heard you
start
say it here.
something.
I played the
You
nerves. I
wanted
played
my
the
attention. I'm
corporate
giving
men.
it to you.
You're right. You fucked with everything, and none of them been
That's
good
right.
enough. So then,
I
what
never
the
said
fuck are
that.
y'all saying?
I never said
It's
that.
getting personal.
Satisfied.
Yeah, they
Because
obviously
I'm
be
not.
full.
Personal.
So I'm
Right.
single.
Then cut
And
it
I'm
out.
saved.
You're
I can do what
there's
I
no way to
want. I
satisfy
can
you.
do what I
Oh shit,
want. My
you can't
father's
do it.
dead. I can do what I want.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Share it to your mama and them. They
Why are
know
you
now.
worried about it, Nightish?
All over the fucking place.
Y'all
Stop
get so
listening to
frustrated
them,
with
y'all.
me. Why? I'm not giving advice. Nor have I ever said that. I've given I give my information. These are things I've gone through, Nightish.
Why can't you be more tougher?
Why y'all fighting?
What's going on right now?
This is how me and
Let me tell you
Chocolate
something,
get down.
Freezy.
How this my
Nightish
fault?
has a
Oh wow.
he like no, it's not your fault at all. This is Nightish. He likes to make me. She's trying to always make out of the 3 years I've known this man. He's been trying to catch me slipping in some kind of way, and I still stand by the same shit I said 3 years ago. And he is always
That's funny.
trying to catch
Not
me
y'all
like
got beef.
I'm making it up. Like I can't be happy. I can't just love men and just enjoy my life. I gotta pick somebody. I'm being greedy. I'm not destroying people's lives. Why would we stay together if it's not compatible?
Again, let me say what I just said a moment ago because you just made a whole narrative about me.
Y'all
You
like
just
to
said
make
a few
up about
moments ago.
me.
You just no, I repeated what you said, Queen. You said I mess with nerds, gangsters, corporate people, all of them. But never settle for one. So there's no way to satisfy you. I hope people hear that.
Oh my God.
And I'm saying that you are the normal. You are the norm, is all I'm saying. Is ain't no way to satisfy her. So just understand it ain't no way to satisfy her. It's gonna be a problem no matter what.
Me about my emotions.
Not taking enough vacations. You want to do it all the time. You don't want to do it enough. There ain't no way to satisfy him.
Yeah, no, I haven't found him yet. Soon as I do, you'll be the first to know.
Okay, let me ask Chocolate this question. What does it take for you, Chocolate? What does it take for you to cook, clean, support, be kind, respectful to your man, and all the above?
Some Yeezys.
We in love with each other. I love him. I care for him. I've gotten to know him. The energy is what it need to be. We respect each other for who we are. Yeah, I've done it. I don't have
you think y'all got to be in love with one another?
In my definition, love to me is like an evolving. It's another term. It's another term for like emotions, and it's another. The word love is an emotion, but what I'm talking about is everything starts mentally. If I'm into him mentally, once I see him, once I'm attracted to him physically. Yeah. And then here's the best part of it. I find out that he's into the things I'm into the things he's into. We can have a good conversation. I feel comfortable. I feel safe with this man. So then those type of things start to happen. I start to show you more of, just show me who you are. I'll show you who I am. Let the process.
How's a man gonna be interested what you interested in? That's not normal.
Let me.
How's a man gonna be interested what you interested in?
Well, let me mind this out with the ladies and the guys. Y'all can jump in. I just want to. I just want to ask these initial questions. So I heard what Chocolate said, right? Let me ask Andrea. Andrea, what does it take for you to cook, clean, serve your man, all the above, be kind, supportive to your man, all of that stuff?
I would say I would like want to be comfortable and feel safe, and obviously I would have to have the time to do all that. So just comfortable, safe, and yeah, and I would have to have the time. So if I'm like hustling or something like that, then obviously I'm not going to be able to do all of the above. It's probably going to be like a joint effort. So if
Yeah.
I'm like, you mean consistently, like every day,
It's
like
just all about intention, right? I mean,
right.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's understandable if you have a 9 to 5 and
Right.
you got kids and everything, but I'm just saying your intentions is to
To want
please
to
your
do it.
man, to
Right.
want
Yeah.
to
If
do
I'm
it, please your man.
comfortable and happy, I'm like pretty chill. So yeah, just comfortable.
Okay, before I go to United, I got one more. Let me go to my sister, Fear No More. How you doing, Fear No More?
I'm good. I'm good.
So Fear No More is hypothetically, right? What does it take for you to cook, clean, be kind, respectful, serve, all of the above to your man? What does it take for you to be like that for your man?
Nothing, because I'm not going to be with him anyways if I feel like he's not a man I want to do all that for.
Damn. That was deep right there. That was deep. Go.
That was a really smart answer.
Can you say that one more time? Say this one more again.
Yeah, say it one more time because I like the way that sounds. The way it rolled off your lips.
I said nothing because I'm not going to be with him anyways if I don't feel like I want to do all that for him.
There we go.
Bang, 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 bang.
So let's mind this out. The questions are on the table. The women gave their answers. Go ahead, Nidish. Shoot from the hip.
Here's the cold thing about it. Me as a man, and most men want to take the bulk of the responsibilities, no matter how the fuck nobody else is acting. And them older men, that stoicism was Junior is 6'2", green eyes and light skin. Dad is dark skinned, 5'8". He know that's not his fucking son. He just kept going to work and the fucking light bills and all that other shit. So they need incentive to be women. Men don't need incentive. They just go man. Most of the men is being men. Now the men that won't do that are not fucking men, but they still fucking.
Wow.
Okay, so Soul Sister Jackie Brown, what it take for me to be submissive and serve my man?
Oh shit!
I
wow.
know a piece of love.
I didn't know she was.
Wait, let me say this.
I didn't know she was even here, let alone aware of the conversation. That's
Let me
crazy.
say this to that queen. I've never heard nobody until I got on YouTube.
You never heard what?
I've never heard no shit. I've never in my living life asked a woman, "Will you submit to me?"
You got an unliving life?
Yeah.
In these 55 years I've been around, I never asked a woman, "Will you submit to me?" What you think you doing when you lay on your back and open your legs as far as you can open and bend back? You submitting like a motherfucker. I've
He's
never
gonna
asked.
figure out what type of
Will
civvy you are.
And when you throw that hot towel at me and go make me that sandwich, I didn't ask you to do it. It was just something natural in you. And if you don't throw that hot towel at me and make me a sandwich, I'm not coming back.
Is there a natural sandwich you're supposed to make? I'm learning to.
Turkey, or it could be ground turkey, or it could be bologna and salami. I don't give a damn. Make that motherfucker.
I like the grill, so I keep steak
anything with
and
government children.
and, you know, like
Anything
the
with government cheese is unnatural.
At one
I
point
was
in
thinking
time,
of a bacon and egg or something real quick and hot, you know, get on
right.
okay, okay. So
I'll
just to be
scramble
fair,
your egg with some cheese on it. There you go.
just to be
baby.
fair, let me ask Soul Sister the same question. What does it take for you to cook, clean, support, be kind, respect your man, all of the above? What does it take for you to do all of this for your man?
I'm gonna be honest with you because I know these other sisters. I love my sisters to death, but they ain't gonna tell y'all the whole truth like I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Well, lay it on
We
us,
was
sister.
waiting on you. We was waiting on you.
And here we go. All of that, providing, protecting, feeling safe, having everything you need, love, being valued, all of that is wonderful. And that should stabilize a woman. But the truth is, if he ain't packing and he ain't got the magic stick,
No.
it just might be a problem. Go ahead, family.
So, Sister
What did
Jackie
he
Brown, I
say?
gotta agree. I gotta agree with you. Sis,
Not
$100,000.
expecting that.
Freezy, what's
I
going on?
was.
What's happening right now? What's this? What's
This is
this?
hey,
The
world.
truth.
I think we about to go down to what's going on?
Why not? That's the funner line.
Where we going right now?
Well,
The
we
fun
saying
lane. How did you become
soul
the daddy
sister
that you
basically
are
saying he got to
today?
have soul sister basically saying he
That
got to have
Over
good dick.
providing and protecting.
She
That's
said
Yes.
more
she
Well,
said
important.
not
she
over. I think it should be a part of. I think that's what we
Oh,
at
hold
that
on.
part.
Listen, if the ladies agree with Soul
Right,
Sister,
Shay.
put the eggplants and the eggplant emoji in the chat.
Soul sister saying her man got to have good dick, got to have good dick.
That's it.
That's what
Well,
she
what about
saying.
his head game? His head game could be great.
Oh,
Oh wow.
all right.
All you get providers and protectors. It
This
don't matter.
this is a vanilla channel. Okay, y'all gotta.
Oh, my apologies.
No, don't lie. Don't
So
lie. I
now
love it. I
Wait,
love
so
it. Hey,
I'm gonna go
speak
now. I'm
your
so
truth.
sorry.
Y'all want,
I
I
wait,
see
said,
I
I'm
let's
about
see
to
the
let's
say y'all
coach
speak
mind
getting
your
late
truth all
over
the other
here.
time. Speak your truth. I'm with it.
hold on, let's mind this conversation out a little more.
Truth
So
with that.
at one point in time where everybody agree women they just did that just because they felt like it was dutiful.
And
At first,
Yes.
but I don't think now.
What changed?
I
What
think
changed? What
women.
I think things are thrown off.
Oh, go ahead, baby. I'm so sorry. Go
No, I
ahead.
was just gonna say I feel like culturally, like things are just there's like tension. Like I don't know really where it came from, but I just
Because
feel
we're
like there's
not
a lot
having
of tension
sex, my
right
love.
now.
That's why. We're
Cause
not
why?
we're
intimate
not
with each other. We're
we're
not
not having
intimate with each
sex?
other. And not just the act of intercourse, but the act. When the last? Okay, I'll
Oh.
put it this way, and then I'll come back to that. I promise. I'm happy to break it down. But let me ask you: when the last time you had a hug that was not from your family member, but an actual like, bring it in. I love you. I want you. Hug. When the last time anybody
2
has
days
had that?
ago,
Right on.
Friday.
Next.
Okay, so chocolate, answer your own question.
This is
May I
post-COVID.
finish,
And we
please?
touch my
May I-
brother.
You can't finish, but
may I-
answer your own question.
I did. Yeah. I've had one. I've had a few.
You
had
said
I
when
don't
what?
lie
was
to
the last
myself.
time? So when was the last time?
I want to say that about 2 weeks ago.
Yes, that's a
Wait,
long time. What the
she said she had what? You had what, chocolate?
Somebody hug me.
Oh, hug you.
Real
That wasn't a family member.
2 weeks. And you
Yeah.
seen chocolate shoulders?
They be hugging me at work.
That seems like a woman you would hug more often than that. What is it about you that
He
makes somebody
wasn't-
wait 2 weeks before they hug you again?
because I say
I
no.
don't be wanting people to touch me.
I don't want nobody to like me. I'm the villain. Please. It's okay. Hate me. Yes. I'll be
You
the
a
old
you
crazy
you a
lady.
Virgo or a Scorpio?
I smell like cheese. Go ahead.
Oh
What?
wow. Okay. No, I'm good. I'm set.
He said, are you a
I tell
Virgo
you,
or a
See?
Scorpio?
You see how sleazy that is?
bang,
Shut it
bang.
down. Shut it
let me
down.
tell you something.
Chocolate, are
Somebody
you a Virgo or a Scorpio?
Neither one. Are you?
It don't matter if she smell like
can I,
cheese.
listen, somebody
See?
somebody
It's
like
done.
chocolate. Are y'all paying attention to chocolate?
She's stressful.
Somebody like chocolate. If she fall in love with you,
Oh wow.
chocolate is gonna
Love
love
hard.
very hard. Very
It's
Oh, I
gonna
hard.
end
love
in
very
DV
I
hard.
charge.
can tell.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I know
Freezy.
I know a DV charge when I hear one.
But that will let you know I'm plugged in though.
You
That
need
will
my
let I'm
name?
plugged in.
I can tell.
You
Freezy,
need my
you
name?
believe
You want to
what you
Google
just
me?
said
Do I
No,
believe
man.
what I just said, Nightish?
about chocolate?
I
Yeah.
do.
Yes, we believe it.
Chocolate's gonna
Because
take you through some shit.
That's a fact.
yeah,
You're
in
gonna
the
have to be a
room,
strong
That's a fact.
nigga because you
in the
finna go
house.
through some shit. Now, if
Yeah,
you
in
Bring
the
the
can
drink
make
when
house.
it
she
through the
mad.
storm, 1 second,
Yes,
chocolate.
I
If you
will.
can make it
Yes,
through
I
the
will.
storm, Maybe.
with nothing on. How about that?
I
There
think
you
I
go.
think some men like a little storm. Like if you too
They
chill,
Oh
like
do.
wow.
I
Thank
feel like they
you.
like
Thank you, and
for you to care
thank
a little bit
This
you.
more.
It
I
got
Never
to
feel
be
like
gotta
the,
that.
it
I
got
complain.
to be
really
the
do.
right storm
Cause
though.
I'm
And then
super
when
this
I
is
chill.
racism.
did,
Like I'm telling
when
you,
I
sometimes
did
they be
tone it
looking for a
down. Oh, I'm
reaction.
sorry, love. Go ahead.
No, I was just
When I
saying because
did,
I'm super chill, and I feel like
yeah,
sometimes people be looking for a reaction. So I
you
could
do. I
definitely
had a
see that
man
somebody
tell
would
me last
appreciate that.
night, Freezy. I got
Yeah.
proof.
Go ahead. What you
Last
mean?
night I had a brother tell me I was trying to be nice. I was talking
Yeah.
soft,
Mm-hmm.
chill. He kept asking me questions and I'm answering, and he said, I don't like your answers. I want you to
You
argue
wanted
with
a
me.
reaction.
Oh wow.
Let me
Yeah.
tell,
Some people like
Were
let me
that.
you
tell
in
you
a
something.
bar? Were you like in a bar or
No, I
something?
was on the panel last night.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you
I
Oh,
was
something.
that's
on
the
the
same
panel
thing.
with a
That ain't no
man
different.
that
That's
ain't
these
never
panels is at the
right.
bar.
Exactly.
Listen,
I couldn't
when,
sleep. I work late. So hey, it's fun to do. Y'all keep
I
me
listen,
got
up.
one
let me
question.
tell you something. When
Can I say one thing
when my woman speak,
before you say that? I want to
go
ask.
ahead.
I want to ask Chocolate this one thing. Would you have been okay with a virtual hug?
Oh
Oh,
yeah, somebody always trying to give me something virtually that I don't want.
I think Knight wants to give you a virtual hug.
Not at
He
all.
want to give me
Oh,
more
I'm,
than a
I'm
virtual hug,
scared of
honey.
Chocolate. I don't want to give her more than
That's
nothing.
the
I'm
problem. I don't
scared
know
of
Listen,
why
that.
you scared.
I'm finna get. Hold on.
I'm
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 gonna
finna
get my
get.
garlic
Cynthia.
around my neck. I'm gonna give me a wooden steak
Excuse
and
me,
a cross.
sir.
leave me
Nighties,
on my
nighties. Hold
toxic.
on.
What am I doing?
Nighties.
I'm asking questions.
I'm finna give all women a secret right now. All women. When a woman speaks soft to a man, you know what it feels like?
manipulation.
It feels
Yes.
like I'm gonna tell you
Yes,
what it feels.
see? Thank you,
Y'all
Freezy. Oh
Hold
my
toxic.
on,
God. Thank
listen. I'm
you.
gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what it. I'm gonna tell you. Well, I ain't talking about that type of soft. I'm just saying like the healthy soft.
Feel like they
You know.
trying
No,
to
I
play
mean,
with your top. No
Listen,
bull.
I'm gonna tell you. You know what? You know what it feels like when a woman talks very soft to a man. It feels like she tickling him. Yeah.
oh wow,
That's
Yes.
that's
interesting. I like the way you
that's
put that.
that's your
Okay.
that was your tickle face that you was doing just now. Go do it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
I like
Okay.
the
Listen,
tickle face.
you know what little boys
Dude, his
used to
wife
love
like
to
the
get.
tickle face.
You know what little boys used to love to get done to them when they was little? They used to
Tickle.
love to get tickled.
Mm.
Yeah.
Freezy, I've
This a
tickled
tickle
some of
channel.
my exes. Yes.
Yeah.
Grown men, ladies. Big grown men
How
will
many times,
laugh.
Chocolate? How many times you women heard that on these panels
Listen,
that men
women
like to
still
get
be
tickled?
I
women
never heard
still
that
be
before.
ticklish into their 40s.
Oh, I'm still
Facts. I'm
ticklish
still
and I love
ticklish.
it.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
And I
that's how
don't,
you get them in
but that's
line.
the
Tickle
thing,
them a
like,
little bit.
but there's women like us who just enjoy life. And yes, I'm sorry to tell y'all this. Just because we date or maybe be in a relationship, I just haven't found that person yet. And that's
Mm.
okay. Like
It's okay.
I'm not trying to stop them. I said it to them. I'm not that woman. And I tell
What do
men up
you?
front and they don't believe
Mm.
me.
You're not what woman?
What? Yeah, I was
I
about
am
to ask
not
that.
I am who I'm showing
And
you.
a
My
girl who used
internal,
to let down and think that everything is okay. That kind.
my internal. I work on just as hard as I do my external. So
What do
what
you
I'm
think
giving
is the
you
one?
is genuine. Like I'm not
Mm.
trying to get you. I'm not trying to make you do anything for me. I don't want your money. I want your
I
personality. I want your
respect that.
time. Like I make money too. Like money is not the issue. I want to be able to have a conversation with my man. I want to
Mm.
be his friend. I want him to be my friend. You don't want me running to my girlfriends. You don't want me running to my family, but I can't be friends with the man I'm fucking. I'm giving you every part of me.
Everything. Right.
You are entering my body.
You
And some
fucking
of y'all tell
you
your
giving me
boys
everything.
one
Why do
thing,
y'all
the
just let her run
problem,
on like this? Because
oh
you
my
giving me one of them people of you, however many people you let screw. That's
Oh.
your everything. That's crazy talk.
that's
We
not
let
Not
her
your
crazy.
run on
everything,
like
but
this
it's
because she sound like she'll swing on us in public.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
why I said I'm gonna have my garlic around my
You're
neck.
not that scared.
Wood, I'm gonna keep my cross with me.
In
Don't even
order for a man to break through to a woman, he got to listen to her. You got to listen.
they don't.
No, that's so stressful.
It's only
it can be
stressful
stressful.
if
It's so
I.
stressful.
I'm sorry,
Listen,
Mr.
Jeez,
Breezy.
right. It's like
Can I
huh?
say this?
Minister
It is
Freezy.
only stressful.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
But hold on real quick. And this is something I'm fine with. I know y'all love this word. I
Yeah.
am fine to be accountable for who I am. That's why I tell people up front. You don't like it, it bothers you, it scares you. What can I do about it? I ain't hating on nobody. You ain't gonna catch me out here hating on nobody. But you got secret ops because I don't fit into a particular lane. Call me whatever you want. I
You just hating
enjoy
on us when you got
me.
up here. You
No, I
just hating
wasn't
on us
hating
when you
on
got up here.
y'all.
You was
No, I
hating on
was not.
Seabridge, me
I
and
wasn't.
Freezy.
Seabridge
Real bad.
said that you cannot, I believe Seabridge, and excuse me, sir, if I'm wrong, correct me. But you said, how can a man be interested in the same
Yeah.
things a woman interested in?
Yeah.
That's what threw me off. I like to fish, sir. I was
Huh?
raised to fish. I was raised in North Carolina, Fayetteville, North
That's
Carolina,
weird.
I love me some
Wadesboro,
North Carolina now.
North Carolina,
Hmm.
near the water, sir. I know what it's like to scrape my fish, kill it, cut it up, bass,
I'll do that.
catfish, perch.
Sound like my mom.
We fished and then we ate. I watched my grandmama make cornbread. My mama made food. They was all in the kitchen. I got that opportunity. So why wouldn't I pass that on to somebody else? That was
Right.
love. That was
Okay. Well,
love.
let
Did she
me
say
It's the
answer
best thing
that.
you said all
cornbread?
day.
Did
Uh,
she say
uh,
cornbread? I'm
yeah.
trying to get some
Mm-hmm.
But
cornbread.
let me answer that. I see what you're saying. But see, the thing is
I was Venus. I was honey
if
gal,
a
and I still
man,
do.
if you interested in fishing, but fishing is not indicative of women.
Oh my God,
Shit.
that's not what you said.
Hold up. They're just
We
like
going
I
there.
like cars.
Bang,
Nine
One more
times
bang,
out
time
of
there.
ten,
bang, bang,
So do
the
I,
odds,
sir.
bang.
the odds of me finding a woman that's a mechanic, like I'm a mechanic, it's rare. So it's
It's
not the
Okay,
not
fact
if
I
that
you
a
know a
go to
woman.
the
mechanic.
mechanic
Hold on,
shops.
let me
It's
answer
not
the
if you hang
question.
with the
Let
mechanics.
me answer the question. Let me answer the question. So the odds is that I'm not. It's not too quick. Well, I'm gonna find a woman that like to get up under cars, pull transmissions, pull engines, drop transmissions. The odds is a woman would find her quicker. So it's not that a man found you that like to fish. You found a man that like to fish. You just
So
happen to
I
like to fish.
so I can't fish.
Fishing is not indicative of
You
what women do.
but you just
Just
said
like
that
working on
men,
cars is not indicative. Now,
but you
if you
said men
said
can't
now, if
like
I
what
said
women
when
like
you
to.
found me and I like to cook, then a motherfucker say, okay, well, your woman like to
Mm.
cook and you like to cook. Because cooking is more indicative of women. We not go switch roles and
No,
act
but
like that
sir,
women,
Best
no,
that
sex in the
we got
world
a
are
slew
men.
of women out here
is it?
that's dropping
Draw
transmissions
me
on
to say
cars
All right,
me.
and
this is my
fishing.
fault.
So
How
The
that's
many
the
best
point I'm
sex in
feminine
saying.
the world
chefs?
are men.
Excuse
Now,
me,
Yes,
if you
how
world
do,
many
that's
class
a different
man.
feminine
point.
chefs?
Chefs in the world
Excuse
It's
are
me.
definitely my
men.
fault.
How
But you
many
found him.
feminine
He didn't
chefs?
find you. You
What are
found
you
him.
doing? Are you hurt? Because your pretzel that
Well,
you
if
twisting yourself into to
okay,
make
if
that
can
work, you flipping the same coin
can
over. I'm
if we
saying
could
the
pause
same
your
thing you
old school
saying.
gender war for a second. So
What are
would a
you
woman
talking about?
would women be okay with a guy that know how to twist do braid hair and twist hair?
Yes, yes.
Y'all like men like that?
I love for men to
Nice.
wash my
All
hair.
right.
Come on,
Do my hair?
Uh,
Nah,
that's
I'm cool.
no.
Andrea?
I
that's
don't
Oh,
need
like
so
no. I
sister, what
don't
you
need a
say?
man to do my hair, but
not my hair, but just
I'm
like
cool.
wash it.
I'd
That's
You
rather
wouldn't
do
be
my own hair.
y'all wouldn't be concerned when he learned
oh my
when he learned how
God.
to do
Now
that?
y'all being
Hey,
you being
Be
biased.
more concerned
No,
than
Now
a
you
I'm
saying
motherfucker. I ain't
because
men,
gonna
I'm
lie.
men
actually
are hairdressers. We gotta be suspect. Now listen to what
okay,
you
but listen,
saying.
hey,
but you know what type of men they
and
is as
world
No,
class.
hairdressers.
no,
Because
they're
that's
and,
straight
and world
hairdressers.
class.
oh
What you
wow.
said, I actually, when I was
Yeah, I'm
locked
support
up,
what you saying.
I knew a brother that he was a hairdresser by profession. He was a young guy. He went,
That's
he went to school and he was a hairdresser. And he wasn't gay, he just was a
y'all made me
hairdresser.
come off camera.
So
I don't even care.
so would
That's
you
right.
say,
No,
but
I know
when we say that a
yeah.
woman, that
That's
if he was a
rare.
hairdresser, would you say that a
Now
woman
that is
found
rare.
him or he found a woman? Because we know that more women do hair than men.
That's not true. Where are these statistics? See, Rich, how you know that?
Huh?
Women
No,
do
this
hair
is
more
what
I
it
than
wrote
is.
men.
that.
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
Yeah,
just a
write
because
it
I've
fact.
been in
down.
the
Write it
world.
Yeah, that's we don't
down.
got. We're not gonna fight that.
Write it
We know
down.
these
Yeah,
hoes
we
do
not
hair
It's
gonna
more
do
than
not
men.
that.
We know
true.
that.
It's not
We know
true.
No, no.
we
I
know
mean,
that
It's not
there's more
true. It's
women that
not
do hair
true.
than men.
We
Because
know
there
that.
You
are more
because
tripping. I'm
no, but
talking about
women
even
true women's hair.
who do
I'm
women.
not talking
even when
Okay,
about
I'm
find it.
barbers.
I'm about
I'm
to
talking
find
about
it right
beauticians.
now. You said
There's more
men
women
who do
beauticians than men.
women's hair. Men who do what is this? This is what I mean. Okay, like who said that earlier? The gender war, the ages
yeah.
type thing. I'll say this to you, sir. I respect that you still are in an archaic thought process of men and
Shit.
women.
Nah, don't box me up. You
Yo,
don't know
You
me.
still
no.
I'm not in archaic
you
nothing.
sitting in a
I
box
deal with
right
real life.
now.
Somebody finna do. He's gonna
I deal
You
with
sitting
real
in a
life.
Shots
box.
is wild.
Don't get offended
AC
because
Rich,
y'all
don't
sat up
fall
here
for it. Don't
and
fall
Yeah, I
for
deal with real
you
life.
decided
You know what I
everything
mean?
about me.
I've been
You
I've been
decided
around
everything
50
about
so
me.
years. I deal in
Okay,
logic and
sir.
common sense.
Okay, sir. Me and you been in around the same time. We are not that far off.
Okay, well, dealing logic and common sense. Don't talk about
And
archaic.
don't get upset
We know
because
that
of a
there's are
word.
more
Are
women
you triggered by
hairdressers
the
than
word,
there are
sir?
men that do
Are you
women's hair.
triggered
That's
by
all I'm
the
saying.
word? But you have no
That's
proof
just like
to
we
it.
know that there's more men that's
So now
mechanics
men
than
should
there are women.
assume
Because
that's
there
not
are
true
women
either.
mechanics, but there are not more women mechanics than men mechanics.
So why don't
That's
you
all I'm
find a
saying.
woman
That's
who's
logic.
subjugated and
That's
a
logic.
mechanic? Because that's what you're looking for. It's not logic. The
That
definition
is
of
logic.
logic is a math term. Go look it up.
So you,
I have
so
no
you,
reason to lie
so
to you.
you, so you prepared to state that there's more
Yes,
women
yes,
mechanics
I
than men.
am. Yes, I am.
Oh wow. Oh
I
wow.
stand in mine 10 feet,
No,
baby.
this
Really?
this
Oh,
ain't
See,
Hold
real
yeah.
on,
talk.
wait, time
Let's
I'm
out,
go
good
to
this
time
though.
is
the
out.
why
Hold
I'm
on, hold
saying
on.
school.
that.
Let's
This
go
Well,
is
the
to
what,
the
question
this is
was
what
school.
I'm
about
saying. Why I
men
tell niggas.
interests.
And
Women
see
and
now
men
I
All
got,
in
having the
here,
see
same
now I got to
all
interests.
go.
in
Now I got to
And
here,
the
revert
truth
back to what I
is,
really
we
do.
can
everybody
This
in
easily
is
this
why
meet
I tell
people
sector,
we
brothers
right?
that
interested
you
in
can't talk to
by
women.
Okay.
entertaining
This is
our
why I
craft.
tell
Go
brothers that
ahead.
they should
Screen
not
Yard
talk to women
She
Saturday.
definitely trolling.
because
Y'all just
women,
trolling.
Screen
women,
Yard
women
Saturday.
that
Welcome
say
to
shit
Screen Yard
just the
Saturday.
lie.
Why?
We fall
They
into the
are
last 2 hours.
dishonest.
Now you calling me a
They are
liar.
dishonest.
Now you
They
calling
are
me a
dishonest.
liar because
We
I'm
know
She
telling
that
you a
there's
trolling.
more
lie.
men mechanics than women.
But y'all
So what
sitting
she
up
said,
here.
she don't even believe it. She
Yes,
just
I
sat up and
do. Are
lied.
you in
That's a
here?
dishonesty.
You in my mind?
What?
Let me check.
That's a
Are
Where?
you
dishonesty.
innocent? Do you
This
see
I
your
ain't got to
own?
be. No, I ain't definitely not in your mind
I'll
because I
just
deal in
Exactly.
keep
logic.
blaming.
He
Exactly.
I
turned
deal
the
in logic. I
page.
definitely not in your mind because I deal
Why
in
are
logic
you
and common
upset
sense.
about the word? If archaic
Yeah.
upset you, I apologize. But the terminology means old ideology. I
All
wasn't
this,
calling you old.
all this shit sound good. All
Well,
this shit
sir,
sound good.
hey, you know what
Freeze
That
this
shit
either in
is?
the
sound good
chat
together.
asking if there are
And if you
bounties
want to
on
believe that, that's
this
fine.
stream.
Yeah.
I'm not
I'm
trolling.
just
Chocolate, are you
saying.
Let me
trolling
go.
now?
Bounties
Are
Let
you
me
on.
Yeah,
go.
she
trolling now?
I
trolling.
can't.
Yeah, she
No,
trolling.
y'all don't want
She
Are you
trolling.
truth
trolling
from
now?
a
I don't think she
person
got no
that's
She
clothes on.
telling
trolling.
the truth. Who are you to lie to?
Pass
You
the
know,
gold.
Like
that's
what?
just like that's just
Do
like
you
we
want
know
me
that
to
there's
read
more
your
female
statistic?
nurses than there's
Okay,
male
let's look
nurses.
it up. Let's look it
That's
up right
a
now.
fact.
I'm
Look at that.
going right now for you.
No,
You know,
if
The
you
you know when a
love
definition.
woman got a
fishing,
headset, she ready to
then
argue.
when you go on
Yeah,
fishing
baby.
trips, you
I
meet
argue.
men who
I'm a
go on fishing
assistant
trips too.
offender,
And
baby.
then
Let's
you
That's
go.
right,
find
soul
people with
sister.
your common interests. It's simple. I
I
don't
don't
understand what's the big
understand.
fight.
Right. The
That
fight is he
right,
said to me
right.
that earlier that why would a man be interested in what a woman is doing? Why would y'all have the same interests? That's what I was talking about because I
Mm.
do like to fish. I have a piece of farmland.
Yeah, my mother like to
I
fish.
things to
Oh, you
dirty.
have a
It's not.
farm?
You know what I mean?
I'm
So
saying
I'm saying
it ain't
just
nothing
like
wrong with
y'all
that, though.
won't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
May I finish, please?
Mm.
I
I'm
am
Gotta take
sitting
agreeing
her
with
here
you.
politeness
letting
back.
y'all assume all kinds of shit about me.
I'm
Y'all done
agreeing
said
with you.
all kinds of fucked up shit about who I am. You don't know me. And you want to call me a liar. You want to say I'm trying to troll. I'm doing all these
No,
things. You wonder why
Yeah,
less and
because
less women.
you know that
What?
there's more men
No,
mechanics than women. That's all I'm saying, fam. That's just
no, no, sir.
it ain't no major
You
thing.
want
It's
to
just a
use
fact.
that now all of a sudden.
That's
You
what he
want
was
to
talking
use
about, though.
that piece. No, he wasn't, Freezy. Rewind the tape. It's seconds ago. Now all of a sudden I forgot what happened.
What I said? I said that.
I'm not supposed to address the fact that
That
I've been
wasn't
called
Freezer. That was
out my
I
name,
just
a
everything
liar.
that's happened is
No, I
Andrea's fault.
only said
My
the
own
trolling because you said
mindset.
because of the
No, so
mechanic
not
thing.
you. Not you, love. I'm talking about C. Rich. What I was trying to share with him before he jumped out the fucking window was
Shit.
there is a thought process
Now we
that
cussing
we
again.
have to
Bang,
combat on
bang,
both sides.
bang, bang,
It's an archaic way of thinking for women and for men. Men are more than their wallets, than they dicks.
There we
Excuse
go.
my
There we
language.
go. That's what I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
believe
That's
in
what I'm
that shit.
talking about.
They are more.
I agree. They are more than their wallets.
I believe that too.
bang,
Okay,
They
what else?
are.
What else? What else do
They
we
are.
run past?
But
Let me
the
just.
only reason you believe it now is
We'll
because I
find out.
said it. You didn't give me a chance to say it before. You jumped out the window on me.
No,
The
and then
minute
It's
I
resolution
said
time.
archaic.
we was
Nah,
talking
brother.
about fishing.
Nah,
We
brother.
didn't
Yeah,
talk
you're
about
right.
money. We weren't talking about money.
You're
We
right.
talking about fishing.
You got it.
I'm talking about there's certain things that women do that men don't
See,
normally
Yeah.
do.
see,
And we
see,
were
Yeah.
Rich.
just
Do
saying
you
there are
fish?
things that men do that women don't
There
normally
you
do.
go.
Which
There
there's
See,
you
Rich.
nothing
Do you,
wrong with that. Now
see,
I
Rich.
That's
Do
know
you
a
all.
lot of
fish?
women that fish.
You
That,
got
that-
it.
Oh, there we
you
go.
know,
There we
that's
go.
all I'm
There we
saying.
go.
It
There we
has
go.
nothing to do
What
with
you're
money,
saying now.
but
Wait, let
but
me
you
ask
got
y'all. Hold
you
on.
talk
Let me
about
say.
archaic. Now you talk
So
about
now y'all
money.
combine.
Wait, hold
All
on.
I
What
said
that
was
Let me
money
say
got
this.
to do
archaic.
with that?
Let me say
Money
this.
has nothing to do with
Do y'all
archaic.
really think?
That's
Do
not what
y'all
that
really
means.
think women really care about money like that for men?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do.
Man, that they want now.
Not
What you say,
No,
now.
they
Nadia?
No.
don't. We like
No.
to know that we can survive a camping trip. We like to know that if the lights go out, that
Whatever.
you can go out and hunt the deer and bring him home and cook him or something.
No, they don't.
Processing. That's what we
Cause they
caught up
don't. They
on
don't.
lately.
Cause they don't date them niggas. They don't
Shit.
date them niggas. The
I'm gonna
niggas
go
that know how
free.
to,
Damn.
the niggas
bang,
that
bang,
regular,
bang,
those are regular
bang,
everyday
bang,
niggas.
bang.
And you hear women, and I'm not saying on the panel, I'm saying you got a lot of women when they come on YouTube and when they talk, they don't talk about them dudes. So what I'm saying is, if they not saying that this is what they like, they're not saying this is what they like. They saying that the guys with money, the guys with status, the guys with education, this is what they like. This is what they consistently say. So you can't turn around and say that they like guys regular guys that fish, hunt, go to work every day, work
Yeah.
regular jobs. They said that them niggas are broke. This is what they consistently say.
You
So
know,
this is what I'm
hold on.
saying.
See, Rich.
Now,
You know what men say on these panels?
Right.
what's that?
They
About it.
say they only like women that weigh 100, weigh less than 130 pounds, 140 pounds.
Anorexic
They be
ass.
saying that?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, they be saying that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But in
but see,
real
that's
life,
but they said, Frizzy, that's the
huh?
physical. I'm not talking about the physical. Everybody
No, no,
like
no,
have a
D,
certain
No,
Frizzy,
but his
physical
point is that
everybody have a physical attribute that they
tell
may
it.
favor. You
I
see
think
what I'm
his point
saying?
is
Hold on,
that
tell him.
What I'm
Hold
saying
on,
is,
see, Rich. Hold on, see, Rich. Tell him what
go
my
ahead.
point is. So tell him what my point is, Andrea.
I think his point is that people get on here and say things that maybe that don't really necessarily apply to them, and that doesn't speak for all parties involved. Like just because some women get on the internet and say that they only like rich guys, that's not the reality. In reality, we do see average men in relationships though. Like I've
Right.
seen that with
But
my own eyes.
but,
Like
but
I've
what
seen non-rich men be married.
I absolutely agree with you. I believe that most of the stuff that people come on YouTube and TikTok say, they just capping. They just
Right.
saying that for clicks and views. I totally agree with that. But what I'm saying is, and this goes back to y'all earlier conversation, that when I was on here early, when y'all was up earlier today, but I didn't come in. That when you articulate out your mouth, and this is consistent, then you don't have people to combat that. Then this is the norm. People gonna take what's been said. So what I'm saying is, this is what's consistently articulated by women. Then women don't come back and say, well, them women are lying. This is not what we like. This is not what we do. They let that shit go. And it's like, and I was talking about the rappers earlier. At the end of the day, no matter how much money that somebody try to give you, and this going back to the earlier topic when y'all was talking about rap, At the end of the day, you're responsible for what you do. And this is what I'm saying.
So do you push back when you hear men saying those things that he said he hear men say? Like, do you push back and be like, no, I don't. She don't
Well,
gotta be.
I'm not a regular YouTuber. This is like my third or fourth time on the channel. So I don't be pushing back. But I'm
Well, see,
gonna say
Rich,
this since
but
you said. But I finna ride with you. Majority of shit that these niggas say on YouTube, I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. I don't
What
agree
you
with
don't
that
agree
real
with,
And I
red.
feel
brother?
the
I
same
don't
Hey, yo,
agree with
way.
brother,
that
yo,
real
can you be
red
more?
pill shit. I believe, and this is my whole this, and I'm gonna just put it out there. I believe that men coming back counteracting what women say. Cause see, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, so but I'm gonna go back to the street shit. I'm gonna put that to the side. I'm gonna have to pray later. I come up under pimps and hustlers. All
Okay.
that shit, arguing with women is some
What you
sucker
mean?
shit. Sitting
Hey
up
yo,
on
bro.
panels.
Hey yo, bro. But I ask you a question, bro. What do
Yeah,
you mean? What do you mean? Hey yo, bro. This space only been here for like what, 15 years roughly, right?
right.
Maybe 10, maybe 15 years. All brothers doing on these
7.
spaces is showing their grievances on these panels. So of course it's going to get heated. Like certain topics, it's going to get heated, and you know that we passionate people. When we talk,
Right.
when we
Yeah, I feel you.
dance, when we box, shit, when we cook. Like it's gonna shit when we play spades, we talk shit when we play spades.
Yeah,
So
I agree
what
with you.
are you talking about arguing? See, I don't understand when y'all say arguing with women and black men is just showing their grievances online, and they only been talking about this for 15 years. And
Right.
females
But
always been talking down on men
right.
for I
But
don't even know for how many years. And
right.
most of these men, yo, when they heard Kevin Samuels, right? Some of these dudes actually went and got a better job to make sure that woman is good. You know what I'm saying? Working what,
Yeah.
80 hours? What did Kevin said? Work 80 hours if you got to, work 2 or 3 jobs if you got to. You know what I'm saying? For yourself and for that woman or wife
Right.
or whoever you trying to cook, whoever you trying to be with. Why y'all always take the bad part about this space and never talk
No, bro.
about the good shit? Because I don't
Look,
see, hold on, brother, one last thing. I done seen people get married in these spaces, bro. And I'm not talking
right.
about JP. I ain't talking about a fight club, nigga. I'm talking about actual brothers in these spaces who still in their relationship to this day, bro.
Right.
And I'll land my plane right there, bro.
Right. Right. I
So
mean,
hold
I
on,
think
wait,
Can I
hold on,
say
King
though,
Rich.
growing
Hold
up,
on,
I don't
well,
really remember
let
hold
me
on.
hearing
can I
there
respond
being
to the
gender
brother, bro?
wars. Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
My
Just
bad. I'm sorry.
respond
Yeah.
quickly because I wanted
My
to
bad.
kind
Yeah,
of speak
right.
on
No, I'm
what
saying
Skill
I,
said.
I I agree with you saying, bro. And I'm saying I don't disagree with you. I'm saying it's good and bad and everything. I'm not saying that everybody bad. There's a lot of brothers that I listen to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I remember what a lot of brothers coming up, like, like Angry Man. I remember Angry Man was live streaming when he was live streaming from a hoopty. I fucks with I fucks with some guys and they got some good points and bad points. But what I say when I come from the game, but I'm saying I come from a different perspective. I'm not saying my perspective is not everybody else's perspective. That's the point I was saying because it just happened to come out like that. So I said it like that because she brought that, because whoever
Right.
said that brought it out. But what I'm
Yes,
saying,
sir.
this is good points, bad point. But what I'm saying is, look, bro, this is just my opinion. Look, bro, niggas been politicking with these women. You said yourself for at least 15 years.
Yeah,
If
facts.
these bras ain't changed in 15 years, you got to change your tactics. And
I
what
agree with that. Yes, sir.
and what I'm saying is keep going back and forth with women, and I'm gonna just give you my truth, brother.
Go ahead.
I come from the old school, bro. I don't believe in sitting up dialoguing with strange women. Women are not no solution to no problem. If they was, we wouldn't be in the condition that we will. Men are solutions to
Bang,
problems.
bang,
So
bang.
The red pill situation and the manosphere, they trying to cut deals with women and trying to get women. These women is not gonna cut no
Hey, yo,
deal with
fam,
you.
yo,
They come, they
my bill
troll,
right there.
they
My
Hold
bill
on,
right
wait,
there.
gaslight,
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's
and,
spread.
and all that.
Wait, let's
Shit
But
like
spread the
that.
mic.
Shit like
Let's
that.
spread the
Shit like
mic. Let's
that.
but
spread the mic.
but I ain't go. But y'all go on, bro. But I'm saying I agree with a lot of what you saying, bro. I just got a different perspective. But
Hey,
I
yo,
agree. Some
Hold
good
on,
shit came out of it. I'm not saying ain't no
hold on,
good
James.
shit. But go ahead, Priest.
Hold on, James. Let me get other people into this conversation.
oh, okay, no doubt.
Trey, what's going on, Trey?
Shit, I'm over here cooking. Y'all keep on talk.
Okay,
I'm just
I think Andrea was
What
going to
up,
say
Trey?
something. If Fear No Mortars want to say something, she can say something. Then I'm gonna go to Nightish. Go ahead. Were you going to say something, Andrea?
Oh, you talking to me? Oh, I think I was gonna say like growing up, I do remember a time when men and women was getting along. That's all I was saying. I'm just saying. I don't remember there always being like tension and like an intense like back and forth about what a woman's supposed to do and a man's supposed to do. I just don't remember that growing up. I don't know. Maybe it is something that we has always been in the background, but I don't remember it being in the limelight. I
It's
never
at the
experienced
top of the
that all
chat.
throughout high school, college. I never experienced there being any like tension between like I remember men and women like loving each other genuinely, like lovey-dovey stuff. So I that's all I wanted to say.
Well, how far you go back?
I
I'm
was
just
born in
asking. You say you don't remember, but how far
98.
you go back?
I was born in
How far?
98.
She only like
98.
22.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! This
So
jigger boy been
baby,
taking off for good.
So no, this is what I was. I
the
want to kind of
I
mine
baby.
was
out. Wait, I want to say this. I want to mine out what Kills said as far as like the progress that I guess the manosphere made or whatever. He mentioned people have gotten married. FNM, what do you guys say about that? FNM.
I wasn't around at the beginning of the manosphere. A lot of what I see since I have been around is a lot of confusion and dysfunction. I'm not seeing a lot of growth in a lot of these spaces
Facts.
because we can see on the panels a lot of the time people don't even know how to talk to each other. A lot of the time you can't even have a decent conversation without people getting disrespectful, yelling, screaming, acting a plum fool. We can't just be adults about it and actually mine out a conversation with different perspectives. It's always some extra. So to me, I don't see the progress.
So respectfully, earlier in the show, shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic, the last time he hit the link, he was saying that most of us haven't really even followed the manosphere since it started years ago. I think he was saying like 2015 or something like that. But
Yeah, 2015. Yo, he right.
yeah. So I mean, I think Mr. Fantastic, I would agree with Mr. Fantastic. I have not been following the manosphere since 2015. I can assure you, I have not been following the manosphere. Right?
I feel like it's pretty new.
Well, I just said I was doing some other shit, but
have most people, Freezy, that are even repping the manosphere hard?
That's the point I'm trying to make. No.
Okay.
So here's the deal.
White manosphere?
What today marks, I mean, this year marks what, like almost 10 years, right, Kills? It marks like 10 years or something like that.
Oh, I don't even know. Like, I don't know the dates and time frames and all of that, though. But yeah, I think it make it 10 years because what everybody be talking about in this space, like anniversaries coming up, but it actually marks how long they been. But it marks how long they ever been in these spaces, though. Yo, like some motherfuckers been here.
10 years. 10 years would have to have been the white manosphere. Black manosphere has been about 7 going on 8 years with Obsidian and Angry Man and them dudes. Probably going on 8 years at this point.
O'Shea and everything. You feel me?
Okay,
go ahead.
Well, what would you consider world class? What would you consider like Tim Likas and all those guys, those white
Who the
guys?
fuck is that? I'm gonna just say original Manosphere. Then they branched off, or Obsidian, and branched off.
What's the white dude name? Rolo Tomasi and all that.
Rolo Tomasi, yeah, and all them kids, all them guys.
Now that you on mute, now that you just in case you.
Yeah, that's them. So it's not that old, but
yeah, but they wasn't called the White Manosphere. They were just called the Manosphere.
They was called Manosphere, yeah. And then the Obsidian and
right.
You ain't shit, Andrew. They did Angry Red and them called it the Black Manosphere with before Kevin got there.
So they call it. Here's the thing. They call it the Black Manosphere, and then Champion Pearly Things.
Yeah, that part was tough.
Okay.
That part was dumb. That was real dumb. I've been here since 2020. I've been with him since 2020. I don't really be dealing with the people they deal with. I like Coach Greg Adams and my guy Mr. Palmer. And that's it, really. But you don't really need to know that much. I mean, still enough of us here to correct it. Like with a lot of the talking points, kind of started with men responding to the stuff that females be saying, the dating thing. And now it's kind of like gotten out of control with people responding to people's responses. And then now y'all coming in to, the last 2 years and you don't really
Can I tell you this? I'm gonna let Nighties go. Can I tell you this, world class?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when I feel myself talking, when we have these manosphere conversations, I feel like people are watching from the clouds to see what we're saying about it. Y'all don't be feeling that sometimes.
Sounds creepy.
Yeah, they are. They definitely clipping. They definitely watching it, listening, and reporting it, and they going.
Why is it that serious though, work? I mean, why is that? Why is it like? Why we can't just talk? Why we? Why people feelings get hurt?
Because I mean, it's not even limited to this. It's just people got these investments in these things. First rule of business is protect your investment. You know what I mean?
They got their money. They protected their
So they're profiting on dysfunction.
Their clout, their attention. A lot of these niggas have never been heard before they hopped up on here. And I'm not even just talking content creators. Nobody really listened to them this long. You know what I'm saying? Not even to take shots, but it's like you finally get heard and you see somebody in the chat say, yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a big, even for women. They finally get validated.
Because I don't know too much about the manosphere, but do you feel like they're profiting on dysfunction? Like,
ain't no question.
Feel like that?
They definitely profiting.
So
I don't think they profiting. I don't think they making money off. I mean, I don't think they because I don't.
Money no more?
I don't think they profit off of it.
Oh, okay.
They cost themselves more money by being dumb and not knowing how YouTube work and getting demonetized. I could take shots, but I'm not.
But here's the thing: I be wanting to have conversations. Like I don't be wanting this to be like a beef. I really want to have conversations about, because I will admit I'm not that educated on the like I know Rolo Tomasi, I even know Tim Likas, I know Tommy Sotomayor, even though some people say Tommy Sotomayor is really not a part of the manosphere.
He say he don't claim it.
But he is really though by default how he talks.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
Before the manosphere.
Okay, he was before the manosphere. But the point I'm saying is why can't men like me talk with dudes that's experienced with the manosphere and then not get contentious? Like I can say from the outside, I mean I can say from being a spectator what I agree and what I disagree with, right?
Right.
Yeah, but do you know they came to your channel and said, well, this is a man space. And that's why. It's like you know what I'm saying? Like they so they don't. It's just I don't, bro. Like I just said, a lot of these niggas is lames, and I don't want to sound like that guy, but I got to be that guy. We men, right? So we supposed to operate different from women, right? So one thing men are supposed to do is delegate authority. They refuse to let the men that are more qualified. That's why the thing with Kevin is such a big deal. They refuse to let the men that are more qualified to make the arguments because each of them want to be the pretty bitch and get fucking attention that you're not good enough to handle. Like the idiot kid, what the fuck is that nigga name? The no fugazi nigga. Like, yo, you dumb. Man, you saying women? He's a fucking idiot, right?
That dude lame as hell.
You say women, and it's just make the niggas who got genuine arguments. They make them look crazy. You say single mothers for recreation, but motherfucker, you married one or about to marry one. Like you sound dumb. Or you one of the founders of the Black Manosphere and you got a book that say don't deal with single mothers and you built your career off of it. You make niggas look crazy.
And he marrying a single mother.
Yeah. He did
Wow,
marry a
that's
single mother.
scandalous.
Oh wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
bro.
No
He married
Fugazi.
a single mother, but used red pill talking.
Wait, hold on. No Fugazi is one of the founders of the Black Manosphere.
No. I stopped talking about somebody else.
Nah,
No.
yo, he used the talking points though.
No. He not. I was talking about somebody separate.
World class. This is what I want to see.
Baby mother. He said, "Don't mess with old women. Don't mess with baby mothers." He got an old wife. Baby mother.
Yeah, and she had like 2 kids before he met her, right?
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Hell yeah.
You make niggas look crazy, bro. That's all I'm saying. What was your question?
Hold on though. Hey yo, world class. Do you think that if you got a certain look, like you got the women's though, like the FUBA's gonna support you.
Well,
they supported the Derrick Jackson. I'm not trying to make this no gender war conversation though, but women's do support more than dudes in these spaces.
Go ahead, Frizz. You got it.
No. Let me let my point. This is what I'm saying.
Go ahead. You got it.
This is why I feel like it's divisive. World class just called out the no Fugazi guy. I would think that men that has a starch history in the Black Manosphere would call him out too. But a lot of
calling out women.
Well, here's the thing, right? It doesn't happen a lot because they don't want to feel like the men, they don't want to see other women see men calling out men that be trying to call out women.
Which is a fatal mistake. That's a fatal mistake. That's a fatal mistake.
They did call him out.
Fatal mistake.
They
called him out. They definitely did. No, his point still stands.
Niggas like you, Nighters, called him out. Niggas like
O'Shea, one of the founders, called out.
Yeah. He dragged him for filth.
Angry Man. A bunch of people called him out.
Okay, my bad. I digress. Shout out to Smitty.
No, they did, but at the same time, you still right. Like they don't these guys refuse to call each other out. They like the smaller guys, the kind of niggas we know. They don't want to make each other look bad in front of other people. And I'm like, bro, that's the exact opposite of what you supposed to be. It's like y'all be saying to these chicks. You supposed to be able to take the criticism and sit your ass down. Y'all need to be sitting niggas down that say crazy stuff. And I'm the bad guy. I'm like, bro, why you got these niggas up here saying certain things? You make everybody look crazy.
Do men take these special days?
I don't know what's going on.
I think
somebody playing some of the best.
Yeah,
somebody. I thought you was a ventriloquist just now. Somebody playing Freezy in the background.
Yeah, that's
like
me.
you be having. Yeah, you be having guys on the panel saying crazy shit. I don't want to throw people under the bus. Like mute up, see Rich.
No, you can't afford.
You may gotta really.
I just muted him. You know
what I'm saying? That it's no organization, bro. It's like, and that's why you've been watching. Like when you know what? I'm gonna just speak to your point, because you made a very valid point that at least in our little media space, these were so-called Black Manosphere people, and when the Pearly Things chick happened, these niggas threw all the chicks that supported them, Danica Marie, Lucky Marie, Courtney Michelle, you can name all of them that's been in this space. Them niggas threw all of them under the bus. And they were fucking pissed. Six the Goddess, they was rocking with us, doing shows. We were having real conversations, right? Get into that place where we could talk. Kind of what we are here, what you do here. We was having conversations without being disrespectful to each other. Then after them niggas did that shit, been left. That's when Princella came and everybody was a bandit for like a year. And now it's kind of where it's at. But we would get into a place where we can have a conversation, because even with Kevin was having conversations on Lapeef. At least that's where I see him at, right? He was having a conversation. His deal was, let's hash out a deal. Let's come to the table.
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, before you ask your question, I wanted Nidus. I think Nidus had someone.
Oh, let her go.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Nidus. Go ahead, Andrea.
Earlier we were talking about like mental health. Do you think like the manosphere has like been a positive for men's mental health, or do you think it might be helping to deteriorate it? Or
I have to, probably not the guys that you're going to mention. Like the guys I mentioned, Coach Greg Adams, I know he's good with helping his guys. Mr. Palmer, the guy I know, we had so many young men coming up on the panel talking about it. And one of the things what Mr. Palmer did is he would go over these stories where these guys would take their life, take somebody else's life, and just young men hearing that what they're going through with family court and everything, they're not the only one, and they can really express. They linking up with us in the back, talking, having conversations, and I think that part helps. I don't know about the other part, but that part I know for a fact has helped men, and especially with that mental health, because it's a problem. You know what I mean? So that part I know. I don't the dating deal. I wouldn't say yes, but it's an aspect that does, yes.
Can I say this? Shout out to Game Wise DJ in the building for the $2, man. Thank you. He said Happy Father's Day, Freezy salute. I'm pretty sure he's saying Happy Father's Day to all the men in the show. But this I was saying earlier, right? And I don't like to talk about people when they're not here. But earlier, Hood Servative, he was in the chat and he was going hard in the chat. He was kind of trolling me, and he was kind of setting it up as if I was a simp. He ain't I don't think he actually called me a simp, but he was basically saying I was placating the women, basically. And then when Hood Servative came up on the panel, we had a rocky start, but then it was almost like he started understanding me more. Like we started like having more of an in-depth conversation. And I was trying to tell him, bro, what you're saying, you thought I was saying, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that. And so this is where this is why I feel like it has gotten to a point where it's gotten, instead of bringing men closer, because listen, wasn't the Black Manosphere supposed to been almost serving as this leadership, like this?
That's what they told me.
This leadership awareness male group that's going to.
Oh yeah, that's the lie they told. Yeah.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if that's the case, didn't they have a responsibility to try to bring more men together in a unified mindset or whatever, right?
The WWE. And in fact, let's not just stay into the red pill and the manosphere. Even the conscious community.
No, I'm finna branch out.
Well, I'm saying the conscious community also turned into the WWE. And let me say what's really happening with them people that call themselves manosphere and red pill. What they try to do is they try to say this belongs to us. And they have these conversations all the time. They want to say that these new people, all they doing is doing the shit we did. So these niggas ain't manosphere, these niggas ain't red pill, but they doing our shit. We had panels first. We did this first. They're doing, so they think they own it. That's what I'm saying. The beef is Breezy ain't from the original manosphere. This nigga doing the same shit we do. How can he? Well, what is he? So now you got to identify yourself as something. So if it's supposed to be a for men, why can't new men come along?
So, but here's the thing. Wait. Hold on, kids. Here's the thing. I don't claim to be manosphere. I just claim to be a man that has experiences in life that I want to share with the people that's watching, right? So, but going back to Hood Servative, once Hood Servative came up here and we started talking, I think he slowly, like, to me, I think that the division comes when you hear a man remotely saying, hey, it's not far-fetched to think that a man should be the one expected to be in a leadership role in his community, in his household, right? And when men heard me earlier say that I made a personal decision to stop trying to change my woman and actually looked in the mirror and I made a change. I made a change internally for myself as a man. Like, dudes actually translated that as me simping.
And that's common sense.
But how did we get there? That's what I want to know.
Yo, Quincy, I'm about to tell you real quick, fellas, real quick. How did we get here? Because married men only started talking in these spaces for like maybe 3 or 4 years. Because at one point, married men was called simps in these spaces. Yo, that is the hardcore facts of the matter. You know what I'm saying? And then after a while, then married men in these spaces had a chance to speak. But let me refer back to what you're saying, like original point, how did we get here also as well. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point it was a truth. It was a truth between Angry Man and Obsidian in the back though. You know what I'm saying? They had a truth. It was hard for Angry Man to like let that truth go with O'Shea. You know what I'm saying? Because they talked about his family, all of this, his kids, his wife, everything, bro, everything. And it was a truth. But then, freaking Obsidian started talking about him again. So at one point, it was a truth, bro. It was. I was here. I seen it. I was on it.
So how did the
Well,
beef?
I
How
think
did the
to
beef
answer your
start again?
But I'm
question,
gonna digress.
Go
I think
ahead,
to answer your
Andrea.
question, I think some of these videos, I don't know all the details and all the different names, but I do think that some of these videos stir up a lot of anger and negative emotion in people, and that makes it hard for them to just accept a simple fact that you can only control your own actions.
That's why
I
I
mean,
hate my
that's not
phone,
something
bro.
that should be divided.
Well,
Control.
your mic went out, Andrea. If you can hear me, Andrea, your mic kind of went out. I don't know if you're in a bad area. But back to what James is. James, how did it divide? James. James dropped off, or
Yeah.
James just dropped off.
It divided because, like I said, it turned into WWE. O'Shea and Angry Man start fighting.
Why though, Night is why? That's what I'm saying.
It's real simple. They can only be one Highlander. Everybody wanted to be the king.
I thought that what it was, fam, was something like they was a branch off from Kevin Samuels. They all was like, now I don't know no names, I don't know no deals. All I know is that it was Kevin Samuels, and after he passed, they had picked up his torch.
They were here before him. Kevin
Mm.
Samuels did this. He took a little bit of Ron Wills, a little bit of all these different people, and he packaged it well. Before that, Kevin Samuels was on here selling cologne and clothes.
Thank you.
He wasn't doing this. So what he did, he's listened to a bunch of different people. He put it together. He got a suit. He didn't even have a suit at first. At first,
he found a hustle.
Yeah, he found a way to pack. And then you heard him say,
he found a hustle.
Shout out to BGS Igmore. Shout out to this person. Because he was taking all the shit they were saying, and he did. Like, I look at him like an amalgamation of a bunch of people in the space. Because that wasn't what he was at first.
Was he good at what he did, Nightish?
Yeah, he did it very well. And then it went left. When he started having the cartoon characters and it got corny at some point. All this should have a short lifespan.
He's a snake oil salesman.
So do men like these men that be talking real militant, you know, as far as like the management, they like women, right?
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying
They like
women.
foreign women. They don't like American women.
It's complicated.
No, I know it sounds like a gaslighting question or a trolling.
It's not a gaslighting question. I just don't understand exactly what you're saying.
So at the end of the day, these guys at the grassroots, these men like women. They're heterosexual.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Right.
Come on, Nightish makeup.
When I be listening to some of these niggas talk, the way they be talking, I don't know. I'm not finna say that shit. You're not finna.
They supposed to be the passport bros. Ain't the Manosphere bros and the passport bros the same bros?
No,
they're two different people.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And it's more than two. It's more than two. That's the thing. People think this is all one tree. No, it's a bunch of different people, and then people just put them all together.
A bunch of different men bashing women.
Hey man,
not all of them.
Hey, let's just keep it real, man.
Let's talk about that right there.
Hold on, seriously. let Nighty's mind that out. Go ahead.
It's a bunch. I like when the women say shit like this. So if it's a bunch of men bashing women, well, who are the men that's calling Freezy a simp? Is Freezy bashing women? It's a bunch of dudes in this space. They say it's simping, and they acquiesce into what the women say.
He said he's simping because he thought that he was showing sympathy to women. Right? That's why
no,
he
they
said
have
that.
a lot of men in this space they call simps.
I know, but they call them simps because they feel like these people.
I don't give a fuck why they call them simps. I'm responding to your point about it's just a bunch of men bashing women.
Okay, so they bash
all the
men
men
and
that's
women.
1 second, Queen. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and you can talk. If all the men in the space are supposedly bashing women, what about all the men in the space they call simps? Are they bashing women? Are the simps bashing women?
Well, he just said this isn't a manosphere space, though. Remember?
No. I'm not talking about just Freezy. It's a lot of men in the space.
No,
they
my channel
call
ain't.
simps.
My channel ain't.
Okay.
Don't care about it.
It's a whole bunch of them. I don't know
Men
all
calling other men simps,
So when
right?
you say that men, just a bunch of men bashing women, no, not a bunch of men bashing women. It's some men in these spaces that say that these names we were saying earlier is suckers and dumb and fake and weak, and some of them say they gay. So do you hear all those voices?
I don't follow the space. Let me just
I do.
mind my business. I'm sorry. Let me mind my business.
So I
Andrea,
heard.
if you'd like to know, I'm happy to tell you the history of the manosphere not now, but it's just like how they talk about the divestors. I am very aware who they are, what they say about black men, black children, on and on and on.
About black children.
That still, yeah, honey. I listen to both sides. Girl, listen. You got women saying some really like outrageous shit out here, just like you have men who say it. But again, the people in the middle get missed because it's always an extreme to one side or the other. Like again, women can't care about men. We can't understand. We refusing to talk to them. We don't like them. We being mean. There is a lot of that to us is bashing. Just because you're not saying, the B word and H word all the time, it does feel like that. Just like it feels like that on y'all's end when it sounds like black women are coming at y'all. And just to what Freezy said, I'd love to sit down and just have the conversation. But again, hey, somebody always got a tomahawk for me. But
Well,
that's all
Chocolate,
I
hold
was
on.
saying, Andrea.
Chocolate, let me say this.
I hear you.
Have y'all noticed anything? Anybody that's been following these conversations? Like I've been around since the end of 2020. When I first came to the Lapeef Network, JR, he actually did like a spinoff show, and he included me, another woman named Lauren Melissa, Lucky Marie, and it was JR. It didn't last that long. It probably lasted like a couple of months or whatever, right? But the point I'm trying to make is I ain't really been around that long. Probably like about a little over a little less than 5 years, something like that.
Yeah, you old.
Well, here's the thing. Back in the day, I ain't gonna say back in the day, but like 2020, 2021. I don't know if y'all remember this. It was a lot of women calling other women pick-me's. Do y'all remember that?
I remember that. I know that term.
I remember that.
Listen, the pick-me thing was big too. Simp was big. Simp always been big, but pick-me was, listen,
I remember that.
Pick-me was big, but have y'all noticed anything about the women? They don't call each other pick-me's no more.
Well, they call them mammies now.
They do.
I was going to say they changed the word.
Yeah, somebody was trying to call me that earlier.
I have listen, hey ladies, and y'all know because I've had many a DM from a woman telling me, "Why do you talk to them? They don't want to hear you. You wasting your time. Blah 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 blah." Hey, people feel how they feel on one end of the spectrum to the next. I got no hate for the opposite sex. I don't understand why it is a fight. Yeah, I agree. I don't get it. I don't get why we.
But do y'all hear mammy as much
Somebody
as y'all
called
hear?
me a pick me earlier because I said feminism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you hear mammy or pick me nearly as much as you hear simp?
No,
about
we're
it.
not going to because we
not
don't
as much.
dominate out here in the space. You're not going to have enough
This is how much simp get thrown around.
Yeah.
It be coming from all kind of directions. And when a man just
Freezy,
open his mouth, oh, that nigga a simp. They
it's
be
coming
writing that
from
shit in the
men.
chat. Yeah, from
That's all I
men.
want to ask you. From men, not women. It's
This
from
the point
men
I'm
that
trying to
come at
make.
y'all like that.
But listen, what I'm saying, this is the point I'm trying to make. Men are, from what I've noticed and witnessed men attacking men more than women attacking women. But I'm gonna tell you something. But outside of YouTube, it was known that women were more catty.
Mm-hmm.
But in social media, especially in this space, women are more dudes are more catty.
But why is that, free?
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
But why is it?
You mischaracterized
How is that
what
not
you said.
true?
Hold on, wait.
Because there's thumbnails of each other.
Hold on.
Wait. Tell me how I'm mischaracterizing what I'm saying, please.
Because in the space, YouTube allow brothers from all parts of the country to sort of have a conversation, even though it has to be a heated conversation because ideologies are coming together for the first time. Brothers are holding brothers accountable. That's what they're doing.
Hell no.
For liking women.
No. Listen, hold on. Listen,
do that.
I'm not saying they're holding you accountable for your choice in women or how you do that. No man can tell another man what type of woman that he like to smell, look at, talk to, none of that. Some dudes just weak in the mind for it because if they get to talk and tell the truth, they grew up around sisters and cousins, and that's what they saw. They saw brothers. They saw that slimy shit. But for the most part, brothers can't pull up to these sisters, slim with his chest out, with his cologne on. He think he cute. She think he ugly. Got his shit together and say, "What's up? Can I talk to you? Take you out?" No, it's attitude. And on YouTube, brothers are holding brothers accountable because the brothers are getting it together. Young brothers over the next 4 or 5 years are going to be on this shit. Ladies, y'all got to get it together too. Y'all, that's all you got to do is cooperate.
Okay, so hold on, Coach. For
you're saying, I'm saying, listen.
I heard what you said. Let's mind this out. Let's mind this out. Please, let's mind this out.
So what I'm saying is, I don't know C. Rich, right? I never met him. I don't care what age he is. He's listening, right? He's trying to find a better way from the situation. I'm trying to find a better way. You trying to find a better way. I know Knight and Trey definitely trying to find a better way. Young man in his early 20s. Brothers, we got our love. Some like to smoke weed, some like to drink, but they ain't abusing it. Brother know he got to go to work. A brother in his 20s ain't going to work. He might be poor into his 50s, but he might be a good-looking poor dude too. And he'll get a lot of access to these women. And a brother that work every day, he ain't getting that access, so he got to work. Ain't no handouts to brothers. And brothers that take that action, getting whatever skill, picking and choosing the type of woman that you like, step back and find out what type of woman you like. It'll all come together.
Okay, so
I just believe brothers are going to sort of shift the dynamic in America.
Okay, so Ferg, shout out to Omni in the building. Ferg, this Freezy. You talking to Freezy, Ferg?
Yeah, Freezy.
I'm just saying, you ain't talking to one of these.
You my mama's boy, Freezy. Come on,
but you ain't talking to one of these weird ass niggas.
No, come on.
If anybody agree with men being held accountable, is me. I'm Mr. Accountable. So when you throw around that accountable word, you got to be careful. See I'm gonna tell you what you just did. Hold on, Ferg. I'll let you talk. I'm gonna tell you what you just did. For what you just did was mask what I was actually saying earlier, right? What I was saying was Freezy be holding men accountable, but then Freezy get called a simp. Are you following me now?
But that ain't what men recognize a simp as. Hold on. But you just talking. You not out here spending money on random women and don't let that reject you.
Supposed to be.
Okay, that's not an argument, Trey Ferg. I agree with you. What I'm saying is, Trey Fur, listen to what I said again.
They call you that because your conversation do be geared towards the ladies. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, it don't be geared towards the ladies. This is the problem.
The way you explain it out, Freezy, you gotta listen. So the way you explain it out, sometimes you like, oh, is it late? And then listen, your conversations
I do not. First of all, I do not sound like that. Hold on, why y'all say that?
Your conversations are valid. Your conversations are valid. Your conversations are needed. Your conversations are helpful.
Let me finish.
Tell you.
Let me
so
land my
the
plane.
brothers calling you simp, they don't really.
Let me land my plane. See what you just did, Ferg?
Yes.
You said Freezy be sounding like this. And the ladies and Ferg, why you just did that? Why you
I was joking, man. Freezy, I was joking. I'm sorry.
Okay, do what I'm saying. Do what I'm saying, Ferg. Do what I'm saying. Earlier, I gave a personal account that my woman, I dealt with the same issues these men talk about on these panels, right? My woman, I'm very transparent when it comes to my relationship. My woman used to have a bad attitude, bro, and I used to try to talk to her. I used to have these conversations with my woman before she was my wife. I was still living a certain way. I was still, I still wanted to be able to have my own autonomy as a man and do whatever. And I just felt like she just needed to follow my lead no matter what. Because you're a woman and that's what you're supposed to do, right? This is what a lot of these dudes say.
That's ego. That's ego. Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. So earlier in the conversation, what I said was I came to a fruition where I had to look myself in the mirror and said, man, you know what? I'm tired of going back and forth with her. We just going around in circles. That's I think what Luther Vandross had to say. You got me going in circles. That one Luther Vandross. But what I'm saying is, when I made a decision to actually look in the mirror and make a personal inventory of myself, and then I changed my trajectory and my path and my standards as a man, right? After when my woman when she recognized that, she seen the change in me. I didn't make her follow me. I didn't say you need to follow me. What happened was when I came to that fork in the road, it forced her to come into that fork in the road with me in this relationship. Now she had an ultimatum. Was she going to move forward with me with my new found standards that I've set for myself as a man, right? Because I chose to follow the Most High God and try to obey His law, statutes, and commandments and everything, right? She could have said, you know what? I'm not on that program. I'm gone. What I was trying to tell the men earlier, Coach Ferg, and this way everybody, I'm finna land my plane. All I said, Coach Ferg, was if the woman don't follow, if the woman don't be on your program after that, after you make a change for the better for yourself as a man, let her go. That's all I said, Coach Ferg. Let her go. Let her do her thing. She's a grown woman. Let her make her own decision. If she doesn't want to be under your covering, after that, let her go, right? Dog, I said I was gonna be freezy with or without her. I said that. Now, with all that being said, Coach Ferg, is that simp language?
Freezy, salute to you, man. Happy Father's Day. Listen, that's why I say
before you keep going, yes or no? Is that simp language?
Everything you said 100% word for word, I rock with that 100%, 1,000%.
Is it simp language?
No.
Is it simp language?
No, Freezy, because I looked at what you told. You shared your life in the transition. Any man, when
before you keep going for I got called a simp left and right. It was arrows. It was arrows coming up my ass.
So what? Freezy. So what? Didn't they throw arrows at Jesus? The brother with the big nose and big lips like me, with the beard like you, that suntan like you. Didn't they turn their back on him? And your message is true. Your message is needed. Your message is real. I'm telling you. The ones that call you simp, they feel your energy. And your energy is different. And it takes true people are attracted to it. The ones that are afraid of it, they just, yeah. And some dudes still ain't found themselves when it come to women. Like they said, like you said, a lot of brothers don't know who they are.
No.
A lot of brothers over the last Freezy, our age, and Jeffrey. Think about the brothers that we lost, brothers that was out here serving, going in and out of that system. These brothers are finding themselves, but the stuff outside of us as a people is pushing us to be separate. We could balance the playing field, and that's why I say for what you're doing is God sent. It's past the panel. It's God sent. Right? I believe in everything you do. That's what I'm trying to say. But them calling you simp is just something that they haven't faced the man in the mirror. And a lot of dudes, black men can't go through life playing with a God energy. You can't do that. Whether it's a woman involved or not. Because if my wife left me today, I can say it. Hell, I'ma still be me. I can do shit. Ain't shit falling apart. I'm gonna give me a little chick. Don't know shit. You better have her credit together. It better be able to bring in bread. Better. I mean, that's just me. But I'm not gonna bash a woman. I'm not gonna bash my wife. I mean, but your message is needed, man. Hey, I rock with everything you say, man. Yeah, shit. I mean, man, got to give himself some grace to give a woman some grace, and vice versa. But it's the last thing to say, man. Listen, I keep trying to tell y'all, man, that crack era changed this game. We wasn't fighting like
crack era.
Crack era changed us, man. I'm telling you. A lot of people seen a lot of hate, a lot of fighting, a lot of separation, a lot of deletions.
But before I let Omni go, you know what I realized just from my experience, and I choose to believe a lot of dudes feel like Freezy cool, right? I just feel like a lot. If you really know me, you know I'm just a regular dude, just cool ass dude, just you know.
But you speaking from the heart, you speaking righteous. That's a different energy, and it take getting used to. I've been through that, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, exactly.
But so you can't explain it, but you can't explain it, Freezy. You just live in it. Protect yourself.
I'm gonna tell you what I've been experiencing, what I've taken from this experience. And I don't like to harp on the black manosphere or red pill. I don't like to harp on that. But what I've noticed is that shit is very cultish, dog.
I mean, every man is an individual to me. I don't need a lot of men to be happy.
But I'm telling you, that shit cultish, bro. I'm telling you, like, and so here's the thing. This is how I be telling men that to break through that shit. Men that care too much about what other men think.
Yeah, he's lacking some pieces of a man.
There's something wrong with you.
Something wrong. He's lacking, but it shows in their behavior. You know what I'm saying? Because they give up on themselves too. They do. They give up on themselves too. Let all y'all sons play football. But still, it's been a dynamic where a lot of young brothers ain't get a chance to grow up with a type of man or a good uncle.
Right.
You know, I think for the future, the best fix would to be everybody just put everybody's kids, just bring all the fathers and the mothers together. Y'all men that relationship for your child. Your child will be God sent too. Because nobody's protecting that 15, 16-year-old. But if we keep talking like the man's, we've been fucked up. I can't lie. But most brothers, on the average, when you look at ladies, y'all know numbers. Some of y'all go to college. Go look at the numbers. Brothers always been about 50%. Always. It's still less than 1 million in and out of prison. But think about some of y'all grew up when they was harassing y'all family. Some of y'all lived in them neighborhoods. So it's just a gray area. But I think over the next 4 or 5 years, those that really take a focus on bettering themselves mentally and physically, and it's okay to have the conversation. Stop letting other people put their opinions on you. Then you carry it around. No, just protect yourself. Ladies, y'all need men. Y'all need us to protect y'all. And we need y'all to protect us. But for some reason, everybody wants to just say it's mine. No. If we can bring the children together, I'm telling you, that would change our life. I swear to God. Everybody just cry that shit out for 2 days and just put the guns down. Change the music, stop giving the degenerate behavior awards and shit in the gospel, so that let us know we ain't really Christians because we fall in something that we can't even flow with. it takes us away from our God energy. We change everything about us. But I'm just an old light-skinned dude just talking, but y'all can go live life, man. Life ain't gonna come to you.
Jerome, I'm gonna go to Omni. I'm gonna go to Omni after this. Jerome said, Freezy, what about the men that weren't ladies' men and don't have to change their lives, but are still being done wrong by women? We have to stop thinking our compliments are the pinnacle of our life. I'm not saying I agree. I don't think our accomplishments are the pinnacle of our life. I don't think a man should be defined by his accomplishments. I think a man should be defined by his standards. That's my opinion. I think a man should be defined by his standards. Because quite naturally, there are going to be men that accomplish more than other men, right? I mean, just by nature, different men are born with better. Like, I will never accomplish as much as Michael Jordan did in basketball. This dude is a freak. It's like, this dude is Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? But I have my own standards as a man. You know, the way I run my household, the way I move through life, right? Standards matter. And so if standards do matter, why do women like, why is it a gender war? That's what I want to know. Go ahead, Omni. What's going on with you, bro?
What's going on? I like what you were saying, Freezy. I think you hit the nail on the head on several points. Dudes just got to get over like what people think about them in general, men and women. You know what I'm saying? What works for you don't work for everybody, and what works for them ain't gonna work for you.
That's a fact.
That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I could give a fuck what any of you think of me.
I'm just saying though.
You know what I mean? Like, and that what works for my household ain't gonna work for Coach Ferg. What my program is ain't set up like Freezy. You know what I mean? And I think this is the thing that dudes suffer from the most, is because if you actually listen to a lot of the manosphere rhetoric, the dumb manosphere rhetoric, not the self-improvement stuff, but the dumb shit, right? It really seems like, you know what I mean, dudes are setting up a scenario in which they got to live life for other people, not figure out what's best for them, but they got to live life by somebody else's standards instead of setting a standard for themselves. You know what I mean?
And Andrea, can you hear me, Andrea?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you do me a favor? It's some kind of feedback coming from your device. Just mute up until you get ready to talk. Just mute up until you get ready to talk. Yeah. Go ahead, Omni.
Well, yeah, like I was saying, dudes are that listen to the dumb shit, right? They're setting up a dynamic for themselves where they have to live life for other people. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't like a certain type of woman because you don't like a certain type of woman.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I should be interested in what you want to fuck on.
Some dumb shit.
Is homo adjacent. Honestly,
bro, I said this the other day.
Homo adjacent. That's some shit right there.
It's homo
exactly.
Standing over like that with their arm around their shoulder, like, we ain't going nowhere.
Bro, I said this shit the other day, bro.
That's a fact. Hey, yo, Omni, Hood came up here talking about big women, bro. And I'm not gonna front. Yo, my kid's mother is a bigger woman. I was with her for 18 years. So a motherfucker gonna tell me don't mess with big women, don't mess with these type of women. These dudes coming out Freezy, but these niggas don't cam up. These niggas don't show their face, bro. How you gonna come out a fly nigga, but you don't cam up though?
Can I say this though?
Y'all was saying earlier, we know an individual that says don't mess with single mothers. What the fuck does he have in his vicinity at this exact moment?
Wow.
It's very confusing.
I'm gonna say this.
No, but they selling you bullshit. They selling you bullshit that they themselves don't buy. I never trust a salesman. Listen, when COVID popped off, the value of my car skyrocketed. Right, I was instead of most people are upside down. I'm still right side up, but I had more value. I could have traded in and got something new and whatever. And the salesman was looking at me. We was talking, chopping it up, and the salesman let it slip that he doesn't believe in financing cars. I don't believe in financing cars. It's against my religion. But you willing to sell me the shit though? Like the Arabs in the hood don't believe in drinking, but they willing to sell us the liquor.
Good point.
Bars. Well, so there's our disconnection right there.
Like Mr. Fugazi don't believe in dating single mothers, but what does he have? Like, nigga,
that nigga got a flock of single. Oh. He got a flock.
No, not only did he accept those conditions from a woman, he accepted it from a white woman.
Oh shit!
Ooh yeah, he came under the master's rule.
Damn, I ain't wanting to go there, Freezy.
But that's the truth.
Damn,
that be real.
No, you real, but yeah,
yo, Freezy too real though. I be trying to be like soft shoe with it, but Freezy got his Timberland boots on or something.
No, it's what. So Freezy, how many brothers?
Edgy had 2 kids. I think one of them was white. 2 of them, I don't know.
Yeah, he played Chicken George. It's a Chicken George move, but it is what it is.
That bit crazy.
Yeah, so now who followed that message though? What brother followed that message? Some brothers they like snow bunnies. That's what they like, right? Because they getting away from something that personal to them. That's all it is. But
and I heard most guys didn't know that he was with a white woman until he got exposed.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, if I tell you I got some oceanfront property in Arizona and you buy it, ain't that partly your fault?
Well, it's the intent for you coming in line. That's why your blessings don't come right, because you coming into some bullshit line.
Right,
If I just meet you,
I'm saying
we talking.
I'm not debating right or wrong. I'm saying if I sell you some bullshit and you buy it,
I'm slow.
Ain't you partly at fault?
I'm slow, especially based off.
I'm saying most of this stuff these dudes be talking on YouTube. Come on, man. A lot of dudes know that this shit is some bullshit. You know that a lot of this stuff, you could tell by the way a lot of these dudes talk that they don't really know what they talking about. I mean, you sitting up, you talk about but let me say, you got guys on panels that never substantiate what they saying. You know, like Freeze, remember when I was on your panel the first time, like I was telling OGJ Speed, I'm saying that when dudes sit up here and talk, they never speak from a historical context. They never quote scholars. They never prove. The only thing people talk about is statistics. Statistics don't prove facts. Only thing it proves that you might have a problem. But what I'm saying is you got people, all these conversations, just like earlier with Venus when she was talking about rap, and everybody went on an hour, 2.5 about rap. These are conversations that's been had, and this is what I'm saying. If you really been politicking and I've been doing this shit since the 80s. So I'm saying if you really been doing this for a long time, and I'm saying not on YouTube, I've been doing this in life, and I know history. If you know history and you know facts, you know that people have to prove what they saying. You can't just come on here and say that, well, people talk about that we got a man-woman problem. Well, man, hey, man, a lot of these problems been going on for 30, 40 years. You can't talk about the problem like it just happened 10 years ago. The rap conversation that they had, people had that conversation like the same conversation like 15, 20 years ago. So what I'm saying is, if you don't know history and you're not proving nothing, then anybody could come up here and say anything. I mean, anybody that dealt with women know that majority of these dudes in the manosphere have not really dealt with women.
Peep game though, but peep the game though. Okay, yo, the three, right? The
Right.
Godfathers, right?
Yeah.
Only AM still had a wife though. Like, let's keep it real. He only had a woman. The other two at the time ain't had no women. Angry Man been with his woman for a long time. There's a lot of dudes who came in these spaces who never talk or bash about women, bro. From one of the Godfathers, from Freezy, came in this space, never bashed women. I never came in these spaces bash women. I've been with my children's mother for 18 years, bro. Niggas can't find no video of me doing that shit, me talking about my child's mother.
Right.
Never ever in life, bro. Even though she
Yeah.
put me through the ringer, but I ain't do that shit. But I do.
Right.
But on the flip side of that coin, you gotta understand though. Some of these brothers, I didn't heard cops in these spaces talk about going to child support and breaking down, fam. A cop. How many times do a black man actually talk? See, I'm from the hood. I really don't talk to cops like that, or even black cops. So it was cool to hear Charles Faulkner. He one of the godfathers of these spaces too. He don't get mentioned, but he's an officer from Baltimore. Some people got ill wills towards him, but he's one of the pillars. Nobody don't talk about Cerulean in these spaces who actually put a manifesto. Him and Cerulean and somebody else put out a manifesto, and Charles Faulkner telling these dudes to go to the military. A whole manifesto. Yo, you can actually Google it. Go to the military. Go to the service or whatever.
Right.
Police, firefighters, or whatever. But that don't get talked about, bro, because
But
it be the bullshit behind the scenes.
right. But that's
It
my
be the
whole point.
bullshit behind
But
the
that's my
scenes that
whole
come to the
point, bro.
forefront, bro.
I'm saying when the manosphere originally came about, that's what really individuals was on. But what I'm saying is where this shit got convoluted is and you have to just be honest. Niggas is just on here trying to make $1, bro.
Oh yeah,
And the original message has got convoluted by a bunch of dudes that just sitting up there have straight talking point. That's why if you take them off their talking points, they can't argue with you. This is why they don't argue facts. I mean, one thing about BGS is an intellectual. But BGS, when you listen to BGS, he quote from books. He quote from people who studied shit, and he substantiate where he got his information from. The same thing when you a Green Gorilla. Green Gorilla is an intellectual, and what's the other brother name? T. Hansen. I can't get his name right. Those dudes are intellectuals, but the ones that dominate, but the individuals that dominate the manosphere are not intellectuals, bro. They quote no facts from people who've done studies from the past. So what I'm saying is, but let me finish. Hold up, Becco. People talk for a minute. So what I'm saying, first of all, the question is, are you trying to solve a problem? See, I done done the pro-black shit. I done done the Pan-African shit. And I'm saying, if you got a problem, you have to identify a problem. Then you have to figure out how the problem started. Then once you do that, then you have to figure out what's the solution. But party, if you just got a bunch of dudes up here talking, that's not a solution to a problem. You just got a bunch of people up here jumping back and forth, stating and just arguing. So what I'm saying is this here. The manosphere, and I ain't got no problem with the manosphere. They do what they do, man. I'm not a YouTuber, bro. This is like my 4th time on the Lime Street. So I'm not a YouTuber, bro. I just happen to pop up here every now and then and give opinion. But what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is I get tired of my people, bro, that we sit around and we allow these people to get away with what they doing. And what I'm saying is, hey man, and not only if I'm like you, bro, I've been in the penitentiary half my life. So although I'm Hebrew Israelite, not changed my life, but at the same time, I can tell you, look, if a nigga just trying to make money, nigga, just say you trying to make money, but don't come off like don't come off like you trying to, help our people.
Yeah, yo, stand on it. Yeah, yo, yeah.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying.
Hold on, wait. Make some room for Nidus. Go ahead, Nidus.
Yeah, I just want to. So, see, Rich, you said who? Tierson Johnson, Green Gorilla, and who else?
And BGS.
BGS. if they change lives?
Yes, I say yes. I'll say yes.
So then everybody should just go to them three?
No,
But
no,
do you
no,
go
I'm
over
not
there and
saying.
debate them
No,
though?
I'm
Do you go
asking
over there?
C. Rich.
Hold up. Let me answer your question. I'm not saying
You
I
don't
don't
gotta
know if
yell,
they.
nigga.
I don't know
I can
if
do
they
whatever the
change.
fuck I want to do, midget. Go ahead,
I'm not.
Hey
Cyrus.
yo, my
I'm
nigga,
not
my nigga.
saying they
Yo, my
change
nigga,
lives.
man. Be
I
respectful,
don't.
man. 'Cause I will drop your punk ass.
I
I
ain't
don't
doing it.
know. I
Oh,
don't
here
know
it
who
goes.
they touch.
You punch me in the knees, pussy. Go ahead,
Hey,
C. Rich.
night. I'm saying I don't know who they touched.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? And how
No,
many
not
people?
that. What I'm
He
saying
But
is,
don't
what I'm
go over
saying,
there and
but what
debate
I'm
them niggas.
saying
I
Niggas
is,
do
talk
not
to
go over
C.
don't
there
make
and
it a
debate
point.
I
them
can't
niggas.
kill.
Niggas don't go over there, period. He don't
Well,
go over there and debate them niggas
I've
at
listened to
all. I don't see him over
I,
there. He do not debate in the fucking
I wouldn't
intellectuals.
debate
All
any
he
one
do
of them.
is
They
clown
don't
all
what?
fucking day,
Told you,
nigga.
man.
You clown all day,
See, fuck
nigga.
Yeah,
You
man.
don't debate
they don't what?
intellectuals. Go over
Okay,
there and
well,
go debate
let's have
motherfucking Tiasan
why would
Johnson
I
and
debate them?
motherfucking Green Gorilla. You don't be
Why
over
would
there,
I
nigga. You
debate them?
skywatch, nigga.
Why would I
You a
debate them?
pussy. My nigga,
Why
you
would I
don't do
debate
that. Go for the head,
yeah,
nigga.
you're
Will,
very
hey, yo,
loud.
this manosphere shit was about
Midget,
intellectuals
midget,
debating
why would
other
I
intellectuals.
no.
This
This is
shit
what I'm
was the
saying.
Debate.
backbone of
Fuck a
this
Bible
debate.
has
space.
been around
Fuck a
forever,
debate.
My
right?
nigga, you've been
I ain't
around
doing
for
no
a few
Bible
debate.
has
minutes,
been around
nigga.
since
You
I
a
was
few
born.
minutes, nigga.
I'm not
My nigga, you a
debating.
fight club nigga,
Hold
dog.
on,
You
Kills.
a
Yeah,
fight
kills,
club
bro.
nigga.
Kills, calm down, man.
Hold on, Kills. You gotta let him get his let me get his
let
point
me
out. Go ahead.
let me
Hold on,
answer Night.
Let
Hey,
Nice get his
hey,
point out. Then you can
let
go
me
see Rich.
answer Night question.
Hold
Now,
on, C Rich.
I'm,
Hold on, C Rich.
hey,
Hold on, C Rich. Let Nice get his point out. Then you can go. Go ahead.
I did ask C. Rich something. I was trying to hear C.
yeah,
Rich.
that's why I just answered this question. No, I'm not saying I don't know how many people they touch. All I'm saying is that they do come from a scholarly, intellectual basis. You see what I'm saying? They quote works that people have researched in the past, and they substantiate where they got their information from.
Yeah.
They don't just come up all the time and just talk just to talk. Cause it's like if you know when you did a book report in school.
Yeah.
You have to put your footnotes in there. You can't do a book report and act like, cause that's plagiarism. You can't act like that you came up with this shit. You have to quote where you got your information from. That's all I'm saying is, and what I seen that those three guys do that. But most dudes on YouTube, they don't prove nothing. They just sit up here and talk like they just know what they talking about. And if you sit up and listen to a motherfucker who never proved nothing, they can tell you anything. That's my point. Now that you go ahead.
Okay. So this is what I want to say about that respectfully. Do you know about Sinetta TV?
Yeah, I should fuck with it.
Okay, so you used to always see all of them dudes that was scholarly, can get up all the information, stand on them corners and argue all motherfucking day, right?
Right.
Whether it was Sarah Sudin, a young Pharaoh, Brother Polite,
Brother Polite, the Hebrew Israelite. Yeah.
All of them been arguing for I don't know how long.
I've seen all of them.
What's the solution?
Shout out to Out the Mud Cody. What's going on, Cody?
Yeah.
So
make money and sell
the
cologne,
solution,
nigga.
Happy Father's Day to
Fuck
all
you
the
mean?
fathers up here.
Oh,
Right.
Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
But what I'm saying is, it's so many. I mean, if you ask me the solution, you know, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. So I'm going to say, first of all, nigga, you got to turn back to the Most High. Now, them other dudes, they off into they Egyptologists, you know.
So,
they
brother,
they
what's
don't
your
have a different solution to the problem.
Hold on. You said you have a solution. So could you at least give one example of your solution that could benefit all? Just one motion that you believe can be put into play.
Well, I know it just like I just told you. I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
Okay. Listen. Your denomination means nothing in the direction. What is your solution?
Okay, well, I'm gonna answer your question, brother. Well, you say my denomination, but what I can say, brother, you gonna let me answer the question, brother? Or you gonna tell me what to tell you? You gonna let me answer the question? You may not like it, but I mean, at least let me give you my perspective. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that I don't even when I believe in Christianity. I mean, you have to prove that history proves that even though I'm not a Christian, when we was following Christianity, that we, as far as a moralistic standpoint, we was better off as a people. I believe that the biggest problem that we have is a moral problem, is a character problem, and that leads to a lot of things like low self-esteem, low self-worth. And I believe that that's one of our biggest problems. Once we get past that, that's going to solve other shit. I'm not a secularist. I don't bring, because if money was our problem, we would have been solved it. If politics was our problem, we would have been solved the problem. So we know that those are not solutions to the problem. We know that our black people has had a moral breakdown as far as morals and character, which we did not have years ago. So what I'm saying is, sometimes, man, you got to look back to say, well, what were we doing back then when we was doing better?
Brother, can I ask you a
question? Go back to square one.
Before you ask him the question, Coach Fur, we just set a new goal. We just set a new goal in the chat. Can we get at least $5, $10 or more super chats? $10 or more Happy Father's Day super chats. $10 or more. It's just a goal of 5, only 5. Can we meet that goal?
Let's go.
It's only $10 or more. Only 5 is the goal before the show ends. We only got like 40 more minutes before the show ends. This has been a great show. Let's see who's going to be a part of the Magnificent 5. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
So, brother, so I'm not gonna ask you what you did in the past, but did you move that weight out there in the streets?
No, that wasn't my thing.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna get past that because whatever you participated in, you participated, right? So you was young, right? So you said that we were doing our best under the Christianity dynamic.
No, I didn't say we was doing our best. I'm saying that we was doing better.
Oh, okay. So better being is better than today. So that I would say it's our best, right? But you don't even practice that anymore. Why would you not practice it anymore if we were doing our best? And to me, that's part of what's broken us to this dynamic because we judge ourselves. Hold up, we judge each other unjustly. All of us are different. We say on YouTube, we not a monolith. Yeah,
right.
That's the greatness of us. We all are individual. However. However, right? However.
Let me hit the super chat real quick. Shout out to Maui Gomes for the $10 super sticker. What's up, Ghost Fur? Shout out to Gomez Joseph A with the $10 super chat. New Mexico got your back. Appreciate it. Y'all got it. You got it, Ghost Fur.
No, I just want to make it quick, man, because it's interesting that he said what he said, but he doesn't practice what. That's the dynamic that has sort of broken us in a sense. We've been following that. Hold on. We've been following that dynamic. I don't know how old you are. You know what I'm saying? You're probably my age, a little younger, but that's irrelevant. So
you gotta be 54 this year.
Oh, okay. Well, you weren't even in high school when I was dunking on people like you. But anyway, I'm just being a joke. I'm just being silly. But understand, during that time, right? You came up in a time where it was in your ballpark. New Jack City was driving the whole community. A lot of brothers who damaged the community, whatever they did, they hurt mamas, daughters, sons, uncles, cousins. The degeneracy rate as far as men started wearing their mother's slippers and stuff, that rate went high. A lot of that crazy mess was going on during that crack era. That's the time. That's the time I speak of across America. It changed a lot of dynamic. And the system understood that, and it just broke down the whole little family we had. There's no more playing in the park. There's no more of that. Ain't nobody running up and down getting exercise outside under the sun. Everybody's in their own little. Most of the people on YouTube probably have their shades down all day. Everybody in their little bubble, and we fighting over nonsense because we losing money. Nobody's making nothing. Nobody's trying to offer anything and barter and trade off our shit clothes. We can't fit no more. We spending money at the mall. Ain't nobody saving. And it's a lot of damage that's been done. I think it'll be any woman, young man, anybody that whatever age, if you want a better life outcome going forward, you just got to digress a little bit. change a little bit.
But because wouldn't that kind of go to C. Rich's point in terms of like the morals or the value system?
Exactly to my point. The point. That goes exactly to my point.
We talk. Look, we can say we've been lied to by however. The statistics are very important, just as much as the written word, because we all are discovering now that the written word has been lied to us. So the statistics show. Hold up, but if I don't know if you had statistics in college or whatever, it makes a big difference because it puts the numbers with the reality. Because when you go back, hold up, when you go back, what
do statistics prove?
It proves that there were participants of whatever group it was that actually were performing whatever information that was going on, whether it was college-bound students, whether it was people growing up in two-parent homes. The numbers, everybody has a number. That's what our Social Security number's for. They've been tracking us since we the first migration. They always
I know about Social Security number. I could go deep in there.
Hold on. A Social Security number is a statistic too. It's a number. It's part of the math dynamic, and the math also goes with the information. So both of them are needed. And now you're just finding about the statistics are here. Yes, you wasn't getting it. If you would have got the numbers back when you was 18, 19, you would have said, I ain't gonna get caught up in this bullshit. See, we didn't get the numbers until now. And this is where I think both sides get benefits, because you got to look at the numbers even in your life. How much you spend on bullshit, how much you go out and you waste it, and you making the same people rich that'll look back at you and say, Ninja, get out of my face. Ninja, you can't get a $50,000 business loan. Change your dynamic, people, to change your life. It ain't gonna take a lot.
I respect what you're saying, brother, but that has nothing to do with the conditions of a people. What you said, statistics don't tell you about the conditions of a people and why they got there.
You already know the conditions why we got here.
I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak. I could get a statistic that says that there's more of something and less of something, but they don't tell you that, and it could identify a problem, that there is a problem. Let's just take the single mother rate just for example. You could say, okay, there's a 70% single mother rate. We identified the numbers say that there is a problem, but they don't tell you how the problem got there, exactly what is the problem. And then if you don't know that, you can't figure out how to solve the problem. All statistics show you
there's a problem.
All the statistics show you
elimination, bro.
If there's an imbalance,
statistics will show you that there is a problem.
That's what I just said, brother.
Once you recognize there's a problem due to the numbers,
that's what I just said, brother. Let me finish.
What's going on based on the
numbers? You repeat. I just said that, brother. I just said that. I said it tells you that there's a problem, but it does not tell you exactly how the problem happened, exactly what the problem is. And it doesn't help you solve the problem. It tells you that there's an imbalance, that there is a problem. You just regurgitated exactly what I said. That's what I said about it. And that's what I said with dudes just talk about statistics. But what I'm saying, brother, is this here. I'm not, dudes be saying that you're not practicing. I'm saying I'm not a Christian. I grew up as a Christian, but I'm not a Christian. But the thing is, we both believe in the Bible. They just believe in doctrine. As a Hebrew Israelite, we don't follow doctrine. We don't follow holidays, and we don't follow what's not in scripture. But we still follow the same tenets of the Bible. They just added to it with other stuff. But some of the tenets are still the same. But this is what I'm saying. Even you could take Malcolm X with the Nation of Islam. But you have to admit, whatever you think about Elijah Muhammad, that he was a social reformer, that when you follow a certain tenet, that it can help people stay on the track. When you got a group of people saying everybody just gonna do whatever they want to do, and you don't have no guideline, then you got chaos. It's a proven fact that human beings have to be set on a program. If human beings are not, that's just society, period. That if human beings don't have a set thing in a society, then you're going to have people doing whatever they want to do, then you're going to have chaos. And this is what you have.
Indoctrination. That's indoctrination then.
Hold on.
That's indoctrination.
Hold on, King Rooster.
That's not indoctrination, brother.
Hold on. See,
yes,
Super chat. Shout out to James Kills for the $5 super cap. He said, "Happy Father's Day, even to Nightish." Shout out to James Kills, man.
Damn, Nightish, what's happening, man?
Also,
Bang, bang, bang.
Also, shout out to our brother RBN, aka TJ, aka Through the Fire Podcast.
Super chat.
Thank you for your $5, my brother. He said, "I haven't heard from my daughter today. It seems as always, fuck dad and his work." Well, guess what, TJ? Happy Father's Day to you from brother to brother. We love you, bro. Only three. Hold on, C Rich. Only 3 more $10 or more Father's Day super chats to go. Can we meet the goal? Shout out to Mao, and shout out to Joseph A. Gomez. Actually, Joseph A. Gomez is still the official sponsor of today's show. He upped the ante to $40 to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of today's show. It has to be $40 or more. Go ahead, C Rich.
He said he talked about indoctrination. Indoctrination is like if you go some Jim Jones type shit, where you come to people and you tell people that I'm the only motherfucker that got the answer. Just listen to what I say and roll what I say. That's indoctrination. Indoctrination is, hold up. If I introduce you to something, like if you come to me and you ask me about some type of business, and I explain to you, and you say, "Hey, Chris, you successful at selling cars." Then I say, "Hey," or I see you, I say, "Hey, man, you pretty good with cars." I say, "Hey, check this out." And I tell you about selling cars, and I say, "Hey, man, do this, do that, do that, do this, and do that." All I'm doing is bringing you a way of doing things. Whether you accept it or not is on you. But if you say, "Well, I want to do this," I'm not going to say, "No, I'm not dealing in absolute." If I'm dealing in absolute, that's indoctrination. When I'm telling you my way is the only way. When I'm telling you I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm not telling you that, "Hey, man, you have to do nothing," because I have no problem with Muslims. I listen to a lot of Muslim brothers speak on YouTube. I listen to other groups of people. I listen to some Christians. I listen to anybody who's talking righteousness. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So when I'm saying indoctrination, but what I'm saying, when you got people that's running around doing anything they want to do without willy-nilly, man, you're gonna have anarchy. And this is what you got now.
Okay, in order to get them not to move around willy-nilly, they have to be indoctrinated, right? They have to have a blueprint or a certain set guidelines. My way is the way to not create chaos. Y'all living in shambles and going crazy, bro. I have to set for a blueprint, and you follow this until you see better. This is my way. Ain't that indoctrination, bro? I'm just waiting on to see if you're gonna tell one of these folks who's gonna kiss your boots kiss the
absolutely
boots
not. I just explained it. I just explained it to you.
Indoctrination, bro.
I just explained
it to you.
So what I'm saying is
indoctrination ain't nothing but putting forth a mindset in order for people to follow. If they ain't got nothing else to do or don't have guidelines for themselves, if you lost, you indoctrinate a person. That's like domesticate. A cat can actually live outside, but a dog can actually live outside, but you indoctrinate or domesticate that animal in order to be able to come inside of the house and not shit on your goddamn floor. That's an indoctrinated and a domesticated animal. Now, what they would usually do outside was shit on the ground or piss in the goddamn well, but you indoctrinated or domesticated them enough down to where they have a certain guidelines and rules. No, don't piss on my couch. Don't bite the furniture. Everything is indoctrination or a domestication. And now we got regentrification of Negroes in the mindset. The regentrification, they done broke Negroes down. Ain't nobody want to be hood no more. Everybody forgetting where they come from. Everybody want to be rich and forgot you was a Salisbury steak, government cheese eating ass nigga. But boy, all of it is the same thing, bro. Somebody done programmed you niggas to think like this.
Hold on, Rooster. Hold on.
Hold on. Damn, King Rooster, me and you were just on the same page not long ago.
I'm just messing with you. Look, come on.
Hold on. Did he just say regentrification of the mindset? Did he just? Okay, don't worry. I just want to make sure he said.
Look, they don't win in your mind. And
regentrification. Hey, never heard of no shit like that.
Yeah, look, I'm a free thinker. That's what thinkers do, right? see what happened is now we have all of us have a mindset of
King Rooster. Read this, King Rooster.
Man, I'm outside cooking meat and I don't read shit. I read
Bang,
niggas.
bang, bang.
I was just trying to keep
here
it
cooking,
talking.
man.
Shout out to Soul Sister. Shout out to Soul Sister Jackie Brown. She said happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Shout out to her $10. Only 2 more 10. We're going to, you can best believe we're going to count Soul Sister. She's a beautiful soul. Only 2 more $10 to go to meet the goal. Two more $10 or more to go to meet the goal. Happy Father's Day, Super Caps.
Hey, let me say this, King Rooster. I'm gonna
I
tell you real quick.
I don't know, Nate. I don't know.
King Rooster. Hey, King Rooster, check this out.
Hold on,
See,
Rich.
What's going on?
Hold on, see, Rich.
Go ahead.
I cut off.
At least spend $10 to drop me, Knight. Spend $10 to drop me, nigga. Spend $10.
I cut off King Rooster. Let King Rooster finish his point. Go ahead. What kind of meat you cooking, King Rooster?
I was just cooking little ribs and everything. See, I got the big pack, man.
I feel you, my boy. I feel you, my boy.
Yeah, I got my soft meat. I done stripped off the bone, and then I got the bone part. You know what I'm saying? Doing it on the smoker outside. You know what I'm saying? It's Father's Day, but I ain't telling my old lady to get on the grill and do nothing. We gonna eat around here, baby. Yeah. I'm outside on the porch, man. It rained a little bit.
Do you remember what you was trying to say about regentrification of the man?
Oh, yeah. Regentrification of the mind. This is okay. Everybody in the world got a idea of the ways things are supposed to be in the world, right? But due to the contact that they have with other people.
Let me ask you a question about the food before you get to the regentrification of the mind.
Oh yeah, I'm just. You said the food.
Can I ask you a question about the food?
Oh, he said soft meat. I checked out.
What did he say? What happened?
He said soft meat.
Yeah. The soft meat. You know what I'm saying? When you get,
I don't know what that means.
Wait.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my God.
You're in Mississippi, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Brewster, Mississippi.
So, you got any like coon or anything you cooking?
Nah, they usually do that.
I mean, y'all
do all that wildlife.
Y'all cooking.
No, we do all the wildlife cooking around the winter time, man. Cause like when you get that meat, that wild meat, you got to go ahead and preserve it real fast. So due to the weather, temperature, and all that, that's when you get all that.
Y'all got
the wild meat together.
Raccoon and the deer.
Y'all get out.
Wild meat.
Hey,
yo, this that's a lot going on.
Doing the people.
No, man, that's how you live. That's how you live. That's how you live. Yeah, I know you got some good deer meat down there somewhere.
Hey, King Rooster. Hey, see, I'm finna speak King Rooster language because I got to put it in the context of his language.
Go ahead and regentrify.
Hey, King Rooster, what I'm saying. Hey,
this is crazy.
Hey, check this out, King Rooster. Hey, that's just like I gotta speak your language. Now, say I draw down and I campaign at a brawl. All I can do is shoot my campaign. I'm not telling her I'm not saying that my campaign better than somebody else's campaign. I'm saying this is what I'm on. This is what I'm doing. And if you want to get with this, choose up. Now, either she gonna choose up and say, okay, yeah, or she not gonna choose up. That's not indoctrination. All I'm saying is I present a campaign, and either she gonna get with it because she think that that's what's better, or she don't think or she don't. And she choose up. You see what I'm saying?
Rich, let me show you this. So since you came in that level, and now I got to speak like this, I know you don't like that verbiage and that language because you from out there where they done it the best, bro. When it comes down to you campaigning, bro, until you win the seat of the presidency, bro, your indoctrination does not start. You just campaigning. You just throwing up a billboard and say, "Hey, come by over here."
Saying.
Right. But what happens is once she decides to choose up or choose down or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's when the indoctrination or the regentrification of her mind, because my blueprint is everything, all the alpha, omega, the beginning and the ending, and there's nothing before me.
Is anybody else
Come on,
lost,
baby.
or is it just somebody else?
I definitely am.
But that's her choice, though, right?
Listen, I have no idea what's going on.
It ain't.
Hold on, I'm gonna just be honest. Here's the thing. I don't care what's going on. I'm still in regentrification of the mind. Y'all can't.
Me took me out. I don't even know what to do no more.
Let this country shit happen. I want to hear this country shit.
This shit is wild.
Regentrification of the mind is.
I'm still in that shit, nigga. I don't give a damn.
Look, the regentrification of the mind, bro. Look, the mind is a complex thing, like a city, bro. You got all this going on,
like a
bro.
what?
And then
Like a city. Yeah.
hold on. The mind, look, bro.
It's like New York City. It's like New York City.
I'm finna show you something. People think a certain way before they come across a certain individual, right? And then the regentrification of the mind is like remolding, reshaping, and remaking, right? A lot of people were raised a certain way in their mama's household, right? They were raised a certain way. But if you got a certain vernacular, you can speak well, and you can
hold on. What was that? What you just said? Vernacular. Look, that what you said?
Yeah. You got the
vernacular. He said speak well. I'm good.
Yeah, speak well. Look, I'm finna show you something.
We listen and we don't judge.
Y'all know the devil wore a suit and tie, right? And he spoke real well.
In the garden?
Sang like a motherfucker. Look, that's what I'm saying. He tricked the hoe out of heaven, right?
I know when to be quiet. I know when to learn.
So she was regentrified. Look, she was given a blueprint. Hold on, Pimpin'. She was given the blueprint, but guess what? She chose up. She chose up, right? Or chose down. Right. And guess what? The snake regentrified the mindset of that woman and made her choose over. It ain't got to make no sense because I ain't trying to regentrify.
You got a super chat. You got to read. Give me one second.
Adam wasn't giving her that wild meat.
But she already know the game. She just believed I could get her where she want to be, opposed to anybody else. So that's not an indoctrination.
Hold on, see Rich.
She just choosing up with.
Hold on, see Rich. Shout out to James Kill. Shout out to James Kill for the $10. James Kill said, "Fuck it, drop Nightish. Happy Father's Day."
Dang.
Appreciate you, Nightish.
Come on, man. Nightish, all right, man.
Appreciate you, Nightish.
I don't know what happened between those two. Fuck guys.
One day you here, baby, and then you're gone.
That is the smoothest way to drop somebody on the panel I've ever.
I know. Yeah.
Niggas flip this shit up.
I know.
You gonna drop my man and say Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
All right, security. Usher him out. Security, usher him out. Kick his microphone and usher him out.
That shit funny as hell, man.
Crazy, man.
How many more you need, Freezy? 2 or 1?
One more.
Okay.
My boy kills the
Just one boat.
right off the goddamn plank. God, dog.
Sis, what you finna do?
Huh?
Oh, I thought, they got it, sis. They got it. Don't worry about it. They got it.
No, I'm just saying, look, I'm just trying to explain the regentrification of the mind, man. Look, bro, when they get hold of you and whatever you've been taught, bro, it's a changing of your thought processes. That's all it is.
Okay, changing of the thought process from what to what?
To whatever. Okay, basically, it is all of this regentrification ain't for the good.
Question.
The regentrification of the mind ain't all for the good. A lot of time it's manipulation just to get somebody, or just to get you to believe or follow a path that other people want you to believe in. Just like, okay, regentrification of a city, right? It ain't for the good all the time. A lot of time they kicking the people out that they built the community. Now the mindset has changed. When y'all got places like Inglewood or certain places that y'all call the hood, now the white folks stop us. Oh, I live over here, and we razzle dazzle, we good over. But you know it wasn't what it was. They regentrified it, just like the mindset. Like it's black folks in these YouTube spaces. They come out the goddamn hood, don't know nothing but eating government cheese and noodles all their goddamn life. But the first time they get around a person for one day and they eat some upstanding food, now they don't never want to go back. Now they mind and change. Now they come back to the hood talking about how you ain't shit or whatever.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's a swap, man.
When my money got to crab leg level, I left the fried
We
bologna
regentrifying the
alone.
mindset,
Right.
bro. I was about to say, y'all don't hear?
Can I ask everybody something?
Right.
Can I ask everybody on the panel something? The whole time Vic been talking, have y'all been seeing things?
I was about to say, nah, my mind was regentrifying.
The right side, the top right side of my head, bro, is just developing a headache, and it's just I don't know what's going on.
It's gonna be all right when the swelling go down.
Oh
baby.
wow.
Just massage it a
Oh,
little bit.
okay, my bad, but you got it. My bad. I'm fucking up. You right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm regentrifying.
Only one more Father's Day super chat. Only one more. Who's gonna be the one?
Let me sit down.
$10 a
You handle
month.
it.
Vic, I understand you.
You gotta learn them something good, Vic.
On Father's Day. Look, shit, man. I can tell you something that your mama shit did, boy. I'm telling you, look, I done forgot more shit than some people know. Yeah, I'm all right like that now. See, I'm doing a good. Look,
everything you said,
I'm doing a good service on Father's Day, man. I'm
still on
regentrifying the minds of the black man, and I'm giving them another way to think, man. Yeah, hey, look.
Soft me took me
Let
out.
me indoctrinate you, baby. Come up under my wings.
Oh wow!
Wild me.
Vic, do you live by Silver Dollar Road?
I ain't trying to get indoctrinated by nothing with wild meat.
I don't live by no silver shit.
Okay, I'm just saying that's a part of Mississippi that's sort of like, you know, the black folks been together all the, since they've been there, all the history. Just
You said white folks?
was. No, black.
Nah, I live in a predominantly black area. We don't
Silver Dollar Road, Silver Dollar up in the bayou. You don't live up in the
ain't no bayous around.
No, what's that? What's that? What you live in North or Central Mississippi? You live by Jackson State area.
You said,
hold on 1 second. Shout out to E Senior. Shout out to E Senior for his $10 cash cow. He said, "Happy Father's Day from E Senior to all the fathers and the men." Appreciate you, E Senior. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just curious, man. Listen, in this space right now, Freezy, that's why I say your channel.
No, it's all good, man.
Look,
whenever you bring your ball head down there, stomp
no,
with
listen,
your
Vic,
gold
no,
boots, and you can
Freezy,
call
man,
me,
listen.
and I'll probably pop up.
Here's who
I know
the simp guy is, right?
Hey, hold on, Rooster. Let that man regentrify. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody that helped us complete the Father's Day goal. Thank you for helping us complete the Father's Day goal. I appreciate you. If you want to, if anybody wants to send any additional Father's Day support, thank you. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
Freeze, here's in my mind over my years, here's what I would call a simp dude, right? And this is my experience. Like the way they use it now, I disconnected to this way. Me and you cool, right? We buddies, right? We out on the tank. Well, we claim to be buddies, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the bad guy.
Yeah.
This is what a simp dude is to me. We supposed to be buddies, right? You come and get me, we riding around, we kicking it, playing ball, chopping it up, sharing experiences, right? So we go out. We like to go out Friday night, Saturday, whichever day we can go. We go, we see F&M at the club. We single guys, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm like, man, okay, Freezy, like, okay, look at her. I go shoot my little silly shot. She shoot me down. But she like Freezy. Freezy come over there with that, singing and shit. You know what I'm saying? You sing. We young. We 22, 23. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then she like you, right?
Yeah.
So me, instead of being a man and say, let me put my eyes somewhere else, I'm over there looking like, oh, he get her. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know what I'm saying? So you start vibing with her and shit, but me cool. So you bring her around and shit. And then we, you know what I'm saying? So you like, I'm going to go step over here and do something, you know what I'm saying? Get some water bars. I'm over like, freeze it. He over with Quita too. He over all doing all that. That's a simp ass nigga to me. That's
that
how
does
always,
happen.
hold up. That's how I always looked at a
That's
simp
called
dude.
dirty macking.
Hold up, but that's a simp dude because he gonna go cry and lie, damn near had the shit to lie, and some ladies fall to it because he's smooth. He keep that smooth shit. He always lying, and then they play that little game where he's giving her information. But his whole objective to her is to smash her. Then he gonna disrupt her whole emotion and then ruin a friendship. Those are the simp dudes. Stay away from them type niggas. I don't like those niggas at all.
Indoctrination.
Church.
It's a dirty game.
You ain't no simp, man, just because you hold people responsible. When you come to a point in life, what you do, that's
I ain't no simp. I ain't no simp at all.
Fuck how a motherfucker feel about you. That's the way I always believe. I don't care how no nigga feel. I'm ugly to some women, I'm handsome to some, but I'm handsome than all you niggas. That's how I
that's
believe.
dirty.
And whether I win or not, I mean, it's just me, man. Some of you niggas need to learn how to play sports, learn how to play football, something, get some exercise or something.
Hey, Freezy, I just got one request. Could you could you end the show before Scam like we talk?
That's fucked up. But I understand.
Scam, what's going on, Scam? And shout out to KT back up here too.
Hello.
Scam, you there, Scam?
Look at God. Won't he do it?
No, his mind regentrifying. He can't speak no more.
Freeze it. If you want anything to go your way, you got to get into the regentrification of the human mind.
That's
man.
The what? Say one more time.
You can remake the regentrification of the mind, baby. Look, you can indoctrinate, regentrificate, or domesticate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying you break them down and rebuild them, baby.
You got to move the white people in your mind. I get it.
Can I tell you something, Vic? That got a, you know why I like that phrase? It's got a nice ring to it. You know, regentrification of the mind. Yeah, I like that.
Rebuilding. It's called reconstruction of the mind.
So Vic, are you putting the white people back in the mind, or you taking them out? Which one? What is it?
No, white folks don't never. I don't never wake up thinking about them. No, I'm talking about the regentrification of the black mind. You see, the whole thing is the thought processes.
There you go.
Yeah, the thought processes. You got to have somebody that got the skill set, right, to remove you from that thought process of thinking that white folks control everything. No, bro. My boy Freezy is the carpenter, the plumber, the whatever you need. Let him regentrify you. Let them rebuild you, restructure you, take them old pipes and fittings and loose and redo it, man.
Don't ever,
yes, Lord.
Don't ever let these niggas say you don't contribute to the space.
That's real. That's real.
Oh man, cut that out. But no, I'm just saying, hey man, look, they ain't got to give me no recognition. The only thing they got to know, it was a stone. And I was
hey Vic, you got children, right?
Yeah, I got the 3 of them. Yeah.
Shout out to all the dads, bro.
Sure going to get your credit because my mind regentrified. You heard me? I promise you, it's regentrified. It's working in a whole new way.
Regentrified the black mind, he said.
I'm trying to tell you, like, I ain't never been like my mind ain't never been more clear. You feel what I'm saying? The regentrification is real. You feel?
Yeah, hey, that regentrification feel good. It's like chewing spearmint gum, ain't it? A breath of fresh air, ain't it?
Ain't nothing like that spearmint now. That spearmint, that's that real stuff.
Spearmint, you make your nose tingle.
You know what I want to do right now? We got 8 more minutes. I want to hear from our sister on the panel. Would you like to say a tribute to all the fathers, Fear No Mortals?
Sure. Let me drink some water.
That was a hell of a tribute. I promise.
that was a tribute. Hold on, now.
You got something to say, shoot.
I'd just like to say that all the fathers are very important, and you all are very much appreciated. It's very important for the children to have fathers in their lives. It's very important because it helps them to mold and shape into young adults. It's very different dynamic between children that have fathers in their life and children that don't. And we know that fathers play an important part. It gives a healthy balance between just a single parent home. And even if you're not in the household and you're just having a co-parent dynamic and it's healthy, the kids need you no matter what the relationship status is. And I just appreciate every single last father that is helping to guide, that is helping to instruct, give advice, be there for their children, building up their self-esteem, their confidence, and just letting them know that they are going to be in their lives and that they are going to do their very best. And even if some guys haven't been the best parent in the past, it's never too late to step it up and let your kids know, hey, we may not be able to make up for the lost time, but we can start from now. And I can pick it up where